9 Sun God King Chapter 1741 to Chapter 1794. Night Meeting Father Chapter 1741. Night Meeting Father Qin Yun did not argue with Long Yuqing and the others, he has his own plan. Since there is no 9-dragon heavenly origin formation here, he can only follow the original plan and let Baizhe find dragons with dragon heavenly runes. So long as he can gather 9 different dragon heavenly runes, he can start trying. Quickly go find grandfather and ask him about the heavenly dragon god statue and my mother. Long Yuqing sighed and said, be careful. Qin Yun now understands why his floating cloud heavenly seal is so strong. It is actually the heavenly dragon god's divine position. Now that the divine position has been fused with Long Yuqing, he doesn't know how to restore the floating cloud heavenly seal. Big Sister Anya, Big Sister Long, can you let me touch? Before Xiao Yuan finished speaking, Long Yuqing and Princess Anya shouted in unison, no. Qin Yun immediately pulled Xiao Yuan and said, let's go. I still want to touch. Xiao Yuan reluctantly said. They are all wearing masks, they definitely won't look good, there is nothing to touch. Qin Yun vigorously pulled Xiao Yuan and walked out. But their bodies are very good. Xiao Yuan coquettishly said. Finally, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan left. Princess Anya and Long Yuqing let out a long sigh. Yuqing, this Xiao Yuan, how can she be so hateful, so evil? Princess Anya groaned and said. I also did not expect it. Truly a bad girl. Long Yuqing tenderly groaned and said, on the other hand, this Qin Yun is actually so proper. Indeed, compared to Xiao Yuan, Qin Yun is simply a gentleman. Princess Anya said, tell me, can Qin Yun really create the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation? Don't hold any hope, it is impossible. Long Yuqing waved her hand and said, let's go with our previous plan and go to Divine Desolate. At that time, I can use the heavenly dragon god's divine position to ask Clan Emperor to lend me the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Clan Emperor is very strong, I don't know if he wants the divine position or not. Princess Anya is somewhat worried, if he knows you have the divine position, he might kill you. If I die, the divine position will descend again and not be obtained by him. Long Yuqing shook her head and said, he won't do that. Stay here with me tonight. My mood is a bit complicated and I want someone to accompany me. Long Yuqing said softly. Is it because you saw Qin Yun? It seems like you still have feelings for him. Princess Anya said, you have seen his first wife. Do you really want to be with him in the future? Sigh, Qin Yun's past life was indeed considerate of me. He let me obtain the heavenly dragon god's divine position. Back then, he didn't tell me, he only told me to trust him. Being sealed in the heavenly dragon god statue has its benefits. Long Yuqing sighed faintly and said, later on, I was sealed for too long, it was really very annoying, then I hated him very much. After you fused with the deity position, you knew that he was doing it for your own good, so you don't hate him anymore? Princess Anya said. I don't know. Long Yuqing sighed again. Yuqing, don't think too much. Let nature take its course. If you are truly fated, you can continue your previous fate. On the other hand, that Yuan is too evil. Princess Anya said. Indeed, next time I have the opportunity, I will take revenge and capture her. Long Yuqing tenderly groaned and said. After Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan left the mountain range, they left the Dragon Manor late at night. Xiao Yun, aren't you going to find Elder Long? Where are you going? Xiao Yuan asked in low voice. I'm going to find my father. My father has many secrets, hee hee. Qin Yun said. Ah? Really? Then let's quickly go. Xiao Yuan said with smile, I also haven't seen my father for a long time. Qin Long is still in the Emperor Race Divine Palace, he is one of the leaders of Nether Sect. Xian Rujing went back before but as the leader of Guanghan Palace, she has to stay in the Emperor Race Divine Palace for a long time. Guanghan Palace, Nether Sect and other great factions have arranged for people to come to the Emperor Race Divine Palace to exchange knowledge. At night, after Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan left the Dragon Manor, they arrived at a manor where outsiders are staying. Xiao Yun, this Emperor Race Divine Palace is very awesome, there are so many great gods hiding here. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Boss Xia, Yu Qing, Sister Rujing, and you all have God position. Let's go find Dad first. He must know a lot of things. Qin Yan said. Dad has a very mysterious dragon totem on his face. Moreover, he investigated the Cloud Dragon mountain range for a period of time. Xiao Yuelan nodded and said. Not long after, they arrived at a building made of stone bricks. Qin Yan found this building based on the spirit-chasing talisman. The window of the building is emitting golden light. It can be seen that the person inside has not rested yet. Qin Yan knocked on the door. The door opened very quickly. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan saw a tall and sturdy man wearing battle armor and half a mask. Dad. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan said with smile. Come in. Qin Long is very happy to see his son and daughter-in-law. His stern and wide face filled with killing intent revealed a benevolent smile. After Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan entered, Qin Long closed the door tightly. You came so late, what's the matter? Qin Long said with smile. Dad, how much do you know about Divine Desolate's 4 great dragon gods? Qin Yan asked. When Qin Yan asked, the smile on Qin Long's face disappeared, replaced with a solemn expression. Xiao Yun, why are you asking this? Qin Long asked. This matter is rather complicated. I once offended a dragon god. Qin Yan told Qin Long about how he offended a dragon god. That bastard is just the weakest earth dragon god, there's nothing to be afraid of. Qin Long said with disdain. Dad, you know him. Qin Yan said in shock. I, your father, am also a dragon god. Qin Long chuckled and said, Don't worry, when you go to Divine Desolate, I will protect you. Qin Long doesn't seem to know that his son is the king of gods. Qin Yan is not surprised because he saw the dragon totem on Qin Long's face before. It is already a god-level dragon totem and it is still evolving. In the future, it will evolve into a god-level totem. After he saw Long Yuqing and Princess Anya, he recalled some things. Long Yuqing and Princess Anya are wearing masks. It is very possible that a dragon totem appeared on their faces and they are temporarily unable to control it, so they can only wear masks. Xiao Yuelan thought about it carefully and understood. She asked, Dad, did the dragon totem on your face appear uncontrollably? Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't wear this damned mask. However, after a period of time I will be able to suppress it. Qin Long said. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan now feel that Princess Anya might also have a dragon god's god position, otherwise she would not have any connection with Long Yuqing. There are actually 3 dragon gods in this emperor race divine palace. Dad, what kind of dragon god are you? Qin Yan asked. I am fire dragon god. Qin Long proudly smiled and said, I am the strongest among the 4 great dragon gods. What about the heavenly dragon god? Xiao Yuelan asked. The heavenly dragon god is also very strong. Of course, the heavenly dragon god hasn't returned, it's hard to say how strong he is. When I go to Divine Desolate in the future, I will definitely be the strongest dragon god. Qin Long said with mischievous smile. Then what about the other dragon god? What kind of dragon god is it? Qin Yan asked. Moon dragon god is very special. I don't know the specific situation. Qin Long shook his head. In short, I am not afraid of them when I go to Divine Desolate. Qin Yan said with frown, Then Dad, can you sense other dragon gods? If they are nearby, there will definitely be no problem. I am here and did not release my god position power. This is an emperor race, if they find out, it won't be good. Qin Long said. Qin Yan suspects that Long Yuqing used her god position to sense before, so she was discovered. Why are you asking this? Qin Long said. I am sure that the heavenly dragon god is here. The other one is suspected to be the moon dragon god. Qin Yan said. Is this true? You offended these 2 dragon gods? Qin Long is very shocked. Not really. Qin Yan glanced at Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan is the one who is feeling up to them. Quickly tell me about this. Qin Long said. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan told Qin Long about Long Yuqing and Princess Anya. That Princess Anya is indeed a dragon god. No wonder when I saw her before, I had a very strange feeling. Qin Long said in shock, Moon dragon god, it should be her. As for that heavenly dragon god, I have never seen him before. However, since she is a little girl, I am not afraid of her. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Dad, they are all wearing masks. Tell me, why are they wearing masks? That's because a dragon totem has appeared on their face, it will last for a very long time. Qin Long said with smile, if it is really like this, then it is very certain that they are all like this. Is it a god position totem? Qin Yan asked. It is a god position totem, it can be considered a kind of dragon totem. Qin Long nodded. Dad, is your dragon god position totem related to dragon heavenly rune? Qin Yan is very curious. There is no relation at all. Dragon heavenly rune is a very special heavenly rune, I also want to obtain it. Qin Long shook his head and sighed. Dad, I want to meet Dragon Race's Dragon Emperor, have you heard of him? I have some grudges with him but I also want to meet him. Qin Yan said with smile. That old man? Of course I have heard of him, I even spoke a few words with him before. You want to meet him? I will go with you, if there is any grudge, I will help you resolve it. Qin Long very confidently smiled and said, I, your father, still have some face. Qin Long has the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand, his strength is also unfathomable. Reportedly, he used the sun-suppressing divine arrow to kill many dragon-transforming divine insects. I will call Elder Long in passing. Qin Yan said. Don't call him, I am enough. Qin Long said in low voice, there are some things that Elder Long cannot know. It is not that Elder Long is not good, it is that Elder Long is very considerate of Imperial Dragon Race. Qin Yan also understands Qin Long's meaning and nodded. Xiao Yuan said, Xiao Yun, do you want to call Sister Rujing? That's fine. Qin Long said, he knows that Guanghan Palace is very considerate of Qin Yun. Oh that's right Dad, how is foster father recently? Qin Yan asked. Your foster father is also about to become a god, this guy is really lucky, I don't know why another god actually passed down the god position to him. Qin Long said with smile, Xiao Yun, your two fathers are gods with god position, don't be afraid of being bullied in Divine Desolate, we will protect you. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor Qin Yun took out the Devil Mirror and contacted Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing is also in this matter. This matter is mainly for outsiders to live in. Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace's disciples, as well as Holy Sun Ancient City and other great factions that follow Emperor Race are all here. Xiao Yun, it is so late, why are you looking for me? Xian Rujing sent spiritual sound transmission to Qin Yun through the Devil Mirror, if you are feeling lonely, go find Yuelan, I know you are with her. Qin Yun feels that if Xiao Yuelan heard this, she would definitely want to go find Xian Rujing and take advantage of this ice and snow goddess. I want to meet Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, I have some conflict with him, I want you to go take care of him. Qin Yun directly informed Xian Rujing. Oh? You want to meet him this late? Xian Rujing is somewhat startled, what urgent matter do you have to find him for? It is indeed urgent, moreover, it is also good to meet him at night. Qin Yun said. He should be in Dragon Manor, have you thought of a way to invite him? I cannot enter Dragon Manor. Xian Rujing is also very curious why Qin Yun is looking for Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor so late at night. This is not a problem for Qin Yun, he has already thought of a way. Relax, first come to my father Qin Long's place, Yuelan is also here. Qin Yun said. Alright. Xian Rujing also agreed. Not long after, Xian Rujing hastily arrived wearing white flexible armor. Palace Master Rujing, what are you doing? Qin Long said with smile, it is not a real fight, with me here, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor will not dare to act recklessly. Elder Qin Long, I am worried that Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor will act recklessly. I heard that old man's temper is very violent. Xian Rujing looked at Qin Yun and lightly groaned, according to my intuition, this brat Qin Yun must have been messing around outside and provoked Dragon Race's Dragon Lady. Xiao Yuelan cannot help but smile because Xian Rujing's guess is not far from the truth. Qin Long laughed, patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile, Xiao Yun, let's go and find a way to contact Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. Qin Yun nodded and left with Qin Long. Although it was nighttime, the experts in the Dragon Manor were not completely asleep. They were very vigilant and could immediately detect the slightest movement. Qin Yun entered the Dragon Manor and asked a few patrolling guards where the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor is. Because Qin Yun could completely resist and expel the soul-poison-saint insects, he was highly respected in the Dragon Manor. The guards were very willing to answer his questions and even brought him to the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor's residence. The immortal desolate Dragon Emperor did not live in those mountains, but in the center of the Dragon Manor. There were dozens of stone mountains there, all of which were the residences of the strongest immortal emperor-level dragons or half-dragons. Qin Yun found the tall stone mountain where the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor is staying. At the entrance, he released his powerful mental power and transmitted it inside. Immortal desolate Dragon Emperor, I am Qin Yun from the Inscription Gate. I have something to discuss with you. It's about Long Yuqing and the Heavenly Dragon God statue. After Qin Yun confirmed that the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor had heard his mental transmission, he quickly left the address of the building that Qin Long was staying in and hurriedly ran away. He is truly worried that the immortal desolate Dragon Emperor will suddenly flip out when he sees him. Qin Yun left the Dragon Manor and met up with Qin Long. How is it? Did you manage to contact him? Qin Long asked. I managed to contact him. Qin Yun nodded his head. I will immediately leave after sending the mental sound transmission. That would be for the best. If he were to take advantage of me and beat me up, it would not be worth it. Qin Long nodded his head and said, Next, let's see if he dares to come or not. Although he ran around at night and met some guards, they did not think anything of it. They all thought that Qin Yun wanted to help others get rid of the soul-poisoned saint insects or something. Late at night, Qin Yun and Qin Long returned and patiently waited in the hall of the stone building. Not long after, Xianxia said in deep voice, He is here, I sensed a very strong dragon power. Qin Long's expression is grave, he nodded his head, this old man is suppressing his anger in his heart. His dragon power is filled with anger but he is suppressing it. Should I hide and let Yuan talk with him? Qin Yun is suddenly afraid. Xiao Yun, you will have to face him sooner or later. So it is better to face him directly now. Sister Rujing and father are here, don't be afraid of him. Xiao Yuan said. Qin Long said in low voice, I will go open the door. Immortal desolate Dragon Emperor is already standing outside. He did not knock on the door or rush in, it is clear that he is very restrained. After Qin Long opened the door, he saw a tall and sturdy old man wearing a black robe and hood. As soon as immortal desolate Dragon Emperor entered, his deep and furious old eyes stared at Qin Yun like lightning. His gloomy expression caused people to feel fear in their hearts. The ninth heaven frightening dragon formation was indeed caused by you. Immortal desolate Dragon Emperor said in deep voice and then coldly groaned. Senior, please sit. Qin Long said with a clear and bright smile. Qin Long, what is your relationship with Qin Yun? Immortal desolate Dragon Emperor is very calm. After sitting down, he looked at Qin Long and asked. He is my son. Qin Long said. Really? Your son was once an influential person in Immortal Desolate. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor drank a mouthful of tea and said with sneer, I can see that your son is much older than you. Qin Yun said, that was my past life, moreover. I don't have the memories of my past life. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor slapped the table and coldly groaned, you don't have the memories of your past life, how could you set up the ninth heaven frightening dragon formation? Yuan taught me. Qin Yun spread out his hands. That naughty little girl. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor did not say anything and let out a long sigh. Qin Long does not know much about Qin Yun's past life but he is not in a hurry to ask. He knows that he will know when the time comes. Let's talk alone. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment and then said to Qin Yun. Xianxia looked at Qin Yun and slightly shook her head. Let's talk here. Qin Long said. He is worried that if they talk alone, Qin Yun will be beaten up. If I want to beat him up, you can't stop me. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with sneer. All right. Qin Yun also agreed. Qin Long can only arrange a secret room for them to talk in secret. Soon after, Xiao Yuan told Qin Long about Qin Yun's past life, Immortal King Fuyun. Inside the secret room, Qin Yun took out a chair and let Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor sit down. Although Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is suppressing his anger, he did not flare up. Qin Yun is rather surprised, he said with smile, I met Long Yuqing, she said that if I met you, I would be beaten to death. But the situation was not as bad as she imagined. How did you find Yuqing? You don't have the memories of your past life, yet you still found her. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor asked. Qin Yun knows that Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is questioning whether or not his memories have been restored. He can only take out the Fuyun Heavenly Seal and the compass. I found her through the compass. Qin Yun said. Fuyun Heavenly Seal, humph. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor groaned in a very bad mood. Senior, to make a long story short, I have two matters to discuss with you. First, it's about Long Yuqing and the Heavenly Dragon statue. Qin Yun said. It's good that you came to find me now. If it was before, I might really have beaten you to death. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. Oh? Why? Qin Yun asked doubtfully. Yuqing fused with the Heavenly Dragon statue and obtained the Heavenly Dragon God's divine position. This is a pretty good result. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. Qin Yun thought about it carefully, it is indeed so. The reason why Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor hates Immortal King Fuyun is because his granddaughter and the Heavenly Dragon statue were taken away and the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Origin formation was destroyed. But the current result is still pretty good. His granddaughter grasps the divine position of the four great dragon gods. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor wants to laugh just thinking about it. But Yuqing is sealed inside that mountain. Qin Yun said, when Imperial Dragon Race did this, did they not ask for your opinion? Imperial Dragon Race does not know about my relationship with Yuqing, I will not speak carelessly. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, don't say it. Your father Qin Long has the dragon god's divine position, if I am not wrong, it should be the fire dragon god, right? If you reveal that Yuqing is related to the heavenly dragon god, I will reveal that your father is the fire dragon god. Qin Yun is somewhat astonished, this Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is indeed somewhat capable, he can actually tell that Qin Long is the fire dragon god. Don't worry, I won't speak carelessly. Qin Yun said, his heart also felt a lot more at ease. This Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is not filled with resentment towards him. Senior, I can feel your anger. What you did in my previous life, what other grudges do you have, say them all. Qin Yun said. You bastard, did you already meet the Red Sun Dragon Mother? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said angrily, when the Nine Heavens frightening dragon formation appeared, the Red Sun Dragon Mother must have seen you. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. Bastard, why didn't you see me and instead went to see her? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is very angry, he got up and pulled Qin Yun up. Senior, I thought she might not hate me that much at that time. Qin Yun said with a bitter smile, if I had seen you before, I might have been beaten to death by you. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is angry because Qin Yun secretly contacted the Red Sun Dragon Mother and not him, the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. This made him very unhappy. He threw Qin Yun back onto the stone chair and said, the Imperial Dragon Race sealed my granddaughter, you must get her out no matter what, otherwise I will let the Imperial Dragon Race know that your father is the fire dragon god. Fine, I will definitely get Yuqing out. Qin Yun said, Senior, Yuqing still hates me. She said that I killed her father. She said that I could have saved her father but I didn't. After he finished speaking, he also felt somewhat afraid because Long Yuqing's father is the son of the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. She might not know that it was Immortal King Fuyun who personally killed her father. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with sneer. What? Qin Yun opened his mouth wide. Yuqing's father, who is also my son, was personally killed by you in your previous life. I saw it with my own eyes. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said again, Red Sun Dragon Mother also saw it. Qin Yun is startled, his heart is in chaos. Complete Bloodline Chapter 1743. Qin Yun stared at the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor in a daze. The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor knows that Qin Yun killed his son but he is very calm. It seems like he doesn't hate Qin Yun because of this. Senior, is this true? Qin Yun is very shocked. Why did Yuqing say that I was the one who killed her father? Moreover, she said that because of this matter, she hates me very much. Is that so? Impossible, she was sealed inside the heavenly dragon statue. When you used the floating cloud heavenly seal, she was the one who activated the formidable power. It is impossible for her not to know. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with frown. She also said that because Grandma Qi knew about this, she ignored me. Qin Yan told the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor about him contacting the Red Sun Dragon Mother. The Red Sun Dragon Mother is not in the dragon matter. She did not go into seclusion, she went back to take care of some matters. What? Qin Yan immediately understood that he was tricked by Long Yuqing. I understand, it should be Yuqing testing you to see if you really haven't recovered your memories. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, it seems like you really haven't recovered your memories. Qin Yan cursed Long Yuqing in his heart a few times. He was really tricked before and he took it seriously. Because of this, he feels very guilty. He suddenly understood why Long Yuqing didn't want him to meet with the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. She even said that the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor didn't know about her father's death. Senior, I killed Yuqing's father, don't you hate me at all? Qin Yan asked. That unfilial son almost destroyed our dragon race. If not for you, our dragon race might have really been finished. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. Really? Qin Yan is even more shocked. He cursed Long Yuqing a few times in his heart. Yes. Our dragon race was very grateful to you at that time. But because you stole the heavenly dragon statue, we didn't thank you at that time. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, you are indeed very capable. Your relationship with our dragon race has been very good for a long time. Qin Yan let out a few long sigh. He is now sure that Long Yuqing deliberately tricked him. In his previous life, Immortal King Fu Yun was a swindler. Since Long Yuqing followed him, she must be very proficient in this. Senior, what's going on with the Nine Dragons Heaven Origin Formation? Was the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation in your dragon race destroyed because of the Heavenly Dragon God statue? Regarding this matter, the Red Sun Dragon Mother didn't explain it clearly. It's hard to say, but there are other factors. In short, the reason why the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation was destroyed is also because of our dragon race. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. Qin Yan remembered. Red Sun Dragon Mother said before that Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor lost, so Qin Yan could openly obtain the Heavenly Dragon God statue. However, the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor went back on his word. It was the Red Sun Dragon Mother who secretly helped him steal the Heavenly Dragon God statue. Because of this, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor hated Qin Yan and fell out with Red Sun Dragon Mother. Qin Yan thought about it carefully and felt that the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor was rather cunning. He actually did not mention this matter. Of course, because he didn't have the memories of his previous life, he didn't mention it now. The Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation is very important to the Imperial Dragon race, but the Imperial Dragon race no longer has it. Qin Yan said, Senior, do you know the reason? Of course I know. This is related to Princess Yi. They are worried that Princess Yi will use the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation to become the strongest Nine Desolate Dragon King. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, that is the supreme ruler of all dragons in the Nine Desolate. Qin Yan said in shock, really? Then Princess Yi has this kind of potential? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, I don't know. I only know that Princess Yi has the most complete dragon vein. Most complete? Could it be that your dragon race's dragon vein is not complete enough? This is the first time Qin Yan heard such a thing. The dragons of the dragon race. But they were all very powerful true dragons. The bloodline in their bodies was actually not complete. This made him somewhat unable to believe it. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor nodded and said, it's true, the dragon vein in our bodies is not complete. As for why it is like this is the secret of the Imperial race and the Dark Royal race. I am also a member of the Imperial race. Qin Yan said with a smile, Senior, tell me the secret as well. Only when the purity of your bloodline is high enough can you know this secret. When you tested your bloodline, what was the purity? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor asked. It's hard to say. Qin Yan is somewhat embarrassed. What's hard to say? How much is it? When you tested, you should have said the level, right? The highest level is 18, what is yours? Only people with imperial race bloodline purity above level 15 can know this secret. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor took out a bloodline crystal. He wants to test Qin Yun here. Senior, you also have this kind of thing? Qin Yun looked at the bloodline crystal and is somewhat shocked. Of course, I am also in charge of recruiting some half-dragons. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, drip a drop of blood on the bloodline crystal. I will see the purity of your bloodline. After passing, I will tell you the secret. Qin Yun's heart is moved. If he is tested to have a black bloodline crystal, then Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor will most likely know the reason. Even if Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor doesn't know, he will think of a way to understand. Alright. Qin Yun dripped a drop of blood on the bloodline crystal. In the blink of an eye, the bloodline crystal turned black. Qin Yun said, it's like this. I don't even know what level this bloodline crystal is. He paid attention to Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor's expression. At first, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor's face was filled with shock, but then he revealed a trace of joy. Senior, they didn't tell me the reason. In short, I can tell from the expressions of those elders that this is not a good thing. Qin Yun said, that Princess Yi also seems to know. Testing to have a black bloodline crystal is indeed not a good thing. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, but that is only for those ignorant fellows. What? You mean, the 4 great elders are ignorant? Qin Yun said in shock. Don't talk about them, even the clan emperor doesn't know what imperial race black blood means. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor chuckled and said. Qin Yun said anxiously, Senior, do you know what it means? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shook his head, I am not too sure right now. I only know that if a disciple with imperial race bloodline tests to have a black bloodline crystal, he will be called an enemy of the heavenly Tao and one day he will be killed by fate. And there are indeed many related examples. Really? Qin Yun secretly frowned. He thought of his previous life and his previous life. He felt that he might have died many times but he just didn't know it. My dragon race also tested to have this kind of result. For example, my son Long Yu who was killed by you. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, my father and my second brother all died later on. Then what does this mean for the purity of imperial race bloodline? Qin Yun asked. He no longer cared about the black bloodline because Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor doesn't know much. The highest purity. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with smile, this means that you can absorb a large amount of Emperor Mountain's energy. I don't need to say more about the benefits. If other people cultivated in the Emperor blood pool, their foundation would definitely be unstable, but you are different. Someone with black bloodline doesn't need to worry about unstable foundation. Qin Yun said with frown, but I might die inexplicably. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, that depends on you. If you accept your fate, only death awaits you. Alright, since I have the purest imperial race bloodline, then you can tell me about the complete bloodline, right? Qin Yun said. The Dark Royal race and the Imperial race were originally the same race but they split up later on. This split is very interesting. They split into 2 bloodlines, namely the Dark Bloodline and the Imperial race bloodline. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, and before the split, this race was very powerful. How powerful? Qin Yun said in shock. 3,000 heavenly domains. It's the extremely powerful 9 Sun Royal race. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. 3,000 heavenly domains? Qin Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9 Sun heavenly domain is an extremely complicated and huge spatial world. And outside, there are actually so many heavenly domains. In the universe, there are countless heavenly domains and the 3,000 heavenly domains are the 3,000 heavenly domains with the 9 suns as the center. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor sighed and said, everyone knows that the Imperial race era is the first era of the 9 Desolate. However, before that, there was an even more prosperous era, the 9 Sun era. The 3,000 heavenly domains were all ruled by the 9 Sun Royal race. Qin Yun is shocked hearing this. Doesn't that mean that the 9 Sun heavenly domain has declined very badly? Qin Yun said in shock. This is mainly because of internal strife. Many powerful powers disintegrated from within. If you don't court death, you won't die. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor sighed again. Senior, how do you know all this? Xianxia asked curiously. The imperial race doesn't seem to know this. Of course the imperial race doesn't know. Because after the nine-son royal race split, this part of their memories were not passed down. They only know that Princess Xianxia is a scourge. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, the reason I know is because dragons from other heavenly domains came to tell me. Red Sun Dragon Mother said before that if the entire Nine Desolate enters the Nirvana period, the dragon race will leave and go to other heavenly domains. Without the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, they will be looked down upon by the powerful dragon race outside the Nine Sun Heavenly Domain. The Immortal Desolate Dragon race often interacts with the dragon race outside the Nine Sun Heavenly Domain, so they can understand this matter. After all, 3,000 heavenly domains were once ruled by the Nine Sun Royal race. Now that the Nine Sun Heavenly Domain has declined, there are people from other heavenly domains who come to take a look from time to time. In other words, Princess Xianxia is very likely to revive the Nine Sun Royal race. And this is something that neither of the two races wish to see. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. Why? To revive the Nine Sun Royal race and once again dominate the 3,000 heavenly domains, isn't that a very good thing? Xianxia said. Revival. Xianxia can see that the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is very dissatisfied with the imperial race. In order to prevent Princess Xianxia from becoming stronger, the imperial dragon race had actually destroyed the Nine Dragons' heavenly origin formation. This was clearly the intention of the Divine Wasteland imperial family. In that case, Princess Xianxia is really a bit pitiful. Xianxia sighed softly. She might be Moon Dragon God. Xianxia told this matter to the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. I knew it. Right now, 3 dragon gods have gathered in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace, but none of the dragon gods are from the Imperial Dragon race. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with a serious expression, therefore, we cannot let the Imperial Dragon race know that your father and Princess Xianxia are also dragon gods. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Senior, do you think it is possible for me to create the Nine Dragon Heavenly Origin formation? Xianxia said, to be honest, I want Princess Xianxia to become even stronger. Logically speaking, there are only 9 dragons heavenly origin formation and they are naturally born. The 9 suns and 9 wastelands were born together and distributed in the 9 great wastelands. Later on, they were all obtained and we once had one. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, therefore, it is impossible to set it up again. Xianxia frowned and said, really? Of course, nothing is absolute in this world. In any case, I don't believe that it can only be born naturally and not arranged. In your previous life, Immortal King Floating Cloud, you stayed with the Dragon Clan for a long time. You once imitated the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and made a lot of them. Although they were not completely successful, those incomplete 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation are still quite useful. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. Xianxia recalled that he once encountered the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation under the Dragon King Manor. At that time, there were 9 stone tablets with dragons carved on them. It was highly likely that he had done it in his previous life. Xianxia told the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor about the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation that he had encountered. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor nodded, maybe it was done by your previous life. In other words, I had been working hard in this area in my previous life, said Xianxia in astonishment. Yes, but you don't have the memories of your previous life. It's all for naught. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor sighed. No problem. Xianxia said with smile, I must get it out. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor nodded his head, if you can get it out, we will be more confident in the other heavenly regions in the future. Xianxia suddenly felt that this Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is not bad, he is just a bit shameless. Xianxia, you said before that you have 2 matters to discuss with me. The first is the Heavenly Dragon God sculpture and Yu Qing, what about the second? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor asked. Oh. This is about Yu Qing's mother. Xianxia told the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor about Long Yu Qing missing her mother. This girl is full of nonsense. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor slapped his thigh and said, how could she not have any impression of her own mother? I think she deliberately tricked me. Xianxia curled his lips and said. Humph, I learned it from you. She's so good at lying now, even you are fooled by her. Isn't it because she's been with you for too long? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor looked at Qin Yun with disdain. Qin Yun smiled helplessly and asked, then she knows a lot about her mother? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor nodded and said, yes, she said it on purpose. Maybe she wanted you to work for nothing or to torment you. Senior, then how can I help her find her mother? Qin Yun asked. Xiao Fuyun, I don't know much about this matter. If you want to find her mother, you have to ask two women. One is Fang Yueyao and the other is Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia is already dead and Fang Yueyao's whereabouts have been unknown for many years. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor sighed and said. Fang Yueyao is Yao Fang and Xianxia is Xiaqiru. This is relatively easy for Qin Yun. He only needs to wait for them to find the heaven-leaping shuttle. That's easy. Qin Yun said with smile, they are still in Immortal Desolate. That's good. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor nodded and said, then remember, don't talk too much to the Imperial Dragon race. The Imperial Dragon race and the entire Imperial clan are not bad, they are indeed very good to us. It's just that some of their ideals are incompatible with ours. Senior, do you also hope that Princess Yi can revive nine-son royal family like me? Qin Yun asked. Indeed. 3,000 heavenly domains were once ruled by our ancestors. And now, when we pass through other heavenly domains, we have to shrink our necks, this is so vexing. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor cursed in low voice, there are even people from other heavenly domains who want to take advantage of our misfortune. For example, right now, they are plundering our resources. Alright, let's go out so that they don't worry. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor felt that it is about time and suddenly said. Qin Yun got up and promptly opened the door to let Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor go out. Qin Long, Xiao Yuelan and Xian Rujing are very worried outside. They saw Qin Yun and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor come out with calm expressions and felt a lot more relieved. Did they fight? Qin Long said with smile. You are after all Qin Yun's father, if I beat your son inside, you will definitely fight me to the death. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor laughed loudly, I will go back first, we will chat again when we have time. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor left. Xiao Yuelan, Xian Rujing and Qin Long immediately asked Qin Yun some questions. They already know about the three dragon gods, they already know about Princess Anya's background. They just don't know about the legend of nine-son royal family. Qin Yun also told them about the legend of nine-son royal family. After they heard, they all felt that it is necessary to make Princess Anya, the only person with complete bloodline of nine-son royal family, stronger. It seems like we still have a long way to go. Qin Long patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile, we are now members of Emperor race but the strength of Emperor race is only limited to 9 desolate. We need to have a bigger goal. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, revive 9-son royal family? This is a very long-term matter. Now we need to become stronger, then go to Cloud Dragon Mountain Range to revive Mother and find the answer. Qin Yun said. Let's go back and rest. Take advantage of the Immortal King ranking to get more Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills and quickly become stronger Immortal Emperor. Qin Long said with smile. Xian Rujing returned to her residence, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan returned to Qin Manor. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud pagoda and arrived at 20th floor with Xiao Yuelan. After the couple had a sweet time, they lied down on the bed and enjoyed the wonderful aftertaste. Xiao Yuelan placed her lily-white hand on Qin Yun's abdomen and gently caressed it. She delicately groaned and said, wretched Long Yu Qing, she actually lied to you. Indeed, it is truly impossible to guard against her. Qin Yun nodded and said. She is too hateful, she used the fact that you don't have the memories of your past life, as well as your deep affection to trick you. Xiao Yuelan said with slight anger, we can't let her off, I want to teach her a lesson, capture her and strip her naked. Qin Yun pinched Xiao Yuelan's nose and said with smile, you might not be her match. How will you teach her a lesson? We have more than 100 Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills in our hands, what realm do you think we can break through to? Xiao Yuelan is filled with expectation. It's hard to say. In short, the further we go, the more Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills we will need to break through. Qin Yun said, becoming 9th Heaven Immortal King is already very good. Xiao Yuan nodded and said, "Let me capture Princess Yi first. This Princess Yi is the only 9-son royal family descendant with complete bloodline. I want her." "You are so bad." Qin Yan shook his head and smiled, then caressed her face. After daybreak, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan left for Dragon Manor early in the morning to find Elder Long Emperor Blood Pool. "You want to use Emperor Blood Pool to cultivate?" Elder Long said with frown. N. Qin Yan nodded and said, "We have more than 100 Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills. Through Emperor Blood Pool, we can quickly absorb a large amount of Emperor Mountain's energy, quickly refine it and quickly break through. But, this will very likely cause your foundation to be unstable." Elder Long shook his head and said, "This is not good for you." "Don't worry, we are not afraid of this, we have a special secret technique," Xiao Yuan said with smile. "Alright, since Emperor Blood Pool is empty, no one wants to use it, you can use it." Elder Long gave Qin Yan a jade token. It can only be used to enter Emperor Blood Pool. Emperor Blood Pool is in Dragon Manor's eastern region, it is also near Elder Long's residence. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan immediately went to Emperor Blood Pool. Originally, Qin Yan wanted to call Xiao Yuemei and the others. However, thinking that his and Xiao Yuan's cultivation has a certain degree of danger, he temporarily did not call them. "Don't worry, Yuemei and the others also have a set of secret cultivation technique, Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. They can cultivate together and steadily increase their strength," Xiao Yuan said with charming smile. The Emperor Blood Pool under Dragon Manor is very large. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan arrived at the underground hall and saw the pool boiling with golden liquid. They felt very astonished. "Yuan, when I and you cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, we can absorb black and white energy separately. What's going on?" Qin Yan is very curious about this. "Who cares, it can make us very strong anyway. When we cultivate together, be careful not to be completely invaded by that kind of power," Xiao Yuan said with smile. "Quickly begin." Qin Yan released Yu Shaoling, Shui Tianzi, and Zi Qingqing. After releasing them, Qin Yan was also teased by Yu Shaoling and Shui Tianzi, these two charming fairies, for a while and then began cultivating. Qin Yan and others have not been to the Immortal King Ancient City for a long time. And the largest battle stage in the central region of the Immortal King Ancient City is currently filled with people. Xiao Yuemei, Xiao Xianqin and Long Qiaofeng are on top of a building, looking at the battle stage. "What's going on with brother? Why hasn't he come to the Immortal King Ancient City yet?" Xiao Yuemei very anxiously said. "He just obtained a lot of D-Origin Heavenly Pills and wants to cultivate with Yuan," Xiao Xianqin said with smile. A3. "Look, that Sun Hunter race guy has already won many times in a row. And those ancient era Yuan Immortal Kings, they have occupied more than half of the top 50 of the Immortal King ranking." Xiao Yuemei said with frown, "We are not their match, only brother can come and think of a way to deal with them." Righteous battle. After Xiao Wufeng got on the stage, the people below the stage all started shouting. Everyone knew how powerful Xiao Wufeng was, but his current opponent was an immortal king from the ancient epic. The so-called ancient era immortal kings are people from the previous era. They hid deep underground to avoid the sun falling and the world-destroying calamity. Even though they hid deep underground, they could absorb energy from below to maintain their lifespan. What made many people puzzled is that these ancient era immortal kings all look very young, but they all existed from the previous era or the era before the previous era. Generally speaking, even if they lived for so long and their bodies did not decay, they should still be extremely old. But those ancient epic elemental immortal kings all looked very young. Of course, they are not the kind of young people who were born deep underground, they have been like this for many years. Some people also asked them how they could stay so young and not die, but they did not answer and only said that this was their secret. This kind of secret made many people extremely curious. Some people even wanted to join them and hide deep underground. At this time, the ancient era immortal king on the stage is an ordinary-looking, gray-clothed youth. As soon as he got on the stage, Xiao Wufeng felt an indescribable pressure. Xiao Wufeng has fought with many powerful immortal kings and has extremely rich battle experience. At this moment, he can feel that this ancient era immortal king is giving off a very dangerous feeling. "I am Wang Dalin," the ancient era immortal king said. This sounds like a very ordinary name. However, it caused many people to cry out in alarm. The people who cried out in alarm are all immortal kings with relatively low cultivation. They all came from other war zones. They were previously curious who this ancient era immortal king is. Now that they heard the name, they know that Wang Dalan is ranked 10th on the immortal king ranking, and Xia Wufeng is only ranked 13th. In the top 50 of the immortal king ranking, there are more than 30 Sun Hunter race and ancient era immortal kings. And the Dark Royal race's immortal kings are also very strong, about 10 of them entered the top 50. The rest are the Dragon Manners, Dragon Warriors and some geniuses from the Immortal Desolate. Looking at it this way, the Dark Royal race has more people in the top 50 than the Imperial race. The immortal kings of the Dark Royal race have suddenly become much stronger. Xiao Xianxia said, "It's really strange. They weren't that powerful before. Sun Spirit race must have taught them some secret technique." Xiao Yuemei lightly groaned and said, "We want to go up and bet our points, but those guys aren't willing to bet with us. We can't go up with our points." Yuan Yening was very unhappy. They were indeed quite strong, but no one was willing to bet points with them, causing their points to not skyrocket. Unless they challenged someone with a higher cultivation than them, but that would be very risky. The reason why the Sun Hunter race and the ancient epic Yuan Immortal King had many people in the top 50 was because too many people had underestimated them. That was why they had lost so badly. Xia Wufeng currently had more than 400 points and was ranked 13th. He was only a few dozen points away from the top 10. This battle attracted the attention of many Sun Hunters and ancient epic immortal kings. Xia Wufeng has the origin sword, he has a great advantage on the battle stage. Although he only has one arm, no one will look down on him. "How much?" Wang Dalan asked. "How much are you willing to bet?" Xia Wufeng asked. "I'm willing to bet as much as you bet." Wang Dalan's indifferent words are filled with heroism, causing the people around the battle stage to exclaim in low voice. Betting all of their points is very rare on the battle stage, especially for the immortal kings who are ranked very high. Because if they lose all of their points, they will have to start all over again. Generally speaking, they would leave more than 100 or 200 points to make a comeback. If they bet all of their points, it would be very difficult to quickly make a comeback. 430 points. Xia Wufeng said. He did not bet all of his points, he still left 5 points. However, this is no different from betting all of his points. "I'll follow." Wang Dalan faintly smiled, "It's good to have some pressure. Otherwise, when we fight, we won't be able to unleash our potential." Yuan Yening said in low voice, "If Boss Xia wins this round, he will be able to enter the top 3, right? The top 3 guys all have over 1,000 points." Xiao Xianqin shook her head and said, "Of course, if he really can win this match, he will be able to charge into the top 3. During the battle, they could not go easy, in case someone secretly gave them points. Therefore, the Immortal King Ancient City requested that those who participated in the Immortal King ranking had to sign a soul contract. After they transferred the points to the referee, they stood in their respective positions. Xia Wufeng stood in the distance. A sharp sword suddenly appeared in his single arm's palm. It was his origin sword. No one knew what grade of weapon this sword was equivalent to. They only knew that it was extremely terrifying. Wang Dalan frowned when he sensed the terrifying sword aura. His originally calm face turned grave. Xia Wufeng was much more terrifying than he had imagined. "Begin!" the referee shouted. On the huge battle stage, Wang Dalan and Xia Wufeng were separated by a few hundred meters. However, after the battle began, the two of them flew towards each other in an instant. Their speed was extremely fast. Many of the people present were unable to see their figures. In just half a blink of an eye, they collided with each other and launched a fierce and violent attack. On the battle stage, the wind from the fists was like thunder and the sword cries were like dragons. The two auras collided, causing the battle stage to shake. Very few people were able to see their moves clearly. Xia Wufeng attacked with his sword while Wang Dalan punched out. However, no one saw the fist and sword collide. Xia Wufeng and Wang Dalan were both sent flying. The moment the battle began, they madly rushed out and collided with each other for a bit before retreating. It was difficult for the crowd to see what happened when they collided. They could only feel a very powerful aura. After Xia Wufeng and Wang Dalan exchanged blows for a moment, he retreated and saw that Wang Dalan had 7 bloody holes on his body. He was actually stabbed 7 times. Xia Wufeng seemed to be fine, but his face was somewhat pale. He frowned and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It could be seen that he was also severely injured just now. I admit defeat. Wang Dalan suddenly shouted. Everyone was quiet for a moment and then immediately shouted in surprise. Not long after the battle began, the battle ended and it was Wang Dalan who admitted defeat. Thank you for letting me win. Xia Wufeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Thank you for not killing me. Wang Dalan cupped his fists towards Xia Wufeng and then turned around and walked down the stage. Everyone looked carefully and saw that the bloody holes on Wang Dalan's body were not in any vital areas. In other words, Xia Wufeng held back just now, otherwise Wang Dalan would have definitely died. Therefore, Wang Dalan is sincerely convinced of his loss. After Wang Dalan walked down the stage, Xia Wufeng suddenly fell to the ground. It turns out that the one who suffered the heaviest injuries was Xia Wufeng. It can be seen that Wang Dalan's fist is also very terrifying. He was actually able to seriously injure Xia Wufeng. This is very admirable. Wang Dalan knew that Xia Wufeng was seriously injured, but he still admitted defeat. This is also because Xia Wufeng did not kill him just now. If Xia Wufeng had killed him just now, even if he was seriously injured, he would have won in the end. But that would have taken Wang Dalan's life. Everyone sincerely admires Xia Wufeng and Wang Dalan's spirit. After all, Wang Dalan lost more than 400 points. If he did not admit defeat, he would have just punched Xia Wufeng a few more times and won. But he did not do that. Morong Darren, Su Xiaoba, and the others also arrived on the stage to take care of Xia Wufeng's injuries. Nethersek's other immortal kings also came to help. Not long after, Xia Wufeng was carried away. He has already lost consciousness. Everyone knows how powerful Xia Wufeng is. Now that he has lost consciousness, it can be seen how evil Wang Dalan's fist is. Wang Dalan disappeared into the crowd, but this ordinary-looking guy caused people to feel a deep sense of fear. I will go take a look at Boss Xia. Xiao Yuemei pulled Hong Mengshu and said, Big sister dreaming pig, I will go with you. Hong Mengshu followed behind Xiao Yuemei. Next, the auction of sacred Xian silver crystals continued. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are cultivating at the bottom of Dragon Manor's Emperor Blood Pool. Just like last time, Xiao Yuelan is using Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's 3rd level. Yu Shaoling and the others are helping from the side, suppressing the strange energy released by the Emperor Blood Pool. There seems to be something special inside Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan's body that can draw out a dreadful energy from the Emperor Blood Pool, allowing them to quickly refine a large amount of Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill energy. This is Emperor Mountain's energy, but it is different from normal Emperor Mountain's energy. Inside Dragon Manor's Emperor Blood Pool, this energy is even more dreadful. In just a few days, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan have successfully refined more than 100 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills. 9th level Immortal King Realm. Qin Yan let out a long sigh and said with smile, it went very smoothly. Shui Tianzi and Yu Shaoling helped Qin Yan put on his clothes and touched his body. Zi Qingqing is now helping Xiao Yuelan comb her hair and clothes. I feel that it is a bit slow, more than 100 pills did not let us become immortal emperors. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. If we become immortal emperors, how can we fight the immortal king ranking? Qin Yan shook his head and said with smile, maintain the 9th level immortal king realm, fight the immortal king ranking and then fight the emperor dragon ranking. Then we can get 2 emperor essence heavenly pills. That's true. Xiao Yuelan laughed and then pinched Zi Qingqing's face. Qin Yan took out a magic mirror and said with frown, Xiao Ding, this guy is really something. It's been so long, can he still finish the magic mirror's formation base? It should be soon, right? Be patient and wait. Xiao Yuelan said. After kissing Shui Tianzi and Yu Shaoling, these 2 clingy fairies, he placed them inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul and then left the Emperor Blood Pool with Xiao Yuelan. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan know that they are lagging behind in the Immortal King ranking, so they immediately rushed to the Immortal King Ancient City. After they arrived at the Immortal King Ancient City, they heard that Sun Hunter race and Ancient Era origin immortal kings are participating. Sun Hunter race. Qin Yun said with frown, these guys specialize in restraining sun energy. The Sun Hunters. Qin Yun was more worried about the Sun Hunters. He had previously encountered the Sun Hunters in an ancient garden. At that time, the nether sun energy in his body was sealed by the evil spirit of the Sun Hunter clan, causing him to be unable to release it. Even if he met the Sun Hunter clan again, he wouldn't be that afraid because his physical strength is very strong. Even if the nether sun's power is sealed and can't be used, he can still rely on his powerful physical body to last for a period of time. Xiao Yuelan wore a mask and walked together with Qin Yun, attracting the attention of many people. They entered the ancient city of the Immortal King and directly used the teleportation jade pendant to arrive at the battle platform of the central battle region. The moment they arrived, they sensed that Xiao Xianqin and Yuan Yening were nearby. Xiao Xianqin and Yuan Yening stood on the roof of a small building to watch the battle. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan immediately flew over. "Aunt, Yening." After Xiao Yuelan arrived, she patted their buttocks and said with a charming smile, "You guys are finally here. How is your cultivation?" Xiao Xianqin asked. She knew that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan were cultivating in seclusion. "I am already a 9th heaven immortal king," Qin Yun said with a smile. Brother, Boss Xie was seriously injured in the battle yesterday. Those fellows from the ancient era are too strong. Yuan Yening sighed. What's going on? Are your injuries serious? Asked Qin Yun. Yuemei went to see him. For the time being, there is nothing wrong with him. He needs to rest for a few days. Although Boss Xie was injured, he still won in. The end. He's now ranked 4th. Yuan Yening said. Soon after, Xiao Xianqin and Yuan Yening told Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan about Xia Wufeng's battle. He then explained the situation of the Sun Hunter clan. The Sun Hunter race is just as Qin Yun imagined. They possess a very special power that can seal the power of others during battle. It should be known that the power of the people of the 9 wastelands came from the sun. Once it was sealed, they would not be able to use the celestial energy in their dantian for a short period of time. The Sun Hunters could use this opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Be it the Emperor races or the Dark Nobility races, the Sun Hunters had them pinned down. Only an ancient epic immortal king could fight the Sun Hunters to a standstill. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from the northern battlefront. The battle was extremely fierce. Qin Yun looked over and said with frown, I seem to sense a trace of destruction power. Could it be that Su Xiaoba is fighting over there? Su Xiaoba is now a 7th heaven immortal king. He is indeed at the northern battle platform. Yuan Yening nodded. Hand in hand, we'll bring you over to take a look. Qin Yun took out the teleportation jade pendant and pulled Xiao Xianqin's hand. Xiao Xianqin pulled Yuan Yening while Xiao Yuelan hugged Qin Yun and shouted, let's go. Qin Yun's teleportation jade pendant recorded the location of the northern war zone, so he could quickly teleport there. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the huge fighting platform in the middle of the northern battle zone, behind a large group of people. On the battle stage, Su Xiaoba's bald head is filled with black runes, his eyes are bloodshot, the clothes on his upper body are torn and tattered, berserk energy is flowing under his sinister muscles. Su Xiaoba has a very special destruction inscription spirit, it can release very dreadful destruction power. And his body is also very dreadful. Just the power of his body can erupt with very strong destruction power. The one fighting Su Xiaoba is a tall and thin young man. This young man is wearing white clothes, he looks completely fine and relaxed. What is most shocking is that this young man has a smile on his face, his feet are floating off the ground, he can move very quickly. Su Xiaoba erupted with extremely berserk power, he has entered a state of madness and anger. He roared and rushed over, his angry fist also exploded with thunder and lightning. However, the young man fighting Su Xiaoba quickly dodged and arrived at the edge of the battle stage. Then he slightly raised his hand and a halo suddenly appeared under Su Xiaoba's feet. A white halo appeared and released a white light screen that wrapped around Su Xiaoba. Ah! Su Xiaoba immediately screamed miserably. It is clear that he is suffering unbearably from the torment of this power. Qin Yan's brows are tightly creased. He said in a deep voice, "What kind of power is that guy using?" "That's Sun Hunter race's power. They can restrain anyone's power, they are very dreadful," Xiao Xianqin said. Not only Su Xiaoba is being restrained, that dreadful power has also permeated into his body. "Brother Badian, quickly concede." Morong Darren yelled from below the battle stage. "I will never concede." Su Xiaoba furiously roared, his body exploded and shook off the white halo that is enveloping him. However, the young man fighting Su Xiaoba formed hand seals and a white shining lotus image appeared on the sky. The huge white light lotus flower came down and pressed down on Su Xiaoba's body, causing him to lie on the ground. "Go to hell." The white-clothed young man faintly smiled. That lotus image suddenly transformed into 3 long swords that want to stab Su Xiaoba. Runes suddenly burst out on Su Xiaoba's body. They are the runes Qin Yan carved on his body. Now they released a very berserk power to protect Su Xiaoba's body. It can be seen that Su Xiaoba has already used those runes very well. They can produce a kind of marvelous resonance with his body. "Su Xiaoba, concede." Qin Yan's deep and cold voice is like thunder exploding, enveloping the battle stage. All the immortal kings around the battle stage are endlessly shocked by this sudden voice. "I concede." Su Xiaoba knows that Qin Yan has arrived. He also knows that Qin Yan will help him teach that person a lesson. After conceding, the judge immediately rushed over to protect Su Xiaoba. Su Xiaoba's injuries are very serious. Morong Darren and Shiman Dazhuang also jumped onto the battle stage. Qin Yan used light transformation sacred pupil and arrived on the battle stage in a flash. He took out 2 talismans and stuck them on Su Xiaoba's body. Then he probed Su Xiaoba's condition. "It's Qin Yan. It seems like he is Brother Baishan's master. This guy foiled the Sun Spirit race's plan. He is now an important person in the Emperor race. He has not appeared here for several days. I thought he would never come again. I did not expect him to suddenly appear here. He helped the Emperor race defeat the Sun Spirit race. He must have obtained many Emperor Origin heavenly pills as a reward. Maybe he has become very strong." The young man who defeated Su Xiaoba is also looking at Qin Yan from the side. Ancient Era Yuan Immortal Kings and Sun Hunter Race Immortal Kings know many things about Qin Yan in the Immortal King Ancient City. What attracted their attention the most is that Qin Yan has 2 sun souls. "Are you Qin Yan? I heard you have 2 sun souls." The young man stared at Qin Yan as if he is looking at prey. He licked his lips, his face revealed gloomy and cold-killing intent. Qin Yan did not reply, instead he probed Su Xiaoba's condition. Very soon, he discovered that the Immortal King Life Crystal inside Su Xiaoba's dantian is being wrapped up by a strange white power. Su Xiaoba's Immortal King Life Crystal is being wrapped up by this power, causing the power inside to be unable to erupt. However, Su Xiaoba is still forcibly releasing a lot of formidable Immortal King power from the Immortal King Life Crystal. Qin Yan tried to help Su Xiaoba's Immortal King Life Crystal expel this kind of power but to no avail. Because when the absolute sun power he released touched the strange white power, it would stick to him. In short, he is unable to expel it. This kind of power seems like it wants to stick to Su Xiaoba's Immortal King Life Crystal forever. If he does not completely get rid of it, even if only a trace of it is left, it will quickly breed even more. This is not some kind of poison, rather it is a very strange kind of power that specializes in restraining sun immortal power. Qin Yan tried to use Nether Sun's devouring power but to no avail. Finally, he released Nether Sun Flame to try and dissolve this kind of power but to no avail. "Qin Yan, I am talking to you." That youth saw that Qin Yan is not replying, he is not even looking at him and became very angry. Xiao Yuan arrived beside Qin Yan and said in cold voice, "Can't you see that he is healing Su Xiaoba? I am one of the 10 great immortal kings of Sun Hunter race, Lai Kuan-shan." Lai Kuan-shan coldly looked at the masked Xiao Yuan and then shouted at Qin Yan, "I am an 8th heaven immortal king, yet I can become one of the 10 great immortal kings of Sun Hunter race. This means that once I become a 9th heaven immortal king, I will become the number 1 immortal king of Sun Hunter race." Lai Kuan-shan is very angry because Qin Yan is still ignoring him. Qin Yan is now very earnestly healing Su Xiaoba. he really doesn't want to pay attention to this like Xianxia. I am Qin Yun, what's the matter? Qin Yun closed his eyes, earnestly probed the strange power wrapped around the immortal king life crystal and indifferently said. Take out your son's soul and lend it to me. Lai Xianxia shouted with an extremely arrogant and commanding tone. Qin Yun carried the unconscious Su Xiaoba and walked down the stage. Then he said to Lai Xianxia, I will never lend my son's soul to others. You have 2 sons' souls, why can't you lend me one? Are you looking down on me? I am the #1 immortal king of Sun Hunter race. Lai Xianxia furiously said. Everyone secretly frowned. This Lai Xianxia is simply causing trouble without reason. He directly wants to borrow someone else's son's soul. Isn't this the same as borrowing someone else's life? How can something like son's soul be so casually lent out? Moreover, he is lending it to a complete stranger. Not lending. Qin Yun groaned and then wanted to leave with Su Xiaoba. Qin Yun, I have 300 points, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge or not? Lai Xianxia furiously said. The unconscious Su Xiaoba suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed Qin Yun's arm and shouted, Master, defeat this bastard. Qin Yun is a 9th heaven immortal king, an 8th heaven immortal king wants to give him points, he is naturally willing. Can we fight now? Qin Yun said. That's right. I only need to pay 500,000 sacred Xian silver crystals and I can choose someone else to fight me on the stage. Lai Xianxia said with sneer, his eyes are filled with gloominess and coldness. All right. Qin Yun handed Su Xiaoba over to Murong Darren and jumped onto the stage. After he got on the stage, Lai Xianxia said, How many points do you have? I will bet with you. I bet 150. Qin Yun said. Probing this made many people shake their heads and laugh. 300 points to bet someone else's son's soul, this is simply wishful thinking. Don't mention 300 points, even if it's 30,000 points, I won't bet. Qin Yun said, You are looking down on Sun Soul too much. Bastard, I am one of the 10 great immortal kings of Sun Hunter race. You are just a small immortal king of 9 desolate, yet you are not giving me face. Hunter Xianxia's expression suddenly became sinister, You damned bastard. Qin Yun frowned and said, So what if you are one of the 10 great immortal kings of Sun Hunter race? Hunter Xianxia laughed wildly and said, You ignorant and arrogant bastard. Even though I am an 8th heaven immortal king, you should know that none of the immortal kings of 9 desolate are my match. Not to mention you, even those powerful immortal king dragon warriors can't defeat me. Qin Yun also heard that among the same level, Sun Hunter race and ancient epic immortal kings can be said to have few opponents. Even those powerful immortal king dragon warriors can only defeat them by risking their lives. However, they will be seriously injured and if they are not careful, their immortal king life crystals will shatter. The gains do not make up for the losses, so they will admit defeat. Below the stage, there are some Sun Hunter race immortal kings who are criticizing Qin Yun. Qin Yun, 10 of the 9th heaven immortal kings of 9 desolate have already been defeated by immortal king Xianxia, you are no exception. This Qin Yun is truly arrogant, he doesn't even give immortal king Xianxia any face. Immortal king Xianxia thinks highly of him, that's why he wants to borrow his son's soul. He actually doesn't want to give it to him. That's right, he has 2 sun souls in his hands, what's wrong with asking him to borrow one? In this immortal king ancient city, everyone is respectful to our Sun Hunter race. Even those ancient epic guys have to be courteous to us. Yet this bastard Qin Yun looks down on us. When everyone heard the words of the Sun Hunter race people, they are somewhat speechless. Asking someone to borrow such a precious thing, if someone doesn't want to lend it to them, then saying that they are arrogant, this is really something. Xiao Yulan is at the side, she is so angry that she wants to hit someone. She wants to kill all of those Sun Hunter race bastards. She can't help but overflow with killing intent, causing the surrounding people to be alarmed. Su Xiaoba did not leave. Although his body is filled with injuries, after Qin Yun stuck the 2 talismans on his body, his condition improved a lot and he can now open his eyes. He sat on a chair and looked at the stage with Murong Darren and the others. I bet 150 points. Qin Yun said. Fine, I don't want your son's soul, I want your dog life. Hunting Earth Mountain sneered, I asked you to lend me your son's soul and you didn't lend it to me, then I'll let you die. You look down on me, so you must die. Qin frowned slightly and walked towards the referee. He took out his jade token and transferred 150 points to the referee. You're a ninth heaven celestial king? The middle-aged judge asked in surprise. Yes. Qin nodded and said, can we fight on this platform? Of course. The referee nodded. Everyone was astonished. Qin was actually a ninth heaven immortal king. Qin was a sixth firmament immortal king previously, but in just a few days, he had become a ninth firmament immortal king. Big brother Qin used Emperor Blood Pool to cultivate in Dragon Manor, a Dragon Manor's dragon warrior said. Even if he used the Emperor Blood Pool, he shouldn't have broken through so quickly, right? After all, it would take at least a month for a sixth heaven immortal king to reach ninth heaven immortal king, the other dragon warriors said in shock. Yeah, I heard that he only has 100 or so Emperor Origin heavenly pills in his hands. It shouldn't be enough, right? The Dragon Manor's dragon warriors are all very puzzled. Qin and Xiao Yuelan's group can obtain better results by cultivating together. Furthermore, the Emperor Mountain's energy is of great help. Hunting Earth Mountain is a very sinister and ruthless person. If others don't lend him anything, he will kill them. Qin doesn't have a good impression of this kind of person. After Hunting Earth Mountain transferred the points to the referee, he said coldly, Qin, I'll give you one more chance. If you agree to lend me your sun soul, I can spare your life. Otherwise, once the battle starts, you will die without a doubt. You won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Qin said coldly, I won't lend it. Even if I do, I won't lend it to someone like you. Then I'll take your dog life. Hunting Earth Mountain's face is filled with malice as he shouted. Begin, the referee shouted. A white halo suddenly appeared around where Qin was standing. Qin immediately used Horse Flash. After the halo appeared, many white light thorns appeared on the ground. If Qin didn't dodge, he would definitely be hit. Run? You can't run. Hunting Earth Mountain is very angry, his voice is filled with hostility. Qin is hiding on the battle stage, but Hunting Earth Mountain can sense him and continuously released many light halos on the ground. However, Qin dodged all of them. Everyone watched with fear and trepidation. Because people who understand the Sun Hunter race know that their technique of releasing light halos on the ground is very terrifying. Once hit, one will be wrapped up and suffer extreme pain. Moreover, the power within one's body will also be restricted. Su Shaoba's power is very violent, so he can break through that strange power. However, in the end, his immortal king life crystal is still stuck by that strange power and it is difficult for him to get rid of it. Xiaoyun, hiding is useless. That guy seems to be able to sense the power within your body. Ling Yin'er said. Qin wanted to use Light Transformation Sacred Pupil to rush over and attack, but just as he was about to go over, Hunting Earth Mountain released that strange power to envelop Qin. This guy indeed has some strength. While Qin dodged, he also released tree claws and tree vines that emerged from the ground to grab Hunting Earth Mountain. However, after those tree claws and tree vines touched Hunting Earth Mountain, they were dissolved by the white light that burst out from his body and turned into white energy. This guy's power can restrain all the power of the sun. The tree claws and tree vines you released were condensed from the absolute yang power. Ling Yin'er said, and your absolute yang power is also formed from the power of the nether sun. Qin, you don't dare to come over, right? Ha ha ha, do you know how strong I am? Hunting Earth Mountain sneered and said, if I kill you, your sun soul will be mine. Our Sun Hunter race has a way to take away the sun soul. I just gave you a chance. If you don't cherish it properly, you will die miserably in my hands and your sun soul will be taken away by me. Qin indeed doesn't dare to approach because the immortal king power he released, the 9 king crystals are all released through Nether Sunday. Whether it is Nether Sun or pure sun power, they are completely restrained by the Sun Hunter race's strange power. Above the battle, there are many halos of light. There are fewer and fewer places for Qin to stay. In the air, there are also balls of white light mist. They are all released by Hunting Earth Mountain. Once touched, the immortal king power will be sealed. Everyone can see that Qin has formidable power, but he is unable to release it. Hunting Earth Mountain is not running around randomly. He's just standing there and he can control the overall situation. Can't Master defeat him? Su Xiaoba tightly clenched his fist and persuaded him. Brother Badian, uncle will definitely win. Shiman Dazhuang said with a smile. That's right, Brother Yun must be trying to figure out that strange energy. Morong Darren is also filled with confidence in Qin Yun. Xiao Xianqin is somewhat worried. She held Xiao Yuelan's hand and said in a low voice, Yuelan, can Xiao Yun win? I'm afraid that something will happen to him. Aunt, what are you worried about? I'm not as worried as you are. Xiao Yuelan said with slight anger, why are you so concerned about Xiao Yun? Xiao Yun is so good to me, what's wrong with me caring about him? Xiao Xianqin bit her lips and said in a low voice. Is that so? I remember that you used to shout at him to kill him. Xiao Yuelan curled her lips and said. Xiao Xianqin lightly snorted and no longer spoke to Xiao Yuelan. She is also very anxious in her heart and her mind is in chaos. Because she has seen many battles of the Sun Hunter race here. Those who were defeated by the Sun Hunter race will need a period of time to recover. Although Qin Yun can dodge back and forth on the battle platform, the platform is filled with all kinds of traps. If this continues, it won't be long before he falls into a trap. Qin Yun also used super gravity, but it has no effect on Hunting Earth Mountain. Hunting Earth Mountain's body seems to be born with the ability to counteract all kinds of sun power. It is simply unable to cause any effect on him. The power of the sun is indeed unable to deal with the Sun Hunter race. This guy is truly a terrifying existence. Qin Yun is extremely apprehensive. Xiao Yun, we've tried all the moves we can. The power of the sun is useless against him. Hurry up and finish him off. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun was just trying to see if he could use his formidable absolute yang power to fight against the Sun Hunter race. The result made him very disappointed and horrified. The formidable absolute yang power is of no use at all. He felt that even if he stepped into the immortal emperor realm, Hunting Earth Mountain would still not be afraid of his absolute yang power. Hunting Earth Mountain continued to laugh wildly, as if he is toying with Qin Yun. Qin Yun was indeed forced to flee all over the battle platform by him. It's time to end this. Qin Yun suddenly rushed towards Hunting Earth Mountain. As he rushed over, he pushed out with his palm. It's useless, it's useless. Hunting Earth Mountain laughed loudly. Nether Moon Totem appeared on Qin Yun's palm. He attacked with his palm and Nether Moon mental power burst out. This is Heavenly Might Dao Dipper. Heavenly Might Dao technique can not only be used through absolute yang power, it can also be used through mental power. The Berserk Heavenly Might Dao technique transformed into a gust of wind and surged out with a roar. The wind from the palm roared and swept away all the halos on the ground that were released by Mount Hunter Earth. Hoo, the Heavenly Might Dao Dipper released by mental power brought along a very strong mental power attack. It transformed into palm wind and enveloped Hunting Earth Mountain's body. Ah! Hunting Earth Mountain let out a low and deep cry of pain. And in the blink of an eye, Qin Yun has already arrived at Hunting Earth Mountain's side. He clasped two fingers together. He is about to unleash heaven extinguishing 9 fingers. As long as he does not use absolute yang power, his power will not be blocked by Hunting Earth Mountain. He has formidable Nether Moon mental power, combined with One Thought Imperial Heaven Art, he can unleash an extremely powerful mental attack. Huchi, heaven extinguishing 9 fingers, piercing the firmament, the mental attack released through Nether Moon mental power looks very gentle. Everyone can only see a stream of energy penetrating Hunting Earth Mountain's head. Mind kill in the ancient city of the Immortal King. The battle at Hunting Earth Mountain was rather eye-catching, so his battle would attract many people to watch. Those who had seen Hunting Earth Mountain fight with others were all very shocked at this moment, because they had never seen Hunting Earth Mountain in such pain before. Qin Yun's move just now did not cause the slightest bit of damage to Lai Kuan-shan's body. However, Lai Kuan-shan screamed in pain. A Sun Hunter race member below the stage suddenly shouted, Qin Yun might be using Soul Poison Sacred Insect. This guy can restrain Soul Poison Sacred Insect. He might be using it secretly. That must be the case. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to make Immortal King Kuan-shan suffer so much. His current attack is obviously an attack on the soul. Referee, quickly announce Qin Yun's loss. The referee also took out some equipment and shone it on Hunting Earth Mountain and Xianxia. Then he said, "There is no fluctuation of soul poison, sacred insect. Xianxia's attack is a very strong mental attack. It did not violate the rules of battle." Everyone exclaimed in surprise, Xianxia could attack the souls of the Sun Hunters. Mu Rongjun said in shock, "The soul defense of the Sun Hunters is very strong. How did Brother Yun do it?" "That's right. The Sun Hunters can restrain the power of the sun. He could only attack their souls with a strong enough mental power. Hence, they put in hard work in the soul defense aspect." Shiman Dazhuang said with a frown. "The physical defense of the Sun Hunters is indeed not very strong, because they can naturally resist the power of the sun. They don't need to waste time on physical defense, so they specially cultivate soul defense." An old man said. "Could it be that Xianxia's mental power is abnormally powerful?" someone exclaimed. "Xianxia possesses nether moon mental power. Furthermore, he can fuse his mental power with powerful Tao techniques and 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, making his mental power even stronger. Just now, when he used the heaven-severing 9 fingers in conjunction with the nether moon mental power, it had a very terrifying penetrating power. The Sun Hunters had probably never encountered a person with such powerful psyche power. One must know that Xianxia's mental power cultivation technique is the one-thought imperial heaven art. Although it is not a very high-level mental power cultivation technique in the Divine Desolate, it is extremely rare in the Immortal Desolate. Hunting Earth Mountain endured the pain and released a large amount of white mist, wrapping itself in it. "Go to hell, I want you to die in endless pain." Hunting Earth Mountain's deep roar came out. He released a strange power and wrapped himself tightly. It looked like he had a very strong defense. Voila! Suddenly, many white fountains appeared on the stage. The crazily gushing spring water instantly soaked the entire fighting platform. That liquid was specially used to restrain the power of the sun. It's the sun transformation spring water. This kind of liquid can melt people who cultivate by absorbing the energy of the sun. Xianxia's body must have been cultivated by absorbing the sun's energy. He will definitely be melted. After the Sun Hunter people recovered from their shock, they laughed and said, "Xianxia is dead for sure." Xianxia also felt that the white liquid is extremely terrifying. He also did not dare to touch it. On the huge battle platform, white spring water gushed out crazily, splattering everywhere. Xianxia dodged with great difficulty. Walala, water splashed. Hunting Earth Mountain was actually able to control large amounts of sun transformation spring water. It floated in the air and like a raging wave, it rushed towards Xianxia. The rippling water suddenly turned into a huge palm and struck towards Xianxia. Xianxia used the light transformation sacred pupil and dodged in the blink of an eye. "You can't break through my defense, just wait for death." Hunting Earth Mountain, who is surrounded by a large mass of white sun transformation spring water, laughed loudly and said. Xianxia used vibration power before, but because vibration power is condensed from the sun's power, after it was released, it instantly melted when it touched the sun transformation spring water. "Xiao Yun, you can't use any immortal power." Ling Yin'er said, "You can only use mental power or your body. However, your body absorbs solar energy to cultivate. If you touch the sun transformation spring water, you will definitely be melted." Xianxia just made Hunting Earth Mountain feel pain, and in the blink of an eye, he was suppressed by Hunting Earth Mountain. This battle caused everyone to sigh again and again. "Hunting Earth Mountain, the one who will die is you." Xianxia's expression sank. A black nether moon suddenly floated above his head. The nether moon appeared. "This is Nether Moon, an old man from the Sun Hunter race." His expression changed greatly as he cried out in alarm. "Mind transforming into Nether Moon, I didn't expect it to be true. I heard that he could cultivate mind transforming into Nether Moon, but I didn't believe it." The immortal king of the ancient city of Immortal King opened his eyes wide as he looked at the black Nether Moon. How did he cultivate it? A dragon warrior from the Dragon Manor is filled with yearning. The faces of the Sun Hunter race people are all ugly at this moment. Mind transforming into Nether Moon, this is an extremely high realm of mental power. The people around the battle platform focused their attention on the Nether Moon. Most of them saw the Nether Moon with their own eyes and felt shocked and excited. Those who understood Xianxia knew that his mental power cultivation had already reached the realm of mind transforming into Nether Moon. This was a realm that people yearned for even in their dreams. What they didn't know is that Qin Yan's nether moon is a genuine nether moon. He obtained it himself. As soon as the nether moon appeared, Qin Yan immediately used the one-thought imperial heaven art. The mental power released by the spinning nether moon is like a vast ocean, and through the imperial heaven art, Qin Yan can also control this vast ocean like boundless mental power. Hua hua hua, the Sun Hunter race people know that their soul is their only weakness. Therefore, they will desperately cultivate their mental power to protect their own soul. Their mental power has become extremely powerful as a result. The people of the Sun Hunter tribe knew that their souls were their only weakness, so they would desperately cultivate their mind power to protect their souls. Their mind power would become extremely strong because of this. Controlling the Sun transformation spring requires a strong mental power, but the control has been snatched away by Qin Yan. Even the Sun transformation spring that wrapped around Hunting Earth Mountain's body was swept away by the nether moon. Even the Sun transformation spring that wrapped around Hunting Earth Mountain's body was swept away by the nether moon. What is even more terrifying is that the nether moon actually devoured all the Sun transformation spring. Qin Yan never expected that after the nether moon was released, it would have such an effect. When Hunting Earth Mountain saw that his move was ineffective and that Qin Yan possessed such a terrifying nether moon, he felt incomparable fear in his heart. Hoochie, Qin Yan's fingertips shook and a black energy penetrated out. The power of the nether moon moved along with his use of the heaven-extinguishing 9 fingers. It transformed into finger power and shot towards Hunting Earth Mountain's head. Hunting Earth Mountain didn't even have time to cry out before he immediately fell to the ground. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive. The gigantic black nether moon floating above Qin Yan also suddenly disappeared. This is the most shocking thing. Such a gigantic nether moon is actually within Qin Yan's body. It can be seen that his mental space is extremely powerful to be able to contain such a nether moon. Hunting Earth Mountain doesn't have the ability to fight. Qin Yan wins. The referee counted to 10. Hunting Earth Mountain didn't even get up and announce Qin Yan's victory. After the barrier was removed, the Sun Hunters immediately rushed over to check on the situation of Hunting Earth Mountain. After checking, an old man's expression turned extremely ugly. He glared at Qin Yan and said, "You killed him." All the Sun Hunters glared at Qin Yan. Qin Yan's expression was indifferent as he walked towards the referee to collect his points. He now has more than 300 points. "That's right, I killed him." Qin Yan smiled faintly. Could it be that he is allowed to kill me and I am not allowed to kill him? Below the battle platform, it was completely silent. The invincible Sun Hunters had never suffered any losses on the battle platform. Not to mention serious injuries, they rarely even suffered light injuries, but now, one of them had been killed by Qin Yan on the spot. Furthermore, it was one of the 10 great immortal kings of the Sun Hunters. "Brother Badian, this is how powerful your master is. Look at you, you were beaten like a dog by that Hunting Earth Mountain, but your master came out and directly killed that guy." Morong Darren laughed loudly. "My mental power isn't strong enough. It seems that just my body and immortal power are not enough." Su Xiaoba also realized his own shortcomings. Qin Yan's body, immortal power and mental power were all strong enough, but when facing the Sun Hunters, his powerful body and immortal power were restrained, so he could only use his mental power. "Qin Yan, you have angered our entire Sun Hunters race." An old man from the Sun Hunters race roared, "Do you know that it takes many years for a member of our Sun Hunters race to be born? Yet you killed such an outstanding Sun Hunters race warrior." The one who shouted that he wanted to kill me just now was Hunting Earth Mountain. "This guy wanted to kill me from start to finish. Didn't you see?" Qin Yan snorted, "So what if I angered your Sun Hunters race? If you have the guts, come and take revenge on me. At worst, I'll just exterminate your entire Sun Hunters race." "Just you wait." An old man from the Sun Hunters race carried Hunting Earth Mountain's body and left. Inside the Immortal King Ancient City, the Sun Hunters race don't dare to act recklessly. Besides, they don't have the confidence to defeat Qin Yan. Qin Yan is a 9th stage Immortal King, with such powerful Nether Moon mental power, it will be very difficult for Sun Hunters to defeat him on the same level. Qin Yan walked down the battle stage, then left with Shimin Dazhuang and Morong Darren along with Xiao Yuelan. Xia Wufeng is healing inside a house in the central region of the Immortal King Ancient City. Su Xiaoba, who is seriously injured, has also been brought here. Boss Xia, have you fought with the Sun Hunters race? Qin Yan asked. Not yet. Xia Wufeng is in the courtyard, he is still injured and is currently recuperating. Su Xiaoba is lying on a chair in the courtyard. Xia Wufeng examined Su Xiaoba's injuries and said with frown, Sun Hunter's race's strange power envelopes the entire Immortal King Life Crystal. If the Immortal King Life Crystal is not strong enough, it will be corroded. This kind of power naturally restrains Sun power. Master, quickly help me get rid of those things. Su Xiaoba anxiously shouted, you can kill that hunting Earth Mountain guy, you must have a way. Qin Yan smiled as a black bead appeared in his palm. Seeing the black pearl, Xia Wufeng said in shock, Nether Moon? It can actually become so small, it seems like little brother Yun's cultivation of Nether Moon mental power is extremely profound. Qin Yan controlled the Nether Moon, released formidable mental power and penetrated into Su Xiaoba's Immortal King Life Crystal. The process is very smooth. Chapter 1749, Restraining Sun Hunting. The Sun Transformation Spring water is sealed inside the Nether Moon. I will release some to take a look. Qin Yan said with smile. Using the Sun Transformation Spring water to deal with others is pretty good, but the prerequisite is that one must be able to control it. A small drop suddenly dripped out of Qin Yan's Nether Moon and he caught it with a bowl. After catching it, he said with frown, it's very heavy, it's just a drop but it's at least several gene. What kind of power is this? Let's study it and see how we can completely deal with this sun hunting power. Xia Wufeng said, I might not even be able to defeat the Sun Hunters. Why can this kind of energy restrain sun power? Where did these Sun Hunters come from? Qin Yan is very curious. Uncle, I heard that the Sun Hunters came from the Outer Heaven domain. Shimen Dazhuang said. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan looked at each other. They know that the 9 Sun royal family once dominated the 3,000 heavenly domains. Maybe in order to deal with the 9 Sun royal family, some heavenly domain researched a special power to restrain 9 suns and they actually succeeded. Previously, there was a fellow from the Sun Hunter clan who appeared in the ancient garden and almost obtained half a sun's soul. Clearly, the Sun Hunters are very interested in 9 suns. Brother, you must research it. Otherwise, we will definitely be bullied by the Sun Hunters in the future. Yuan Yening said with smile. Su Xiaoba groaned, those Sun Hunters don't rely on true ability to win. If I wasn't afraid of their damn sun hunting power, I would have destroyed them in a few moves. With formidable mental power, we can deal with them. Qin Yan looked at Xia Wufeng and said with smile, Boss Xia, your mental power should not be weak. Can you deal with them? Never tried. Xia Wufeng shook his head. Aunt Xiao, you also use mental power. Qin Yan asked, have you fought with Sun Hunter race people before? When Xiao Xianqin's 7-string jade zither fluctuates, it can also produce a certain amount of mental attack, it is very strong. I tried, it's not very useful. The main thing is that my mental power is not strong enough. Xiao Xianqin sighed and said, if I had your formidable mental power, it would be great. At this moment, Xiao Yuemei and Hong Mengxiu ran in from outside. Brother, you are too awesome. You actually killed a Sun Hunter race guy. After Xiao Yuemei arrived, she threw herself into Qin Yan's bosom and very happily said with smile. Yuemei, is little Malian not with you? Qin Yan asked. Nope, she is in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace's Qi Manor, cultivating in seclusion. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, brother, I now have a way to deal with those bastards from Sun Hunter race. Hee hee. Xiao Yuemei also has Nether Moon martial spirit, her mental power is also very strong. She used her mental power to attack Sun Hunters before but the effect was not very obvious. That was because she did not release Mingyu's powerful mind power. Brother, I will now go find Sun Hunter race people to practice, wait for my good news. Just as Xiao Yuemei returned, she immediately left with Hong Mengxiu. Su Xiaoba jealously looked at Xiao Yuemei and said with low groan, Master, what method did Big Sister use to deal with those bastards from Sun Hunter race? She has very strong mental power, this is not difficult for her. Qin Yan laughed and said, rest assured, I will think of a way to restrain Sun Hunter power. I don't want to face them alone in the future, I will need your help at that time. Qin Yan killed one of the 10 great immortal kings of Hunter Earth Mountain, it will surely infuriate the mysterious Sun Hunter race. Although it is very difficult for Sun Hunter race people to appear, their numbers are not few. If their entire race comes to Immortal Desolate and besiege Qin Yun, it will be a great threat to him. Qin Yun entered a secret chamber to study the power of sun hunting. Xiao Yuelan also wants to go out and earn points. She has a special ability, she can copy other people's abilities, even divine abilities. On top of that, she has a very strong mental power martial spirit, so her mental power is very strong. She can also deal with Sun Hunter race people. In less than half a day, Qin Yun made a very big discovery. It is not only Nether Moon mental power that can restrain Sun Hunter power, he can also use some immortal tier moon runes to resist Sun Hunter power. The power released by the moon runes can actually restrain Sun Hunter power. This is really strange. Qin Yun said with a frown, "Don't tell me the Sun Hunter race doesn't know?" Xiao Yun, the moon runes you carved, you used a very strong blood spirit power. And within your blood spirit power, there is also Nether Moon mental power. Ling Yin'er said. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. In this way, I can really restrain those guys' power, at least I won't be harmed by them. Qin Yun carved a set of moon runes inside a sacred mysterious silver crystal and soaked the moon runes in the sun transformation spring water. It did not melt away. As for the sacred mysterious silver crystal without moon runes carved, it quickly melted away and the amount of sun transformation spring water also increased a bit. I have a way to deal with them. Qin Yun laughed and said, as long as I carve some moon runes, through the energy released by the moon runes, I can protect myself from being injured by Sun Hunter power. So long as I can do this, I can contend with them on the battle stage. Ling Yin'er said with smile. Qin Yun immediately walked out of the secret room and found Su Xiaoba. Su Xiaoba is in the living room. He is very depressed because he is injured and needs to recuperate for a period of time before he can fight. Shimen Dazhuang, Morong Darren and others have all gone out to win points. Xiaoba, I will carve some runes for you, it will allow you to not be injured by Sun Hunter power. Qin Yun said with smile. Alright. Su Xiaoba jumped up in joy, quickly come, quickly come. Qin Yun thought for a bit and then carved a few moon runes on Su Xiaoba's arms. The moon runes absorbed the power of his immortal king life crystal and released a very special power to resist Sun Hunter power. At night, other people also came back one after another. Qin Yun carved moon runes on their bodies, it will allow them to fight against Sun Hunter race. People. Xiao Yuemei doesn't need it because she has already found a way to deal with Sun Hunter race people. Within the Immortal King Ancient City, Sun Hunter race people don't dare to be arrogant anymore because they are not invincible within the Immortal Desolate. Just today alone, they had lost 2 matches, and the strongest among them, Hunting Earth Mountain, had been killed. Next, maybe even more people will be able to grasp the trick to deal with Sun Hunter race. And this is all caused by Qin Yun, therefore Sun Hunter race people bitterly hate Qin Yun. In 5 days, the rewards will be distributed. Xiao Xianqin said, first place on Immortal King ranking will get 30 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills, second and third place will get 20, fourth to 10th place will get 15, 11th to 30th place will get 10 pills each. 31st to 50th place will get 5 pills each. Qin Yun said, the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill reward is quite considerable. It seems like it is on par with the Emperor Dragon list. Now top 3 have more than 1,000 points. I only have 200 points. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said. Top 10 have 700 points and above. Shimen Dazhuang shook his head and said, we have no hope of entering top 10. No matter what, it would be best if we can enter top 10. Xia Wufeng said, the reward for top 10 is the richest. If we can maintain our ranking, we will get the same amount of Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills every month. Su Xiaoba and Xia Wufeng's injuries are also gradually recovering. Especially Su Xiaoba, he is yet to fully recover and he has already started fighting. In the next few days, in order to rush up the ranking, everyone fought with all their might on the battle stage. Qin Yun's moon rune carving is also very effective. It must be known that Sun Hunter race people have the most points. And after they went on stage, they chose nearby Sun Hunter race people to bet points with them. Sun Hunter race people are very proud, so they did not refuse. They even thought that others are giving them points. But after they lost, they realized that the people who dared to challenge them all have the power to restrain their Sun Hunter race. In just one short day, Sun Hunter race people lost several matches. On the other hand, Qin Yun challenged everyone. In just one day, he had accumulated more than 700 points and was currently ranked 10th. Every time he bet points, he doesn't bet too much, he only bet tens or hundreds of points. If he bet too much, others won't be willing. Xiao Yuelan is a woman. When she bet points, she bet a lot, usually 1 or 200. Because she is a woman, many people look down on her, so she suffered a great loss. She only fought a few matches and already has more than 800 points. She is now ranked 7th. Of course, the opponents she had fought against were all very strong. Among the top 3, 2 are Sun Hunter race people, 1 is an ancient era Yuan immortal king. All of them have more than 1,300 points. They are worried that someone will catch up, so they are constantly fighting and constantly winning points. Xia Wufeng already has 1,000 points, but he is still ranked 4th. What is most shocking is that many 9th heaven immortal kings have also entered top 20, for example, Xiao Yuemei, Xiao Xianqin and others. Also, Su Xiaoba's group can enter top 20 because Sun Hunter race has given them a lot of points. Princess Anya is ranked 11th behind Qin Yun. She is very depressed in her heart because Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei's cultivation is higher than her and now they are ranked higher than her. Qin Yun also noticed Princess Anya. He discovered that she can deal with Sun Hunter race people and even won one match. Qin Yun has been roaming around the middle battle stage. He is a 9th heaven immortal king. After obtaining the qualifications to go on stage, he will choose people who are willing to bet with him. At noon, he is waiting for the opportunity to be auctioned. He still has 2 more matches before he can participate in the auction. At this time, the person who bought the qualifications is ranked 5th, Wu Jiming. His points are also more than 1,000, he is at least a few tens more than Xia Wufeng. This Wu Jiming is from the Dark Royal race. After Wu Jiming got on stage, he shouted, "I am willing to bet 1,000 points per match, who wants to come up? 1,000 points per match, this is too crazy." This seems to be the highest number of points bet since the start of the Immortal King ranking competition. Qin Yun now has more than 700 points, it is not enough for 1,000 points, so he did not go up. Wu Jiming looked at Xia Wufeng and shouted, "Xia Wufeng, are you not coming up?" Dragon insect Wu Jiming was not weak and could often win. No one dares to bet 1,000 points. Wu Jiming laughed loudly. Sun Hunter clan. Ancient era fellows, are you all cowering? And the Imperial clan dragon warriors, you don't have the slightest bit of guts. Wu Jiming was a middle-aged man. He did not look very tall and his appearance was extremely ordinary. However, his aura was very strong. Everyone knew that if Wu Jiming did not have full confidence, he would not dare to be so arrogant. 1,000 points, if he lost, it would be difficult to win back in these short 3 days. If he lost, he would fall out of the top 10 and lose a lot of Yuan heavenly pills. Therefore, even those with sufficient strength were not willing to fight him. They were all afraid of what might happen. The top 3 immortal kings were also here. None of them went up on stage to fight, there were only 4 who had 1,000 points. Qin Yun suddenly said, "I can only take out 700. Is it okay to bet 700? Wu Jiming looked at Qin Yun and said with a frown, "Qin Yun? You've always had good guts. Are you sure you want to bet 700 points with me?" Everyone looked at Qin Yun. There were still 3 days before the points would be calculated and the rewards would be distributed. If he lost all his points now, he would not be able to win them back within 3 days. "I've already decided. It's up to you whether you agree or not." Qin Yun said with a smile, "If I had 1,000 points, I would definitely be willing." Wu Jiming had more than 1,000 points. If he won against Qin Yun's 700 points, he would be able to rush to first place. If Qin Yun won against Wu Jiming's 700 points, he would have more than 1,400 points. That would also be first place. "Of course I agree. Come up." Wu Jiming laughed and said, "I can't ask for more. Defeating you is not as simple as winning 700 points. I can also gain a lot of fame." The masked Princess Dark Knight arrived not far away from Qin Yun and sent a voice transmission, "Qin Yun, I advise you not to play with him. This guy is very strange." "Princess Dark Knight, what's so strange about him?" Qin Yun was alarmed and asked with a voice transmission. There is a group of people from the Dark Royal family who obtained a very strong and strange power with the help of the Sun Spirit race. Otherwise, those guys from the Dark Royal family would not have been able to rush to the front. Princess Dark Knight replied. Really? Then I would like to experience it. Qin Yin immediately jumped up. Princess Anya stamped her feet and cursed in her heart. She wanted to dissuade Qin Yin, but it didn't work at all. When Wu Jiming saw Qin Yin, he said with a sinister smile, "You have guts." Qin Yin walked towards the judge, drew 700 points and said with smile, "What a pity, I only have 700 points. If I had 1,000 points, I would be able to win your 1,000 points. I can erase your points right away. Only then will you know what a real pity is." Wu Jiming laughed. Qin Yin said with a smile, "Are you really that powerful? I'm really looking forward to it." Wu Jiming said, "Don't think that just because your mind transformed into the nether moon, you have a very strong mental power. In front of me, you will lose miserably." After they were in position, the referee shouted, "Begin." The people below the fighting platform also wanted to know the result of this battle. Everyone watched the battle seriously because it allowed them to understand how strong Wu Jiming was. They also wanted to see the limit of Qin Yin's strength. At the beginning of the battle, the two of them fought back and forth, flashing quickly on the battle platform. It was difficult to catch their figures and their speed of movement was so fast that it made people speechless. Although their speed was very fast, everyone could see that Qin Yin had been punched many times. It could be said that he was being suppressed by Wu Jiming. This guy from the Dark Royal family has obtained the help of the Sun Spirit race. He has mastered a very powerful soul power. When he attacks, he can make the soul feel pain. Qin Yin was alarmed. Xiao Yun, the Sun Spirit race is still very strong. After their transformation, the strength of the Dark Royal family warriors has increased a lot. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yin had heard before that the Dark Royal family warriors had obtained the help of the Sun Spirit race and became a lot stronger. He wanted to know how the Sun Spirit race made the Dark Royal family stronger, so he went on stage to fight Wu Jiming. Every time he approached Wu Jiming, Qin Yin could feel Wu Jiming release a mental fluctuation, like an invisible water wave. When Qin Yin's soul was shaken by the strange mental water wave, he felt a burst of pain, causing him to lose control of his body and power, making it difficult for him to dodge the opponent's attack. Therefore, from the very beginning, he was being suppressed. Boom, Wu Jiming's heavy punch landed on Qin Yin's chest, a burst of black thunder burst out and Qin Yin was sent flying. Qin Yin's body was sent flying, fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Wu Jiming snorted, "You overestimate yourself. You used medicinal pills to quickly improve, your foundation is not stable yet you dare to challenge me, a 9th level immortal king with a stable foundation. I will let you die without even knowing how you died." Below, a large group of Dark Royal family people burst into cheers. Qin Yin only felt a stuffy swelling pain in his head. Just as he stood up from the ground, he saw Wu Jiming rushing over. Qin Yin's vision became blurry, Wu Jiming's body seemed to be stretched. That strange soul attack had already caused him to hallucinate. Bang, Wu Jiming rushed over, his thigh swept across and landed heavily on Qin Yin's head, sweeping him away. This guy, he doesn't listen to advice. Princess Anya coldly snorted and said, "If he doesn't admit defeat, he will die." Xiao Yuan is also watching from below, she also realized that something is wrong. "Yun'er! Yun'er!" Qin Yin shouted in his heart. Ling Yun'er did not answer him, which made him even more anxious because Ling Yun'er seems to be asleep. This is obviously caused by that strange soul attack. Boom, Qin Yin's body suffered a heavy blow again. Wu Jiming sent his body flying from one side to the other and then vigorously kicked him from the other side. He kicked back and forth as if he is playing with Qin Yin. Everyone knows that Qin Yin's strength is not weak. Now that he is being kicked back and forth by Wu Jiming, it can be seen that Wu Jiming's strength is really terrifying. My mental world seems to have been paralyzed and has suffered heavy damage. Even Yun'er can't hear my shouts. Qin Yin said in his heart. Wu Jiming is also secretly surprised at Qin Yin's powerful body. Even though it is like this, it has not been beaten to a pulp. Moreover, he can feel that there is an extremely terrifying power hidden in Qin Yin's body that has not been released. That is because after Qin Yan's soul found the strange attack, his mind is in a daze and it is difficult to mobilize the powerful absolute yang power in his body. He can gather the absolute yang power but he can't release it. I can only use that move. Qin Yan shouted in his heart and used all his strength to control the nether moon to enter the nether sun. Nether moon. Entering the nether moon can allow him to release a very terrifying power. Qin Yan controlled the nether moon to enter the nether sun with great difficulty. Sun and moon shine together. The black nether sun and nether moon fused and released a golden energy that rushed into Qin Yan's limbs and bones and rushed into his mental world. In just an instant, his whole body became sober. His eyes, which were originally filled with absent-mindedness, were now bright and clear. Wu Jiming punched, and when he saw the look in Qin Yan's eyes, he is also horrified. Because those who have fought with him have never been able to wake up from his soul attack. Boom! Ling Yuner recovered her connection with Qin Yan and immediately released an extremely powerful supergravity. After the supergravity appeared, Wu Jiming was pressed to the ground and let out a loud scream. Qin Yan immediately used the power of suffering divine ability and injected it into Wu Jiming's body. Ah! Wu Jiming immediately screamed. Suffering divine ability is also a kind of soul attack method. The secret technique that Wu Jiming used just now has been torturing Qin Yan's soul. And now, Qin Yan also returned this kind of pain. Wu Jiming screamed in pain and lost the power to fight back for a moment. However, as he rolled on the ground in pain, some black dragon scales suddenly appeared on his body. This guy is a half-dragon. Qin Yan was shocked and then used the Heavenly Annihilation 9 style to attack Wu Jiming. Rumble, the entire battle platform trembled but Wu Jiming was not seriously injured. The dragon scales that suddenly appeared on his body seemed to have an extremely strong defense. Goo goo goo, Wu Jiming, who was lying on the ground, let out a strange insect sound. His body wriggled and his body covered with dragon scales suddenly became a bit like an insect. His body is segmented. This is a dragon transformation saint insect? Princess Inyi said in shock. Qin Yan once again used the suffering divine ability but Wu Jiming doesn't seem to be afraid of pain. Qin Yan. I will devour you. Wu Jiming's head also turned into a bug's head. He opened his mouth and bit at Qin Yan. He roared, "You destroyed my son spirit race's great plan, die." Qin Yan's arm suddenly shook and a furious lion roar came out. It transformed into a huge heavenly lion claw. The claws were sharp and shot out golden energy. After the sun and moon shined together, the absolute yang power also turned golden. The heavenly Tao's ferocious aura transformed into a little heavenly lion. Combined with the dragon transformation arrogant aura, the ferocious arrogant aura that erupted at this moment is extremely terrifying. Especially that arrogant aura, it made Wu Jiming, a dragon insect, fear it the most. Die. Qin Yan's huge heavenly lion claw swept across like a few sharp blades. Its ferocious and arrogant aura roared. Whoosh! Wu Jiming's dragon transformation body was cut into several pieces by the heavenly lion claw. Black blood flowed everywhere on the ground and those several pieces of body also began to squirm, as if they were about to be pieced back together. Qin Yan raised his hands and a dragon roar filled with arrogant aura, accompanied by a roar of flames, came out. His arms are covered with Nether Sun Totem. It is the Heavenly Tao Flame Violent Aura and Heavenly Tao Arrogant Aura Nether Sun Totem. After he became a 9th Heaven Immortal King, the Heavenly Tao Arrogant Aura that transformed into a small dragon became extremely powerful. It could make his 3 Heavenly Tao powers even stronger. The ferocious flame transformed into a dragon and charged towards the squirming fragments, enveloping them and burning them to ashes. The Sun Spirit race used another method to take over his body. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Are the Dark Royal race and the Sun Spirit race going to merge? Just now, he already experienced the power of the state. For great heavenly kings Wu Jiming has been killed, this caused the people below the platform to sigh and exclaim in admiration. One must know that the top 3 of the Immortal King ranking did not dare to fight but Qin Yan dared. This meant that Qin Yan's strength was comparable to the top 3. Of course, now that he has won 700 points from Wu Jiming, his ranking has also risen to 1st place. He has only fought a few battles and he is already ranked 1st. This is not only because of his strength but also because he dares to gamble. Xia Wufeng shook his head and smiled. Brother Yun is indeed powerful. I don't even dare to bet 1,000 points with that guy, but he dares to come. Boss Xia, that's because your injuries have just healed, so you don't dare to come. After Qin Yan obtained the 700 points, he walked down with a smile. The faces of the dark royal family people are somewhat ugly. They are not angry because of Wu Zhiming's death but because they thought that with the help of the Sun Spirit race, their own strength would become very strong. But now he was still killed. The process of Qin Yan killing Wu Zhiming was not too difficult and Wu Zhiming could be considered a strong enough ninth heaven immortal king. Qin Yan's current strength is indeed shocking. Even Princess Dark Knight has to admit that she underestimated Qin Yan's hidden strength. After Qin Yan walked down, he said to Xia Wufeng, those guys obtained the inheritance of the Sun Spirit race and mastered a technique that can attack the soul. Is that so? Many people have fought with him before but it seems that they have never met someone who can master soul attack. Xia Wufeng is somewhat surprised. Maybe the guy I met is stronger. In short, from the beginning, we must be on guard. If we are not on guard at the beginning, as long as they succeed, then it will be troublesome. Qin Yan said. He was also a bit careless at the beginning, causing his soul to be attacked. He fell into a state of confusion and could only rely on his instincts to react. Later, he also lost contact with Ling Yun'er, which meant that his mental world was sealed. If he did not react in time and use sun and moonshine together, he would definitely lose in the end. I want to rest. Qin Yan patted his head, he still feels dizzy. All right. Xia Wufeng said with smile, you are now first. It's only temporary first, it's not stable yet. Qin Yan smiled. He is indeed relieved now, at least he can stay in the top 10. In order to obtain more points, the battles would become more and more intense. Diyuan Heavenly Dan was still relatively important. Even the elders in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace did not have many Diyuan Heavenly Dan in their hands. In addition to a balanced distribution of Diyuan Heavenly Pills, those elders also needed them. They had previously given Qin Yan quite a bit. Now, they were in short supply. Therefore, no matter how talented Qin Yan was, they could not give him much. It was the same for the King of Darkness and Holy Sun Ancient City. Their people had to fight for it with their own strength. Only then would it be fair. Although Princess Anya was a princess, she could only suppress the other members of the royal family. Those elders and immortal emperors were not too afraid of her. Furthermore, the Diyuan Heavenly Pills that she obtained were not distributed much, so she had to obtain them herself. Qin Yan returned to the house where Xia Wufeng and company were staying. Xiaoyun, your soul is injured. Ling Yun'er said, this guy from the Sun Spirit race still has some strength, especially when it comes to soul attacks, he has a very strange technique. Qin Yan nodded, he is still feeling pain all over his body from time to time. It is not pain coming from his body, rather it is a misconception caused by his soul being injured. Of course, the most painful part is his head. Mind and soul are closely related. If he wants to injure soul and mind, he must injure the brain to a certain degree. He patted his head and said, next time I will have to be a bit more careful. On the way back, he took out the devil mirror and sent sound transmission to Xiao Yuemei and others, telling them to guard their soul. Then he asked Xia Wufeng to pass on the message to Su Xiaoba and others. While Qin Yan was resting, Xian Rujing sent him a message through the devil mirror. Xian Rujing is inside the Emperor Clan Divine Palace, it is not too far away from the Immortal King Ancient City. Xiaoyun, are you fighting? Xian Rujing asked. No. Qin Yan immediately replied, I just finished fighting, my soul is slightly injured, Sister Rujing, what's the matter? Yao Fang and your sister Kiru are inside the Emperor Clan Divine Palace. They have returned. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yan is so happy that he suddenly jumped up. Xia Kiru and Yao Fang went to help him find the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Now that they have returned, maybe they have already found it. Did they bring back the Heaven Leaping Shuttle? Qin Yan asked. No, but they know where the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is. If you can return, quickly come to my place. Xian Rujing said. I will immediately go find you. Qin Yan hastily left the Immortal King Ancient City without saying goodbye to Xiao Yuelan. After leaving the city, he saw the Emperor Clan Divine Palace not far away. He immediately used the teleportation jade pendant and arrived at the entrance of the Emperor Clan Divine Palace. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw a dainty and lovely little girl wearing white clothes. This little girl is precisely Xianxia, who has shrunk down. Her face is filled with anxiety. Just as she was about to fly up, she saw Qingyun appear. "Xiaoyun!" Xianxia lightly yelled. Qingyun immediately walked over, squatted down, pinched her tender and lovely little face and said with smile, "Sister Kiru, is there something urgent? Where is little Nianyun? Is she not with you?" Little Nianyun is in Guanhan Palace. Although Xianxia's brows are slightly creased, she still touched Qingyun's face and said, "Xiaoyun, something happened in Guanhan Palace, I have to go back and deal with it." "What is it? Is it serious?" Qingyun asked. "It is not serious, but it requires me to deal with it. I will go back first. Your sister Yao Feng is at Rujing's place. If you have any problem, go find her," Xianxia said. Qingyun gently rubbed Xianxia's face and let her leave. Xianxia was Moon God. She must have done something in Moon's Guanhan Palace that requires her to deal with it. After Qingyun entered the Emperor Clan Divine Palace, he immediately used the teleportation jade pendant and arrived outside of Xian Rujing's residence. He hastily entered the living room and did not see Xian Rujing. Instead, he saw a woman wearing a mask and white gown. This woman's body has a faint delicate fragrance. After Qingyun smelled it, he has a very familiar feeling. It is Yao Feng. "Sister Yao Feng." Qingyun suddenly feels that this woman is both familiar and strange. He said with smile, "I don't know if I should call you Sister Yao Feng or Shu Yan. Up to you." Yao Feng's voice is cold and indifferent. Qingyun is secretly disappointed in his heart because back then Lu Yu and Shu Yan were very gentle and charming towards him. She constantly revealed that kind of deep and dense love towards him. And now Yao Feng is still wearing a mask, she doesn't even let him see. "Where is Sister Rujing?" Qingyun asked. "She said that she has an urgent matter, she wants to go into seclusion. She wants to communicate with Divine Desolate." Yao Feng said, "She still has some connection with Divine Desolate." Qingyun also knows that Xian Rujing can obtain Divine Liquid. He suspects that Xian Rujing's ice goddess soul in Divine Desolate can provide a lot of help in Divine Desolate. After Qingyun sat down, he asked, "Sister Yao Feng, is Shu Yan doing well in Divine Desolate?" "She is doing well, you don't need to worry." Yao Feng's tone became a bit gentle. "Are you really the same person?" Qingyun is very doubtful. "Indeed," Yao Feng said, "it is just that Shu Yan did not have Feng Yueyao's memories before. Only later did our memories synchronize." "Oh." Qingyun nodded. "Xiaoyun, thank you for saving Shu Yan back then," Yao Feng said in soft voice. "No need to thank me." Qingyun laughed and said, "You also helped me a lot." "Oh, that's right, what happened to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle?" "Me and Xiao Rou found the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, but that place's seal is too strong, we cannot go in. Xiao Rou said that we need to use Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal to go in," Yao Feng said. Speaking of Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal, Qingyun became very depressed. He shook his head and said, "Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal is very hard to restore." Yao Feng did not know about this matter from Xian Rujing. She doubtfully said, "Could it be that you still haven't found the missing parts of Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal?" "I can't find them," Qingyun said with sigh. "What's going on?" Xiao Rou said that as long as it is an Immortal Desolate, we can find it. "Could it be that the last part is not an Immortal Desolate?" "The last part is inside Dragon Matter," Qingyun said. "Dragon Matter's people are too strong, you can't find them?" Yao Feng stood up and said in cold voice, "You lead the way, I will kill my way over and snatch the last part. Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal must be complete, then we can go to Cloud Dragon Mountain Range." This Yao Feng is the reincarnation of Killing God. The kind of killing intent she is releasing now made Qingyun feel a bit familiar. Liu Yuxian's other side is this kind of aura. The last part of Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal is Heavenly Dragon God Statue. That Heavenly Dragon God Statue is a god position, it has already been fused with. Qingyun spoke about Long Yuqing. After she finished speaking, Yao Feng became silent, as if she is recalling. She has been following Qingyun for a long time, so she must know Long Yuqing. this is going to be difficult. If you did this in your previous life, there must be another way to complete the floating cloud heavenly seal. Yao Feng said, it seems like if we want to complete floating cloud heavenly seal, we can't waste time on Yu Qing. Sister Yao Feng, do you know about Yu Qing's mother? Qin Yan asked. I know. Back then there were 4 heavenly kings. You should know Imperial Beast Heavenly King, right? That pig is also your big brother. Yao Feng said. Qin Yan nodded and said with smile, I haven't seen him for a long time, I must find an opportunity to meet him. Aside from Imperial Beast Heavenly King, there is also Imperial Dragon Heavenly King, Imperial Star Heavenly King and Imperial Fire Heavenly King. And Yu Qing's mother is Imperial Dragon Heavenly King. Yao Feng said. Ah. Then where is she? Qin Yan is somewhat amazed. Long Yu Qing's mother actually became that Imperial Dragon Heavenly King. She is in Immortal Desolate Holy Palace, all 4 heavenly kings are there. If you want to find her, just go find Immortal Desolate Holy Master. Yao Feng said. Immortal Desolate Holy Master is still in the Emperor Race Divine Palace, it is just that Qin Yan doesn't know where he is. A new beginning. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle could travel from the Immortal Desolate to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. As for how to proceed, Qin Yan did not know for the time being. He could only find the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The problem is that my floating cloud heavenly seal is incomplete. Yu Qing has already fused with the Heavenly Dragon God statue, it is impossible for her to take it out. Qin Yan shook his head and sighed. I don't understand the floating cloud heavenly seal, I can only ask Xiao Rou, she might have a way. Yao Feng said. Qin Yan said, Sister Yao Feng, how is your cultivation of 9 Sun World Extermination scripture? Wait until you become an immortal emperor, I will teach you. But before that, you must have a strong enough body. Yao Feng said. Qin Yan nodded, I will become an immortal emperor very soon. I secretly approached the devil immortal great emperor before, I am not sure if I can defeat him or not. Yao Feng said, Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor, these 2 guys are getting stronger and stronger. That's for sure. They were the best of the best in the Immortal Desolate before. Now that the Immortal Desolate has undergone such a great change, they will surely be able to obtain even stronger power. Qin Yan said. With their current state, they should be able to open the entrance to Sacred Desolate, but they did not go. I am very suspicious about this. There should not be anything in Immortal Desolate that they are reluctant to part with. Yao Feng said. I heard that they are God's servants, the God they worship doesn't let them go. Qin Yan said with frown. That was the reason before but now it is definitely not. Yao Feng said, they are still in Immortal Desolate, they must have some purpose. Perhaps, they are going to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. They saw me before but they don't think that I am Immortal King Fuyun. Qin Yan said with smile. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Yao Feng said with some worry, Xiao Yun, before you have absolute strength, you should avoid meeting those 2 guys as much as possible, it is very dangerous. When I met them before, it was in front of the entrance of the Emperor Clan Divine Palace. It was very safe. Qin Yan laughed. If they met alone, he would definitely not dare. Yao Feng said, when do you plan to go with me to see the Heaven Leaping Shuttle? In a few days, I'm fighting on the Immortal King board. After I receive the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill, I will go with you. Qin Yan said. All right. Yao Feng nodded and said, I also plan to stay here for a few days to understand the situation of the Emperor race. Sister Yao Feng, did Shuyan go look for Star God and Divine Desolate? She can go look for Star God, she can help you. Qin Yan asked. Yao Feng said, when I need help, I will go find her. I still have some connections in the Divine Desolate. Qin Yan looked at Yao Feng and said with smile, Sister Yao Feng, why are you still wearing a mask? I've seen Shuyan before. That's your face, right? Shuyan is me, I am Shuyan. You have already met me, moreover our relationship, you should be clear about it, right? Yao Feng said. Sister Yao Feng, you only have Shuyan's memories but I feel that you are not like her. Qin Yan said in low voice, the feeling you give me is not the same as when I was with Shuyan. Yao Feng didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, she said, I am her, she is me, we are the same. Qin Yun cannot accept this kind of explanation. Because Lu Yushuyan does not treat him like this, at least she would not hide her appearance like this. Sister Yao Feng, is the curse on your body not dispelled? Qin Yun suddenly asked. He feels that this is the only reason. No, it has been dispelled. Yao Feng said. Then why don't you take off your mask? Qin Yun misses Lu Yushuyan's dreamy and beautiful face very much. I look very ugly now, there is a god position totem on my face. Yao Feng said in low voice. Xiao Yun, how about this, from now on you treat me as Shu Yan, I feel that that is the real me. Only Qin Yun knows the name Yao Feng. Xie Qiru and Xiao Yuan only know Feng Yueyao. However, after so many years, she feels that Feng Yueyao is already a character from back then, and Yao Feng is also a memory of her and Qin Yun. Lu Yushuyan, it is you who have come to know me again in this life, it is also me who have come to know you again without my memories. This is our new beginning. Her voice suddenly became very gentle. Xiao Yun, from now on, there is no Feng Yueyao, there is no Yao Feng, there is only Lu Yushuyan. I don't despise you for being ugly, I just want to look at you. Qin Yun walked over and said in soft voice, Shu Yan, let me look at you, okay? He extended his hand to take off her mask. Under the mask is a jade-like face filled with runes. Her beautiful eyes are filled with dreamy and blurred. Qin Yun looked at those dreamy beautiful eyes filled with deep affection and said with smile, Shu Yan, you are truly Shu Yan. But you are also the sister Yao Feng I am familiar with. Both. Lu Yushuyan lightly smiled and said, my current situation is like this, it will take a period of time for the god position totem to disappear and hide inside my body. After she finished speaking, she hastily put on her mask. She really doesn't want Qin Yun to see her current appearance. Qin Yun sat beside her, gently caressed her lily-white hand and said with smile, Shu Yan, when you were slaughter god, did you have any interactions with me, the sun god, in Divine Desolate? I did. Lu Yushuyan lightly nodded, our entanglements are unceasing, until now we can still be together. This is also our fate. Oh, that's right, why did the god position totem suddenly appear? Qin Yun explained his father's situation to Lu Yushuyan. She leaned on Qin Yun's shoulder and said in low voice, that's because there is something wrong with the god position. Divine Desolate is facing a crisis, the god position will use some method to quickly make its master stronger so that they can return to Divine Desolate. Qin Yun is somewhat puzzled because his god position is not reacting at all. He also knows that his god position is not complete, there is no god position totem inside. Is Divine Desolate's situation that bad? Qin Yun said in amazement. Xiaoro is calm, they can all sense the danger of Divine Desolate. Lu Yushuyan faintly sighed, Xiao Yun, you are missing 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls, so your perception in this aspect is very weak. But this is also good, at least you don't need to worry about Divine Desolate. Qin Yun gently hugged her waist and leaned her body closer to him. Then, he took a deep breath of the intoxicating fragrance on her body and asked, why are you not in the Divine Wasteland and instead worry about the matters of the Divine Wasteland? Because we are the gods of Divine Desolate, we have god positions. Even if there is something wrong with the god position, we need to be responsible for Divine Desolate. We obtained the approval of the god position and we also need to acknowledge the responsibility of the god position. Lu Yushuyan said. Qin Yan's magic mirror suddenly vibrated. He took it out and said, Yueme is looking for me. He released Xiao Yueme's voice. Xiao Yueme delicately shouted, Big brother, where are you? There is a guy from Guji Yuan who wants to give you points, he is clamoring to challenge you. Someone wants to challenge me? Qin Yan said with smile, is that guy strong? Second place is called Peng Hantao. He wants to bet 300 points with you. Quickly come over and collect his points. Xiao Yueme said. Alright. Although Qin Yun has more than 1,400 points, he feels that it is not enough. If he can get another 300 points, he will be able to take first place. After he put away the magic mirror, he said to Lu Yushuyan with smile, Sister Shu Yan, I will be going to the Immortal King Ancient City, I will be back very soon. Big Sister Shu Yan is so sweet. You tricked me in the ancient garden. Lu Yushuyan said with smile, Xiao Yun, after you recover your memory, you must remember that I am no longer Fan Yueyao, I am Lu Yushuyan. I will also start anew with you. And, Sister Shuyan. Qin Yin said with smile and then hugged her. Oh, that's right, Rujing said that your soul is injured, I will help you take a look. Liu Shuyan spoke and placed her hand on Qin Yin's cheek to examine his soul. Liu Shuyan's cultivation is extremely high, she belongs to the group of peak immortal emperors in Immortal Desolate. Because she was cursed for many years, she has a very deep understanding of soul. She only examined Qin Yin's soul a bit and discovered some situation. She said in amazement, your soul seems to have been burnt. Burnt? Qin Yin is somewhat doubtful. It is a very special soul attack method, it mainly borrows the power of the sun to burn the soul. Generally speaking, this is a kind of punishment power. Liu Shuyan said. Sun spirit race did it. Qin Yin said. No wonder. Liu Shuyan lightly groaned and said, these guys are in charge of soul punishment inside the sun. With Liu Shuyan's help, the pain in Qin Yin's soul gradually disappeared. She has a way to deal with this kind of soul attack. Go, I will wait for you to come back. Liu Shuyan pulled Qin Yin's hand and sent him off. After Qin Yin left, Liu Shuyan returned to the living room. At this time, Xian Rujing came down from upstairs. Yao Feng, Liu Shuyan, Feng Yueyao, Slaughter God. Xian Rujing said with smile, my big sister Slaughter God, you are truly a beauty with many faces. Bing Xue, what is the situation on Divine Desolate's side? Liu Shuyan chuckled and asked. The situation is very bad, Divine Desolate's myriad Divine Mountain is about to be occupied. Those guys from Sun Spirit Race are too overbearing. Xian Rujing said, forget it, we will take it back later. Divine Desolate's gods are now like a plate of loose sand, there is no cohesion, worrying about it is useless. A3. We have failed to live up to the god position's approval. Liu Shuyan said. Like a group of dragons without a leader, Divine Desolate's gods are running in different directions, each of them have their own little schemes. Moreover, they did not expect such a disaster to erupt. Anyway, 9 Desolate is about to be exterminated, it is just a myriad Divine Mountain being occupied, it is not a big deal. Xian Rujing shook her head and said. After Qin Yin received Xiao Yuemei's notice, he used teleportation Jade Pendant and quickly arrived at Immortal King Ancient City's war zone. Peng Hantao is standing on the battle stage with his hands behind his back. His loose black robe is slowly fluttering. Inscription Doma stir as soon as Qin Yin arrived and saw Peng Hantao, he has a very strange feeling. Peng Hantao looks very refined, he looks like an elegant scholar, he is very handsome. His eyes were originally closed but after sensing Qin Yin's arrival, he immediately opened his eyes. Qin Yin used the teleportation Jade Pendant to come here. Behind the group of people on the battle stage, not many people noticed his arrival. However, Peng Hantao discovered that after he opened his bright eyes are filled with gentleness. Teleportation, very good. Peng Hantao faintly smiled, Qin Yin, I thought 300 points wouldn't be enough to move you, 300 points is indeed a bit too little, I didn't want to come. Qin Yin lightly leaped and flew high in the sky. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, old brother, you finally came. That guy gave me 500,000 sacred Xian silver crystals, you must come. Qin Yin knows that this little girl Xiao Yuemei must have received some benefits, that is why she anxiously called him over. I don't dare to bet too much with you, I am afraid of losing. Peng Hantao said with smile, I am very happy that you came. Peng Hantao is an ancient era immortal king, Qin Yin already wanted to see why this group of people are so strong. Xia Wufeng said before that each of these people has their own strength, when fighting them, one can discover many interesting things. For example, even though Xia Wufeng defeated Wang Dalan, he had a very good relationship with Wang Dalan and became friends. Qin Yin is finally going to fight against an ancient era immortal king, many people are looking forward to it. Dark Royal Race, Ancient Era Immortal King, Sun Hunter Race, these are the 3 strongest powers participating in the Immortal King ranking. Dark Royal Race and Sun Hunter Race have people who died in Qin Yin's hands. This proves that Qin Yin's strength is enough to suppress the Dark Royal Race and Sun Hunter Race. And now, Ancient Era Immortal King is the only one who hasn't fought against Qin Yin. Peng Hantao said with smile, to be honest, other people also don't want to bet too much with me. They are afraid of losing, so they only bet 10 or so points per match. They don't even dare to bet with me, it is very boring. He used to be ranked first and maintained his position for a very long time. But then Qin Yun suddenly snatched the first place. He wants to quickly surpass Qin Yun, so he must win a match with a lot of points. Qin Yun looked at Peng Hantao's black robe and frowned slightly. Are you an inscription master? Peng Hantao was somewhat surprised and said with a smile, you are indeed a very strong inscription master. I have fought so many battles with others and only you can tell that I am an inscription master. Qin Yun used extinction spirit eye to see that there are many runes on Peng Hantao's black robe. However, those runes are all dead runes, they can only be considered as decorative designs on the robe. Peng Hantao was actually an inscription master, this caused quite a stir. Qin Yun, since you and I are both inscription masters, how about we fight using inscription? Peng Hantao chuckled and said, as far as I know, you belong to the heavenly inscription master level. You shouldn't be afraid of me, right? The heavenly inscription masters were above the mysterious inscription sect. Generally speaking, this level was determined by the divine inscription palace. All the heavenly inscription masters in the immortal desolate had gone to the divine inscription world to take the test to prove that they had already reached the standard of a heavenly inscription master. Compete in inscription? Qin Yun said with a frown. Of course not. Instead, during battle, draw runes to fight. Peng Hantao's slender fingers suddenly moved quickly in the air. A seemingly complicated yet very simple golden rune suddenly appeared in the air. That rune contained a very mysterious sense of beauty. It was pleasing to the eye and one could not help but clap their hands in praise. Peng Hantao gently waved his hand and the golden rune suddenly charged towards Qin Yun. Then, it transformed into a gust of wind and forced Qin Yun to take a few steps back. How is it? Do you know how to do it? Peng Hantao said with a smile. No, I've never tried it before. Qin Yun is very alarmed. It's fine. Since you are a heavenly inscription master, you will definitely be able to learn and use it on the spot. Peng Hantao said with a smile, I'm not good at that kind of rough battle and I also hate it. I prefer this kind of gentle method. Everyone immediately cursed in their hearts. Peng Hantao had never used this kind of inscription method in his previous battles. Furthermore, his strength in battle was extremely powerful and he had a lot of experience. He was obviously very good at it. I can give it a try. Qin Yun is also very curious. He feels that it is interesting and novel. He wants to use this kind of method to fight. Here, there are also some people from the inscription world who have joined the imperial clan. At this moment, a middle-aged man surnamed Li said, this kind of battle method also happens in the inscription world from time to time. When fighting, it will test the inscription master's level in all aspects. This kind of guy is called inscription do master in our inscription world. He has rich battle experience and when combined with inscription, his power is very terrifying. A young man said. Inscription do masters are also very rare in the inscription world. They are also the target of nurturing by the various great families. There is actually such a guy among the ancient era powers. Qin Yun has never received training and cultivation in this area before. He will suffer a great loss. Qin Yun's inscription level is very high and his battle skills are also very good. He can indeed become an inscription do master. That Peng Hantao is quite crafty. He actually successfully hooked Qin Yun. If he really uses this kind of method, Qin Yun will definitely lose. If you want to become an inscription do master, you must have a very strong body. Otherwise, if your body is hit by an inscription, all kinds of things will happen. The people of the inscription world are all discussing about inscription do masters. This also made many people click their tongues in wonder. It must be known that many people have never heard of inscription do masters before. Princess Anya is beside Xiaoyuan. She said in a low voice, can that guy win? He will definitely win. Xiaoyuan pulled her lily-white hand and said with a chuckle, Princess Anya, you said before that you would fight with me. If you lose to me, you will agree to anything. Princess Anya shook off Xiaoyuan's hand and said with a low snort, female hooligan, I'm going back on my word now. You don't keep your word. Xiaoyuan tenderly snorted and patted Princess Anya's butt and then pinched it. Princess Anya is very angry in her heart. It is also because she was touched by a woman that she could endure it. If a man touched her, he would definitely be cut in half by her saber. Xiao Yuelan is truly a hooligan. She can see through Princess Anya's mentality, so she can eat some tofu from time to time. Qinyan thought for a while and said, "This is very difficult. It is an unprecedented challenge for me. Why don't we bet 500 points? This way I will feel more pressure." Everyone cried out in alarm. It is clearly a huge challenge, but he actually added points. Isn't it obvious that he is giving it away? The greater the pressure, the better the performance. For some experts, this is not bad. Peng Hantao said with a smile, "But Brother Qin, do you really think that you can outperform yourself? It's only 500 points. If I lose, I can just fight back." Qin Yan chuckled and said, "Brother Peng, I was afraid that you wouldn't dare to follow. That's why I didn't call 1,000. 1,000? Peng Hantao was shocked and said with a smile, "Brother Qin is indeed heroic. I admire you. Do you dare?" Qin Yan asked with a smile. Peng Hantao did not answer. He knew that Qin Yan is not an inscription dome master. However, he is afraid that Qin Yan will not use the method of an inscription dome master to fight him. If that happens, he might lose. Among the 9th-level immortal kings in the Immortal King Ancient City, no one dares to say that they can defeat Qin Yan. Even Peng Hantao is not confident. He has seen Qin Yan's few battles and knows that Qin Yan is very strong. He has the strength to fight against immortal emperors. "If you sign a contract with me and guarantee that you will only use inscription method to fight, I will agree to bet 1,000 points." Peng Hantao said after careful consideration. This caused no small sensation. Betting 1,000 points, this is a huge gamble. If they lose, it will be difficult for them to enter top 50 in a short period of time. Qin Yan and Peng Hantao are ranked first and second. If they lose 1,000 points, they will have no chance to make a comeback. They will have to start all over again next month. Not to mention that the reward is about to be settled, even. In normal times, very few people would bet 1,000 points. All right. Qin Yan agreed. Princess Anya lightly snorted, patted Xiao Yuelan's shoulder and said, "Why is your family's bastard so stupid? Doesn't he know that if he loses, he will lose a lot of Emperor Origin heavenly pills? That's because you don't understand him." Xiao Yuelan chuckled and said, "Little princess, your touch just now was really comfortable, touch again." Princess Anya clenched her teeth and vigorously pinched Xiao Yuelan's shoulder. "Ayo." Xiao Yuelan softly cried out, "It hurts." "Humph, you deserve a beating," Princess Anya proudly said. Xiao Yuelan immediately hugged her waist and said with a charming smile, "Little princess, you will be mine from now on. Your figure is really good, you will definitely be very beautiful." Of course. Princess Anya seems to be somewhat accustomed to Xiao Yuelan's appearance. On the battle platform, Qin Yan and Peng Hantao each transferred 1,000 points to the referee. Then, they signed a soul contract and only used inscription dome master method to fight. Peng Hantao also briefly explained the rules of the battle between inscription dome masters. During the battle, the two of them had to maintain a certain distance and could not get close to each other. The main method of attack was to quickly release the power of the blood soul to draw runes to attack or defend. When defending, one cannot release Immortal King power to defend, one must use drawn runes to defend. This is a great test of an inscription master's control of blood soul power, as well as the speed and precision of inscription. Also, the requirement for the body is extremely high because if one can't block the opponent's runes, after being hit, without a strong enough body, one will be defeated in an instant. During battle, inscription dome masters cannot use tools to help inscribe runes. They must use their fingers and mental power to coordinate. This is a great test of the inscription master's foundation. The people below the battle platform, no matter who they are all looking forward to this kind of battle between inscription dome masters. As for those people from the inscription world, they have a better understanding of the battle between inscription dome masters. This also attracted many people to ask them questions. Xia Wufeng said, "When inscription dome masters use runes to fight, their power is definitely not weak. It seems like Peng Hantao has always been hiding his strength and did not use this method to fight." Dragon Rock opening Shimen Dazhuang said with a frown, "Old uncle's level of inscription is very high. If it's just a competition of inscription refining, old uncle will definitely win. That's for sure. But the problem is, Brother Yun is currently engaged in a battle between inscription do masters. This is something he has never been involved in before. Mu Rongjun shook his head. So forget it. If we open the bet, we might lose. Shimin Dazhuang also nodded and said, then we won't start it. It's one less round. Xiao Yuemei walked over, jumped up and patted their heads. She delicately groaned and said, you two guys actually don't think highly of my brother. Big sister, it's not that we don't think highly of him, but this round is really risky. Shimin Dazhuang laughed and said, of course the old uncle can win, but he might also lose. Xiao Yuemei is in a bad mood, she lightly snorted and said, my brother will definitely win. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Yun will definitely win. Mu Rongjun said with a smile, it's about to begin. Let's watch carefully, watch carefully. Maybe we'll have to face those inscription do masters in the future. Let's take this opportunity to learn some experience and watch seriously. Shimin Dazhuang laughed. Below the stage, everyone was also looking forward to this battle. This was because Qin Yun's strength was not weak and his inscription level was extremely high. Even though he had never participated in an inscription dosher battle before, he had a very strong foundation. Therefore, many people did not dare to believe that he would lose. As for those people from the inscription world, they all felt that Qin Yun had a high chance of losing. After all, they understood the matters of the inscription do masters the best. In order to become a qualified inscription do master, one must undergo a very long period of cultivation and also undergo all kinds of cruel training. Apart from that, the requirement for comprehensive standards in all aspects was very high. At this moment, Qin Yun was also filled with interest. He suddenly did not care about winning or losing. He only wanted to use this pressure to force his potential to erupt. His level in all aspects is extremely high, especially in the aspect of inscription talent. He has a kind of innate perception towards inscriptions. In addition, he has many kinds of inscription spirits, allowing him to quickly draw complex inscriptions. Therefore, he felt that he could use this battle to quickly grasp the essence of an inscription do master's battle. The referee in the fighting ring suddenly shouted, begin. Qin Yun and Peng Hantao are separated by several hundred meters and in front of them, there is a red line. When they are engaged in the inscription battle, they cannot cross the red line and walk forward, otherwise they will lose. This was the rule of battle between inscription do masters. They could not get close to each other and could only quickly draw inscriptions to attack and defend. Brother Qin, I'll let you attack first. And I will only use inscription defense. Peng Hantao smiled faintly, you don't understand the battle between inscription do masters, there's no harm in letting you attack first. Qin Yun said with smile, then I won't be polite. Blood soul power suddenly gathered in his arm. A large amount of blood soul power surged out. Then, using his finger as a pen, he quickly drew a set of runes in the air. When he was drawing the inscriptions, the space in front of him was wrapped in a strong golden light. This was also to hide the traces of the inscriptions, so as to prevent the precious inscriptions from being stolen by an expert. So slow. When inscription do masters fight, they usually need a few seconds to finish drawing inscriptions. This guy already took more than 10 seconds, a middle-aged man from the inscription world said. Indeed, if he is this slow, he won't be able to hold on for long, an old man said, look at Peng Hantao. One of Peng Hantao's eyes flickered with dense blood soul power. After the inscription master from the immortal King Ancient City saw this, he said in amazement, that guy has sacred pupil. His sacred pupil can directly draw inscriptions? If it is true, then it is too awesome, someone cried out in alarm. It should be true, this Peng Hantao is not an ordinary inscription do master. Motherfucker, what kind of secret technique did these ancient era experts master? People from the inscription world exclaimed in admiration again and again. All the major factions in the Immortal Desolate only know that the ancient era experts suddenly appeared to obtain sun god crystals. After obtaining the sun god crystals, they would return to their hidden deep earth world before the sun sets and then come out again before the sun sets. There are also rumors saying that the ancient era experts are immortal. Peng Hantao looked at the light ball floating in front of Qin Yun, his expression became grave. Because according to his perception of the rune energy fluctuation, he can sense that the rune Qinyun is carving is very powerful. Qinyun's rune carving is very slow, but it is also very powerful. After all, this is the opportunity Peng Hantao gave him to attack first, so he has enough time to carve powerful and complex runes. If he can directly injure Peng Hantao in this wave, he will be able to create a good advantage for him. Qinyun is carving Fire Dragon Totem Spirit. He has Totem Inscription Spirit, Beast King Inscription Spirit and Violent Fire Inscription Spirit. Fire Dragon Totem just so happens to have these three attributes, so when these three inscription spirits are superimposed together, it can make the Fire Dragon Totem very powerful. Brother Qin, hurry up. Peng Hantao urged because Qinyun has been carving for a while. Everyone can only see him using his finger to carve the huge flame ball, they can't see what kind of rune he is carving. It's almost done. Qinyun faintly smiled, Brother Peng, don't worry, I will not disappoint you. Peng Hantao is somewhat regretting letting Qinyun attack first because he can see that the rune Qinyun is carving is very powerful. The people below the stage are unable to sense the might of the rune Qinyun is carving because they are separated by a barrier. Qinyun cultivates Heavenly Dao Flame Violent Power and Heavenly Dao Arrogant Power. These two kinds of aura also contain flame and dragon. Qinyun is using everything he can use. He also wanted to see how powerful an attack like this would be. Of course, he is not going all out. After all, he wants to preserve a large portion of his power because it is very likely that he will have to fight a bitter battle. Peng Hantao also began carving runes. A huge black energy ball appeared in front of him. Blood spirit power is released through his eyes. It is a special sacred eye that he has mastered. In addition, he is cooperating with the two fingers on his hands and releasing blood spirit power to carve runes. This can be done very quickly. Peng Hantao is indeed worthy of being an inscription dome master. He is now carving 3 runes, an old man exclaimed in admiration. Old mister, what do you mean by 3 runes? Someone asked. His sacred eye is the main rune, he is using 1 finger on each hand, these are the 2 auxiliary runes. Altogether, he is carving 3 runes. Look at him, he is only using 1 finger, this is something only a beginner-level inscription dome master can use. If he doesn't have sacred eye, the highest he can carve is 10 runes with 10 fingers, the old man replied. Someone said in amazement, in other words, Peng Hantao can carve 11 runes in the future? The old man nodded and said, if his sacred eye is innate, then it means that he is a natural-born inscription dome master. This kind of guy can carve 11 runes in the future and instantly release a very powerful rune. Truly terrifying. Hearing this, Xiao Yuelan and Xia Wufeng clicked their tongues in amazement. This is something they have never heard of before. The battle stage suddenly shook. The black energy ball in front of Peng Hantao suddenly exploded. A great peng with many complex black runes appeared, it spread its wings tens of meters and blocked in front of Peng Hantao. The great peng's black runes are flickering with thunder and lightning, it looks very dreadful. This is a set of rune combination. He used a portion of the great peng totem as the main rune, then added thunder and lightning immortal rune and also a very strong shield star rune. The old man from the inscription world shouted in alarm, this is a defense-based rune but after defense, it can be used to attack. First defense then attack rune, that is to say, after defense, he must immediately counterattack. If not for the old man being here, many people would be completely baffled. Hearing the old man's words, everyone felt that this inscription dome master is very powerful. Alright. Qinyun suddenly shouted. The golden flame ball in front of him is also very large, it is more than 100 meters wide. As soon as his words fell, the flame ball exploded and a dragon roar shook the air. A low and deep dragon roar filled with imposing aura spread out, many complex and dense runes converged to form a huge flame dragon in the sky. Fire Dragon Totem. Dragon Manners, Dragon Warriors and Dark Dragon Warriors all cried out in alarm. Seeing this huge dragon, everyone felt extremely shocked. This is a Fire Dragon Totem. Now that it has been condensed by powerful blood spirit power, the might it released caused people to exclaim in admiration again and again. The old man from the inscription world also cried out in alarm, this guy Qinyun, he directly created a complete totem. In a showdown between inscription dome masters, this is an absolute kill. Peng Hantao must have discovered the opponent's dragon power, that's why he created a Peng to defend, someone said. Peng Hantao's expression is also incomparably grave. He can sense a very strong flame dragon power. He thought that the rune Qingyun carved is a flame dragon totem. He did not expect that it is actually a complete set of fire dragon totem. Attack! Qingyun shouted loudly. The fire dragon immediately roared and charged towards Peng Hantao like lightning. In front of Peng Hantao is a huge black Peng with a wingspan of several tens of meters. However, compared to the incoming flame dragon, it is still a lot smaller. And Peng Hantao's tiny body, in front of these two huge inscription beasts, appears even more weak. The showdown between inscription dome masters has only just begun, yet such a big scene has already appeared. It also caused people to feel extremely excited. The dragon roar shook the sky, bringing along a berserk flame. It flew over, boom, the fire dragon collided with the Peng's body. The violent fire dragon roared and rolled all around, enveloping the entire battle stage in the blink of an eye. The Peng was also smashed into pieces. Peng Hantao was pushed to the edge of the battle stage by a berserk flame wave and stuck to the barrier. Not bad. Peng Hantao laughed loudly and said, "Qingyun, I underestimated you." As soon as his voice fell, his fingers moved very quickly. His sacred eye shot out black blood spirit power and quickly carved a set of runes. A set of runes was completed very quickly and then shot out by Peng Hantao. Hoo hoo hoo, a burst of black gale, bringing along blood-colored thunder and lightning, enveloped Qingyun's body in a blink of an eye. Chapter 1755, Thunder God. Peng Hantao's set of runes transformed into a storm of blood-colored lightning and enveloped Qingyun in the blink of an eye. Violent wind howled, blood-colored lightning exploded. Just as Qingyun was enveloped, the violent wind and blood-colored lightning transformed into a ferocious tornado. Qingyun, who is in the center of the tornado, is being attacked by the violent blood-colored lightning. The tornado's chaotic flow is like countless sharp blades, making Qingyun feel as if his body is being cut by knives. The fire dragon totem Qingyun released earlier is very strong. It created a very dreadful flame berserk dragon. It produced a very fierce and arrogant might. However, Peng Hantao blocked it. Even though he was sent flying by the flame wave, he did not seem to be injured. The flame wave created by the flame berserk dragon on the battle stage was also swept away by the tornado. However, those flames are unable to harm Qingyun. After all, they were released by him. Qingyun's body is in great pain, but he cannot release the power within his body to resist. Because he has already signed a contract. According to the rules of Inscription Dome Masters, he cannot use the immortal king power within his body to attack or defend during battle. Peng Hantao is a true Inscription Dome Master. Qingyun should have experienced it now. The old man sighed and said, "Qingyun is indeed very capable, but he has never received Inscription Dome Master training, so he can only do this." What is Peng Hantao doing? Is he drawing a very strong rune? Someone asked. Yes. Peng Hantao has restrained Qingyun in one move. Qingyun is unable to retaliate and has fallen into the tornado. The old man said, Peng Hantao created an opportunity for himself. Of course he wants to draw a very strong rune. It is very likely to be a totem rune. In a showdown between Inscription Dome Masters, totem rune is a fatal blow. Qingyun used it from the very beginning. This is also a very rare occurrence in a showdown between Inscription Dome Masters. This is mainly because Peng Hantao gave Qingyun time to draw the totem rune. Inscription masters who understand totem rune are all very shocked that Qingyun can draw a totem rune in such a short period of time. Even Peng Hantao finds this hard to believe. He is an Inscription Dome Master. His speed in carving runes is very fast. However, even he was unable to achieve Qingyun's level in a short period of time. Qingyun had just drawn a very strong fire dragon totem. Although the time taken was not short, it was considered fast in a battle between Inscription Dome Masters. At this moment, Peng Hantao was also drawing totem patterns. He guessed that Qingyun has an inscription spirit and not just one. And those who know more about Qingyun know that he has an inscription spirit. Qingyun fell into the tornado. His body is in great pain from the bombardment. In this kind of situation, he is unable to resist at all, let alone draw runes. He now understood that in a duel between Inscription Dome Masters, one's drawing speed must be very fast. If he had reacted just now and drawn a set of runes to defend himself in a very short period of time, or used the power of the runes to disperse Peng Hantao's violent wind and thunder, he would not have fallen into such a situation. Qin Yan should have an inscription spirit. An old man from the Dragon Manor said, the fire dragon totem is one of the more powerful dragon totem. To be able to create it in such a short period of time, he must have at least mastered one of the wildfire and beast king inscription spirits. Hearing the old man's words, someone shouted, maybe he has both of them? Not necessarily both. There might not even be these two because there is a very powerful inscription spirit called the totem inscription spirit. The old man from the inscription world said, if Qin Yan mastered the totem inscription spirit, coupled with his talent, he would be able to draw a profound and complex fire dragon totem in a short period of time. Everyone discussed this matter in low voices. Inscription spirit, that is extremely rare, even if there were inscription masters who had it, not many people would know about it. Only those very powerful inscription masters would publicly announce that they possessed an inscription spirit. This fellow Qin Yan, he even has 2 sun souls. It should be normal for him to have 2 inscription spirits, right? Someone suddenly said. These words immediately made people jealous of Qin Yan. Motherfucker, this Qin Yan's luck is too good. All the good things are on him. Someone cursed in a low voice in jealousy. This is also the voice of many people, especially those inscription masters, they are even more jealous. Because it is very likely that Qin Yan has mastered 2 types of inscription spirits. Xiao Yuelan chuckled a few times because she knew that Qin Yan has mastered more than 3 inscription spirits but several. For example, Star Lord and Yuji are things that many inscription masters yearn for even in their dreams. Xiao Yuemei is even more pleased with herself. She was able to cooperate with Qin Yan to refine those rare inscription spirits. Of course, Qin Yan also suffered a special heavenly punishment because of this, which tortured him for a period of time. Qin Yan was trapped by the violent wind and thunder tornado and was unable to break free. And at this moment, the black ball of air in front of Peng Hantao is growing larger and larger. The black ball of air is filled with violent blood-colored lightning. The aura of the violent thunder can be felt through the barrier. It is extremely terrifying, as if it is tribulation thunder. Peng Hantao also has an inscription spirit. An old man exclaimed, his totem rune is about to be completed. To be able to complete a totem rune at this speed, he must have an inscription spirit. What kind of inscription spirit does he have? Someone asked loudly. Most likely Thunder God or Lightning Mother inscription spirit. The old man said, the 3 runes Peng Hantao drew all have thunder and lightning attribute. He might have 2 kinds of inscription spirits. Qin Yan is also secretly apprehensive. Peng Hantao is indeed an extraordinary person. None of the ancient era's people are vegetarians. Wang Dalan, who fought with Xia Wufeng before, is also extremely terrifying. His fist attack almost crippled Xia Wufeng. As for Wang Dalan, he was pierced several times but he is completely fine. Of course, Xia Wufeng did not attack ruthlessly at that time, otherwise Wang Dalan would have died. And because they did not fight, they became friends. Qin Yan also heard about the ancient era's experts, most of them are very easy to communicate with. Peng Hantao's expression is grave, he said in a deep voice, Qin Yan, admit defeat. Once my thunder totem appears, you will either die or be injured. Come. Qin Yan roared. The wind and thunder tornado that is entangling him is almost completely consumed. The power of the drawn runes came from the power of the blood soul, and the power of the blood soul was the power of the body, soul, and inner force. The blood of the body, the mental power of the soul and the immortal king power within the Dantian condense into blood spirit power. They form an energy source that allows the runes to erupt with power for a short period of time. Blood spirit power converges into different runes and can release all kinds of different attribute power. The higher the finesse of the runes, the higher the rank, the stronger the power and explosive power. Peng Hantao shouted loudly, the black energy ball in front of him suddenly exploded, a blue rune-formed thing appeared and rushed towards Qin Yan at an extremely fast speed. Those with good eyesight can see that the object formed by the blue light runes is a sturdy old man. Only his upper body has a human shape. Moreover, it is formed by runes. It looks like it is formed by nature. The sturdy old man's lower body is a ball of berserk blue energy, rune totem transformed into a human, moreover it is formed from a large number of complex and dense runes. This is simply shocking. That guy's inscription spirit is indeed Thunder God. Totem transformed into inscription spirit. The inscription world's old man shouted in horror. The totem he drew can transform into inscription spirit's true form. Boom! The Thunder God transformed from Thunder Totem attacked Qin Yun's body and burst out a burst of dazzling thunder and lightning. More than half of the huge and spacious battle stage is enveloped by violent thunder and lightning. Qin Yun was sent flying and crashed into the barrier. And the Thunder God transformed from Thunder Totem's aura did not decrease at all, it continued to charge forward. Seeing this scene, people who fought with Peng Han Tao before all thanked him in their hearts for not killing them. This Peng Han Tao is simply too powerful. Just this Thunder God transformed from Thunder Totem is enough to kill most of the 9th Heaven Immortal Kings, and everyone is also shocked by Qin Yun's body. He actually did not die after being beaten by the Thunder God. Inscription spirits have true form and true form is revealed through totems or runes. Only an inscription master can reach this realm. The inscription world's old man exclaimed in admiration, "This is close to the level of a sacred inscription master." Qin Yun is now both shocked and excited because he has personally witnessed the level of a legendary formidable inscription master. Peng Han Tao's inscription level has greatly broadened his horizons, allowing him to see the true form of inscription spirit. Back in Star Traveling Pagoda, he learned many things about inscription spirits. Among inscription spirits, only totem inscription spirits have no form. All other inscription spirits have titles. For example, Tool King, Star Lord, Moon Lady, Sun Emperor, Wildfire, Beast King, etc. Only totem inscription spirits have no title, they are called totem. Of course, he read some ancient books that recorded that totems have form but they are only legends. It is said that totem form is extremely formidable, it is the king of all totems. As for what it is, Qin Yun also doesn't know because he has not reached that level yet. Everyone is looking at the Thunder God transformed from totem attacking Qin Yun on the battle stage. They are all extremely apprehensive. Every time the Thunder God attacks, people's heart would jump. It is as if they are being hit by a berserk attack. It is very painful just looking at it. Peng Han Tao is now taking deep breaths. It can be seen that he is controlling the Thunder God to attack Qin Yun. If Qin Yun wants to fight back, he can only use runes, otherwise he can only take a beating. Seeing that the Thunder God has been attacking Qin Yun for so long and still unable to defeat him, Peng Han Tao's expression became more and more grave. Qin Yun's body is much stronger than he imagined. It must be known that Qin Yun cultivates the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra that Yang Shiriwei arranged for him. The 9 Extinction Divine Body inside can be used to cultivate Divine Body. Qin Yun has been cultivating for a very long time, his body is currently developing towards Divine Body. "I am being attacked, I can't stop to draw runes," Qin Yun said with frown. If the Thunder God's blood spirit power runs out, Peng Han Tao will immediately draw runes to attack me. This kind of continuous attack will not give me any opportunity to fight back. Reversing the situation only by participating in actual combat could Qin Yun deeply understand what kind of battle between inscription dome masters was like. Now, he had learned his lesson. "Xiao Yun, hold on," Ling Yin'er said. "Peng Han Tao has consumed a lot of energy to draw this Thunder God. He wants to control the Thunder God to attack you now, so he can't start drawing runes. And, when the Thunder God is done, he will stop and start drawing runes. That will be my chance to turn the tables," Qin Yun said in his heart. "Then you should start organizing the runes you have mastered," Ling Yin'er said. "You must quickly create them and defend first." Qin Yun has mastered a lot of runes, especially star runes and moon runes. And there are not many sun runes that can be used in battle. Although he has the Sun Emperor inscription spirit, it has been sealed and he can't take it out now. Therefore, the speed at which he draws sun runes in battle is very slow. "This Qin Yun can really take a beating," someone said in surprise. Being able to take a beating is a necessary condition to become an inscription dome master. Otherwise, he would have already been blasted to pieces by the Thunder God. If Qin Yun were to undergo training, he would definitely become a very good inscription dome master. The old man from the inscription world said. The blue light on the Thunder God's body became weaker and weaker. Its attack on Qin Yan also weakened and its speed became much slower. Everyone could now see a translucent thunder god. Although it was formed from a large number of densely packed runes, it gave people a very real feeling. Peng Hantao clenched his teeth and said, "Brother Qin, your body is much stronger than I imagined. No wonder you were able to cause so much trouble in the Immortal Desolate. Your potential is truly unfathomable." With a wave of his hand, he summoned the weakened thunder god back. He retrieved a portion of the blood soul's power and began to quickly draw runes. Qin Yan's body is already covered in wounds. Xiao Xianqin felt her heart ache when she saw this. She bit her lower lip and nervously grabbed Yuan Yanying's lily-white hand. She could not bear to see Qin Yan injured, and even more so, she could not bear to see Qin Yan lose, because she knew that if he lost, it would be a huge blow to a man, especially to Qin Yan. Xiao Yuelan is rather calm because she has a kind of blind confidence in her husband. Xiao Yuemei is also the same. The two sisters are often together with Qin Yan and they know Qin Yan's great potential. Qin Yan, who is covered in cuts and bruises, crawled up from the ground. He raised his arms and extended a finger each and began drawing runes. Previously, he only used one finger to draw runes, but now, he is drawing with 2 fingers at the same time. Qin Yan's arms have many burn scars from the violent lightning strikes. Some of them even have deep scars left behind by the lightning strikes. However, his arms are very stable and there is no trembling at all. When drawing runes, the requirement for precision is extremely high. If one's arms were unstable, the finesse would be greatly affected. In serious cases, it would cause the runes to be unable to form. What is the yun? The Qin Yun Yun Ti Tian of Qin, 1. Qi Su and Tian Qin said. Qin of Tian of Eschen of Chen. Chen what Chen Long is Yun is Tian is after of Qin sect. Yun Hua. Tian Qin. Qin after Tian of Qin of Yun is Yun. Since he can't use Immortal King power to fight, Qin Yun now has enough power to heal his injuries. Ling Yun'er released Nether Sun's power to heal Qin Yun's injuries. The wounds on his body are covered with a layer of faint golden light, they are quickly healing. Open. Peng Hantao drew 3 lines, his speed is extremely fast. He drew a large sword made of lightning and thunder runes and stabbed at Qin Yun. The golden ball of light in front of Qin Yun suddenly dispersed and a circular black shield appeared. Looking carefully, there are many flickering light dots on the surface of the black shield. Especially Peng Hantao, who is facing Qin Yun, it is as if he is looking at a sky filled with stars. The black shield is made of black runes, specks of starlight on its surface, it is surging with dense star power. Bang, the sword stabbed the black shield, thunder and lightning exploded, but it was unable to hit Qin Yun. Below the battle stage, everyone burst into cheers. Qin Yun finally got on the right path. After being beaten up twice, he finally blocked Peng Hantao's attack. Star rune and shield rune? Very good, your progress is very fast. Peng Hantao said with a frown, the pressure in his heart is gradually increasing. Qin Yan's progress in adversity is godly, he can quickly draw defensive runes. Defense is good, then attack. Qin Yan blamed himself in his heart, he was too focused on attack before. If he had experience, he would have defended from the start instead of drawing that fire dragon totem. He felt that he was misled by Peng Hantao's psychological tactics. Peng Hantao said he would give him the opportunity to attack first, he foolishly attacked first, otherwise, he might have chosen to defend first. It must be said that Peng Hantao is very attentive to this battle, that is why he set up a trap for Qin Yun from the beginning. Qin Yun is also slow on the uptake. Next, he began to draw an even stronger defensive totem, Nether Moon Tree Totem. Nether Moon Totem has a certain devouring power and Tree Totem's defense is not weak. He felt that the combination of Nether Moon and Tree Totem will allow him to quickly regenerate his power and at the same time carry out defense. If I had drawn Black Tortoise Totem at the beginning and had a turtle shell to protect myself, then I would have drawn all kinds of offensive runes, I would have been able to beat that guy to the point of questioning his life. Qin Yun said in his heart. The current conditions do not allow him to draw Black Tortoise Totem because it consumes too much energy and is extremely complex. After all, it is a Divine Beast Totem. Qin Yun is very familiar with Nether Moon Totem and Tree Totem has evolved into Divine Tree Totem in his body. he was able to draw them quickly. Peng Hantao quickly drew a giant thunder wolf. Blue giant thunder wolf's body is condensed from many runes emitting blue light. It has a very strong thunder shield. The giant wolf pounced over. Thunder and lightning spewed out from its mouth. Boom! Thunder and lightning fiercely attacked and fell on Qin Yun's star shield. Qin Yun was blasted back a few steps. When the giant thunder wolf pounced over, Qin Yun dodged to the side. During the battle, he can dodge, but he can't go forward, he can't cross the red line on the ground. The star shield is controlled by Qin Yun. It is blocking in front, not allowing the giant thunder wolf to destroy the rune energy ball he drew. Qin Yun's drawing speed is still a lot slower because he is drawing 2 totems. Even though he is very familiar with the Nether Moon Totem and Tree Totem, it is not easy to finish drawing them. Under Peng Hantao's control, the giant thunder wolf crazily attacked the floating star shield. The star shield won't be able to hold on for long, it will soon be shattered. At that time, Qin Yun will have no defense. Peng Hantao also doesn't know if the runes Qin Yun is drawing are offensive or defensive. Everyone watched quietly, they are also looking forward to the runes Qin Yun is drawing. The giant thunder wolf on the stage has a ferocious aura, it is crazily attacking the star shield. Everyone can see that it won't be long before the star shield is shattered. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and increased his speed. If the inscription star shield was shattered and the giant thunder wolf attacked, then the inscription energy ball he was drawing would be scattered and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Hold on. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and controlled the star shield to skillfully dodge. He dodged the giant thunder wolf's huge claws. A moment later, the star shield suddenly exploded. The giant thunder wolf broke through the star shield. Everyone let out a burst of shouts, because next, the giant thunder wolf is going to attack Qin Yun. Hua hua hua. The golden energy ball in front of Qin Yun suddenly exploded. The runes inside are complete. It turned into a giant golden tree phantom. It is formed from many golden runes. It looks very dreamy. If it was night time, it would be like a divine tree. Qin Yun is inside the giant tree. Tree totem. The old man from the inscription world exclaimed, "This is a very good totem." The giant thunder wolf rushed over, wanting to pounce on the 100-meter-tall giant tree. However, many roots suddenly appeared on the giant tree and wrapped around the giant thunder wolf. A large number of tree vines whizzed out and tightly trapped the giant thunder wolf. Everyone could only see that it is a tree totem, but they did not know that there is a nether moon totem hidden inside. Qin Yun controlled the nether moon totem and devoured the giant thunder wolf's blood soul power. In this way, he can recover the blood soul power that he lost earlier. The giant thunder wolf was defeated in an instant. Peng Hantao immediately became anxious, he is quickly drawing runes. However, the tree vines on the giant tree suddenly weaved together, forming a very long giant whip that lashed at Peng Hantao. Pa! The huge tree vine whip fell down and directly shattered the energy ball condensed in front of Peng Hantao. Everyone also let out a cry. The situation has actually undergone such a huge change. Everyone can see that defense is very important in this duel between inscription dome masters. If one's defense is not good and they lose the opportunity to draw runes, then they will definitely lose. There are 2 long whips formed by the tree vines, both of them are crazily lashing at Peng Hantao. Peng Hantao also let out a few miserable screams. His body is extremely strong, he can withstand the whip of the tree vines. Although he can only dodge a few times. The old man from the inscription world is dumbstruck. Because Qin Yun, a fellow who knows nothing about inscription dome masters, is actually able to beat a true inscription dome master to the point of covering his head and running away. Qin Yun now has both offense and defense. His divine inscription tree is not that easy to disperse because he is inside the divine inscription tree. He can constantly release blood soul power to maintain the consumption of the divine inscription tree. Of course, if Peng Hantao can last for a long time, then Qin Yun will also run out of blood soul power. I admit defeat. After being whipped dozens of times, Peng Hantao's body is covered with cuts and bruises. His arms are already unstable, which means that he has no chance to turn the tables. Qin Yun withdrew the blood soul power from the divine inscription mountain. Those runes were drawn using the blood soul power, so he can withdraw them in an instant to avoid wasting them. Peng Hantao lost, and it can be said that he lost in a very ugly manner, because he is a proper inscription dome master, but now he has been defeated by a rookie. Ancient era strange news. Peng Hantao laid on the ground and watched Qin Yin walk over. Qin Yin extended his hand and pulled Peng Hantao up. He said with smile, "Brother Peng, this inscription dome master battle is quite interesting. This battle has really benefited me greatly." Peng Hantao's expression is gloomy. He helplessly smiled and said, "Brother Qin, I really suspect that you are a crafty old fox inscription dome master. You are pretending to not know anything about inscription dome masters and deliberately teasing me." Not only him, the immortal kings of the inscription world and the ancient era all think so. However, this is the first time Qin Yin has come into contact with an inscription dome master battle. "Brother Qin, your foundation is truly profound. Without such a thick foundation in inscription, it would be impossible to grow so quickly in such a short period of time," Peng Hantao said with smile. Qin Yin took back his points. He now has more than 2,400 points. He is firmly in first place. The inscription dome master battle is over. Qin Yin's friends also relaxed a lot because Qin Yin did not lose. On the contrary, he has improved greatly because of this battle. Morong Darren and Shiman Dazhuang are both very depressed because if they had opened the bet, they would have definitely made a huge profit. Xiao Yuemei made a face at Morong Darren and others and said with smile, "I opened the bet with Sister Dreaming Pig and won several million sacred Xian silver crystals, ha 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 ha." This made Morong Darren and others even more depressed. Xiao Yuelan proudly smiled at Princess Anya beside her and said, "Did you see that? I said he would definitely win." After speaking, she pinched Princess Anya's waist and said with smile, "Hurry up and fight, you have to steadily enter the top 10. The pressure on the top 10 of the Immortal King ranking is not small. The others are all desperately trying to catch up. If they lose, they will fall behind by a lot. Qin Yin is already stable, so he doesn't need to fight. Peng Hantao, who lost to Qin Yin, doesn't plan to continue. He wants to wait for next month." Peng Hantao invited Qin Yin to drink and Qin Yin agreed. Xiao Yuelan and others also continued to fight, trying their best to obtain more points. Qin Yin and Peng Hantao are drinking wine in a restaurant. "Brother Peng, what is going on with you people from the ancient era? I have always been curious about you people." Qin Yin asked. "About the same as you guys." Peng Hantao smiled and said, "It's just that we used a more roundabout method to cultivate." "Brother Peng, tell me honestly. How long have you lived?" said Qin Yin with a smile as he poured a bowl of wine for Peng Hantao. "Very long, but that is not important." Peng Hantao shook his head and said with smile, "Long time, but that is not important." Peng Hantao said with smile, "Then what roundabout method do you use? Are you all willing to stay in the immortal desolate? Don't you yearn for the sacred wasteland, the divine wasteland and the mysterious ninth wasteland?" "I want to go. However, we did not grow up in those great wastelands. If we go there directly without sufficient strength, it will be more sullen." Peng Hantao said, "Maybe, we will even die." "So, you guys are holding back and not breaking through?" Qin Yin was even more puzzled. "This is not a solution. Brother Qin, you should know about the sun god crystals, right?" Peng Hantao said with smile, "Every time we come out from the depths, it is for the sun god crystals." "Oh?" Qin Yin had heard of it before but he did not know how they would use it. The sun god crystal contains powerful divine power. Generally speaking, only the divine desolate and the mysterious ancient desolate can absorb the energy inside. Peng Hantao drank the immortal wine in one gulp and said, "I have heard that even the people of the immortal desolate and sacred desolate can absorb the energy inside the sun god crystal." Qin Yin said, "However, it is very slow." Peng Hantao picked up an empty wine bottle and said, "Let's put it this way, the bodies of us immortal desolate people are like this wine bottle and the energy of the sun god crystal is like this." After saying that, he injected an extremely violent flame into the wine bottle. Whoosh, the wine bottle instantly turned into powder. Qin Yin nodded and said, "The bodies of us immortal desolate people can't withstand the divine power of the sun god crystal?" Peng Hantao said, "Yes. The sun god crystal is born from the sun. Not only is it very heavy, it is also very hot. A rice grain-sized sun god crystal weighs hundreds of millions of genes. Absorbing a trace of divine power from it is very heavy, very hot and very berserk. Then do you people from the ancient era have a way to absorb the divine power of the sun god crystal? Qin asked. We don't have any good methods. Peng Hantao shook his head and sighed, we can only use a very long time to absorb it. Qin suddenly understood and said, in that case, after you find the sun god crystal, you go deep underground and sleep for tens of thousands of years, so that you can absorb the energy of the sun god crystal bit by bit. That's right. When we sleep, we have a special container to protect our bodies. Peng Hantao said with a smile, it's like we're sleeping in a special coffin with some sun god crystals inside. That's why we call ourselves the living dead. The sun god crystal can release very weak energy and we can directly absorb that weak energy. There's no problem and it won't affect our bodies. But it will take a very long time, right? Qin said. Yes, that's why we plan to use many years to absorb the divine power inside the sun god crystal and make our bodies stronger. Peng Hantao said. Qin also has an answer as to why the bodies of the ancient era's people are so strong. He previously guessed that the people of the ancient era absorbed the power of the sun god crystal to cultivate, but he didn't expect the process to be so difficult. After Peng Hantao and Qin drank a bowl, he said with a smile, actually, after we came out to find the sun god crystal, we went back to sleep. When we woke up, it was already the next era. It's really hard to say how long we've lived. Most of the time, they were sleeping. Qin said with a smile, Brother Peng, you've lived for so long, how come you're still an immortal king? Peng Hantao chuckled and said, our cultivation level increases rather slowly because we want to naturally increase it. In other words, we never deliberately cultivate the immortal king life crystal. We let the immortal king life crystal absorb the energy of the sun god crystal and naturally increase it. This way, the life crystal will also be very strong, right? No wonder your immortal king power is so strong. Qin is somewhat astonished. This Peng Hantao went to fight the immortal king ranking list to relieve his worries and not for the de-essence heavenly pill. Peng Hantao said, Brother Qin, you are so talented, if you go to Sacred Desolate without sufficient preparation, I'm worried that you will be killed by those guys inside. Not afraid. Qin shook his head and said with smile, I'm not afraid of those guys. When I came to Immortal Desolate, I didn't have this kind of worry. Everyone has their own ambitions. Anyway, our body cultivation has reached the pinnacle, even if we go to Sacred Desolate, we won't be afraid of them. Peng Hantao said. With Peng Hantao's strength, they won't be bullied in Immortal Desolate, but it's not certain if they go to Sacred Desolate. Brother Peng, are your sacred eyes and inscription spirit innate? Qin asked. Indeed. They are innate. Brother Qin, your inscription spirit is also innate, right? We are all people with very good lives, so we must properly cherish our lives. Peng Hantao wants to pull Qin into their ancient era's cultivation. Qin shook his head and said with smile, my inscription spirit is acquired. Peng Hantao said in shock, really? I heard that acquired inscription spirit has a great rejection with body and soul, it is not easy to control. I can handle it fairly well, there is no other problem. Qin said with smile. That's true, Brother Qin, people like you are rarely seen in several epochs. Peng Hantao said, you better not go to Sacred Desolate, stay in the depths of Immortal Desolate and learn from me, become stronger first. Qin said, I have my own plans, many thanks for Brother Peng's guidance. Peng Hantao said with frown, Brother Qin, you have sun spirits in your hands. Those sun spirits will fall into a deep slumber along with the sun. As far as I know, you must cultivate something similar to the sun in your body to awaken the sun spirits. Qin obtained the core crystal mother from Princess Xianxia. It can be used repeatedly, it can temporarily alleviate the problem, but it is not a long-term solution. Xianxia said that by collecting nether sun spirits and combining them with 9 sun divine spirit and 9 yin divine spirit, one can cultivate a very powerful Sunday. It is the fusion of nether sun and pure Sunday, indeed, that is why it is very troublesome. Qin said. Don't be afraid, a guy like you can definitely cultivate it. Peng Hantao said with smile, in last era, I also met a guy who obtained a sun spirit. That guy's sun spirit was a saber. Brother Peng, how many epochs have you experienced? Qin asked. He is the mountain god of divine inscription mountain, he is also this kind of guy. About 4 epochs. Peng Hantao said, to be honest, I have only met people with sun spirits in last era and this era. The sun spirits of last era and this era should be different, right? Qinyan asked. If a sun spirit falls into the 9 desolate and is not obtained by anyone, then when the 9 suns are reborn, the sun spirit will return to the 9 suns. If someone obtains it, then a new sun spirit will be born inside the sun. That's what the old seniors said. Peng Hantao said with a frown, but I feel that after the 9 suns are reborn, a new sun spirit will be born. In other words, there are still many sun spirits in the 9 desolate? Qinyan said in shock. Maybe. Those who are fated will naturally obtain it. But some old fellows speculate that if a sun spirit does not return to the 9 suns, it might become a nether sun spirit. Peng Hantao said with smile, nether sun spirit is more powerful than sun spirit. Really? Qinyan himself has a nether sun spirit. It is inside his 9 sun divine spirit, but he doesn't know what use it has. Royal Secrets Qinyan immediately became serious and said, then I will listen respectfully. I also want to know more about the nether sun spirit. The birth of the nether sun spirit is related to the destruction of the sun. When the sun or the nether sun is destroyed, the nether sun spirit will be born. The nether sun spirit can also grow by itself and transform into an even more powerful nether sun. According to the stories passed down in my Peng family, nether sun spirit is more powerful than sun spirit. Moreover, it can change into all kinds of shapes according to people's control. In short, one of my ancestors refined the nether sun spirit into a very powerful dragon. I don't know what will happen in the end. In short, my ancestor can rely on that dragon to run amok in all the heavens. When Peng Hantao talked about his ancestors, he also felt very proud. Qinyan has nether sun spirit, but he doesn't know how to cultivate it. He has to discuss it with Xianxia first. He feels that Xianxia wants him to fuse nether sun spirit and sun spirit together. This is definitely better than cultivating nether sun spirit alone. Brother Peng, have you heard of the 9 Suns royal family? Asked Qinyan. At the mention of the 9 Suns royal race, Peng Hantao's expression changed slightly. He nodded slowly and said in a low voice, I have heard of it. Sigh, Brother Peng, why are you sighing? Qinyan wanted to understand more about the 9 Suns royal family. Princess Yi was the only person who possessed the complete bloodline of the 9 Suns royal family. She had an extremely powerful strength. The 9 Suns royal family once dominated the 3,000 heavens. They are a powerful tribe in the 9 Suns sky region. Peng Hantao said, if the 9 Suns royal family was still here, the living beings of our 9 desolate would not be in such a miserable state. Why do you say that? Qinyan asked, are the living beings of the 9 desolate lands miserable? Isn't that so? The 9 desolate lands are like a group of dragons without a leader. Putting aside the fact that the major powers have been fighting for many years, there are also powerful races from other heavenly domains interfering. Peng Hantao sighed. Now, there are many forces from the outer heavens who have come to fight us for the sun god crystal. Qinyan said, if the major powers of the 9 desolate joined hands, then the outer heaven domain wouldn't be able to snatch our resources. It is indeed so. If the 9 Suns royal family was still around, it would be the outer heaven region paying tribute to 9 desolation. Peng Hantao snorted. The reason why the 9 suns keep falling is because they thought they were being threatened and didn't receive any protection. If the 9 desolation is strong enough, it can protect the 9 suns from being harmed. The situation of the 9 suns was very complicated. There were many reasons why the world would be destroyed. Qinyan could only sigh at the mention of this matter. Peng Hantao drank a bowl of wine and said, my Peng family's patriarch once returned to the 9 desolation. He told us that the 9 Sun heavenly region is the weakest heavenly region in the vicinity. Really? Qinyan was somewhat astonished. He had always felt that no matter how backward the 9 Suns heavenly domain was, it was impossible for it to be that bad. Of course it's true. The other heavenly domains are very powerful. Those who come from the outer heaven domain to snatch resources are all weaklings who can't survive in those heavenly domains. But you should be very clear about how strong those people from the outer heaven domain are, right? Peng Hantao shook his head and said with smile. There are many heavenly domains outside the 9 Sun heavenly domain, and the 9 Sun heavenly domain is actually the weakest. This made Qin Yun somewhat unable to accept it. Brother Qin, sooner or later, we will all leave the nine-sun heavenly domain and travel to other heavenly domains. At that time, you will be able to experience the power of other heavenly domains. Peng Hantao patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile. Qin Yun laughed and said, now that you say it like that, I am a bit looking forward to it. Peng Hantao sighed and said, because the nine suns frequently fall, the living beings in the nine-sun heavenly domain have no choice but to leave. And when they return and see that this place is still the same, they can only helplessly leave. Qin Yun knows that there are dragon race outside the heavenly domain. They frequently return, and during this period of time, dragon race from the outer heaven domain will continuously return. This is what the immortal desolate dragon emperor told him. My old ancestor said that when the nine-sun royal race was at its peak, all the heavenly domains feared anyone who came out of the nine-sun heavenly domain. But then the nine-sun royal race split, 9 suns and 9 desolate were also destroyed and never recovered. Over time, the living beings that come out of 9 suns and 9 desolate don't even dare to say that they are from 9 suns and 9 desolate. Peng Hantao said. Qin Yun is secretly amazed. These ancient era's people actually worship the nine-sun royal race so much, moreover, they understand them very well. Brother Peng, is the nine-sun royal race truly finished? Qin Yun asked. It should be completely finished. The dark royal race and the emperor race, that is the nine-sun royal race, split. Do you know how they split? Peng Hantao said very mysteriously. I am not too sure. Qin Yun knows that the dark royal race and the emperor race split. Moreover, it is because of the split of their bloodline, causing their bloodline power to weaken and decline. Moreover, the higher-ups of these two races are extremely disgusted with the fusion of their bloodline. Brother Qin, you might not believe what I am saying. Peng Hantao said in low voice, the split of the nine-sun royal race is not as simple as splitting into two groups of people, it is because of the split of their bloodline. Qin Yun said with frown, how did the bloodline split? Peng Hantao said with smile, isn't it, it is very bizarre. But the bloodline really split. The main reason why the nine-sun royal race split is because of a woman. A woman? Qin Yun is somewhat amazed because this secret is something even the immortal desolate dragon emperor and others don't know about. That woman is very awesome, the nine-sun royal race became stronger because of her and also split because of her. Peng Hantao said, let's say it like this, the humans of the 9 suns and 9 desolate are born after the fusion of nether sun and pure sun. Qin Yun nodded his head, what does this have to do with that woman? The 9 sun royal race is the first group of humans. And that woman was formed from the 10th sun. Peng Hantao said. Qin Yun also doesn't know where Peng Hantao heard about this, but it is indeed very astonishing, there is actually a 10th sun. Hee, very astonishing, right? Peng Hantao poured a cup of wine for Qin Yun and said with smile, I will only tell you this is our Peng family's secret. Brother Peng, isn't it not good for you to tell me your family's secret? Qin Yun said with smile, then what about the 10th sun? There is no rule in my family that I can't tell you. I found you pleasing to the eye, so I told you. Peng Hantao said with smile, actually, you should be very familiar with the 10th sun. Qin Yun carefully thought about it and said in amazement, you are talking about the moon? Indeed, the moon. Back in the 9 desolate. One could see a very big moon in broad daylight, so people thought it was the 10th sun. That mysterious woman was formed from that moon. Peng Hantao said. She split the bloodline of the 9 sun royal race? Qin Yun asked. He is becoming more and more curious about this matter because it involves the moon. The Guanghan Palace is located on the moon, and the moon of the Divine Desolate is also very strange. Indeed, the 9 sun royal race was originally very united. But because of the appearance of that woman, internal conflict arose. That woman is very beautiful, some people in the 9 sun royal race wanted to obtain her, but some people felt that she would bring disaster and wanted to kill her. Peng Hantao said. Why did they feel that she would bring disaster? Qin Yun said with smile, it seems to be the case. Peng Hantao shook his head and said, after that woman appeared, she did not bring disaster to the 9 suns and 9 desolate, instead she saved the 9 sun royal race a few times. Later she even became a divine general of the 9 sun royal race. She is very strong and very beautiful, so all the kings of the Nine Sun royal race wanted to obtain her. That woman has always been single, she didn't like the kings of the Nine Sun royal race. At that time, the Nine Sun royal race was already the overlord of the 3,000 heavenly domains and was extremely powerful, so she left. Later on, the kings started having internal conflict and it became bigger and bigger, causing countless deaths and injuries in the 3,000 heavenly domains. After that woman found out about this, she appeared in the Nine Desolate and wanted to prevent the kings of the Nine Sun royal race from fighting. But it didn't have any effect, instead it incited even more intense conflict. In the end, that woman committed suicide. Xianxia's brows are wrinkled, he doesn't know if this is true or not. He never expected that the division of the Nine Sun royal race would have such a story. Of course, this could also be made up by the old ancestors of the Peng family. Peng Hantao drank a bowl of wine and continued, after that woman committed suicide, the Nine Suns became furious. The originally incomparably powerful Nine Suns also split up. The 9 nether suns inside the 9 suns all left the pure sun, and the 9 sun royal race was split into 2. The more extreme part was banished to the darkness great desolate, which is the current darkness royal race. The other part, the 9 sun royal race, is the current emperor race. After they dominated the 9 desolate for a period of time, because they had many conflicts with the darkness royal race, they declined. Peng Hantao shook his head and said with smile, such a powerful and prosperous race actually became like this because of a woman. This sounds very stupid. Just like youngsters, they often fought each other for women, fighting to the death. This kind of result is truly unexpected. Xianxia shook his head and smiled, Brother Peng, thank you for your story, here's to you. Peng Hantao and Xianxia touched bowls and said with smile, Brother Qin, this is not a story, it is true, I am very sure. Xianxia said, why are you so sure? Although that woman committed suicide, she is not completely dead. That woman is truly a powerful creature born from the 9 suns, she is called 9 Sun Divine Maiden, she is the protector of the 9 suns and 9 desolate. After she committed suicide, the 9 suns and 9 desolate declined. Xianxia said with frown, why are you so sure that she is not completely dead? In the depths of the immortal desolate, there is a palace that she once lived in after her rebirth. There are many diaries she left behind. Peng Hantao said with mischievous smile, my Peng family occupied that palace. Really? Xianxia said with smile, Brother Peng, don't tell me you want to trick me into going underground? I will never lie to you. Peng Hantao said with serious expression. Goddess Peng Hantao said, yes, it's quite simple. There was only the ancient book she had left behind, as well as some strange runes. Our Peng family's ancestor speculated that she was reborn after the emperor era and lived deep underground for a period of time to avoid the 9 suns' annihilation. Xianxia was immediately intrigued. He wanted to take a look at the palace. Brother Qin, there's nothing to see in that palace. There aren't any clues inside either. Peng Hantao said with smile, what I just said are the records in the diary left behind by the 9 sun goddess. Moreover, she has mastered the method to cultivate nether sun spirit. Our old ancestor used that method to cultivate. Really? Xianxia said in astonishment, can I see that dermic formulation? Peng Hantao shook his head. It's in the hands of our Peng family's patriarch. I've never seen it. In short, this matter was absolutely true. The 9 Sun Divine Lady once said that it's very simple for the 9 Sun royal family to rise again. As long as the descendants of the Archdragon's bloodline of the 2 races unite, they can give birth to a baby with the complete 9 Sun royal family's bloodline. Xianxia immediately thought of Princess Dark Night. Princess Anye's mother was the younger sister of the emperor of the imperial clan, and her father was the clan king of the imperial clan. This was indeed the combination of the 2 imperial dragon bloodlines. If the 9 Suns royal family wants to rise again, do both sides have to reconcile? Xianxia asked. No. If the 9 Sun royal race wants to rise again, the original Darkness royal race and the Arch race would have to kill off more than half of their stubborn elders. Then, they would have to have the babies of the 2 races live in harmony from a young age. Then, they would have to give birth to the complete 9 Sun royal race bloodline. Peng Hantao shook his head and said, how difficult is that? The corners of Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. He finally understood why the upper echelons of the imperial race and dark royal race were so wary of Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia was the first person with a complete bloodline. She might do this. First, she would kill the elders of the two clans, and then raise the babies of the two clans together. This was a disaster for the dark royalty and emperor clans. Qin Yan also believed in the matter of the nine-son divine maiden. Brother Peng, what does the nine-son divine maiden want to do after her rebirth? Qin Yan asked. She should have her own goals after her rebirth, right? Did she record it in her diary? Are you sure you can't guess? Take a guess. Peng Hantao said with a laugh. Revive the nine sons heavenly region? Asked Qin Yan. No. Peng Hantao took a bite and shook his head. Protect the 9 sons and 9 desolates, said Qin Yan again. That's not right either. She doesn't have that power now. Peng Hantao shook his head and said, there should be a reason why she committed suicide back then, but she didn't explain it clearly. In her diary, she simply said that she committed suicide, but the ancestors all agreed that there was more to it. Qin Yan drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, then tell me, what is the goal of her rebirth? Peng Hantao chuckled and said, looking for a man. Qin Yan frowned and said with a smile, find a man? Is that her goal? Yes, goddess is also lonely. She had been looking for her other half all this time, but to no avail. Back then, among the 9 Sun royal family's kings, there were many talented people but she didn't fancy any of them. Peng Hantao said with smile, this 9 Sun divine maiden has always been looking for someone she is satisfied with. Really? Qin Yan doesn't dare to believe it. She wrote in her diary that she ran to many heavenly domains, spent many years but still couldn't find a man she liked. Peng Hantao laughed loudly and said, did you not think of her goal after her rebirth? Indeed not. Qin Yan laughed, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Brother Qin, if you want to see the secret method to cultivate Nether Sun spirit, you can go talk to my Peng family's patriarch. He is my father, he is very easy to talk to. Peng Hantao said with smile, although he is my father, he is not as generous as me. He is a very stingy guy. I even suspect that I am not his biological son. Peng Hantao's meaning is that if he wants to obtain the secret method to cultivate Nether Sun spirit from his father, he will have to pay a great price. Brother Peng, I am also a member of Emperor race, half of my body is 9 Sun royal family's bloodline, so I am very interested in the history of 9 Sun royal family. Don't you think your father knows a bit more than you? Qin Yan said with smile. Maybe. But that old guy will never tell me. Peng Hantao laughed in self-mockery and said, who told me to be born with a big mouth, I can't keep secrets. I am just curious about some things, I don't really want the secret method to cultivate Nether Sun spirit. Qin Yan said. You and I are very similar, we are very curious about some things, we want to keep digging. Peng Hantao picked up a wine bottle and started drinking. Gulu Gulu. Qin Yan drank a bottle in a short while and said with smile, Immortal Desolate's immortal wine is very tasty. Every time I wake up, I drink to my heart's content. After I become familiar with the environment of Immortal Desolate, I will start looking for those damned sun god crystals. Then before the sun sets, I will hole up in the ground and sleep. Brother Peng, can you ask your father to let me see the secret method to cultivate Nether Sun spirit? Roughly what is the price? Qin Yan asked. At least 100 sun god crystals. Of course, I will help you bargain when the time comes. Peng Hantao said with smile, if you are interested, come find me after you obtain sun god crystals. I will stay in this immortal king ancient city. All right. Qin Yan nodded, this meal is my treat. Come on, I will treat. Who told me to be defeated by you? Peng Hantao said with smile, you bastard, you won 1,000 points from me and now you want to snatch the bill from me? Brother Peng, you are truly generous. Qin Yan said with smile. It is very rare for me to come to Immortal Desolate, I cherish friends like you very much. Peng Hantao said with mischievous smile. Xia Wufeng is also my friend, I believe he will also become your friend. Qin Yan said. I know. To be honest, I am very afraid of Xia Wufeng in the Immortal King ranking. Peng Hantao said with frown, Wang Dalan told me that Xia Wufeng's origin sword is more or less the same as a divine sword. It is very dreadful. Oh? Qin Yan is not surprised because Xia Wufeng has the inheritance of Sword God and obtained the Sword God divine position. Indeed, after Wang Dalan and Xia Wufeng fought, he immediately asked me to drink. Peng Hantao said with smile. Wang Dalan said that he almost pissed his pants on the battle stage. Because Xia Wufeng could have killed him, he just didn't want to. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. Boss Xia is very clear about who should be killed and who should not be killed. Right. Other than Xia Wufeng, there is another person I am very afraid of. Peng Hantao said, it is a woman wearing a mask, her name is Lan Yu. Qin Yan asked in shock, why are you afraid of her? Lan Yu is Xiao Yuelan's alias, she did not use her real name. I once stood very close to her and wanted to use my mental power to take off her mask. After she discovered it, I felt like I was about to be killed by her. That kind of killing intent, don't even mention how dreadful it is suffocating. When Peng Hantao spoke of this matter, his face is filled with fear, her mental power is very strong, it is filled with monstrous killing intent, it almost scared me to the point of pissing my pants. Xiao Yuelan's killing intent is indeed very dreadful. Qin Yan has not felt it for a very long time. And when Xiao Yuelan is with him, she is a bad female hooligan. Then be careful. Qin Yan said. That is why I don't dare to get close to her, I am afraid that I will be dismembered by her. Peng Hantao curled his lips and said, she is the same as goddess of death, this kind of woman will never be able to get married. Whoever marries her will surely run out of luck. Qin Yan smiled but did not say anything. He feels that being together with Xiao Yuelan is very happy. Brother Peng, I still have something to do, I will be leaving first. Qin Yan said. All right. I will drink for a while, you can leave first. Peng Hantao said. After Qin Yan left, he quickly returned to the Emperor Race Divine Palace and arrived at Xian Rujing's small residence. Only Luyu Shuyan is here. Yao. Sister Shuyan, where is Sister Rujing? She still hasn't come out? Qin Yan said with smile, I am more used to calling you Sister Yao Feng. You just left and she came out. She returned to Guanghan Palace. Wait until I take off my mask, you will get used to me being Shuyan. Luyu Shuyan lightly laughed. Xie Qiru's past life Xianxia had a very close relationship with Feng Yueyao. Even though Feng Yueyao changed her identity several times, she still has a very deep relationship with Xie Qiru. Sister Shuyan, do you still remember the Nether Sun Spirit? Qin Yan asked. Of course I remember. Xiao Rou ran all over the place to find the Nether Sun Spirit for you. Luyu Shuyan lightly sighed. I learned that there is a secret method to cultivate Nether Sun Spirit. Qin Yan told Luyu the story he learned from Peng Hantao. After Luyu Shuyan finished listening, she said in shock, this should be true. Sister Shuyan, you also know about it? Qin Yan hastily asked because Luyu Shuyan has Slaughter God's divine position. I heard Xiao Rou say it before, back when Xiao Rou was still Moon God, she told me this story. Even though there are some discrepancies, it is more or less the same. It would be best to ask Xiao Rou, she should know more about this matter. Luyu Shuyan said. Xie Qiru is Moon God and Nine Sun Divine Maiden is related to Moon, it is not strange for Xie Qiru to know about this matter. Sister Shuyan, do you think Princess Anya can accomplish great things? Qin Yan asked. Hard to say. I don't know if Xiao Rou knows about this matter or not. In short, I am not very concerned about this matter. Maybe Xiao Rou is more concerned about this matter. Luyu Shuyan said, Xiao Yun, are you at first place now? In a few days, I will be able to get the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill and then go to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Qin Yan said. If we can get the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, we will be able to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. The situation there is getting more and more complicated. Luyu Shuyan said. More and more complicated? Why is it like this? Qin Yan asked. I really don't know the specifics. Only Xiao Rou knows the situation there. In short, Emperor Race and Dark Royal Race must go there. Luyu Shuyan said. Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelan, Qi Malian's mother's soul, Xie Qiru's damaged Moon God divine position, as well as Qin Yan's 8 spiritual and 9 physical souls are sealed inside. Restoration Heaven Seal, Sister Shuyan, what exactly is in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range that could attract the Dark Royalty and Emperor clans? Asked Qin Yun. The Dark King race and Monarch race might have received some news. Liu Shuyan said, you should know that Xiaoyang has appeared in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Qin Yun cursed softly, these damned fellows, what are they trying to find in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range? Are they also heading for the Immortal Graveyard? Liu Shuyan placed her hand on the back of Qin Yun's hand and said softly, Xiao Yun, no matter what, I will definitely help you and Xiao Rou when the time comes. She also knew that Qin Yun's 8 souls and 9 spirits, as well as Xie Qiru's divine position, were sealed in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor, what do they know? Qin Yun gently caressed Liu Shuyan's lily-white hand and asked. When I was cursed by the demon Immortal Great Emperor, I was able to search his memories, but I couldn't find anything about the Cloud Dragon Mountain's Immortal Graveyard. When Liu Shuyan mentioned this matter, she was also filled with doubt. She shook her head. I suspect that when the Devil Immortal Great Emperor and the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor were building the Immortal Graveyard, their own consciousness was out of control. The matter regarding the Immortal Graveyard was becoming more and more confusing. Both of them used to be divine servants. Could it be that they were controlled by the god of the divine wilderness? Qin Yun said with a frown. I don't think so. Liu Shuyan shook her head and said, as for the specifics, we can only talk about it later. Qin Yun took out his floating cloud heaven seal. He looked at the square seal body and said with a sigh, this floating cloud heaven seal, how can I completely restore it? Liu Shuyan said, I contacted Xiao Rou before. She said that she doesn't know how to recover for the time being, but there will definitely be a way. She told you not to worry. What's going on in the Moon Palace? Sister Rujing and Sister Qiru, why are you in such a hurry to return? Qin Yun asked. Xiao said that there are some changes in the moon, but she still doesn't know what's going on. But she said that it was a good change. Liu Shuyan lightly smiled, Xiao Yun, don't worry. The Guanghan Palace has a few powerful palace masters. With them here, nothing will happen. Liu Shuyan gently caressed Qin Yun's face and said softly, you seem very tired, quickly go rest. After fighting with Peng Hantao, Qin Yun is indeed very tired. He nodded and said, all right, then I'll go rest first. I will accompany you. Liu Shuyan pulled Qin Yun into the room and told him to lie down. She also laid beside Qin Yun and placed her hand on Qin Yun's chest. She injected a gentle energy into Qin Yun's body through his heart. Qin Yun breathed in the fragrance and felt the warm and gentle power enter his body. After his body relaxed, he quickly fell asleep. Towards Liu Shuyan in front of him, Qin Yun currently feels an indescribable complexity. He also does not know what kind of entanglement Liu Shuyan had with his 2 past lives. When Qin Yun woke up, it was already night. Liu Shuyan was still lying beside him. Qin Yun gently held her lily-white hand and looked at the mask she is wearing. He said in low voice, Sister Shuyan, you are a bit different from the ancient Era Garden. I know. Liu Shuyan said with light smile, do you like the ancient Era Garden me more? I like both. Qin Yun said with smile, the current you should be the combination of the ancient Era Gardens Liu Shuyan and Yao Feng. Wait until the God position totem on my face fades, you will know me from a new perspective. Liu Shuyan said with gentle smile, Xiao Yun, did you cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra 3rd layer with Yuelan? N. Qin Yun nodded and said, Sister Shuyan, why are you asking this? That's good. You suffered vicious heavenly punishment in your past life. I am worried that you will still have that kind of heavenly punishment in this life. Liu Shuyan said with charming smile, your past life was truly pitiful. But in this life, your luck with women is not shallow. After Qin Yun got up, he said, Sister Shuyan, do you want to go see Yu Qing? This woman lied to me before. Long Yu Qing said that Qin Yun had let her down and even said that he killed her father, but it was not like that at all. At that time, Qin Yun felt very guilty. Later on, he met the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and found out the truth. Liu Shuyan also knows about the matter of meeting with Long Yu Qing. She said with angry smile, when she transformed into the floating cloud heavenly seal, she often went around with you to deceive people. Maybe deceiving people is already her habit. That little girl Yueme is also the same, she doesn't feel comfortable if she doesn't deceive people. Yueme deceived you? Qingyan said with smile. Indeed, she saw me last time. She lied to me and said that when you were dreaming, you were calling my name. Liu Shuyan said with smile, this little girl always wants to make fun of me. Let's go see Yu Qing. It is night time now. Qingyan brought Liu Shuyan and sneaked into the dragon manor and arrived at the small mountain range. Very soon, they arrived outside the small mountain where Long Yuqing is staying. Qingyan knocked on the door and heard Long Yuqing's somewhat ice-cold voice, who is it? It's the middle of the night, this old lady wants to sleep, scram for me. Yuqing, it's me. Qingyan pretended to use the aged voice of the immortal desolate dragon emperor. Grandfather? Long Yuqing is somewhat amazed, why are you here? You don't blame me? Why would I blame you? The past is the past, I am old. I have forgotten some things. Qingyan sighed and said, he is pretending to be the immortal desolate dragon emperor. Grandfather, I was the one who destroyed the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, how could you forget about it? Long Yuqing's guilty voice arrived, I don't want to see you, I don't have the face to see you. Qingyan is startled in his heart, the destruction of the dragon race's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is actually related to Long Yuqing. Yuqing, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation was obviously destroyed by that little bastard Fuyun, it has nothing to do with you. That bastard is in the Emperor Race Divine Palace, just you wait, I will twist his head off. Qingyan pretended to be very angry and said. Grandfather, the destruction of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation has nothing to do with him. Long Yuqing very anxiously said, don't go look for him. Liu Shuyan who is at the side is also trying hard not to laugh. Qingyan continued, Yuqing, did you know? That bastard actually still has the face to come look for me. I broke both of his legs and made him crawl away. Don't worry, I will very quickly take his dog head off. The stone door suddenly opened. Wearing a mask and red clothes, Long Yuqing is standing inside. She saw Qingyan's playful and handsome face and very angrily snorted, then vigorously closed the door. You damned bastard, you actually pretended to be my grandfather to deceive me. Long Yuqing very angrily shouted, you let me truly believe that my grandfather forgave me. You deceived my feelings. Your grandfather really doesn't blame you. Qingyan said, I saw him before, his temper is not as bad as you said. Look at me, nothing happened at all. Long Yuqing opened the door again and let Qingyan and Liu Shuyan in. Yuelan, why are you wearing a mask? Don't copy me, quickly take it off. Long Yuqing lightly yelled. Why should I take it off? Qingyan said with smile. Humph, she is so beautiful, I like to see her, so what? Long Yuqing groaned and extended her hand to grab Liu Shuyan's mask. Liu Shuyan immediately took action, grabbed Long Yuqing's wrist and said in cold voice, Yuqing, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ah. It's you. Sister Yu Yao. Long Yuqing is very shocked. She is now Liu Shuyan. Qingyan said with smile, Yuqing, you actually dared to deceive me before. Humph, didn't you also deceive me earlier? We are even. Long Yuqing retracted her hand, she is somewhat afraid of Liu Shuyan. Yuqing, you really want to find your mother? Liu Shuyan asked. N. Long Yuqing said in low voice, Sister Yu Yao, how is my mother now? I am very worried about her. She is one of the 4 great heavenly kings, Imperial Dragon Heavenly King. She is living very well inside the immortal desolate holy palace. Liu Shuyan said. That's good. Long Yuqing lightly sighed. After entering the stone room, Long Yuqing promptly let Liu Shuyan sit on the large chair at the very front. Yuqing, tell me honestly, did I owe you anything in my past life? Qingyan asked. Yes. Long Yuqing said, you owe me a lot. What do you owe me? Qingyan asked again. I won't say. Long Yuqing tilted her head to the side. Liu Shuyan said, Yuqing, how can Xiaoyan's floating cloud heavenly seal be restored? You have been with the floating cloud heavenly seal for so long, you must know a bit, right? This I know a way to restore it. But you must promise me 2 things. Long Yuqing said. What is it? Qinyan asked. Dragon race needs a complete 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, you must help them obtain it. As far as I know, dragon race from outer heaven domain will come to imperial race divine palace one after another, they will bring the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, you must snatch it. Long Yuqing said. Yuqing, did you really destroy dragon race's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation? Qinyan asked with frown. Long Yuqing nodded her head and said in low voice, I destroyed it, then you took the blame for me for a long time. Later on my grandfather also found out that I destroyed it. Qinyan really wants to smack Long Yuqing's butt. His past life was not bad to Long Yuqing, she actually tricked him the moment they met. Then why did you trick me? Qinyan somewhat angrily asked. I just wanted to see if you truly lost your past life's memories or not. If you truly lost your past life's memories, then it would be very good. Long Yuqing said. Good your ass. Qinyan groaned. Brother Yun, I feel that the current you is the best, you are very easily tricked by me. Long Yuqing said with smile, I find it very amusing, I know many things about your past life but you don't know anything about me, this is very amusing. Liu Shuyan said, we agreed to help dragon race obtain the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, what is your second condition? Help Princess Anya. She has the complete bloodline of 9-son royal family, she will surely become very strong in the future. I need you to help her. Long Yuqing said, she said that there is a place filled with danger, some hidden things are calling out to her. What place? Qinyan asked. God King Heavenly Seal Qinyan is very alarmed. The 9-son divine maiden is actually related to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Furthermore, she can give Princess Anya a dream, even if Long Yuqing did not ask Qinyan to help Princess Dark Knight go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Qinyan knew that Princess Dark Knight wanted to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to find something. Out of curiosity, he would definitely help. No problem. Qinyan said, I also want to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. We need to use the Sky Leaping Shuttle. Heaven Leaping Shuttle, this thing seems to have been sealed by you. Long Yuqing said in shock, it was even sealed by the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal. That's why we can only use the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal to unseal it. Liu Shuyan said, Yuqing, we will definitely do what you said. Really? But I feel like you guys are lying to me. Long Yuqing said, there's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to fool around with a swindler, so I'm used to suspecting. I promised Grandma Qiyang that I would help the dragon race create a 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, don't worry. Qinyan laughed. Humph, weren't you bragging earlier about setting up a 9-dragons heaven origin formation? Don't tell me you want to do the same thing now? Long Yuqing said, don't try to fool me. Although you don't have the memories of your previous life, your nature will definitely not change. You want to lie to me, right? Liu Shuyan said, Yuqing, at least we need the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to help Princess Anyi go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to search for things. If the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal cannot be restored, how are we going to head to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range? It's very simple to restore the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal. The seal body of the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal came from the Divine Desolate. It was originally called the Divine King Heavenly Seal but later changed to the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal in your previous life. Long Yuqing said. Ah? Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qinyan exclaimed, really? Of course it's true. That God King Heavenly Seal is very special, it needs a God position as the seal. As long as there is a deity position, we just need to get one. Long Yuqing said. What if there isn't? Liu Shuyan said. I don't know about that. I only know that in order to restore the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal, we need a deity throne as the seal. Long Yuqing said, you should have a way to get it, right? Qinyan also blamed himself for not thinking of using a deity position to give it a try. Yes. Qinyan nodded and said, Yuqing, how long are you going to be locked up? Sigh, I don't know. The Emperor Dragon Clan knows that I have obtained the Heavenly Dragon God's divine position and won't let me leave at all. He said that he wants me to stay here and let me grow up properly. He doesn't want me to run around. Speaking of this matter, Long Yuqing became very angry and stamped her feet. Wait until I get the heaven-leaping shuttle, I will take you out. Qinyan said with a smile. Really? If you can take me out, I won't hate you. Long Yuqing said with charming smile, you will still be my Xiao Fuyun. Qinyan curled his lips. He also doesn't know Long Yuqing's true temperament, but he feels that she is as mischievous as Xiao Yuemei. Then. We'll leave first. Lu Yushuyan said. Hurry up and bring me out. I don't want to die in this damned place. Long Yuqing pulled Lu Yushuyan's hand and said with a very sad tone, Big sister Yu Yao, you must come and save me. Begging me is useless. Lu Yushuyan looked at Qin Yun and said, you should beg him. Big brother Xiao Fuyun, you must get me out. I have suffered a great grievance here. Long Yuqing walked over, shook Qin Yun's hand and mumbled, Brother Yun, you loved me and Yuemei very much in your past life, you must save me. Got it. Qin Yun said with smile. You must remember, if you don't come and save me, I will die alone. Long Yuqing said. Long Yuqing reluctantly sent off Qin Yun and Lu Yushuyan. She is here alone, it is indeed very depressing. Qin Yun can also save Long Yuqing now, but it will cause a great commotion. He must quietly save Long Yuqing so that he won't alarm the Emperor Dragon clan. One must know that this is inside the dragon matter. If he causes a great commotion, it will be hard for him to face Elder Long. Qin Yun brought Lu Yushuyan to Qin Manor and arrived at the courtyard beside his small building. He released the floating cloud pagoda and entered with Lu Yushuyan, arriving at the 20th floor. Is this the Star God altar? Lu Yushuyan looked at the 18-layer altar that has become very small. I wonder how Big Sister Star God is doing now. I'll call her. Qin Yun faced the altar and shouted, Big Sister Star God, Big Sister Star God. After shouting a few times, Star God did not appear. This means that it is inconvenient for Star God to appear. She is a powerful Star God, she should be fine. Lu Yushuyan said. Sister Shuyan, what is your clone doing in the Divine Desolate? Qin Yun asked curiously and took out his god position. I am looking for something. I was once a killing god, I left some equipment in the Divine Desolate. Lu Yushuyan said, then I will also look for some old friends. You can maintain contact with the Divine Desolate clone in the Immortal Desolate? Qin Yun said in shock. Of course I can. After all, I have the power of a god position. Lu Yushuyan said with smile, I only recently established a connection with the god position and gradually recovered some of my memories. Look, this is my god position. Qin Yun looked at the small golden statue and said, I heard that this is incomplete. Your god position has totem runes but mine doesn't. Lu Yushuyan took the small statue and carefully looked at it for a while. Then she said, it is indeed incomplete. Could it be that after fusing with this imprint, it will be complete? Qin Yun looked at the square imprint in his hand. Give it a try. Lu Yushuyan returned the god position to Qin Yun. Qin Yun placed the square imprint on the table and then carefully placed the small golden statue on top of the imprint. After placing it on the table, he and Lu Yushuyan earnestly looked at it and calmly waited. After a while, there is no movement at all. Didn't succeed. Qin Yun said with frown, what's going on? This floating cloud heavenly seal is a divine king heavenly seal, it should be the most compatible with your god position, right? Lu Yushuyan said. Qin Yun nodded and said, I also think so. But there is no reaction now. What exactly is the problem? Xiao Yun, what else did your past life leave behind for you? Lu Yushuyan suddenly asked. Qin Yun thought for a moment, then took out the floating cloud divine needle and said, there is still this thing. Floating cloud divine needle? This is indeed a very powerful divine weapon. Lu Yushuyan said, do you have any way to fuse the floating cloud divine needle, floating cloud heavenly seal and god position together? This? Qin Yun carefully looked at the god position and the square imprint. He did not see any place to insert the floating cloud divine needle. He shook his head, allow it. Floating cloud divine needle has no connection with god position heavenly seal? There should be a connection. Your past life cherished this floating cloud divine needle very much. Lu Yushuyan picked up the small statue. This small statue is exactly the same as Qin Yun, its expression is extremely lifelike. Luyu Shuyan took the floating cloud divine needle from Qin Yun and randomly inserted it into the small statue. For example, she inserted it into the nose, mouth, ears. This caused Qin Yun's flesh to tighten. At this time, Luyu Shuyan inserted the needle into the buttocks. Sister Shuyan, this is not too good. Qin Yun said with smile, this statue is very hard, it is very difficult to pierce it. Just as Qin Yun finished speaking, the floating cloud divine needle in Luyu Shuyan's hand indeed pierced into that place. This caused Qin Yun to open his mouth wide in shock. He. Success. I did not expect to pierce this place. Luyu Shuyan charmingly laughed and said. This mechanism is too craftily hidden. Who did it? Qin Yun chuckled and said. I don't know. Luyu Shuyan said, then placed the small statue pierced by the floating cloud divine needle on the square imprint. After coming in contact with the square imprint, the small statue and the jade white square imprint suddenly released golden light, and the floating cloud divine needle also fell off at this time. The imprint and the small statue finally stuck together and became a complete imprint. The God position is complete. Luyu Shuyan said. Sister Shuyan, do you have any information about my God position in Slaughter God's memories? Qin Yun asked. No. When you were the king of gods, you hid your deity position very tightly. We have never seen it and you rarely take it out yourself. Luyu Shuyan said, I guess that your deity position has always been open. Qin Yun took the floating cloud divine needle and said with frown, I really did not expect that this floating cloud divine needle is also a part of the imprint. It seems like the God King's God position and the Divine King Heavenly Seal are one. This is the first time I heard that the God King has such a powerful imprint. Luyu Shuyan said. Sister Shuyan, what is your God position like? Qin Yun asked curiously. Luyu Shuyan took out a blood-red small knife and said, this is my God position. The small knife is very small and exquisite. It is flickering with faint red light in Luyu Shuyan's jade-like palm. It is something that confused with Luyu Shuyan. My God position is finally complete? Qin Yun picked up the Divine King Heavenly Seal and looked left and right. He said with frown, there are no totem runes. Where did the God position totem go? The imprint originally had the word floating cloud but now it is gone. Luyu Shuyan also feels that it is strange and doubtfully said, it seems like it is not complete. Then what should we do? Can we take out the heaven leaping shuttle? Qin Yun said. We will know once we try. Luyu Shuyan said, Xiao Yun, come here for the next few days and properly study it. Qin Yun nodded and then dripped blood on the Divine King Heavenly Seal but there is no reaction. You quietly study it by yourself, I won't disturb you. Luyu Shuyan also walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Qin Yun released formidable mental power and permeated it into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. He wants to check the situation inside but he is unable to succeed. Yuner, my mental power can't permeate inside. Qin Yun said in alarm, it seems like there is a barrier that is blocking my mental power. I suspect that you don't have a complete 9 soul and 9 spirit, so you can't completely check the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Ling Yuner said. Yang Totem Ling Yuner was also thinking of a solution. After a while, she suddenly said, Little Yun, your soul doesn't seem to have established a connection with the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Indeed. How can I establish a connection? Qin Yun said, although I have found my divine seat, I have not fused with it. Boss Xia, Shu Yan, and your father can all fuse with the deity seat they obtained. You don't seem to have fused with it and you can only establish a connection with the immortal desolate sacred master through the deity position. Ling Yuner said. That idiot immortal desolate sacred master, I wonder where he died. Qin Yun has been contacting the immortal desolate sacred master during this period of time. He felt that the sacred leader of the immortal wilderness should know a lot of things. That big head ghost, there must be a lot of things he didn't tell you. Ling Yuner tenderly snorted. I will give it a try and fuse with the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qin Yun released Nether Moon. Elysian Moon had become very, very small. When he pinched it with his fingers, it was like pinching a grape. He clenched the Nether Moon and squeezed it towards the godly King Heavenly Seal's head. He wanted to squeeze it into the small sculpture's head. Xiao Yun, test the buttocks. Ling Yin'er smiled. Sister Shuyan inserted the needle just now. Qin Yan looked at the small statue on the square seal, curled his lips and said, "This is my statue." That's too awkward. That was what he said, but he still tried. What surprised him was that he actually succeeded, that nether moon was squeezed into that place. This is too strange. Qin Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The godly King Heaven mark was emitting a weak light that was flickering. Suddenly, Qin Yan felt pain in his soul. It's starting. There's a reaction. Ling Yun'er shouted, "Little Yun, hold on." Qin Yan doesn't know what's going on. Nether moon has his own soul. After he put her into the small statue, his soul started to hurt. Qin Yan felt his soul hurt more and more. It was so painful that he rolled on the ground and cried out in a low voice. As he was enduring the pain, his vision suddenly turned black and he fainted. He was knocked unconscious by the sudden pain from the tower. The limit of the pain he could endure was very high, but he would rarely faint. This could only mean that his soul had suffered a very serious injury just now. Qin Yan doesn't know how long he has been unconscious. He was awakened by Ling Yun'er. When he woke up, he saw a black nether moon floating on the 20th floor of the floating cloud pagoda. The nether moon's surface was covered with many golden totems. Those totems gave off fiery light and covered the nether moon's surface. It looked as if they had fused with the nether moon. Yun'er. What's going on? Qin Yan vigorously shook his head to clear his head. His vision was somewhat blurry, but at this moment it gradually became clear. After he saw the totem on the nether moon's surface, he said in surprise, "It's the Yang totem." Ling Yun'er said, "To be exact, it is the 9-sun totem. But now there is only one sun totem, and it needs 9 to be complete. The sun totem you obtain will also be the most complete. Could it be that this is my divine position totem?" Qin Yan said in pleasant surprise. Indeed. Ling Yun'er said with smile, "Everyone's divine position totem is not the same." Xia Wufeng's divine position totem also gradually awakened. However, it did not appear on his face but inside his origin sword. Lui Wuxian's slaughter god totem appeared on her face. Qin Long and Princess Anya's dragon god totem also appeared on her face. Qin Yan looked at the imprint. There is still nothing on it. Still the same. Qin Yan shook his head and then took back the nether moon. The sun totem appeared on the nether moon. What kind of situation is this? Qin Yan said, "There doesn't seem to be any other change on the nether moon." Xiao Yun. Lui Wuxian lightly shouted from outside, "How are you doing inside?" Ling Yun'er also said, "Xiao Yun, how many days have you been unconscious?" What? How many days? Qin Yan immediately jumped up and stored away the Divine King Heavenly Seal. His divine position and floating cloud Heavenly Seal fused and became Divine King Heavenly Seal. This is also his divine position. After Qin Yan walked out of the floating cloud pagoda, he saw a woman wearing white dress standing beside Lui Wuxian. Xiao Yuelan is also here. She pulled Lui Wuxian's lily-white hand and said with smile, "Big sister master, why did you call him out in such a hurry?" "Yuelan, didn't you say you wanted to wait for you Xiaoling?" Lui Wuxian said with slight displeasure, "Quickly take your hand away, haven't you touched enough?" Qin Yan said with frown, "Yuelan, why are you waiting for Xiaoling? The moon has changed a bit, I want to go back and cultivate." Xiao Yuelan took out a small bottle and handed it to Qin Yan. She said with smile, "I will receive your 30 Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills on your behalf." "You can receive it on my behalf?" Qin Yan said in amazement. "Immortal King City Master knows that I am your wife, so he gave it to me." Xiao Yuelan said with smile, "Quickly release Yu Xiaoling, I want to return to the Guanghan Palace with her." Qin Yan released Yu Xiaoling. This fiery-clothed charming elf hugged Qin Yan as soon as she came out. Qin Yan had no choice but to get rid of her. "Xiaoling, let's return to the Guanghan Palace." Xiao Yuelan said with smile, "The moon has changed, we will cultivate inside the Guanghan Palace. Little husband, come back with us. I want to be with you, I can't bear to leave you." Yu Xiaoling shouted with hidden bitterness and tender voice. "You and Yuelan should go back, I have important things to do." Qin Yan said. "Alright, kiss me." Yu Xiaoling pouted. Qin Yan had no choice but to kiss her lips. Only then did she put on a robe and pull Xiao Yuelan's hand. "Kiss me too," Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. After Qin Yan kissed Xiao Yuelan, they left together. Liu Shuyan said with smile, "Xiao Yun, I told you that your luck with women in this life is not shallow. Eudaimonis." Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. When he was in the ancient garden, he was extremely tempted by Liu Shuyan. "The Guanghan Palace has summoned all the disciples back," Liu Shuyan said. "Sister Steamed Bun and Water Fairy are still inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul, should we also let them go back?" Qin Yan asked. "They don't need to go back. Let them follow and accompany your feelings," Liu Shuyan said. When she was still Yao Feng, she stayed inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul for a period of time. Back then, she often guided Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing in cultivation. Qin Yan arrived at the small hall and saw a woman with long and smooth hair, wearing clothes woven from black silk. She has a very charming and flirtatious face. Her expression is somewhat cold. After seeing Qin Yun, she immediately got up and said respectfully, "Heavenly concubine greets master." This woman is the poison dragon spider. Qin Yun named her Long Tianji. Back when Qin Yun entered the Immortal Desolate, he separated from them. Long Tianji also followed him to the Guanghan Palace. "Tianji, you will follow Xiao Yun in the future, you will be of great help to him," Liu Shuyan said. She helped Long Tianji a lot inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. "Yes, big sister," Long Tianji said. "Long time no see," Qin Yun said with smile. Long Tianji charmingly smiled at Qin Yun and said, "I also missed you, master." Stay with Sister Steamed Bun and the others." Qin Yun placed Long Tianji inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul to let her meet with Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. They had been together before. Qin Yun said, "Long Tianji is also a very strong immortal king, she will become an immortal emperor in the future." Liu Shuyan nodded and said, "The Guanghan Palace obtained a moon god mountain. Moreover, the moon is undergoing a great change, it can provide great amount of energy to the Guanghan Palace, it can make them even stronger." The moon is undergoing a great change, will other factions go and cause trouble? Qin Yun is somewhat worried. "Relax, the Guanghan Palace and the Imperial race are allies, if other factions dare to attack, the Imperial race will also help." Liu Shuyan said, "Xiao Yun, I will quickly go find the Heaven Leaping Shuttle." The first stage of the Immortal King ranking is already over. Qin Yun obtained 30 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills. He is now in a hurry to find the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, so he did not cultivate. "All right." Qin Yun nodded. With Liu Shuyan leading the way, he feels that it will be very smooth. Soon after, he went to find Qin Long and greeted him. Then he looked for Xiao Hua to instruct him on a few things. If the Divine Inscription Divine Mountain's Devil Mirror Formation Foundation is repaired, Xiao Hua and Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor will arrange it. At night, Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan went to find Long Yuqing. They are also afraid that Long Yuqing will be lonely, so they temporarily let Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji stay in her cave to accompany her. This also made Long Yuqing feel very touched. Princess Anya will come to accompany her from time to time, but she can't stay for too long because they have divine position. If they stay together for too long, it will be easy to be discovered. Princess Anya has the Moon Dragon God's divine position, so she was not discovered by the Imperial Dragon clan. Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan left the Imperial Race Divine Palace that very night and flew high up in the sky. "Is the Heaven Leaping Shuttle in the heavenly region?" Qin Yun asked. "N. Liu Shuyan is flying in the sky when she suddenly saw a large mountain. She said with a frown, "Heavenly Dao Altar. I have seen Tian Dao Zi." Qin Yun said. "This guy is very mysterious." Liu Shuyan said, "I wonder what he is doing here." Qin Yun met Shiman Dazhuang before. Shiman Dazhuang followed Tian Dao Zi here. He also doesn't know what his master is doing here. Liu Shuyan brought Qin Yun and flew towards the east. "That place shouldn't be dangerous, right?" Qin Yun asked. "It's not dangerous, but it's very difficult to go. Only you can find that kind of place to hide things." Liu Shuyan looked ahead and said, "I went there with Xiao Rou before, we have already opened up a path. This time it will be a lot faster." Qin Yun said with smile, Yume seems to have said that there is something hidden inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor not only want to find my heaven-leaping shuttle, they also want to obtain the thing inside. I wonder what it is. Thunder Mist Forest Xianxia only knew that the heaven-leaping shuttle was rather difficult to use. Although it had the ability to shuttle through various spaces, it required a great deal of energy. He had killed 2 Xianxias and collected the energy source, but he wasn't sure if he could use the leaping shuttle to travel to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Ridge. Xianxia had said that the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range was located in a special space. It was on the same level as the Immortal Desolate. Therefore, it was not very difficult to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. If Xiaoyang could go there, then Xianxia felt that he should be able to do the same with the leaping shuttle. Sister Shuyan, can the heaven-leaping shuttle really head to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? How much do you know about the heaven-leaping shuttle? Xianxia asked. The sky-leaping shuttle is very powerful, especially its ability to cross space. From what I remember, it was given to you by the space god. Luiwa Shuyan said. She was a god of slaughter, but her god of slaughter memories were also intermittent, not complete. Xianxia also wanted to contact the god of space to ask about the exact situation. He was somewhat worried that the heaven-leaping shuttle would not be able to head to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. He did not know how he would be able to get there. The heaven-leaping shuttle was hidden in a desolate area of the Heavenly Province. Xianxia followed Luiwa Shuyan, and after flying for 2 days, they arrived at a desolate land filled with yellow soil. The temperature here was very high. Not only was it very hot, but there was also a very strange red mist rising from the ground. What is this place? Xianxia frowned and said, this area is actually barren. Some dangerous places are like this. There are many strange phenomena. Some are caused by natural barriers, and some are caused by man-made barriers. Luiwa Shuyan said, for example, there are powerful beasts fighting here. The blood of those beasts contains poison, and if it is sprinkled on this land, once it rains heavily, the poisonous blood will spread. Xianxia nodded and looked ahead. He asked, how much longer until we get there? Maybe 2 or 3 more days. Luiwa Shuyan said, that place has one advantage, it has a natural spatial barrier, so it can hide the spatial fluctuations released by the heaven-leaping shuttle. Sister Shuyan, how did you find that place? Xianxia asked. You brought me there in your past life. Luiwa Shuyan said with a smile, at that time, you had just offended a great enemy and hid inside for more than 10 years before coming out. Xianxia said with smile, this heaven province is really big, strange, there is no divine mountain in this region. The fall of the sun god stone is also a place to choose. A place like this is unable to attract the fall of the sun god stone. Luiwa Shuyan looked at the sun in the sky and said, Xiaoyun, soon, we will go to a slightly dangerous place called Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. What kind of place is it? Xianxia asked curiously. Luiwa Shuyan and Xianxia had walked this path before. The fact that they could return safely meant that there was not much danger along the way. There is a lot of fog covering a forest. There are a lot of powerful lightning bolts in the thick white fog above the forest, and there are also some very strong immortal beasts in the forest. Luiwa Shuyan said, when I came with Xiao Rou, I marked a relatively safe path in the forest to avoid those immortal beasts. Xianxia said, does it mean that we can't fly above the forest? Was the lightning really that powerful? Even you can't handle it? It's really very strong. Not to mention me, even if someone like the immortal desolate sacred master came, he would be hacked to pieces in a few moves. Luiwa Shuyan said in deep voice, Xiaoyun, go to the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest, don't try anything reckless. Why don't we go around the forest? Xianxia said, no matter how big the forest is, we should be able to go around it, right? Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest is only an entrance. The place where the heaven-leaping shuttle is hidden is in a very special space. That special space is fused with the immortal desolate, it is a very special space, so there is a natural space barrier. Luiwa Shuyan said. So that's how it is. Xianxia said in shock, isn't this the desolate domain? It's not the desolate domain, the entrance to the desolate domain is relatively small or requires a special method to enter. And the entrance to that place is open, as long as you pass through the very spacious Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest, you can reach it. Lu Yushuyan said. It is truly a mysterious place, I wonder how it was formed. Qin Yun is somewhat curious. In short, that place is very mysterious. It is a special space between immortal desolate and sacred. Desolate. Thunder fog heavenly forests thunder and lightning are very powerful, they are all condensed from very powerful saint power, even immortal emperors can't withstand it. Lu Yushuyan warned, Xiao Yun, go to that place, don't act recklessly. N. Qin Yun nodded. Half a day later, Qin Yun saw a large area in front of him covered with dense white clouds and mist. Looking over, it looks like the clouds and mist are very low, they are only a few hundred meters above the ground. The huge trees in the forest are all several hundred meters tall, the top of the trees are perfectly submerged in the clouds and mist. Strangely, there is not a single bit of cloud or mist in the forest, only above, looking at it from far away, it gives people a kind of peculiar shock. The top of the forest is filled with fog. Qin Yun looked at the sky above the forest, it is shrouded by very thick white clouds and mist. Sunlight can also penetrate through the clouds and mist, it looks like the thick clouds and mist are absorbing the sunlight and then releasing a kind of sparkling and translucent white light to illuminate the forest. This place is the paradise of immortal beast emperors. It was not easy for your past life to safely pass through here. Lu Yushuyan took out a blood-colored long saber. Qin Yun discovered that her saber is similar to Xiao Yuelan's, he doesn't know where it came from. Let's go, I am here, don't worry. Lu Yushuyan walked in the front, after she entered the forest, her bright and beautiful eyes under the mask suddenly became completely red. She is looking at the tree trunks, only in this state can she see the special imprints left on the tree trunks. Qin Yun can't see those imprints but Lu Yushuyan can. She can follow those imprints and walk a relatively safe path. Qin Yun is holding the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade in his hand, from time to time he is using Extinction Spirit Eye to observe the surroundings. The forest is very quiet, a cool breeze is blowing. Qin Yun followed behind Lu Yushuyan and said in low voice, Sister Shuyan, isn't there thunder and lightning here? Why is it so quiet? Something entered the dense fog, that's why thunder and lightning appeared. Lu Yushuyan said, normally, the forest is very quiet. I heard from Xiao Rou that if we release too much energy inside the forest, we will alarm the thunder and lightning inside the dense fog and be struck to death. So dangerous. We must be careful. Qin Yun said in amazement, we must be careful. After Lu Yushuyan entered the forest, she became very careful. She spoke very little and became very vigilant. She flew very carefully and slowly. Less than half a day later, they entered the depths of the forest. The sky is dark, the forest is very dark. At night, the thunder fog heavenly forest is frighteningly dark and chilling wind is blowing. The style of the night is cold on the outside, carrying a kind of energy that penetrates into the bone marrow. Although they did not encounter anything along the way, Qin Yun's back turned cold. He rarely feels fear in a dangerous place. Suddenly, a burst of faint golden light appeared ahead. There's a situation. Lu Yushuyan promptly retreated to Qin Yun's side and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, there is a very strong soul fluctuation ahead. Qin Yun looked with frown. He looked at the golden light coming along with the Yin wind and said in low voice, Emperor Saint Insects. Sun Spirit Race's soul poisoned Saint Insects? How can there be so many Emperor Saint Insects here? Lu Yushuyan said in amazement. Didn't you say that there are many powerful immortal beast emperors here? This is a very good place to raise insects. Qin Yun said with smile, don't be afraid, I am very good at dealing with these Emperor Saint Insects. Wait. Lu Yushuyan saw that Qin Yun is about to attack and said in low voice, I feel that this matter is not so simple. Those Emperor Saint Insects are not looking for food. With so many of them gathered together, even if there are immortal beast emperors, there won't be enough to eat. What are those Emperor Saint Insects doing? Let's get rid of them first. Qin Yun said. I suspect that Sun Spirit Race is looking for something here. Could it be that they are looking for Heaven Leaping Shuttle? Lu Yushuyan said. They are looking for Heaven Leaping Shuttle? If they want to go to Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, they can go through Xiayang. Emperor Race doesn't have Xiayang but they have a way to go to Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, not to mention Sun Spirit Race. Qin Yun said. Liu Shuyan pulled Qin Yun back and said, let's avoid those Emperor Saint insects first. Let's not alert those Sun Spirit Race guys for now. Sun Spirit Race's royal family members are here, they are very strong. Qin Yun said in low voice, maybe those Dark Royal Race guys are also here. Many Emperor Saint insects are roaming around in the forest, apparently they are not looking for prey. After all, there are no soul fluctuations of immortal beast emperors in this area. The sacred emperor insects searched for prey based on the fluctuations of powerful souls. After Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan bypassed those Emperor Saint insects, they did not chase after them. This means that those Emperor Saint insects are indeed looking for something. Maybe they are patrolling. Qin Yun said in low voice, we are very well hidden, that's why we were not discovered. Liu Shuyan shook her head and said, we should have been discovered, those guys are very sensitive to soul fluctuations. Xiao Yun, you take action and kill those things. Qin Yun took out 9 Heaven's Dragon Lion cannon, aimed at the floating golden light ahead and shot several absolute sun power. After a few muffled sounds, the swarm of sacred emperor insects was scattered. Qin Yun took out Nether Spirit Sacred Blade and rushed over, controlled it to devour those Emperor Saint insects. After all, those are very strong soul power, they are the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade's favorite. Someone is coming. Liu Shuyan hastily sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates people are here, I remember that bastard's aura, he is Devil Immortal Great Emperor's disciple. Is that guy very powerful? Qin Yun is also very startled that Devil Immortal Great Emperor's people are here. Devil Tiger Sovereign alright. Qin Yun also believes in Liu Shuyan's strength. He immediately hid inside a large tree. Liu Shuyan felt a lot more at ease seeing Qin Yun hide. If Qin Yun was beside her, she would not feel at ease. Although Qin Yun is hiding, he must also prepare to attack. If Liu Shuyan is not his match, he must have a countermeasure. Just as he hid inside the large tree, a yellow light suddenly flashed in front of Liu Shuyan. A black-robed middle-aged man with face full of scars appeared. He is holding a large axe flickering with yellow light. His gaze is gloomy and cold as he looked at Liu Shuyan. The pitch-black forest was immediately illuminated by the yellow light large axe in the middle-aged man's hand. Liu Shuyan is also wearing black clothes and a mask. Only her eyes can be seen gradually turning blood red. She has entered a state of slaughter. It is indeed you, damned woman, we have been looking for you for so long. The middle-aged man said with evil smile, I didn't expect you to appear here. This time, you want to ruin Master's good matter again? Don't be delusional, I will definitely kill you today. Devil Immortal Great Emperor is actually here, this caused Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan to feel astonished, they thought that only a few people from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate are here. Devil Tiger Sovereign, we haven't met for so many years, you are still the same, you have not improved at all. You want to kill me with your current strength? Liu Shuyan sneered, even if your master Devil Immortal Great Emperor came, he would not be my match. Devil Tiger Sovereign laughed loudly and said, you are the same as that bastard Fu Yun, always bluffing. You can't scare me, you have been cursed by Master, your soul and body are suffering from the pain of the curse. Because of the curse, you have become unrecognizable, you are not my match. The curse on Liu Shuyan's body has already been removed. Now because the God Position totem appeared on the surface of her skin, she has no choice but to wear a mask. Even if I am cursed, you can't beat me. Liu Shuyan did not attack, she is only tightly holding the red saber filled with slaughter aura. Devil Tiger Sovereign also did not attack, his face is filled with arrogance as he laughed loudly and said, alright, quickly come and kill me. I'll stand here and let you hit me. Let's see how you kill me. If you were strong enough, you would have attacked me long ago. Liu Shuyan gripped the blade in her hand and said coldly, Demon Immortal Great Emperor is also here? Of course Master is here. What, are you afraid? Devil Tiger Sovereign laughed sinisterly, you should be glad that it was only me who came to deal with you. If Master had come personally, you would have died even more miserably. What is he doing here? The red saber in Liu Shuyan's hand suddenly trembled, creating a gale. Devil Tiger Sovereign is very confident, so he is not afraid of Liu Shuyan at all. He said with sneer, Master is now an esteemed guest of Sun Spirit Race, he and Sun Spirit Race have a big plan here. What plan? Lu Yushuyan did not attack. She wanted to know what the devil immortal great emperor was doing here. Since you are going to die anyway, I am not afraid to tell you. Devil Tiger Monarch proudly smiled and said, we joined hands with Sun Spirit Race and found the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. You came here to find the Sky Leaping Shuttle, right? Qin Yan's heart palpitated. Devil Immortal Great Emperor actually found the Sky Leaping Shuttle. Lu Yushuyan is also extremely apprehensive because the last time she came here, the Devil Immortal Great Emperor was not here. How did you find it? Lu Yushuyan feels that this matter is not simple. Ha ha ha, the Sky Leaping Shuttle released a special spatial fluctuation and was found by us. The Sky Leaping Shuttle originally belonged to us, but it was forcefully taken by that guy Floating Cloud. Devil Tiger Sovereign laughed loudly and said, that bastard Floating Cloud has been dead for so many years, the Sky Leaping Shuttle is finally going to see the light of day again. Lu Yushuyan said in cold voice, the Sky Leaping Shuttle was originally his. This is something that the Space God gave to Qin Yun. Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor always wanted to take it for themselves. This caused Lu Yushuyan to be very angry. That bastard Immortal King Floating Cloud is already dead, right? Back then he was just a little immortal king, back then I was indeed not his match, but now I can crush him to death with one hand. I am an immortal emperor and he has already turned into yellow soil. Devil Tiger Sovereign laughed loudly and said, the one who is dead is you. Lu Yushuyan's ice-cold voice brought along an extremely berserk killing intent that suddenly enveloped Devil Tiger Sovereign's body. In the darkness of the night, Qin Yun can see that blood-like killing intent transformed into a ruthless gale that directly entangled Devil Tiger Sovereign. Devil Tiger Sovereign is horrified in his heart, his face immediately filled with fear, because the aura that Lu Yushuyan suddenly erupted with is many times stronger than before. Previously, Devil Tiger Sovereign sensed that Lu Yushuyan's aura was rather weak and Lu Yushuyan was deliberately suppressing her aura. But now, she suddenly erupted with power far stronger than Devil Tiger Sovereign. Devil Tiger Sovereign, who is enveloped by that killing intent, only wants to run away immediately. Because he knows that the woman in front of him is evenly matched with his master Devil Immortal Great Emperor. This kind of strength is rarely seen even in the entire Immortal Desolate. Lu Yushuyan suddenly flew over. The blood-colored saber in her hand swept across the ground and cut off Devil Tiger Sovereign's legs. Ah! Master, save me! Devil Tiger Sovereign screamed miserably. He wanted to release the Immortal Emperor power within his body, but his body was penetrated by that berserk killing intent, causing him to feel unbearable pain. Shua, Lu Yushuyan's blood-colored saber carried a sharp killing intent as it slashed towards Devil Tiger Sovereign's shoulder, chopping off his entire arm. Devil Tiger Sovereign's miserable screams resounded through the quiet forest. That miserable howl accompanied the cold wind and spread throughout the forest. It is very frightening, causing people's hair to stand on end. Devil Tiger Sovereign's legs were chopped off. His body was lifted up by Lu Yushuyan's killing intent, allowing him to float. A plaything like you dares to clamor about killing me? As soon as Lu Yushuyan's voice fell, she slashed down again, chopping off Devil Tiger Sovereign's other shoulder. Devil Tiger Sovereign screamed again and again. His scarred and sinister face was illuminated by the huge axe on the ground that was flickering with yellow light. The huge axe was held by his severed arm. You're not cursed? Devil Tiger Sovereign screamed. Didn't your master tell you that my curse has already been removed? Lu Yushuyan said with a sneer. That's impossible. Only master can remove this curse. Unless your soul is much stronger than his. Devil Tiger Sovereign shouted in alarm, even if you have Saint Tier's soul, you can't remove the curse alone. Saint Tier's soul can't, but God Tier's soul can, right? The blood-colored saber in Lu Yushuyan's hand is absorbing the blood on the surface of the saber and then releasing a red light mist. God Tier's soul, this caused Devil Tiger Sovereign to be greatly frightened. Indeed, only by cultivating God Tier's soul can the curse be removed. Qin Yun is hiding inside the tree trunk and secretly exclaimed in admiration. Previously, he thought that it would be very difficult to remove the curse for Lu Yushuyan. He never expected that she would be able to do it herself. Quickly speak, other than looking for the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, what are you doing here? Lu Yushuyan asked in cold voice. Heaven Leaping Shuttle. I'm not too sure. Devil Tiger Sovereign is terrified, he shouted with trembling voice, let me go. Liu Shuyan said coldly, you don't know? Then I'll let you know. She waved her hand and shot out a red light into Devil Tiger Sovereign's forehead. Devil Tiger Sovereign screamed miserably and shouted, I'll speak, I'll speak. Liu Shuyan immediately retracted the thing she shot into his soul. This place has something the Sun Spirit race is looking for. When we came here, we discovered that the Heaven Leaping Shuttle was also hidden here. Devil Tiger Sovereign said. What is the Sun Spirit race looking for? Liu Shuyan asked. I really don't know. That thing is very important to them. They said that this is a sacred land established by the 9 suns in the Immortal Desolate. Devil Tiger Sovereign said with trembling voice, they came from the sun, so they are very clear about this matter. Did the Devil Immortal Great Emperor go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range back then? Liu Shuyan asked again, what was he and the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor secretly plotting? Devil Tiger Sovereign's entire body trembled and shook his head, I can't say, I will die. If you don't say, you won't die. But you will definitely regret living. Liu Shuyan laughed sinisterly, if you say it, you will die a bit more happily. Devil Tiger Sovereign shouted loudly, I can't say it. If I say it, my soul will be destroyed. Soul contract, Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan immediately thought of this matter. It can be seen that the Devil Immortal Great Emperor and the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor went to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to carry out a very secret matter. It was not as simple as building an immortal graveyard. Liu Shuyan said with frown, you signed a soul contract? Devil Tiger Sovereign frantically nodded his head, yes. If I say this, I will die. Liu Shuyan suddenly shouted, Xiao Yun, come out. Qin Yun suddenly ran out from the tree. Seeing Qin Yun, Devil Tiger Sovereign looks like he has seen a ghost. His mouth is wide open, he is so scared that he can't say a word. Do you have a way? Liu Shuyan asked. I do, but I need some time. Qin Yun looked around, I have to be a bit safer. Take out the floating cloud pagoda and enter it. Liu Shuyan said. Didn't you die? Devil Tiger Sovereign is very shocked, he said in astonishment, Master said that he saw a person who looks exactly like immortal King Fu Yun in the Imperial Race Divine Palace. That guy's name is Qin Yun, could it be you? Qin Yun said with smile, that's right, it's me. After Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan left this place, he took out the floating cloud pagoda. Liu Shuyan grabbed Devil Tiger Sovereign and brought him to the first floor. Qin Yun is actually immortal King Fu Yun. Devil Tiger Sovereign often heard about Qin Yun's matters. This Qin Yun destroyed evil sun and sun altar, he also destroyed the sun spirit race's matter. The most enviable thing is that he has 2 sun spirits, as well as inscription spirit. You have reincarnated? Devil Tiger Sovereign shouted after entering the floating cloud pagoda. He is extremely apprehensive, the reincarnated Qin Yun is actually more awesome than the previous life's immortal King Fu Yun. Sister Shuyan, is the 9 extinction spirit sealing needle in your hands? Qin Yun said with smile. Liu Shuyan immediately took out a black box. Black hand back then, Qin Yun's cultivation level was still very low. He was not an immortal yet, so the 9 absolute soul-sealing needles were always with Liu and Shuyan. Liu Shuyan opened the box and immediately 9 chopstick-length golden needles floated out. First seal his soul, let his soul enter a very calm state. Only then can I proceed to the next step. Qin Yun said. 9 absolute. Soul-sealing needle. Isn't that Emoji's item? How did it end up in your hands? Tiger Monarch Devil said in shock. Emoji is Xianxia's mother and Devil Immortal Great Emperor's relative. Liu Shuyan snorted and controlled the 9 golden needles to pierce into Devil Tiger Sovereign's head. Tiger Lord immediately fell into a deep sleep. I fought with this guy in my previous life, asked Qin Yun. Yes, his cultivation is higher than yours, but every time he meets you, he suffers a great loss. He was almost killed by you several times. He is really lucky to be able to live until now. Liu Shuyan laughed tenderly and said, didn't you see? When he saw you, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, I am so handsome, yet I can scare him like that. It is most likely that my past life left a great shadow on him. Liu Shuyan chuckled and said, Xiaoyun, quickly begin. This guy is Devil Immortal Great Emperor's favorite disciple, so he definitely knows a lot about Devil Immortal Great Emperor. I can't guarantee that it will work. Qin Yin said with a frown, this guy's soul is also a sacred level soul. The Devil Immortal Great Emperor must have added something to it. I'm afraid I'll be affected. If I encounter any other situation while searching his soul, I will have to eliminate him. Is the risk that high? Then forget it. Liu Shuyan doesn't want anything to happen to Qin Yun. It's mainly because my soul is not strong enough. I am missing 8 souls and 9 spirits. Qin Yun said with bitter smile, I also want to see what this guy knows. Liu Shuyan's beautiful eyes flickered as she said with a smile, how about this, you and I will cultivate the 2nd level of the Sun Moon Heart Sutra. That spirit fusion technique will allow our souls to fuse together. When the time comes, just let me do it. You help me search that guy's soul. It should work. Qin Yin thought for a moment, nodded and said, let's give it a try. Qin Yin released the nether moon. The small black nether moon was shot into Devil Tiger Sovereign's head by him using the mysterious penetration divine ability. When it entered, Devil Tiger Monarch's body trembled a bit, but he quickly calmed down. His soul had already been sealed by the 9 absolute soul sealing needle. Even if he was in incomparable pain, he did not have any reaction. Let's begin. Qin Yun said. Liu Shuyan hugged Qin Yun and whispered in his ear, Xiaoyun, relax, this is the first time I am cultivating spirit fusion technique with you, I am a bit nervous. Her voice was charming and moving, full of tenderness. Qin Yun never expected the murderous woman to become so charming and gentle in a blink of an eye. He took a whiff of Liu Shuyan's unique fragrance and gradually relaxed, feeling the beauty's charm and gentleness. Not long after, Qin Yun sensed Liu Shuyan appearing in his mental world. The spiritual world was an illusory space. Inside, Qin Yun saw a beautiful and dreamlike woman wearing a white dress. Sister Shuyan. Qin Yun finally saw the woman who has been lingering in his dreams. Liu Shuyan's face has a charming smile, her beautiful eyes are filled with tenderness, flickering with a soul-stealing charm. Every frown and smile is overflowing with charm. That dreamlike and intoxicating appearance caused Qin Yun to be somewhat dumbfounded. It's about to begin. Ling Yun'er said with charming smile, flapped her wings and flew over. She is also a charming fairy, but she is very cute and lively. After she arrived, she directly hugged Liu Shuyan and lightly shouted, Sister Shuyan, you are so beautiful, I like you. I am Xiaoyun's Tao spirit, my name is Ling Yun'er. Is that so? Then you must know about me and him. Liu Shuyan said with light smile, she is not surprised about the matter of Tao spirit. Of course I know. Ling Yun'er said with charming smile, you should quickly start searching that guy's memories. After Qin Yun regained his senses, he said, Sister Shuyan, I will try to guide you to search. Liu Shuyan sat on the lawn, nodded and said, let's begin. Qin Yun inhaled a deep breath and immediately began. Their souls are now together, so Qin Yun can sense Liu Shuyan's powerful soul. Ling Yun'er is also earnestly watching from the side. She knows that this is a crucial moment, so she is very honest. Otherwise, she would have already started acting carelessly. Liu Shuyan closed her beautiful eyes and tightly frowned. Devil Immortal Great Emperor is indeed very good. Liu Shuyan said, he placed many defensive methods inside that Devil Tiger ruler's soul, it won't be easy to search his memories. I should be able to break it. Qin Yun said. Xiaoyun, did your nether moon feel any obstruction inside that guy's soul? Liu Shuyan asked. I felt it. Qin Yun nodded and said, I am worried that if I forcefully break it, that guy's soul will be torn apart. At that time I won't know anything. Don't be afraid, after that guy's soul is shattered, I can quickly capture some memories. Liu Shuyan said, begin attacking that guy's soul. Qin Yun immediately followed Liu Shuyan's instructions and attacked Devil Tiger ruler's soul. In just a few moments, Liu Shuyan opened her eyes and said, that guy's soul has shattered, but I managed to capture some memory fragments. Do you know about the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? Ling Yun'er hastily asked. Liu Shuyan smiled coquettishly, reached out her hand and caressed Ling Yun'er's charming face. She said with a smile, I only know a little. Sigh, what a pity. Qin Yun sighed. Back then, someone instigated the immortal desolate Great Emperor and devil immortal Great Emperor to build the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. They sealed Xiao Rou's powerful body and divine position, as well as Xiao Yun's 8 souls and 9 spirits. Apart from that, they also sealed some very important things inside. Liu Shuyan said, maybe, the thing that Princess Dark Knight is looking for is also inside. Who instigated it? Qin Yun asked. I don't know. Xiao Rou's very powerful body, as well as the damaged moon god divine position are all inside. And your 8 souls and 9 spirits, the person who can do these things is definitely very, very strong. Liu Shuyan's expression became grave. Was it done by the 9 Sun sects and the evil Yang race? Qin Yun asked, I heard that I killed those guys in the Divine Desolate back then. The 9 Sun sects and the evil Yang race are only hired thugs. I don't know who's behind them. Liu Shuyan shook her head and said, in short, in Devil Tiger ruler's memories, there are matters regarding the Dark Royal race and Imperial race. These 2 great races are also involved. Ling Yin'er said, Sister Shu Yan, Xiao Yun will become even stronger in this life. At that time, he will definitely be able to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. N. Liu Shuyan smiled sweetly, little fairy, you are so beautiful. Sister Shu Yan, she is a rogue fairy, she is as bad as Yuan. Qin Yun lightly groaned and said, I really don't understand. I am such an honest person, how can I have such a bad Dao spirit? That's because in your subconscious, you are a scoundrel. Ling Yin'er smiled sweetly and said, I like beauties, how am I a rogue? Liu Shuyan smiled sweetly, I also like beauties. It's rare to see a fairy as beautiful as you. Sister Shu Yan, you are truly a very special beauty. I really like you. Ling Yin'er threw herself into Liu Shuyan's embrace and hugged this great beauty. Then she proudly stuck out her tongue at Qin Yun. Qin Yun reached out his hand and pinched Ling Yin'er's face. He said with smile, Yun'er, you, Yuelan and Yu Shaoling are all the same. Yun'er, this Nether Sun Dao spirit is very special. Her temperament has a lot to do with Master Soul. Liu Shuyan said with light smile, the reason why she is like this is because she inherited the character of a certain woman from the depths of your soul. Could it be that she inherited Yuelan's? Qin Yun said in shock. It's very likely. Liu Shuyan said with smile, you liked Yuelan very much in your past life. Although you haven't awakened your past life's memories, your soul has deep feelings for her, Qin Yun said with frown, so that's how it is. Liu Shuyan hugged Ling Yin'er, kissed her forehead and said with smile, the reason why she likes us so much is because you have deep feelings for us from the depths of your soul. That's right, you still say I'm bad. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, I embody the feelings you have for these great beauties from the depths of your soul. Boom, the floating cloud pagoda suddenly trembled. Someone is attacking the floating cloud pagoda. Qin Yun said in shock. Don't worry, I'm here. Liu Shuyan said, the Sun Spirit race is looking for something here, it must be very important. We must not let them obtain it. Goodbye Sister Shuyan, I will miss you. Ling Yin'er kissed Liu Shuyan's beautiful cheek and said reluctantly. Liu Shuyan gently smiled, hugged her and then disappeared. Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan also woke up at this time. And at this time, the floating cloud pagoda shook again. Liu Shuyan waved her hand and took back the 9 absolute spirit sealing needles on Devil Tiger King's body. In reality, she is still wearing a mask. But now, Qin Yun feels that she is very familiar. She is the sister Yao Feng he is familiar with and also the Liu Shuyan he met in the ancient garden. A loud shout came from outside, people inside the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda, quickly come out. This floating cloud pagoda fell down together with the sun divine stone. Qin Yun also knows that it is called 9 sun heaven raising pagoda. Someone who can recognize this 9 sun heaven raising pagoda must be from the sun spirit race. It should be the sun spirit race's bugs. Qin Yun took out a few soul-protecting immortal talismans and handed them over to Liu Shuyan. He warned, take these with you, don't be afraid of them. After Liu Shuyan took them, she did not go out. Instead, she coldly shouted, who are you? I am from the sun spirit race, why is the 9 sun heaven raising pagoda in your hands? The person who spoke outside is a middle-aged man. His tone is very fierce as he shouted, "This is our sun spirit race's divine pagoda, quickly return it to us." The 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda is a pagoda used by the divine king for seclusion. What does it have to do with your sun spirit race? Your sun spirit race is just a prison inside the sun, yet you dare to say that the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda is yours? Liu Shuyan furiously shouted. Qin Yun is secretly amazed. Liu Shuyan truly knows a lot about the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. 5 Sacred Lands, Chapter 1766. Liu Shuyan glanced at Qin Yun, her eyes are filled with smile. She replied to the middle-aged man outside, her voice is filled with dignity as she shouted, "Then who do you think I am?" "You. The 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda is here and you know so much about the matters inside the sun, could it be that you came from inside the sun? Are you Divine King's subordinate?" The middle-aged man's voice is filled with fear as he yelled, "Impossible. Divine King's subordinates are all dead." "Do you know how many subordinates the Divine King has?" Liu Shuyan sneered, she is deliberately teasing the middle-aged man. Qin Yun is very curious as he listened because he can take this opportunity to know some things inside the sun. Of course I know. The Divine King had 13 Dragon Rider Divine Monarchs under him, each of them was a powerful expert in Divine Desolate but later they all died. Since you have the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, it means that you must be one of the Dragon Rider Divine Monarchs. Qin Yun is secretly apprehensive. His past life actually had so many powerful subordinates. He thought about it carefully and found it not strange. After all, he was the Divine King. If he did not have capable subordinates, how could he be the king? "Indeed, I am one of them, Dragon Rider Divine Monarch." Liu Shuyan said in cold voice, "What is the purpose of your sun spirit race coming to the sun sacred land?" The middle-aged man outside is startled, his face is filled with shock as he said, "Are you really one of the Dragon Rider Divine Monarchs? Quickly speak, why did you come to the sun sacred land?" Liu Shuyan asked. "I don't believe you are Dragon Rider Divine Monarch, if you are, you must know about the sun sacred land." The middle-aged man carefully thought about it and said with sneer, "I see that your strength is also very ordinary, otherwise you wouldn't be hiding inside and not coming out." Liu Shuyan nodded at Qin Yun and prepared to go out. "Be careful," Qin Yun said in low voice. Liu Shuyan suddenly rushed out with a blood-colored long saber in hand. There are many golden threads floating outside the floating cloud pagoda, they are sacred emperor insects. The middle-aged man outside is clearly a member of the sun spirit race's royal family. After Liu Shuyan left, Qin Yun also used 9 Heaven's Dragon Lion cannon to condense his absolute yang power inside the cannon barrel and shot out. His absolute yang power can deal with sacred emperor insects. When the middle-aged man outside saw Liu Shuyan come out, he immediately controlled a large number of monarch saint insects to rush over. Large amounts of sacred emperor bugs, over 1,000 of them. They released a faint golden light that surged in the dark night like a huge wave. Qin Yun was alarmed. There should be very few royal sacred insects, but there were many of them here. He suspected that it was because this place was the sun's sacred ground that it could condense a large number of sacred emperor insects. Emperor Qin killed many of them, but the middle-aged man is in spirit. At Qin, the middle-aged man. Previously, he had destroyed the prince's royal sacred bug in front of the entrance of the Emperor Clan Divine Hall. It had caused the prince great pain. Yu Shuyan, there are all, Shu, He Yun, He Emperor insects, He, Sun Chang, He Spirit and Spirit, He Yun with, Shui, Spirit, Yun is. Li is. When the Sun Soul Race's middle-aged man saw that a large number of sacred monarch insects were unable to deal with Liu Shuyan, he was only a little shocked. He remained calm. Hula, Liu Shuyan slashed with her blade. In this thunder fog heavenly forest, she did not dare to release too much power, as it would attract the berserk lightning in the dense fog. The middle-aged man immediately took out a crooked golden rod and blocked Liu Shuyan's slashing long saber. With a loud clang, the golden rod in the middle-aged man's hand shone with a golden light, and the ground shook violently. "Who exactly are you?" That middle-aged man sensed that Liu Shuyan is very strong and asked in shock. He originally thought that Liu Shuyan was just an ordinary immortal emperor. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that Liu Shuyan was one of the strongest immortal emperors in the Immortal Desolate. Lu Yuxian's killing intent suddenly surged out, turning into a bloody astral wind that enveloped the middle-aged man. Ah! The middle-aged man shouted. His body shook, and the bloody astral wind was shaken away. At this time, 9 golden needles suddenly pierced out. Xiao xiao xiao. The speed of the needles is very fast. They let out a whistling sound as they pierced through the air and entered the middle-aged man's body. 9 absolute spirit sealing needle. Who the hell are you? The middle-aged man shouted in despair, then fell down on the ground and fainted. Lui Wuxian vigorously kicked the middle-aged man and sent him flying to the floating cloud pagoda's entrance. Qin Yan also quickly killed all the sacred insects outside and fed them to the nether spirit sacred blade. Since the battle happened here, he and Lui Wuxian immediately moved to this place. As for the middle-aged man, he has been imprisoned inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. This time, Qin Yan and Lui Wuxian are hiding deep underground. They dug a big hole to put down the floating cloud pagoda. In the first floor, Qin Yan let out the middle-aged man from the sun spirit race. That middle-aged man's soul has been sealed by the 9 absolute spirit sealing needle. He is now in deep slumber. That devil Tiger King can't talk about the sun sacred land, moreover he is not too clear about it. This guy is a royal family member of the sun spirit race, he should be able to talk about it, right? Lui Wuxian said. Sister Shuyan, should we cultivate together again and search his soul's memories? Qin Yan asked. Come. Lui Wuxian said with smile, I can see the great beauty Yuner again. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. He gently held Lui Wuxian's delicate lily-white hands and released the nether moon. It entered the middle-aged man's head and penetrated his soul. Qin Yan is sitting on a chair, Lui Wuxian is sitting on his thigh and leaning on his bosom. Lui Wuxian used divine fusion technique and entered Qin Yan's mental world again. Ling Yuner is very happy. After she saw Lui Wuxian, she bounced over and hugged Lui Wuxian. And Qin Yan immediately began using one-thought Imperial Heaven Arts secret technique to control the nether moon to search the middle-aged man's soul's memories and guide them into Lui Wuxian's soul. Lui Wuxian's soul is very powerful, so she is not afraid of backlash. Moreover, she has searched the devil immortal great emperor's soul's memories for many years, so she has rich experience in this aspect. After a while, Lui Wuxian opened her eyes and said with frown, that guy's soul is too weak. He couldn't hold on for a while and shattered. Ling Yuner leaned on Lui Wuxian's bosom and said delicately, Sister Shuyan, did you find anything useful? In that guy's memories, Sun Sacred Land has a total of 5. Every Sun Sacred Land is a special space and Cloud Dragon Mountain Range is actually one of them. Lui Wuxian gently caressed Ling Yuner's beautiful hair and said, the place I am at is also one. What about the other 3? Qin Yan asked. The remaining 3 are in the Sacred Desolate, Divine Desolate and the Mysterious Ninth Desolate. Lui Wuxian's dreamy beautiful jade face is filled with doubt. Sun Spirit Race people only know that the Sun Sacred Land is hiding something but they don't know what it is. Ling Yuner saw Lui Wuxian seriously pondering, she kissed her face and said with sweet smile, Sister Shuyan, you said that Xiaoyan's past life often came here and even placed the heaven leaping shuttle here. Did he also know that this place is the Sun Sacred Land? Lui Wuxian nodded and said, it should be. Strange, even Xiao Rou doesn't know about the Sun Sacred Land. Could it be that this is the secret of the Sun Sacred Land? Didn't Xiaoyan's past life tell you? Ling Yuner also found it strange. Lui Wuxian looked at Qin Yan and shook her head, I didn't. Qin Yan stroked his chin and said, Uma said that there is something inside the heaven leaping shuttle. It is also something that the devil immortal great emperor and the immortal desolate great emperor have always been looking for. Could it be that the thing hidden in the Sun Sacred Land is inside the heaven leaping shuttle? It's very possible. Lui Wuxian nodded and said, your past life, immortal King Fu Yun stayed in this place for a very long time. He must have turned this place upside down. Who exactly is the power behind the devil immortal great emperor and the immortal desolate great emperor? It should be the power behind them that is looking for that thing. Ling Yuner said very curiously. Only by finding the heaven leaping shuttle can we figure it out. Lui Wuxian said. I'm worried that the heaven leaping shuttle will fall into their hands. Qin Yan said solemnly. Don't be afraid, only you can take out the thing you are hiding. Lui Wei. Xu Yan gently smiled. If others want to take it out, they will have to pay a very painful price. They might even have to pay with their lives. Qin Yun nodded. Lu Xu Yan kissed Ling Yun'er's face and said goodbye to her. Then they stopped cultivating. That middle-aged man is already dead. Qin Yan took out the nether moon and took out the nether spirit sacred blade to collect the broken soul. Oh right, that guy from the sun spirit race used the special sun power of the sun sacred land to nurture a very powerful insect empress. A large number of sacred emperor-grade insects were created by that insect empress. Lu Xu Yan said. I am not afraid of those things. Qin Yun said. After they arrived on the ground, Lu Xu Yan brought Qin Yun and hurried on their way. After a day, they finally passed through the thunder fog heavenly forest and arrived at a mountain range full of huge mountains. After entering the mountain range, Qin Yun suddenly felt a very familiar feeling. This place is very similar to the Cloud Dragon mountain range. This kind of feeling is exactly the same. But this is not the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Qin Yun said. Is that so? You told me in my past life that this place is called 10,000 Snake Mountain Range. Lu Xu Yan said with smile, but I have never seen a snake here. Qin Yun looked at the blue sky and said with sigh, if you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't have known that this is an independent space outside of Immortal Desolate. This sun-sacred land might not be affected by the sun extermination. Lu Xu Yan looked ahead and said in low voice, your heaven-leaping shuttle is hidden inside a mountain. Lu Xu Yan brought Qin Yun and ran for a day and a half. In the evening, they arrived at that mountain. That mountain looked very ordinary, but there was a powerful immortal emperor aura around it. Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor are both here. Lu Xu Yan said in shock, it seems like there are also Dark Royal Race people. There are also a few powerful Dragon Race Immortal Emperors. Qin Yan took out a dragon scale and saw that it is shining. He said with frown, Grandma Qi Yang is also here, what is going on? People from Outer Heaven Domain, how did they find this place? Lu Xu Yan is very puzzled. She really can't understand why so many powerful immortal emperors are gathered here. Qin Yan took out a faraway tool and looked at the mountain not far away. He said with frown, that mountain seems to have a barrier, they can't enter, right? Indeed, the barrier there is very strong. We need to break that barrier to enter that cave. And there is also a door at the cave entrance, it is also very difficult to enter. Lu Xu Yan said. Qin Yan pinched the Red Sun Dragon scale and called out to Red Sun Dragon Mother. He wanted to contact her but he did not receive any response. Lu Xu Yan took out a blood-red long saber and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, how about I go take a look? Are they really unable to break through that mountain? Qin Yan asked. I am also not sure right now. Lu Xu Yan sighed and said, there are too many powerful immortal emperors here, moreover there are also people like Dark Royal Race. If powerful Outer Heaven Domain experts help, they might be able to break through. Qin Yun said, let's wait and see. Maybe it is inconvenient for Grandma Qi Yang to answer me now, let's wait patiently. Lu Xu Yan nodded. She and Qin Yun are also at the top of a mountain, looking at the mountain in front of them. The sky is dark, the surroundings are very quiet but Immortal Emperor's power spread out from time to time, causing this mountain range to be enveloped in a kind of oppressive atmosphere. That mountain looks very ordinary but there are many layers of barrier outside. That mountain is also made of very special materials. Even if we attack it head-on, it will take a very long time to break through. Lu Xu Yan looked at the sky and said with frown, why is there no moon today? Could it be that we can't see the moon inside the sun-sacred land? Qin Yan looked up at the night sky and can only see a vast expanse of stars. Lu Xu Yan shook her head and said, when I came in with Xiao Rou, I could see the moon. The moon suddenly disappeared? Qin Yan said in shock. Didn't Yuan say that the moon has some change? Could it be that Guanghan Palace controlled the moon to disappear? Lu Xu Yan is somewhat astonished, if that is the case, then the moon might be facing some threat, so it suddenly disappeared. They should be fine. Qin Yun is secretly worried. The Red Sun Dragon scale in Qin Yun's hand suddenly trembled. Kid Floating Cloud? You are here too? Red Sun Dragon Mother was shocked, what are you doing here? How did you know about this place? I came with a friend. Grandma Qi Yang, what are you dragons doing here? Those two great emperors seem to be here as well. Qin Yin quickly asked. The Darkness Royal Race and the Sun Soul Race are both present. Red Sun Dragon Mother said, there are also some fellows from the Outer Heaven Realm with them. The dragon race that went to the Outer Heaven Realm returned to the Immortal Desolate. I followed them, they said they wanted to take something. He didn't know what the Red Sun Dragon Mother was here for. The fact that there were forces from the Outer Heaven Realms competing with the dragon race that had returned from the Outer Heaven Realms showed that there was much more to it than just the skyleaping shuttle. Grandma Qi Yang, will you fight with the Dark Royal Race? Qin Yan asked. There is a high chance that we will fight. You and your friend must be careful. Red Sun Dragon Mother said, if we fight, it will cause a huge commotion. Qin Yan asked again, is that thing sealed? It is sealed inside that mountain. The Dark Royal Race and the Sun Soul Race have no way to break the seal, but the experts from the Outer Heaven Realms can. They are slowly removing the seal outside. Red Sun Dragon Mother said. Qin Yan is extremely apprehensive. Those people from the Outer Heaven Realms are indeed very powerful. They can actually remove the seal on that mountain. I won't talk to you anymore. I want to discuss tactics with the returning dragon race. Red Sun Dragon Mother said. After Qin Yan cut off contact with Red Sun Dragon Mother, he immediately informed Lu Yushuyan about this matter. After Lu Yushuyan heard this, her heart became heavy. She also has no idea. She asked, Xiaoyun, should we go over? If we don't go, once they break the barrier, the heaven-leaping shuttle and that mysterious thing will be taken by them. Those things originally belonged to you. Qin Yan anxiously paced back and forth and said, if we go over and face so many powerful immortal emperors, it will indeed be very troublesome. The immortal emperors of the Outer Heaven Realms are very powerful. They don't dare to guarantee that they can sneak over. At this time, the people from the Outer Heaven Realms are beside the mountain. They are currently breaking the formation barrier. The entrance will definitely be watched closely. It will be very difficult to sneak in. Lu Yushuyan and Xianxia did not expect this. That mountain was discovered so quickly, and it was even targeted by the powerful immortal emperors of the Outer Heaven Realms. Otherwise, Lu Yushuyan wouldn't be the only one accompanying Qin Yan. What exactly did those people from the Outer Heaven Realms come for? Qin Yan is very curious. It seems like that thing must be very precious, otherwise they wouldn't want it so much. Lu Yushuyan said, Xiaoyun, how about we directly go over and talk to them? With me here, I can definitely protect you and help you escape. You don't need to worry about this. Alright, let's go over and scare them. Everyone enter that mountain. Together. I have the Divine King Heavenly Seal. I have the greatest advantage. If we go together, we won't suffer any losses. Qin Yan said. Soon after, they discussed the details and decided to go over. Late at night, the mountain in front of them suddenly flashed with white light. A barrier has been broken. When Qin Yan and Lu Yushuyan flew over, they heard a burst of cheers. As soon as the two of them approached, the people near the mountain immediately became vigilant. A sharp aura suddenly rushed over and enveloped Qin Yan and Lu Yushuyan. It's you, Fang Yueyao. Devil Immortal Great Emperor's voice sounded. He is wearing a set of black armor, his entire head is covered by a helmet. His voice is filled with incomparable anger. In the blink of an eye, Devil Immortal Great Emperor appeared in front of Lu Yushuyan. After Devil Immortal Great Emperor arrived, he saw Qin Yan and shouted angrily, Qin Yan, you are indeed Immortal King Fu Yun. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor also flew over. He is wearing white armor and his head is also covered by a white helmet. The armor on their bodies is very powerful and they are tightly protected. After all, this kind of great emperor is also very afraid of death. One has been missing for many years and the other has been dead for many years. I never expected that they would suddenly appear here. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor said coldly, you came here to take the heaven-leaping shuttle, right? There is a wave of furious immortal emperor power within their bodies, accompanied by their might, they surged out. Although they are furious, they did not attack. That is because the killing intent on Lu Yushuyan's body is extremely terrifying. The heaven-leaping shuttle was originally mine. Qin Yan faintly smiled, it was given to me by the space god. Stop bragging and lying. Space god? You know a fart god. Devil Immortal Great Emperor said with sneer. Lu Yushuyan sneered in her heart. Qin Yun is the king of gods, he knows quite a few gods. That mountain has 10 layers of barrier, each layer is stronger than the last. You broke through 10 layers of barrier, you still have to open the entrance of the cave. There are also all kinds of barriers inside the cave, do you really think you can smoothly enter? Qin Yun said with smile. At this time, Dark Royal Race and Sun Spirit Race's immortal emperors also flew over. More than a dozen powerful immortal emperors arrived, they brought with them a very terrifying pressure. Lu Yushuyan is beside Qin Yun, she also released the berserk aura of a death god, blocking the pressure of more than a dozen powerful immortal emperors. The expression of Dark Royal Race and Sun Spirit Race's immortal emperors slightly changed, their pupils shrunk, they looked at Lu Yushuyan with slight astonishment. Because they can all feel how powerful Lu Yushuyan is. Outer Heaven Domain's immortal emperors also flew over, they all look like middle-aged men, there are more than a dozen of them. Dark Royal Race and Sun Spirit Race's sides suddenly have nearly 30 powerful immortal emperors. However, Lu Yushuyan is facing them, she is not afraid at all. She steadily held her saber and stood beside Qin Yun, her killing intent accompanied by a clear and cold wind slowly rippled out. And those more than 20 immortal emperors also released their auras, they want to compete with Lu Yushuyan, many emperor auras collided in an instant, Lu Yushuyan alone withstood the auras of more than 20 immortal emperors without falling into a disadvantageous position, this caused those immortal emperors to be even more astonished. The earth suddenly shook, the collision of auras produced extremely strong fluctuations. Outer Heaven Domain friend, that young man is Qin Yun, he has 2 sun souls, 2 inscription spirits, he has a large amount of good things in his hands. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor suddenly said. He said this to provoke the Outer Heaven Domain's immortal emperors to attack. None of those immortal emperors have any intention to attack because they don't dare, they have many people, if they attack Lu Yushuyan, the first to attack will most likely be killed by Lu Yushuyan. Therefore, they are only competing with Lu Yushuyan in terms of aura. That mountain was built by me. Qin Yun suddenly said, I believe everyone wants to enter that mountain as soon as possible, right? Outer Heaven Domain, Dark Royal Race and Sun Spirit Race's immortal emperors all looked at Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. The 2 great emperors nodded, admitting that it was built by Qin Yun. That guy is Immortal King Fu Yun. He was already killed by us but I don't know how he came back to life. In short, he hid the Heaven Leaping Shuttle inside and the thing we are looking for is inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Devil Immortal Great Emperor said, that bastard is very cunning, don't believe his words. Qin Yun said with smile, do you really think that mountain can be easily broken? Even if you can go in, it won't be that easy to come out. Friends from Outer Heaven Domain, you should know very well how strong the barrier around that mountain is, right? A middle-aged man from Outer Heaven Domain said coldly, the barrier is indeed very strong. It has been so many years. And it is so sturdy, but we can break it. Since that mountain was built by you, you definitely want to go in and take away the things inside. Those things are also what we want. Therefore, it is impossible for you to enter that mountain, another middle-aged man from Outer Heaven Domain said with sneer, those things are ours. Dragon Queen Xingyang Demon Immortal Great Emperor laughed, why? Just because we have more people. If you have the ability, why don't you kill us all? Can you do it? Xiao Yun, leave quickly. I'll fight them to the death. Since the dragon race is here, I will heavily injure them, they will be the ones to suffer. Lu Yushuyan said coldly, her killing intent became stronger. Originally, Qin Yun and Lu Yushuyan planned to discuss things after everyone enters the mountain. But now, they simply did not have this kind of opportunity, the people from the Outer Heaven Domain are very powerful. The 2 great emperors are also very wary of Qin Yun, so they did not give Qin Yun a chance. Leave it to us. The immortal emperor of the Sun Soul tribe snorted disdainfully. Roar, an unpleasant and hoarse dragon roar was heard, and the ground suddenly split open. Previously, Lu Yushuyan had obtained some memories from the Sun Spirit Race's middle-aged man. He had mentioned that the Sun Spirit Race had raised a very strong insect queen here. Everyone, we mustn't hurt our muscles and bones. Our enemy is the Dragon Clan, not these 2 fellows. No matter who built that mountain, everything in it belongs to us. No one can take it away. The old man from the Sun Spirit tribe smiled proudly. The Xingyang Dragon Queen is a powerful beast of the Sun Spirit tribe. Even in the sacred wilderness, she is still very powerful. She is more than enough to take down those two fellows. After the earth split open, a huge golden head appeared. It looked like the head of a dragon or a bug. The pitch-black ground was torn apart, and an intense golden light shot into the sky from the cracks. The Holy Yan Dragon Queen roared a few times and rushed out from the ground. It was a golden dragon beast with a dragon head and a half-dragon, half-insect body. It flapped its wings like a moth, and its body shone with golden light. The Sun Spirit race is indeed worthy of being a strong race within the sun. They are indeed powerful. Devil Immortal Great Emperor laughed. This time, those two fellows are finished. This fellow Qin Yin killed our prince and has two sun souls in his hands. We will definitely take him down. The middle-aged man from the Sun Spirit race said with a smile. It's a good thing that the Sun Hunters aren't here. Otherwise, they would have snatched it from you. The immortal desolate Great Emperor laughed. These two fellows are really stupid. They actually want to use the same old method to deceive us. Devil Immortal Great Emperor laughed out loud. Now they are done for, right? The Darkness Royal race also wants to kill Qin Yun, but they are no match for the Sun Soul race. If they were to fight amongst themselves now, the Dragon Clan, which had always been very quiet, might intervene. Devil Immortal Great Emperor and others are looking at Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan with schadenfreude. They all believe that they won't be able to leave today. Liu Shuyan pulled Qin Yun and flew in the sky. What surprised them was that the Divine Sun Dragon Empress was extremely fast. Even though her body was huge, she was extremely agile. Sister Shuyan, you deal with that guy, no need to worry about me. Qin Yun said. Liu Shuyan slashed her saber behind her. Her blood-colored killing intent accompanied the saber's wind. It was like a huge wave surging in the sky. The blood-colored saber image illuminated the sky, making it look demonic and terrifying. The gigantic Holy Sun Dragon Empress was enveloped by this killing aura and was also blocked for a while. It was difficult for her to fly forward, and her body seemed to be in great pain as she let out an unpleasant roar. I can deal with this thing. Liu Shuyan said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, protect yourself. Qin Yun nodded and said, I have the Floating Cloud Pagoda, don't worry. The Floating Cloud Pagoda's defense is very strong. It was originally a very strong 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. It is very difficult to destroy. Liu Shuyan also relaxed a lot. She raised her saber and flew over. Hoo hoo hoo, in the night sky, saber wind whistled, killing intent overflowed to the heavens. The heaven and earth of this mountain range were enveloped by the blood-colored saber light. Divine Sun Dragon Empress roared again and again. She attacked with all kinds of berserk energy. All of them are close to saint power. The Immortal Emperor power released by Liu Shuyan is also very strong. It contains weak divine power. It is comparable to divine power. The powerful immortal dragon emperors of the dragon race are floating in the sky. They only have a dozen or so of them, but their overall strength is comparable to the Darkness Royal race. They are all watching the battle between Liu Shuyan and Divine Sun Dragon Empress. That human girl is really strong. She can actually fight evenly with Divine Sun Dragon Empress. What is her background? An old man from the dragon race exclaimed in admiration. The saint power inside Divine Sun Dragon Empress is very strong. Even we have to fight 2 against 1 to completely suppress her. The middle-aged man from the dragon race said in a deep voice, that human girl can suppress Divine Sun Dragon Empress with her own strength. If she can really defeat Divine Sun Dragon Empress, it will also be beneficial to us. Red Sun Dragon Mother only knows that they are Qin Yun's friends. She knows that Qin Yun is nearby. She just saw Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan together. Qin Yun is hiding below. The surrounding aura is violent and chaotic. It is difficult to sense him. Xiao Yun, this is not the way. Sister Shuyan's strength should be on par with Divine Sun Dragon Empress. If this continues, once she gets tired, what will we do if Devil Immortal Great Emperor and the other dogs rush over? Ling Yuner said. Yuner, Yu Xiaoling helped me cultivate the sun core. My sun-suppressing divine arrow can awaken some power. Do you think the sun-suppressing divine arrow can pierce through Divine Sun Dragon Empress head? Qin Yan took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. It requires very powerful saint power to push the sun-suppressing divine arrow to pierce through divine sun dragon empress scales. It might cause damage to your 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. Ling Yin'er said. It doesn't matter, just refine a new one. Anyway, I still have a lot of materials. Qin Yan obtained many divine-level dragon bones and all kinds of damaged divine weapons from Star God. If he has Luiwa Shuyan's help, coupled with the powerful sacred flame released by Saint Oil, he can also melt those materials. And, let's begin immediately. Let the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon surpass its limit, even if it is damaged, it doesn't matter. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and placed it inside the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. Qin Yan placed more than 1 billion sacred Xian silver crystals into a storage bottle inside the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. He has several billion sacred Xian silver crystals and the divine inscription mountain can continuously grow more, so he can use them as he wishes. The battle in the sky is extremely intense. It is also because the Sun Holy Land has a very sturdy space that the space is very stable. Qin Yan is very close to the place where the battle is happening, he is constantly being attacked by intense aftermath waves. Under his control, the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon is crazily devouring a great amount of sacred Xian silver crystals and accumulating formidable sacred power. Luiwa Shuyan is very powerful, whether it is dragon race or sun spirit race, they are all amazed by her strength. Who the hell is that woman? Dark Royal Race's immortal emperor said in cold voice. We also don't know. In short, she has been following Qin Yan for many years. She is a very powerful and very thorny woman. Devil Immortal Great Emperor shook his head and said, her origin is very mysterious. How can Immortal Desolate give birth to such a powerful human? Sun Spirit Race's Immortal Emperor also feels that this is inconceivable. He said in alarm, her immortal power contains a certain amount of divine power, could it be that she is an ancient era Immortal Emperor? People in the ancient era would collect enough sun god crystals. They would hide underground for many years to absorb them to cultivate the god body and the god soul. All the immortal emperors here are very afraid of the strength of ancient era people. Don't worry, when that woman is almost exhausted, we will attack. Devil Immortal Great Emperor said with evil smile, no matter what, we will win. Qin Yan is not an immortal emperor, there is no need to fear him, he won't be able to escape. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor said. Qin Yan is hiding in a place with tyrannical aura. All the mountains in the vicinity have been flattened by the intense battle. Only the mountain with the heaven leaping shuttle is still there and it is very stable. The 9 heavens dragon lion cannon is absorbing a great amount of sacred Xian silver crystals power and accumulating more and more, causing the cannon to slightly tremble. In a short moment, more than 1 billion sacred Xian silver crystals energy has been absorbed by the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. Sister Shu Yan, give way a bit, I am preparing to shoot sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yan released formidable mental power and sent voice transmission to Luiwa Shuyan. After Luiwa Shuyan heard this, she immediately dodged. Qin Yan also took this opportunity to shoot sun-suppressing divine arrow. Hoo! The sun-suppressing divine arrow shot out and let out a scalp-numbing whistling sound. The most frightening thing is that when the sun-suppressing divine arrow flew out, all kinds of energy in the surroundings were suddenly devoured. This is Qin Yan's sun-suppressing divine arrow's 10,000 devour ability. The sun-suppressing divine arrow can unleash different special abilities in different people's hands. The energy of Qin Yan's sun-suppressing divine arrow is 10,000 devour. When Qin Yan uses it, it can devour all kinds of energy and then burst them out. Qin Yan absorbed a great amount of sacred power through the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon and pushed the sun-suppressing divine arrow forward, producing a very strong propulsion force, and when the sun-suppressing divine arrow flew out, it also quickly devoured the berserk sacred power, as well as the energy that burst out from the battle just now. Therefore, the sun-suppressing divine arrow became more and more powerful. The moment the sun-suppressing divine arrow burst out, the sacred power produced is very strong. Many formidable immortal emperors noticed Qin Yan's location. Qin Yan also immediately dodged. Roar! The sun-suppressing divine arrow shot out like a light beam and penetrated divine sun dragon empress head. Moreover, the energy inside the sun-suppressing divine arrow burst out. Boom! After divine sun dragon empress roared, more than half of her head exploded. She is indeed worthy of being called a powerful race beast. Half of her mountain-like head exploded, but she is still alive. She can still fly in the air. It's the sun-suppressing divine arrow. The old man from the sun spirit race involuntarily cried out in alarm. That guy Qin, how can he use such a powerful sun-suppressing divine arrow? Liu Shuyan suddenly chopped down with her saber, bringing with it a kind of world-destroying heavenly might. The saber energy fell like a red light. The heavily injured divine sun dragon empress didn't even have time to revolve her sacred power to protect her body and was instantly chopped in half. Qin received the sun-suppressing divine arrow. As for his 9 heavens dragon lion cannon, many cracks appeared on it and the runes were severely damaged. Dragon Empress. The old man from the sun spirit race roared in anger. Liu Shuyan returned to Qin Yan's side. Qin Yan grabbed Liu Shuyan and used the mysterious penetration divine ability. He quickly drilled deep into the ground and rushed towards the mountain. Divine Sun Dragon Empress was cut in half by Liu Shuyan's 9 Sun World Annihilation power. After she fell to the ground, all kinds of tyrannical sacred power surged violently. Calabash, the Holy Sun Dragon Empress, had been killed. The people of the Sun Soul tribe were so angry that they cursed out loud. Their resentment exploded out along with their roars. That was the Sun Spirit race's race beast in the Immortal Desolate. It was supposed to protect the Sun Spirit race, but now it had been killed. The Dark Royal race and Outer Heaven Domain's immortal emperors came over to comfort them and then scolded Qin Yun and Lu Yu. Of course, they were a little happy in their hearts. Within the Sun Holy Land, the Holy Sun Dragon Empress was really strong. Absorbing the energy here, she could grow really quickly and give birth to large amounts of soul-poisoned saint bugs. These saint insects are very powerful royal saint insects. Not to mention immortal emperors, even sacred desolate experts are very afraid of these royal saint insects. Now that the Holy Sun Dragon Empress was dead, the sun spirits would not be able to release a large number of sacred emperor bugs. The threat they posed to them was much smaller. The Dark Kings and the immortal emperors from the outer heavens gathered here because they had common interests. They knew very well what kind of people they were facing, so they were very wary of each other. Where did that bastard and that woman go? Hurry up and find them. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor said, we must capture them and skin them alive. This damn Qin Yun. Only by capturing him and obtaining his sun soul can we make up for our losses. The old man from the sun spirit race clenched his fists and growled in anger. By saying this, he was also telling the Dark Royal family and the other powers that Qin Yun's sun soul belonged to their sun spirit race. The Dark Royal family and the immortal emperors of the Outer Heaven Domain were somewhat dissatisfied because they also wanted to obtain the Sun Soul in Qin Yun's hands. However, due to the Sun Soul race's strength, they didn't dare to openly offend them. Friends from the Outer Heaven realm, I remember that you have a kind of tool that can search for nearby living beings. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor said, you used those things before to discover that the dragon race is nearby. An old man from the Outer Heaven realm immediately took out a disc with many light spots on it. He frowned and said, I didn't find anything wrong with it. Really? The Sun Soul Elder came over to look at the specks of light on the disc and asked, what do these specks of light represent? This area is ours, and the light dot over here is the dragon race's dragon. The old man from the outer realm said. What about these 2 spots? The Sun Soul middle-aged man pointed at the 2 spots of light. Those 2 spots of light were relatively weak, and they were right next to the mountain. Everyone immediately looked at the mountain, because a fierce battle had broken out here before. The nearby mountains were flattened by the aftermath of the battle, leaving only one mountain. The heaven-leaping shuttle was hidden in that mountain. There were many powerful barriers protecting that mountain, which had resisted the shockwaves just now. That was why the mountain had not been destroyed. No one is near that mountain. The old man from the Outer Heaven Domain frowned. Could it be? Are they underground? The Devil Immortal Great Emperor shouted in shock, those 2 guys must be hiding deep underground. Let's hurry over, the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor shouted. The 30 Immortal Emperors immediately rushed towards the mountain. They were originally very close to the mountain, so in a few blinks of an eye, they arrived at the side. The old man from the Outer Heaven Domain looked at the disc in his hand and cursed in low voice. They passed through the barrier. How did they do it? This mountain was created by that bastard floating cloud. Of course he has a way to enter, The immortal desolate great emperor said coldly, "We have to hurry up and enter." The disc in the old man's hand flickered with two light dots. They are not far in front of them. This means that Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan are underground in front of them and their movement speed is relatively slow. Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan are indeed underground. At this moment, they are blocked by a barrier. There are a total of 10 barriers. The first layer has already been broken. We have already passed through 4 layers. There are only 5 layers left. Qin Yun took out the God King Heavenly Seal and pressed it against the invisible barrier. Qin Yun held the small and exquisite God King Heavenly Seal in his hand. He released Blood Soul Power to activate the God King Heavenly Seal to release power. The surface of the God King Heavenly Seal is flat, but after absorbing Qin Yun's Blood Soul Power, some complicated runes appeared. Qin Yun vigorously pressed the God King Heavenly Seal against the transparent barrier. As the God King Heavenly Seal unceasingly absorbed Blood Soul Power, a crack appeared on the barrier. After the crack appeared, Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan immediately rushed over. Not long after they passed through the crack gradually closed up. This Heavenly Seal is indeed a very important thing. Liu Shuyan sighed and said, "Without this thing, we wouldn't even know how to enter that mountain. We have to go in as soon as possible." Qin Yun said. Each barrier is more than 10 meters apart. They dug up some soil and moved forward to the next barrier. Qin Yun took a deep breath and pressed the God King Heavenly Seal against the barrier. Only after a short period of time could a crack be torn open. The God King Heavenly Seal absorbed a lot of Blood Soul Power. If Qin Yun did not have the powerful nether moon, he would have to rest after passing through a barrier. Fortunately, Liu Shuyan can provide Qin Yun with a large amount of mental power for his nether moon to absorb. Therefore, he is still very spirited after passing through several barriers. Above, Outer Heaven Domain's immortal emperors are also busily undoing the barrier. Sun Spirit Race, Dark Royal Race and Devil Immortal Great Emperor can't help at all. These barriers are too complicated for them. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor suddenly said, "Dragon Race people are coming." Dragon Race only has a dozen or so immortal emperors, but their strength is very formidable. Red Sun Dragon Mother is also with them. Dragon Race, what are you doing? If we start fighting now, it won't be good for either side. Devil Immortal Great Emperor shouted. Red Sun Dragon Mother, you should know that bastard floating cloud, right? He brought a woman and is preparing to enter that mountain. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor said, "Your dragon race's goal is the same as ours. Don't tell me you want to see those things being taken away by others?" Red Sun Dragon Mother is secretly apprehensive. She doesn't know that Qin Yun has entered that mountain. She said in cold voice, "He really entered?" An immortal emperor from Outer Heaven Domain said, "They are about to pass through 3 more barriers and then they will reach the mountain's gate. It won't be long before they appear in front of the gate. Dragon Race, how about we join hands to capture that bastard floating cloud?" Immortal Desolate Great Emperor said, "I heard that Qin Yun caused great damage to your dragon race. Your 9-dragon heavenly origin formation that you are so proud of was destroyed by Qin Yun, right?" Dragon Race Immortal Emperors all looked at Red Sun Dragon Mother when they heard this. Red Sun Dragon Mother, is this true? My dragon race's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation was really destroyed by that bastard floating cloud, a middle-aged man asked. He is from Immortal Desolate Dragon Race. Outer Heaven Domain's Dragon Race Immortal Emperor said with frown, "Wasn't your Immortal Desolate Dragon Race's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation damaged naturally? How could it be destroyed by a human? He didn't destroy it." Red Sun Dragon Mother let out a long sigh and said, "It's a long story. In short, Little Floating Cloud is not our enemy, don't listen to these guys." Dark Royal Race's Immortal Emperor said with sneer, "No matter what, Floating Cloud entered that mountain and obtained the things inside. And our common goal is the things inside, so that bastard should be our common enemy." Red Sun Dragon Mother said to her companions, "If you want to deal with Little Floating Cloud, I can only withdraw. The things inside that mountain are not necessarily that important to us." Dragon Race's elders all agree with Red Sun Dragon Mother's opinion. They secretly discussed and decided to wait and see. They are several tens of meters away from the mountain. Because there is a barrier separating them, they are unable to approach the mountain's entrance. At this time, 2 people appeared in front of a cave's entrance. They are Qin Yun and the masked Liu Shuyan. You two bastards. Sun Spirit Race's elder immediately roared in anger. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, "You bunch of idiots, I kindly said I wanted to cooperate with you but you attacked us. Now you don't have the chance, right?" Liu Shuyan said with charming smile, "Moreover, they even lost a big stinky bug's life. I will fuck you to death." Sun Spirit Race's elder furiously roared and attacked the barrier with dozens of palm strikes. His palm power is very formidable, but when it landed on the barrier, it was instantly absorbed. Qin Yun held the Divine King Heavenly Seal and quickly walked towards the door. The cave's entrance has a groove, it is just big enough to put a square seal inside. Qin Yun placed the Divine King Heavenly Seal inside the groove and then rotated the floating cloud Heavenly Seal. Ka. After it rotated, the stone door slowly moved to two sides and automatically opened. Ha, we will be leaving first. Qin Yun very cockily laughed at Devil Immortal Great Emperor and others. Outer Heaven Domain people, didn't you say you could break the barrier? Are you as fast as us? Liu Shuyan also ridiculed. Sun Spirit Race's people are so angry that they want to beat someone up, they wish they could grab Qin Yun and tear him to shreds. But in front of them, there are still 9 layers of barrier that have not been broken. Therefore, they can only look on helplessly as the smug Qin Yun swaggered into the stone door. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother saw Qin Yun enter and secretly rejoiced in her heart. She naturally knows that the thing inside the mountain is related to Qin Yun's past life, otherwise he would not have been able to enter so easily. After Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan entered the cave's entrance automatically closed. After they entered, they felt that it is very dazzling. It is dark outside but inside it is a vast expanse of whiteness. Moreover, the space inside is very large. Inside the mountain, there is actually a large independent space. Qin Yun also saw the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. It is a huge gourd that looks like white jade. It is several hundred meters long and is floating inside the vast expanse of whiteness. Is this the Heaven Leaping Shuttle? Why does it look exactly like a gourd? Qin Yun said with smile, "It is different from what I imagined. Not cool at all. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is just like this. Let's go inside and take a look. This thing can be big or small." They flew towards the mouth of the gourd. There is also a door there. Chapter 1770, Divine Universe Golden Stone. Qin Yun flew to the entrance of the large gourd. It is a large round door. I really didn't expect the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to be like this. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal, shook his head and said with smile. Don't look at it like this, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is very strong. I heard that even the space god is not willing to give it to you. Liu Shuyan chuckled, Xiao Yun, back when I was in the Divine Desolate, I heard that this is the most precious treasure of the god of space. I don't know what methods you used to make him give it to you. Qin Yun floated up and placed the Divine King Heavenly Seal's surface into a square groove. He said, I thought that this was refined by the space god later on, I didn't expect it to be such a precious thing. After the floating cloud Heavenly Seal rotated, it also started moving. The door looks like a door but the way it opens is very special. The circular gate slowly rippled, releasing a wave of spatial power. We can go in. Liu Shuyan said. The door doesn't look like it is open but it can go through. That door is a spatial formation. As expected of a spatial-type divine tool, the way to go in is to go through space. Qin Yun said with smile. He and Liu Shuyan very easily went through the spatial passage formed by the door. After entering, the ripple-like door immediately returned to its original state and became very solid. This seems to be a warehouse. Liu Shuyan looked all around and said with frown, such a big warehouse, I wonder what it is used to store. Qin Yun said, the inside of this heaven-leaping shuttle is like a ship. Indeed, I heard that this is something used to shuttle between heaven domain, it can reach very quickly. Liu Shuyan said, that's why it is named heaven-leaping shuttle. So it is used to jump between heaven domain. Qin Yun now knows the meaning of the name heaven-leaping shuttle. This is also the first time I have such close contact with it. Liu Shuyan looked around the warehouse but did not find any entrance. The inside of the heaven-leaping shuttle is the inside of a ship, there should be other rooms. Sister Shuyan, back when you were Slaughter God, did you go to other heaven domain? Qin Yun asked. I did. The journey is long. Liu Shuyan let out a long sigh and said, "At that time, I went to a very small heaven domain and flew in the endless starry sky for an entire year." Qingyan exclaimed, "A year?" Liu Shuyan smiled and said, "That's right. Although a year's time was nothing to us, it was very boring on the road. But I heard that if you have the sky leaping shuttle, you can shorten the time to a few days. This heaven leaping shuttle is truly amazing." Qingyan arrived at the wall of the warehouse and touched it, trying to find the door to the main room. "The heaven region I went to last time was the closest one to the Nanyang heaven region, and it took me a year. A few years or even decades is very normal." Liu Shuyan said, "If your luck is bad and you encounter danger on the road, you might even die." She was also touching the wall, looking for a mechanism. The warehouse was huge, but there was nothing inside. When they spoke, there were echoes. "This warehouse can store a mountain," Qingyan said with smile. "It's not impossible to store the divine inscription mountain inside." "Xiao Yun, if only you had the memories of your past life, this warehouse has no passage to other places." Liu Shuyan sighed and said. Qingyan looked at the Divine King Heavenly Seal in his hand and said, "Sister Shuyan, when we came in earlier, there was no normal door or path. Since this large gourd is a space-type divine tier magic tool, maybe there is no door inside." "That's right, it should be a teleportation method." Liu Shuyan nodded and said, "Your floating cloud pagoda used teleportation method to go up." Qingyan took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and imprinted it on the wall, but there was no reaction. He tried a few walls, but there was no movement at all. "Xiao Yun, this heaven leaping shuttle might be damaged." Liu Shuyan said, "Such a big thing has been placed here for so long, moreover it needs to maintain the barrier outside. Maybe it is supplying energy to the barrier outside, so the energy inside the heaven leaping shuttle is very weak. The warehouse they are in is also very bright, there is a white light at the top but there is no energy fluctuation." Qingyan took out the energy source he got from Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang is also a kind of thing that can travel through space, so the energy source inside it can maintain the energy required by the spatial divine tool. Xiaoyang's energy source turned into two white light balls, drilled into the wall and disappeared in an instant. "There is movement," Liu Shuyan said with smile. "The heaven leaping shuttle is now trembling." After trembling for a while, it calmed down. Suddenly, a white light ball appeared and shone on Qingyan's body. Qingyan sensed a large amount of information rushing into his mind. "Xiao Yun, how are you?" Liu Shuyan asked worriedly. "I'm fine, I am currently receiving the information from this heaven leaping shuttle." Qingyan said, "This will allow me to quickly understand how to use the heaven leaping shuttle." Very soon, he finished receiving the information. "So that's how it is, this heaven leaping shuttle is really awesome." Qingyan sighed and said, "What a pity, the heaven leaping shuttle is damaged." "Is the damage serious?" Liu Shuyan asked. "It can still be used." Qingyan pulled Liu Shuyan and said, "Come, let's go to a place. The thing those guys are looking for should be in that place." Liu Shuyan nodded and tightly held Qingyan's hand. Qingyan yelled, "Teleport to 8th secret room." Just as his voice faded, he and Liu Shuyan's eyes flashed and they arrived at a magnificent and spacious secret room. This secret room is very large and luxurious, there is a large bed and a bath. This is a secret room used for long-term seclusion. On one of the tables, there was a box, 8th secret room. "Are there many of these secret rooms here?" Liu Shuyan asked. "Not many, there are more than 10 of them. There are many rooms, in short, this heaven leaping shuttle can bring many people to travel between heaven domain," Qingyan said. While speaking, Qingyan arrived beside the table, looked at the box and said, "This should be the thing they are looking for." "There is a piece of paper under the box." Qingyan picked it up and said, "A letter left behind by my past life." Liu Shuyan immediately came over to take a look. There are divine universe golden stones inside the box, they are very strong. If you don't have the right conditions, don't use them carelessly. The fact that you can come here means that you might be heading to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. The situation inside the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range is very complicated. Without sufficient strength, going in would only be courting death. I suggest that you think of a way to absorb the energy inside the Divine Universe Golden Stone and cultivate your divine body before returning to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. After Lu Yushuyan finished reading the words, she shouted in shock, "It's actually Divine Universe Golden Stone, no wonder. What is Divine Universe Golden Stone?" Qinyan wanted to open the box but Lu Yushuyan stopped his hand. "Xiaoyun, don't open that box yet." Lu Yushuyan said anxiously, "Divine Universe Golden Stone is a stone formed from a very powerful energy." Qinyan said with a frown, "Outer Heaven Domain, Sun Spirit Race, Dark Royal Race and Dragon Race came here to look for Divine Universe Golden Stone? It should be." Lu Yushuyan said solemnly, "The conditions for the birth of Divine Universe Golden Stone are very harsh, they are very rare." "What do you mean?" Qinyan asked. "In the divine level heavenly domain, within the powerful divine level heavenly body, it is only a little bit bigger than a grain of rice. For example, the sun. But just this point is enough for many people to fight over it." Lu Yushuyan said, "The Divine Universe Golden Stone inside the box is definitely not small, otherwise they wouldn't be able to detect it." Qinyan looked at the box and said in shock, "If we open it, what will happen?" Lu Yushuyan said, "If we open it, the Divine Universe Golden Stone inside is big enough, then the several thousand heavenly domains in the vicinity can sense it. Even the heavenly domains in the divine level space can sense it." "Why is it like this?" Qinyan said in shock. "The energy inside the Divine Universe Golden Stone is very special and very powerful. Once the energy fluctuates, it can be transmitted very far away in an instant." Lu Yushuyan said, "For example, inside the sun, there is a very small Divine Universe Golden Stone. Moreover, the fluctuation is different. Therefore, in the vast starry sky, one can sense the existence of the heavenly domain based on the fluctuation of the Divine Universe Golden Stone." Qinyan understood that the Divine Universe Golden Stone inside the box is not small. Now that it is sealed by layers upon layers of seals, even if there is an energy fluctuation, it won't be able to transmit too far. Only the people of the nearby heavenly domains can sense it. Even so, Qinyan is very astonished. Because those heavenly domains are very far away from the 9 heavenly domains immortal desolate. They are all immortal emperors, their flying speed is definitely not fast. Even if they use tools, it would take at least 8 to 10 years to reach the immortal desolate. What's the use of the Divine Universe Golden Stone? Powerful body? Qinyan asked again. Yes. This kind of thing is very rare and very difficult to obtain. You must destroy a huge celestial body like the sun to obtain it. Lu Yushuyan said, and to destroy a sun is very difficult. Even if you destroy it, you might not be able to obtain the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Qinyan said in shock, if the sun falls, wouldn't it be possible to pick up the Divine Universe Golden Stone? Lu Yushuyan shook her head, when you were the God King, you told me that the Divine Universe Golden Stone inside the sun is only the size of a grain of rice. If it falls into the 9 desolate, it will scatter everywhere and quickly travel through space. How can it be so easy to obtain? That's right, it can't even be obtained in the Divine Desolate and Immortal Desolate, let alone the other low-level Great Desolate. The life forms there are even weaker. After the sun falls, all the life forms in those low-level Great Desolate are completely annihilated. It is impossible to obtain the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Qinyan nodded. After the sun falls into the Great Desolate, the Divine Universe Golden Stone is the key to rebirth the sun. It is very difficult to obtain. Lu Yushuyan looked at the box and said, I wonder how you got one in your previous life. Qinyan is very impressed with his previous life. He was actually able to obtain this kind of thing. I wonder how big it is. Qinyan is very curious, it would be good if I could open it and take a look. Moonflight Qinyan looked at the black box and said, let me see how heavy this box is. As he spoke, he hugged the box with both hands, but he was actually unable to lift it. It's very, very heavy. Qinyan was shocked, I can't even lift it with my strength. Soon after, Lu Yushuyan also gave it a try. Her body erupted with a very strong immortal emperor power, and only then did she barely manage to lift the box a little. Because it was too heavy, she had to put it down immediately. I heard that the sun god crystal is also very heavy. The size of a rice grain weighs several 100 million genes. Qinyan exclaimed, this Divine Universe Golden Stone should be the same thing as the sun god crystal, right? Liu Shuyan said, the sun god crystal is a crystal inside the sun. It is indeed rare, but we can still find some. Let me put it this way. There are many layers inside the sun. The outermost layer can explode with sun god stones, while the inner layer is filled with godly metal and other divine level metals. The layer near the center is the sun god crystal. The most central point is the divine universe golden stone. Liu Shuyan said, that is also a very, very heavy thing inside the sun. If even Qin Yin could not move it, it was obvious how heavy it was. This heaven-leaping shuttle was most likely damaged by the divine universe goldstone. Liu Shuyan exclaimed in surprise once again, how did you get a divine universe golden rock in your previous life? As long as the sun doesn't fall, this kind of thing simply cannot appear in the immortal desolate, not even in the sacred desolate. Qin Yin scratched his head and said, can this thing really make the body stronger? Liu Shuyan nodded, really. It's also because the energy is too strong for my immortal and saint physique to bear. Before, Peng Hantao said that those guys from the ancient era needed a very long time to absorb the sun god crystal's energy. Then wouldn't this divine universe golden stone take even longer? Qin Yin sighed, no wonder I didn't use it in my previous life, because I didn't know how to use it. Don't talk about your past life, even in your divine king life, you didn't know how to use it. Liu Shuyan shook her head and said. Isn't that useless? It's obviously a very good thing, but I can't use it. Qin Yin is somewhat driven mad. Maybe Ruru knows how to use it. Liu Shuyan said with a frown, Xiaoro is the moon god. She has more memories of the divine wasteland than me. Furthermore, she often studies this kind of strange thing. Sister Shuyan, when you were in the divine wilderness, did you always fight and kill? Asked Qin Yin with a smile. And, if it's not fighting and killing, it's secluded cultivation or training hard in battle. Liu Shuyan sighed, that's why I don't understand a lot of things. Qin Yin said, Sister Shuyan, we will directly ride the heaven-leaping shuttle to Guanghan Palace. Sure. Let's go find Xiaoro. Liu Shuyan laughed. I've wanted to go to the Guanghan Palace for a long time. Qin Yin said with a smile, to the moon. You just want to go up and see the beauties. Liu Shuyan said with a charming smile. Qin Yin chuckled and shouted, teleport to the main control room. He pulled Liu and Shuyan, and was immediately teleported to a very spacious hall, and from here, he could see the vast expanse of whiteness outside. This large gourd is truly a good thing. Qin Yin said with smile. How do we get out? Liu Shuyan asked. I can control it. Let's make it smaller first. Qin Yin said. Make it smaller, he shouted. The originally several hundred-meter-long heaven-leaping shuttle has now become a few-meter-long gourd. However, the space inside the shuttle has not shrunk at all. Qin Yin specially went outside to take a look. The heaven-leaping shuttle has become a lot smaller, but the space inside is still very big. Spatial divine tool is really good. Qin Yin returned inside the heaven-leaping shuttle and said with smile, maybe Divine Mountain will also be able to do this in the future. Liu Shuyan heard Qin Yin mention Divine Mountain and said with smile, this heaven-leaping shuttle might be like Divine Mountain, it grew up. Later on, the space god obtained it and improved it. It's really possible. Qin Yin chuckled and said, let's go, let's go. Will we encounter those guys? Can't we teleport a bit further? Liu Shuyan asked. There are barriers outside, we must first go through those barriers to run further. Qin Yin said. And, the heaven-leaping shuttle should not be afraid of being attacked. Liu Shuyan said with smile, let's begin. Qin Yin activated the heaven-leaping shuttle. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside from inside the mountain. It was originally late at night outside. Even though there are many stars, it is still very dark. However, Qin Yin and Liu Shuyan are inside the main control room of the heaven-leaping shuttle. They can see that it is very bright outside. From the main control room, they can see the things above and in front of the heaven-leaping shuttle. It is the scene outside projected by spatial power. In the middle of the night, there is actually a very bright thing illuminating the earth. Qin Yin and Liu Shuyan raised their heads and saw a huge bright moon, the moon that had disappeared before suddenly appeared, and it had become extremely huge. During the night of full moon, the moon is already very big, but now it is more than 10 times bigger than usual. the bright moon flickered with silver light, illuminating the earth, boom boom boom, while Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan are looking at the moon in astonishment. The heaven-leaping shuttle has been attacked. It is those people outside who are frantically attacking the heaven-leaping shuttle. It's the heaven-leaping shuttle. That bastard floating cloud obtained the heaven-leaping shuttle, he obtained the thing inside. Devil Immortal Great Emperor ferociously roared, quickly get rid of them, don't let them escape. The heaven-leaping shuttle is being attacked, it is constantly shaking. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor also hastily shouted, quickly seal the space, the heaven-leaping shuttle has very strong space-piercing power. Dark Royal Race, Outer Heaven Domain, Sun Spirit Race and more than 20 immortal emperors immediately released their strongest power and frantically attacked the heaven-leaping shuttle. Qin Yan controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly at high speed. He did not break through the space because the immortal emperor's attacks are too strong, causing the space to shake. It is not a good time to travel through space. The heaven-leaping shuttle can not only travel through space, its flying speed is also not slow. After becoming small, the heaven-leaping shuttle is very agile, its speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye, it left the mountain and flew towards the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor crazily chased after it. Dragon Race is still in the vicinity of the mountain. They looked at the distant heaven-leaping shuttle and exclaimed in admiration. Is that thing really a Divine Universe Golden Stone? An old man let out a long sigh. It should be. The other heaven domain's immortal emperors chased us all the way here. This is the only possibility, a middle-aged man said. Divine Universe Golden Stone. How could it appear in the Immortal Desolate? Red Sun Dragon Mother said, if it's ours, then it's ours. If it's not ours, no matter what, we won't get it. That old man said, AI, there is only one 9-dragon heavenly origin formation left, it is in the Divine Desolate. If we can get a Divine Universe Golden Stone here, we can change the predicament of not having the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Not necessarily. With our strength, can we really protect the Divine Universe Golden Stone? Another old man shook his head and said, we have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, wandering in the outer heaven domain can attract many powerful factions to fight over it, let alone something like Divine Universe Golden Stone. Indeed. Divine Universe Golden Stone is also known as Calamity Stone. Legend has it that many factions who obtained Divine Universe Golden Stone were eventually exterminated by many other powerful factions. I wonder if that brat Fuyun can defend it. This guy died once, it is very likely that he died in his past life because of this. Red Sun Dragon Mother is somewhat worried. Don't worry, he is dead for sure. I have to say, this guy is quite formidable, in both his past and present lives, he is actually able to defend this Calamity Stone to the death, an old man said with smile, this kind of guy, it's better if we don't offend him, lest we invite disaster upon ourselves. Qin Yan controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and flew towards the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. Although its speed is very fast, the immortal emperors chasing after him are very powerful. Those immortal emperors are chasing with all their might, it is impossible for them to not be fast. A few immortal emperors are still frantically attacking the heaven-leaping shuttle. Those guys are truly crazy. Liu Shuyan groaned, they are bullying me with numbers, if it was one-on-one, they would not be my match. Qin Yan said, as long as we reach the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest, we won't have to worry. Liu Shuyan said, Xiao Yun, the moon suddenly became so big, what exactly is going on? You also don't know? Qin Yan said, I was just about to ask you. Liu Shuyan shook her head and said, I really don't know, I also don't know if it is a bad thing or not. I heard that the Guanghan Palace was destroyed once, countless casualties, I am worried. Don't worry, this time the Guanghan Palace is very strong. Qin Yan looked at the huge bright moon in the sky and said, those guys from the outer heaven domain, do they have some kind of method to sense the Divine Universe Golden Stone? That's for sure. As long as the Divine Universe Golden Stone is in your hands, they will know where you are. Liu Shuyan said, because the fluctuation released by the Divine Universe Golden Stone can penetrate all kinds of space, it is very difficult to hide. Qin Yan said, even if I put in the 9-sun Divine Spirit, it will still be sensed. Liu Shuyan said, I don't know about that, you can give it a try. If Qin Yan carries the Divine Universe Golden Stone with him, then no matter where he goes, he will be targeted by those immortal emperors from the outer heaven domain. This is indeed very inconvenient. And even if he hides it, he will be discovered sooner or later. Strange, the divine universe golden stone has been in that mountain for so long, why are those guys from the outer heaven domain only now coming? Xianxia said doubtfully. The fluctuation released by the divine universe golden stone penetrates through space, it is not easy to determine its location. If nothing unexpected happens, all the heavenly domains will immediately rush over after confirming that the 9-sun heavenly domain has the divine universe golden stone. Some might already be on the way. Liu Shuyan said somewhat worriedly. Xianxia looked at the moon in the sky and said, if I go to the moon, will I lead those guys to the moon? He suddenly doesn't want to go. Don't worry, you are only temporarily going to find Xiaorou. After you find her, just leave as soon as possible. Liu Shuyan said. The heaven leaping shuttle's speed is indeed very fast. Not long after, it entered the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. The Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest sensed the formidable power released by the heaven leaping shuttle and immediately condensed violent thunder. Not good, the heavenly thunder is about to descend. Liu Shuyan looked at the white mist in the sky and shouted in alarm. The immortal emperors behind also didn't continue chasing, they are also afraid of the heavenly thunder. Go! Xianxia shouted and the heaven leaping shuttle immediately pierced through space. Graveyard, Chapter 1772. Xianxia looked at the huge moon in front of him and exclaimed in admiration, the moon is so beautiful, it became even more beautiful after becoming bigger. I don't know why it suddenly became bigger. Xiaorou is moon god, maybe she did it. Liu Shuyan said with smile, Xiaoyun, quickly go to the moon. They are now very far away from the thunder mist heavenly forest. Those immortal emperors are beating their chests and stamping their feet in anger, especially those Sun Spirit Race immortal emperors, they are the most furious. After Sun Spirit Race's sacred Sun Dragon was killed, they thought that they would be able to defend the mountain and capture Xianxia to make up for their losses by seizing his Sun Spirit. But now, they haven't even gotten a single strand of Xianxia's hair. Let's go. Xianxia is sitting on a large chair in the middle of the control room. Liu Shuyan is also sitting together with him and leaning on him. Xianxia hugged Liu Shuyan's jade waist and controlled the heaven leaping shuttle to fly towards the moon. Not long after, the heaven leaping shuttle touched something, causing it to be unable to move forward. I can't go in. Xianxia said with frown, there is a very strong barrier. The moon suddenly became bigger, maybe it's just that there is a barrier outside. That barrier is like the real moon, it's wrapping around the real moon. Xianxia said in shock, this barrier is very strong. Why did it suddenly appear? Liu Shuyan shook her head, I can only wait until I see Xiaorou to understand what is going on. Xianxia said, then I will use the heaven leaping shuttle to see if I can pass through. And, be careful, don't destroy the moon barrier. Liu Shuyan nodded. Xianxia controlled the heaven leaping shuttle to pass through the barrier. The heaven leaping shuttle released very strong spatial power, the entire shuttle suddenly distorted and fluctuated but the inside is very calm. So, the heaven leaping shuttle flew out but it was blocked by a very strong power, causing it to be unable to pass through the space. Not good, that barrier is very strong. Xianxia said in amazement, even the heaven leaping shuttle can't pass through it. I will try, contact Xiaorou and ask. Liu Shuyan said. She took out a watermelon-sized pearl. The pearl released a faint silver light, it is actually a very small and beautiful moon. Isn't this the moon? What a small one. Xianxia said. This is the moon god altar. Liu Shuyan smiled and said, Xiaorou gave it to me, I can only use it once in a while. The small moon altar floated up, and the silver light on it flickered. Not long after, Xiaoqiru's sweet and tender voice could be heard, Shuyan, is there something important? Did you and Little Cloud find the heaven leaping shuttle? Found it. We're in the sky leaping shuttle, and we're on our way to the moon palace. But now, it is blocked by a very strong barrier. Liu Shuyan said. From the way Xiaoqiru addressed Liu, Xianxia knew that Xiaoqiru had acknowledged her new identity as Killing God. Wait a minute, I need some time to create an entrance. Xiaoqiru said with smile, the moon has become bigger because there is a large barrier outside. This way, the moon will be even safer. Sister Kiru, we won't go in. We will wait for you outside. Qinyan said, the current situation is rather dangerous, you better not open the barrier. The enlarged moon would definitely attract the attention of many factions. Alright, I will go out now. Xiaqiru said. She can sense Liu Shuyan's location through the small moon altar. Qinyan looked at the large moon from a close distance. He did not expect that what they saw was only an illusion of a large barrier, the real moon is still inside. Xiaqiru is moon god and knows many things. She must have been modifying the moon for many years, making the moon's defense stronger. Now that the moon has changed like this, it is most likely her doing. Not long after, Xiaqiru came out. She can easily pass through the barrier, so she is alone. Qinyan immediately controlled the heaven leaping shuttle to release spatial power to envelop her and teleported her to the main control room. Sister Kiru, give me a pinch. Qinyan said with mischievous smile. Xiaqiru, who has turned into a little girl, is indeed very cute. As soon as he saw her, he had the urge to touch her cute little face. Even Liu Shuyan tenderly smiled and pinched Xiaqiru's face a few times. Xiaqiru said with annoyed smile, pinch me a bit more, wait until I grow bigger, you won't be able to pinch me. After a long while, Qinyan and Liu Shuyan stopped touching her little face. Xiaqiru looked at the main control room and said with light sigh, this place is still the same. There is no change. Xiao Rou, it is not easy for us to find the heaven leaping shuttle. Liu Shuyan told Xiaqiru about the immortal emperors from the outer heaven domain. Qinyan said with smile, Sister Kiru, do you know what those guys are looking for? Xiaqiru is not surprised at all, her small face is filled with solemnity. She slightly nodded, they are looking for Divine Universe Golden Stone. I really didn't expect that in your previous life, Xiao Yun, you did not abandon this calamity stone. Moreover, you even placed it inside the heaven leaping shuttle. Sister Kiru, you know about Divine Universe Golden Stone? Qinyan said in astonishment. Of course I know, you obtained this thing in Divine Desolate. In short, you are very persistent about that Divine Universe Golden Stone. Liu Shuyan said. Sure enough, it is not something from Immortal Desolate. But why did it appear in Immortal Desolate? Liu Shuyan said. Little Cloud has a good relationship with the space god. Back then, he used the space god to send the Divine Universe Golden Stone into the Immortal Desolate. I thought he had completely abandoned it, but now it seems that he is only temporarily hiding it in the Immortal Desolate. Later on, he reincarnated into Immortal Desolate, and because of that Divine Universe Golden Stone, many things happened. Xiaqiru sighed and said. Sister Kiru, do I really have to give up on that Divine Universe Golden Stone? Qinyan said with some hesitation. Because he knows that Divine Universe Golden Stone is very hard to come by, he doesn't want to give it up just like this. Xiaqiru shook her head and said with smile, that is a calamity stone, it is not bad, but since you are so persistent, you should keep it. Maybe it can really make you stronger. Qinyan took out a piece of paper, it is a letter from his previous life. He handed it over to Xiaqiru to read. After Xiaqiru finished reading, she said with frown, your previous life told you to think of a way to absorb the Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy? This is very difficult. Even in your previous life, you could not do it. Then forget it. Sister Kiru, I have already found the heaven leaping shuttle, and the floating cloud heavenly seal has become a very strong Divine King heavenly seal. Can we go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range now? Qinyan said with smile, he is very impatient. All right. Wait until I break through another realm, then we will immediately set off. Xiaqiru said. Yuelan will definitely go, can she go? Qinyan asked. Let her go. However, try to bring as few people as possible because I also don't know what the situation inside is like. Xiaqiru said. Xiao Rou, I also want to go. Liu Shuyan caressed Xiaqiru's face and said coquettishly, you can't leave me behind. All right. At that time, you and Yuelan, me and Xiaoyun will go. Xiaqiru said, originally, I also wanted to bring more people, but the situation inside is very complicated, so I decided to forget about it. Qinyan said, maybe Yueme will also go. Xiaqiru said with smile, Xiaoyun, then you must think of a way to make Yueme stay in the Immortal Desolate. That place is very dangerous, it is not a joke. Alright. Qin Yan said with smile. Liu Shuyan said, Xiao Rou, what about the Divine Universe Golden Stone? How do we deal with it? Do you want to open it and take a look? Xiaqiru shook her head and said, it's best not to open it. First take me to see where it is placed. Qin Yan immediately teleported to the 8th secret room. When Xiaqiru arrived here, she also saw the black box, it is square. She wanted to move the box but was unable to succeed. The Divine Universe Golden Stone is inside. Xiaqiru said, this Calamity Stone is very mysterious. I only know that this Calamity Stone is different from other Calamity Stones. Sister Kiru, can I put this box inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit? If I put it inside, will it be sensed by others? Qin Yan asked. The 9 Sun Divine Spirit can't block the spatial fluctuation released by the Divine Universe Golden Stone. If you put the Divine Universe Golden Stone inside, you will only be able to carry it with you. Xiaqiru said. Then I will carry it. With me. I want to see what kind of bastard will try to snatch it. Qin Yan said. Shu Yan, you should also follow me to the Guanghan Palace. You should take advantage of this time to properly cultivate and make yourself a bit stronger. The moon can now absorb a lot of Divine Desolate's divine power, maybe it will be useful for you. Xiaqiru said. Liu Shuyan looked at Qin Yan and said with some reluctance, I want to follow Xiao Yun. Do as you wish. Xiaqiru said with light smile. Sister Shu Yan, you should go to the Guanghan Palace to cultivate. We will go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, at that time you will be the main force of the battle, becoming a bit stronger is a bit better. Qin Yan said. Then I'll listen to you. Liu Shuyan nodded and said with smile. Aya, Divine Desolate's death goddess is actually so gentle, it is truly rare. Xiaqiru said with mischievous smile, Sister Shu Yan, why are you so good to Xiao Yun? You used to hate him to death. Xiao Rou, don't talk about the past. Liu Shuyan said angrily and then rubbed Xiaqiru's cute little face. Sister Kiru, will you bring Nianyun with you? Qin Yan asked. I won't. This is also just in case. Xiaqiru said, Xiao Yun, are you really not going to the Guanghan Palace? I'm not going, they are also cultivating anyway. I have something to do in the Imperial Race Divine Palace. Qin Yan said. He wants to find his father and ask him some questions. Xiaqiru nodded and said, alright, then send me and Shu Yan out. Qin Yan sent Xiaqiru and Liu Shuyan out and watched them enter the barrier and disappear. Then he controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and returned to the Imperial Race Divine Palace. The box containing the Divine Universe Golden Stone is still there because the Heaven Leaping Shuttle will also be stored inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul in the future. Although Qin Yan did not gain anything from Xiaqiru, he can see that Xiaqiru definitely understands the Divine Universe Golden Stone very well. It is just that she did not tell him too much. He also plans to talk to Xiaqiru alone in the future. Not long after, Qin Yan returned to the Imperial Race Divine Palace. He very easily stored the Heaven Leaping Shuttle into the 9 Sun Divine Soul. After returning, Qin Yan directly went to find Qin Long. Qin Long has always been in the Imperial Race Divine Palace. Seeing Qin Yan come to find him in the middle of the night, he realized that it is an important matter. Dad, I'm preparing to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Qin Yan said. When? Qin Long is not surprised and asked. I'm not sure yet, it will be soon. Qin Yan said in low voice, Dad, you explored the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range for so long, what exactly is the situation there? The Cloud Dragon Mountain Range is a very special space. It is a Sun Holy Land. Qin Long said, as far as I know, there is also a Sun Holy Land in the Immortal Desolate. The 10,000 Snake Mountain Range is a Sun Holy Land. I just came back from there. Qin Yan also wanted to explore the situation of the 10,000 Snake Mountain Range to see if there is anything hidden inside. The Calamity Stone disaster, the Sun Sacred Land is actually a graveyard? Qin Yan said, I heard that there are a total of 5 Sun Sacred Lands. Are those other sacred lands also like this? Qin Long walked back and forth a few steps, nodded and said, yes. However, the people buried in those graveyards are not simple. Generally speaking, only those who are too powerful will be buried inside. why not just destroy the corpse? Qin Yan asked. It is precisely because with the original conditions, it was impossible to completely destroy the corpse. That's why those graveyards were created. They used a long period of time to cause those powerful corpses to decay. Qin Long sighed and said, those graveyards are all very special. They can draw in a large number of souls and let the souls devour powerful corpses and then turn into some powerful ghosts. Mother's soul was drawn in? Qin Yan said. Yes. But as long as the soul hasn't been destroyed, it doesn't mean that she's dead. She can still be resurrected. Qin Long said, therefore, many of those fellows sealed in the sun's sacred land still have their souls, but their powerful bodies have been sealed. Xiaqiru is in such a situation. She has a very powerful body and was sealed in the immortal graveyard. What made Qin Yan puzzled is that his 8 souls and 9 spirits are also sealed in the sun's sacred land. Dad, do you know who built the sun's sacred land? Qin Yan asked, who wanted to kill so many experts and then seal it. I don't know. In short, this matter is related to the 9-yang divine palace. Qin Long took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and said, the sun-suppressing divine arrow is the token to enter the 9-yang divine palace. I only know that before the 9-yang divine palace left, they built the sun's sacred land. Did the 9-yang divine palace want to seal those experts? Are those experts all heinous fellows? Qin Yan asked. I don't know. I only know that one of the reasons why I was chosen by the sun-suppressing divine arrow is related to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Qin Long sighed and said, this is also the reason why I obtained the Fire Dragon God's divine position. Qin Yan looked at the sun-suppressing divine arrow in Qin Long's hand. After a moment of silence, he asked, Dad, come with me to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I feel that I might not go with you. Qin Long said, perhaps I will use other methods to head to the immortal graveyard. Qin Yan said with a frown, those fellows from the D clan and Dark Royal clan are also going to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, right? Are you with them? Let me see. Rest assured, I will definitely go. Qin Long patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, we have a way to get there. Qin Yan also knew that his father definitely had his own reasons, so he did not plan on going with him. Dad, have you heard of Divine Universe Goldstone? Qin Yan recalled this matter and asked. I have. At the mention of the Divine Universe Goldstone, Qin Long's voice became much deeper. Little Cloud, you have that thing? Qin Long knew that his son once had a past life, so even if he had the Divine Universe Golden Rock, he wouldn't find it strange. Qin Yan nodded, yes. This thing is a calamity stone. Although it possesses very powerful energy, it is very difficult to obtain. Qin Long said, you must be careful. The Dark Royal clan, those 2 great emperors, the Sun Spirit race and those fellows from the Outer Heaven domain all know that the Divine Universe Goldstone is in my hands. They should be coming to find me very soon. Qin Yan said, I wonder if the D clan Divine Palace can stop them. Qin Long said in a deep voice, Little Cloud, I am worried that there will be people from the D clan who covet your Divine Universe Goldstone. Although it is a calamity stone, many people want to obtain it, especially those powerful fellows. Qin Yan never thought that someone from the D clan would snatch the Divine Universe Goldstone. Hearing Qin Long's words, he suddenly felt that the D clan Divine Palace is not a place to stay for long. The Divine Universe Goldstone is indeed a calamity stone. It seems like I have to hide. Qin Yan said. You are a benefactor to the D clan and you are also a very strong heavenly inscription master. The Qin Imperial clan will definitely protect you. I think you can talk to Elder Qin. Qin Long said, I have interacted with Elder Qin before, he is quite a good person. Alright, I will go talk to him. Qin Yan already has this kind of plan. In any case, the matter of him possessing the Divine Universe Goldstone will soon be known to the entire Immortal Desolate. Even the Sacred Desolate and Divine Desolate will know about it. Alright, then you can go. Qin Long said. Qin Yan left Qin Long's residence and immediately headed towards Dragon Manor. He wants to find Long Yuqing. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji are all together with Long Yuqing. He wants to take these women away. If anything were to happen, he would be able to take them away with him. The mountain range where Long Yuqing is located has a very strong barrier. Entering and exiting the mountain range is very strict. One can only enter from the only entrance. When Qin Yun enters, he must be registered. If he wants to take away Long Yuqing without anyone knowing, it will be very difficult. Because if Long Yuqing disappears and there is a record of him entering and exiting, Dragon Manor will definitely suspect him. Qin Yun doesn't want to quarrel with Dragon Manor because he feels that the D-Clan Divine Palace is pretty good. Not long after, Qin Yun arrived at the small mountain where Long Yuqing is located. After he entered the cave dwelling, he saw that Princess Anya is also here. Seeing Qin Yun arrive, Shui Tianzi immediately flew over and hugged Qin Yun. Qin Yun gently caressed her charming face and said with smile, "Sister Tianzi, you haven't been causing trouble these past few days, right? I am not a naughty girl like you am. Why would I cause trouble?" Shui Tianzi said with smile, "Sister Yuqing is very good to me, I learned many things from her here." "Me too," Long Tianji said. Long Yuqing and Princess Anya are both wearing masks. Although they can't see their faces, Zi Qingqing is getting along very well with them. Qin Yun said, "Yuqing, I am taking the Heaven Leaping Shuttle." "Really? That's great." Long Yuqing is very happy. She jumped up from her chair and said with smile, "Brother Yun, when are you going to take me out? I heard that you have a magic tool to store people. It has a very large and beautiful space inside. You can store me inside and take me away." "No way, if I take you away, Long Zhuang will definitely be suspicious," Qin Yun said. "I hate you," Long Yuqing said angrily. "Don't worry, I said that I would get you out, so I will definitely do it. I have my own methods." Qin Yun said with smile, "I will use a better method. Not only will I not offend Long Zhuang, I will also be able to take you out." "Then hurry up, I am suffocating here." Long Yuqing shook Qin Yun's arm. Qin Yun looked at Princess Anya and asked, "Princess Anya, I will take you to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Are you prepared?" Princess Anya is somewhat astonished and said, "I can go at any time. Originally, I planned to go with the Dark Royal race but they refused. Regardless of whether it is the Imperial race or the Dark Royal race, they don't allow me to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range." What exactly is hidden in the immortal graveyard of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? It actually made the Imperial race and the Dark Royal race mobilize so many people and even restricted Princess Anya from going there. "Brother Yun, Princess Anya knows many secrets. If you bring her to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, she will definitely tell you many secrets," Long Yuqing said with smile. "As long as I obtain what I am looking for, I will tell you everything I know," Princess Anya said. "All right," Qin Yun said with a smile, "do you really have a sun soul? How is your sun soul?" Princess Anya had previously given Qin Yun a quark crystal mother and her sun soul was also in a deep slumber. She herself only had one quark crystal mother. "You'll know when the time comes," Princess Anya said with some vigilance. She was also worried that Qin Yun would snatch her sun soul. Qin Yun curled his lips. Then, he had Zi Qingqing and the others return to the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit and left the small mountain. Qin Zhuang. Late at night, Qin Yun knocked on Elder Qin's door. Elder Qin immediately got up to open the door. When he saw Qin Yun, he said in shock, "Brat Qin, it's so late. Is there something urgent?" "Something urgent?" Qin Yun said, "I'm in big trouble." "What? What's the matter? You couldn't have killed some genius young master of an imperial race, right?" Elder Qin's eyes widened. This was also what he was worried about. In the imperial race, there were indeed some rather arrogant young geniuses. If they provoked Qin Yun, with Qin Yun's personality, he would definitely beat them up. "If it was that kind of thing, I wouldn't have come to find you," Qin Yun said with a smile. "If I were to kill someone in the Imperial Race Divine Palace, no one would know that I did it." "Then come in quickly." Elder Qin quickly invited Qin Yun in. After Qin Yun entered, he directly told them about the matter of him possessing the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Elder Qin is an elder of the Qin Imperial clan. He has read many ancient books, how could he not know about the Divine Universe Golden Stone? What surprised Qin Yun is that the Divine Universe Golden Stone had the name of Calamity Stone a long time ago. This is indeed a big matter. Elder Qin took a deep breath and said, Qin lad, I'll have to discuss this matter with the other elders first. I can't make up my mind either. If it were me, I would definitely protect you. However, it's hard to say for the other elders. Elder, I won't make things difficult for you. The Imperial Race Divine Palace has just broken the seal and made a truce with the Dark Royal Race. Now that the rare peace can allow the Imperial Race to grow, I chose to leave the Imperial Race. Qin Yun said. Sigh, to be honest, our Imperial Race's elders all think very highly of you. Elder Qin said, if it wasn't for the fact that you had a black bloodline crystal, you would have been the next Qin Imperial Clan's clan king. Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile, I was planning to rush into the Imperial Dragon list before. I didn't expect that something like this would happen. I have no choice but to leave the Imperial Race Divine Palace. Elder, now you should tell me what the black bloodline crystal is, right? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor told him that the black bloodline crystal means that he is the enemy of the heavenly Tao or something. But no one knows what it is exactly. Forbidden Bloodline. Qin Yun immediately nodded in agreement. Elder Qin placed a pearl on Qin Yun's forehead and activated it. In just a moment, Qin Yun felt that his soul is in a very special state. He shouted for Ling Yuner with all his might in his heart, but Ling Yuner did not reply. In just a short while, Qin Yun felt that his soul is in a very special state. Obviously, even Ling Yuner had been isolated. The pearl in Elder Qin's hand also shocked Qin Yun. It actually has such a miraculous ability. Qin brat, only our Qin Imperial clan knows what it means to test out the black bloodline crystal. Elder Qin said to Qin Yun through mental voice transmission, I don't know about the other Imperial clans with the surname. Even the Imperial Dragon clan doesn't know? Qin Yun said in shock. All of them don't know. Because this matter absolutely cannot be allowed to be known by them. Because of this, our Qin Imperial clan's earliest clan king destroyed all of the books that recorded the black-colored bloodline crystal and erased the memories from the souls of those who knew about this. Elder Qin's serious voice appeared in Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun is even more apprehensive. The Qin Imperial clan's clan king actually did such a disgraceful thing. And to be able to do it so flawlessly, this requires a very powerful strength. Our Qin Imperial clan's earliest clan king once served as the clan emperor. Later on, because he knew too many things, he had no choice but to be taken down. Elder Qin sighed and said, if our Qin Imperial clan had always been in charge of the Imperial clans, then the Nine Desolate would not be in such dire straits. Elder, I know a few things about the Nine Sun royal family. Qin Yun said, Princess Yi is the only person who possesses the complete bloodline of the Nine Sun royal family, right? You guy, it hasn't been long since you came to the Imperial Clan Divine Palace, yet you already know so many things. Elder Qin said in shock, what else do you know? I also know that the Nine Sun Divine Maiden is the main reason behind the division of the Nine Sun royal family. Qin Yun said with smile. Awesome, how did you know about this? Even Elder Xiao and the others would not know about this. Elder Qin is even more astonished. This is what Peng Hantao told Qin Yun. Elder, my friend told me about it. Quickly tell me about the bloodline crystal, we are getting off topic. Qin Yun said. Brat Qin, the black bloodline crystal is a forbidden bloodline. This forbidden bloodline already existed when the Nine Suns royal family dominated the 3,000 heavens. Elder Qin said, as long as one has the bloodline of an imperial clan in their body, such a situation might occur. Forbidden bloodline, Qin Yun frowned and said, enemy of the heavenly Tao? Elder Qin shook his head. Enemy of the heavenly Tao? Do you really think that the heavenly Tao has enemies? If heavenly Tao wants to kill you, you can't live for more than an hour at all. Then how come I heard that people with taboo bloodline, people of heavenly Tao, can't live long? Qin Yun said. The so-called taboo bloodline, the enemy of the heavenly Tao, is actually a person chosen by the heavens. If they couldn't pass the test of the heavenly Tao, they would naturally die. If this kind of person lives, they will be specially taken care of by the heavenly Tao. They might live very well, but they will also have many tribulations in their lives. Elder Qin said. Qin Yun thought about it carefully. His past 2 lives did not have a good ending. Furthermore, he had to endure all kinds of trials and in the end, he could not endure it and died. Even so, it's not a big deal. Why did the Qin imperial clan's clan king hide this matter? Qin Yun is very curious about this. Because in the Divine Desolate, our Qin imperial clan's clan king is such a person chosen by the heavens. He has already lived for a very long time and even now he has not died. Elder Qin said, if you can go to the Divine Desolate alive in the future, you will definitely be able to see him. Qin Yun said in shock, what will happen to a person chosen by the heavens in the end? Elder Qin shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Maybe one day, he will obtain extremely great power. This matter cannot be known by other races. The main reason is because our Qin imperial clan has tested out more people with black bloodline crystals than other races. In order to not let them think too much, we hid this part of history and this is not important to our imperial clan. The Qin imperial clan has a person chosen by the heavens in the Divine Desolate. His strength is extremely powerful. If this matter were to spread, the other imperial clans might think too much. Brat Qin, our Qin imperial clan has always wanted to revive the Nine Sun royal clan. But the other clans are very afraid because of those bullshit prophecies. They are worried that Princess Xianxia, who has a complete bloodline, will exterminate all the stubborn old fools. Elder Qin said. Although Princess Xianxia has experienced a lot, this woman does not have much hatred in her heart. I can feel it. Qin Yun said. Yes, I can also feel it. Elder Qin shook his head and laughed. However, those bastards from the Imperial Dragon clan, because they were too worried, they destroyed their own Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin formation and crippled their own martial arts. They are truly hopelessly stupid. Otherwise, we would not be afraid of the Dark Royal clan. Qin Yun asked, Elder, do you know what you need to pay attention to as a person chosen by the heavens? You have to live. As long as you can live, one day you will be able to complete the heavens' mandate. Elder Qin said with a smile, this is what the Qin clan king of the Divine Desolate said. Yuan, me and little Malian, they all have it. Qin Yun is very doubtful about this. Don't think too much, you guys will definitely be fine. It's not like all the people chosen by the heavens will die. Elder Qin patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, be more natural. Qin Yun nodded and said, Elder, I have the Divine Universe Golden Stone. If those guys suddenly come, I will definitely leave the Imperial Clan Divine Palace and not implicate the Imperial Clan. Sai, we really don't want you to leave. Let's see how the situation goes. Although our Imperial Clan has been sealed for many years, we still have a foundation. Elder Qin said. Ling Yuner doesn't seem to know what happened just now, so she didn't ask anything. Qin Yun also didn't tell her about the matter of the heavens chosen. Alright. Qin Yun left Elder Qin's residence and immediately went to find the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is Long Youqing's grandfather. Qin Yun also respects this old senior quite a bit. This time, Qin Yun can directly enter the residence of the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. When the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor saw him, he was not surprised at all and directly invited him in. Kid Fuyun, did you come to say goodbye to me? The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor sat down in the hall and said with a smile. Senior, why do you say that? Qin Yun is somewhat puzzled. You obtained the Divine Universe Golden Stone, can you stay in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace? The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with a smile, it won't be long before many powerful Immortal Emperors come knocking on your door. Senior, how do you know? Qin Yun said in shock. The Red Sun Dragon Mother told me. She used a secret technique to send the news to me. They are still on their way back but you came back. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is really fast, the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said. Seeing the two seniors reconcile, I am also very happy. Qin Yun said with a smile. Kid Fuyun, this time you are truly facing a great calamity. The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor sighed and said, the dragon race of the Outer Heaven Domain received news that a large number of immortal emperors from the other heavenly domains will soon arrive in the Immortal Desolate. Qin Yun said, I'm not afraid. That's true, when have you ever been afraid? The Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shook his head and smiled. Senior, I plan to redeem you Qin. Qin Yun said, you talked to the Imperial Dragon race, I have the corpse of a divine dragon in my hands. If they are willing to release Long Yuqing, I will give the corpse to them. The corpse of a divine dragon is also very important to the dragon race. Although they are the same kind, these dragons will also use the corpse of their own kind to strengthen themselves. No matter how weak the divine dragon of the divine desolate is, the divine power in their body is what the immortal immortal dragon needs. You really plan to use the corpse of a divine dragon to redeem Yu Qing? The immortal desolate dragon emperor is emotionally moved. He said in shock, "This is a big deal. Is that damn girl worth that much? How about this, don't redeem her, give me the corpse of the divine dragon." Qin Yan is startled, then said with a smile, "Senior, I will definitely pass these words on to Yu Qing." The immortal desolate dragon emperor waved his hand and said, "It's not bad for that little girl to be locked up for a period of time. In case she causes trouble everywhere, I am more at ease with her being sealed here." Qin Yan feels that if Long Yuqing heard this, she would definitely curse her grandfather in anger. However, he can also see that Long Yuqing is a very troublesome person, otherwise her grandfather would not have said that. "I promised her." Qin Yan said with a smile, "I can't go back on my word." "In your previous life, you went back on your word a lot. What's wrong with going back on your word again?" The immortal desolate dragon emperor chuckled and said, "The words you said in your previous life, out of 198 of them were lies. Lying to you is a common occurrence." Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "That was my previous life, I will change my past mistakes in this life." The immortal desolate dragon emperor patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Yu Qing might not even believe that you will save her. So, you should just forget about it. Give me that divine dragon's corpse, don't give it to the imperial dragon race." "If Grandma Qiyang knew what you were thinking, what would she do?" Qin Yan suddenly said. "Alright, I'll help you talk to Elder Long." The immortal desolate dragon emperor is still somewhat afraid of the red sun dragon mother. Back then, the star god gave Qin Yan 10 divine dragon corpses. Qin Yan did not use them much. One of them was even placed on the divine inscription mountain for everyone to eat. Qin Yan ran back and forth inside the Emperor Clan Divine Palace for an entire night. When he returned to Qin Zhuang, the sky is already bright. And just as he returned, he found out that Xiaqiru is waiting for him in Elder Qin's living room. Qin Yan immediately went to Elder Qin's living room. After he arrived, he saw a little girl wearing a white dress, sitting on a chair, swinging her legs and eating. "Sister Kiru, why are you here?" Qin Yan is very surprised because he just parted with Xiaqiru last night. "I suddenly felt that there are some things I should let you know, so I came to find you." Xiaqiru smiled sweetly. "Xiao Yun, do you want to know the method to use Divine Universe Golden Stone to cultivate?" Elder Qin is also at the side. When he heard the little girl's words, he is very shocked. "The Dragon Lady helps," Elder Qin said in astonishment, "using the Divine Universe Golden Rock to cultivate? That was impossible. Although many people want to obtain the Divine Universe Golden Rock, there aren't many people who can quickly absorb the Divine Universe Golden Rock's energy. If one wanted to absorb the energy of the Divine Universe Goldstones to cultivate, they could only absorb it for a very long time. But once the Divine Universe Goldstone was exposed for a long time, the spatial fluctuations it released would be sensed by many people. Therefore, in the outer heavens, Divine Cosmos Golden Stones were fought over. A single Divine Cosmos Golden Stone could be worth dozens of heavens. "I really have a way, it's just that it's not easy to do," Xiaqiru said with smile. "Alright, then I'll take my leave." Elder Qin said, "This must be a secret. I won't listen to it." "It's alright." Xiaqiru smiled and said, "If you want to absorb the energy inside the Divine Universe Goldstone, you need the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation. I mean, the real 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation." Elder Qin had just stood up when he heard Xiaqiru's words. He immediately sat down and exclaimed, "Is this true? The 9 Dragons Heaven Origin Formation has such an effect?" Xiaqiru nodded, "But the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation is very difficult to obtain. Those idiots from the Dragon Manor, if they hadn't destroyed the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation, wouldn't they be? Alas." Elder Qin sighed with regret. Qin Yan suddenly recalled that in his previous life, he had been working very hard to set up the true 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation. Therefore, he had gone to the dragon race. He suspected that Long Youqing's destruction of the Dragon Clan's 9 Dragons Heaven Origin formation might have something to do with his Divine Universe Goldstone. Sister Kiru, are you sure this is true? Qin Yan pinched her cute face. Of course it's true. Xiakiru chuckled, pushed Qin Yan's hand away and rubbed her face. The usefulness of the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation made Elder Qin sigh repeatedly. Their imperial clans had possessed the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation for many years, yet they had never known about this. So many people want the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Array. Could it be that they all know that the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Array can quickly absorb energy? Asked Qin Yun. No. Elder Qin shook his head and said, the reason why the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation is so attractive is because cultivating within the formation allows one to unleash their full potential. If I cultivate within the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation, my body's potential will be slowly awakened. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult to stimulate the hidden potential. Xiakiru said, the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation can balance the fusion of energy and body. Elder Qin said, that is indeed the case. For example, within the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation, even if one absorbs extremely violent energy, their body will not explode because of it. This is because during the absorption process, the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation will release a special energy that can balance the energy and protect the body. Xiakiru smiled and said, therefore, the Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy can also be balanced by the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Array. This way, it won't explode. But, the energy within the Divine Universe Goldstone is very violent. Can the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin Array really suppress it? Elder Qin asked doubtfully. Yes, no problem at all. Xiakiru said with certainty, the problem now is that we don't have the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Speaking of this matter, Elder Qin sighed again, patted his thigh and said, it's all because of those idiots from Long Matter. If they were not so inflexible and listened to those bullshit prophecies, they would not have destroyed the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation. I will go find the other elders first and discuss with them. Elder Qin knows that the other major powers will come knocking on their door very soon. Therefore, he notified the other elders in advance so that they can prepare. After Elder Qin left, Qin Yin caressed Xiakiru's face and said with smile, Sister Kiru, didn't you not want to tell me before? Why did you tell me later? I also heard some things from your big sister Xuyan. That's why I feel that you really need to absorb the energy of the Divine Universe Golden Stone in order to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Xiakiru placed her small hand on Qin Yan's cheek and vigorously pinched it. Qin Yan said, but I don't have the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation. If I want to set up the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation, I need to gather 9 different Dragon Heavenly runes. Heavenly runes are not the same as ordinary runes. Qin Yan has also seen heavenly runes, Kong Feiqing's Gemini Heavenly Rune, Yi Yashua's Mysterious Fusion Heavenly Rune. All kinds of runes are condensed into a ball. It is a kind of 3-dimensional rune. It looks like countless threads are tied together in a regular pattern. If he wants to create it, he must have a very deep understanding of it. He now understands why so many people are certain that the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation cannot be created, it can only be created naturally. Moreover, he has never seen the true 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation. If he could see it once, it would be a lot easier. Xiao Yun, with the situation in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, if you go now, it will be very dangerous. Xiakiru said. What about you guys? Could it be that it is not dangerous? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. You only have one soul, your 8 souls and 9 spirits are sealed. If this soul of yours is gone, it is possible that you will be sealed inside forever. Xiakiru slightly frowned and said, you have so many things in your hands, when the time comes, they will disappear along with your soul. Alright, I will think of a way to create the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation as soon as possible. Qin Yan said. If Xiakiru dies again, she is not afraid because she still has avatars and can be reborn. Alright, you have to be careful. If you really can't go on, come to the Guanghan Palace. Xiakiru smiled and said, the Guanghan Palace is still very safe. Don't worry, even if more people from the heavenly domain come to capture me, they won't be able to take me down. Qin Yan said very confidently. Alright, I'm going back, Xianxia said. Qin Yun sent her out of the Imperial Clan Divine Palace and watched her use a teleportation talisman to teleport away. Daybreak. Qin Yun stood in the plaza at the entrance of the Imperial Clan Divine Palace and watched the three suns slowly rise. The Imperial Clan Divine Palace floated in the air. The sun that he saw now seemed to be slightly bigger, and the sunlight he felt was also warmer. I can still see the sun, how great. Qin Yun has an indescribable feeling towards the sun in the sky. Thinking about how these suns fell into the Great Desolate, he felt somewhat melancholic. He turned around and returned to the Qin Manor. As soon as he returned, he found out that Elder Long and the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor are waiting for him in Elder Qin's living room. Qin Yun immediately rushed over. The immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor's way of doing things is very efficient. Qin Yun walked in and said with smile, Elder Long, what do you think about the exchange? Brat Qin, Long Youqing's identity is rather special. If she can follow you, that would be pretty good. Elder Long said with smile, we don't want to seal her forever. We want to wait until she becomes stronger before letting her out. That way, she will be even safer. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, Brat Qin, Elder Long has already agreed to exchange with you. Really? That's great. Qin Yun did not expect things to go so smoothly. He can also see that the Dragon Manor really needs a divine dragon's corpse. Brat Qin, you are truly capable. You can actually tame that barbaric Long Yuqing. This girl is very willful in our Dragon Manor. Elder Long said with smile, if you can take her away, that would be for the best. Qin Yun took out a storage magic tool and handed it over. He said with smile, that divine dragon's corpse is inside. Elder Long, please check and accept it. Elder Long took it and looked at it. He chuckled and said, very good, very good. Where did you get it? I picked it up. Qin Yun can only use the excuse he often uses. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor shouted, Elder Long, you promised me that you would give me a portion. Don't go back on your word, otherwise I will turn the entire Dragon Manor upside down. Qin Yun laughed in his heart. This immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor has indeed gotten some benefits from this. Don't worry, I still have credibility. Let's go, we will first bring Qin Brat to pick up his barbaric dragon wife, ha ha ha. Elder Long said with smile. Qin Yun is somewhat speechless. He also doesn't know what the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said to Elder Long. Just like that, Qin Yun followed Elder Long to the Dragon Manor and arrived outside the small mountain where Long Yuqing is imprisoned. Elder Long opened the barrier and Long Yuqing is very happy. She laughed loudly and walked out. However, when she saw the immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, she shrunk her neck and didn't dare to be presumptuous. She very obediently stood beside Qin Yun, lowered her head and didn't speak. Brat Qin, take your dragon wife and leave. Remember, don't bring her back to the Dragon Manor. Elder Long said with smile. Hearing this, Long Yuqing is somewhat dumbstruck. She wanted to say something but didn't. Qin Yun immediately pulled her out of the Dragon Manor and returned to the Qin Manor. Brother Yun, what are you talking about? What the hell is a dragon wife? Long Yuqing said in low voice. Your grandfather is talking nonsense in front of Elder Long. Qin Yun said with smile, this has nothing to do with me. What? Are you looking down on me? Do you think I'm not worthy to be your wife? Long Yuqing lightly groaned and said. This matter will depend on Yuan. Qin Yun curled his lips and said. Humph, that female rogue Yuan, you are still better. After Long Yuqing sat down, she said with smile, Brother Yun is truly awesome, you actually managed to get me out. Oh that's right, how did you make Elder Long release me? I used the corpse of a divine dragon to exchange with Elder Long. Qin Yun said. What? Long Yuqing abruptly jumped up from her chair and shouted, This is too much of a loss. Brother Yun, why are you so stupid? Did your shrewdness and craftiness from your previous life completely die? Yuqing, I managed to get you out. Qin Yun curled his lips and said. But, this is a big loss. There is no need to use the entire divine dragon corpse, just half would be enough. Half would be enough. Long Yuqing felt very uncomfortable, she bitterly sighed and said, Why didn't you discuss it with me? Yu Qing, your grandfather told me not to exchange you but to give him the entire divine dragon corpse. Qin Yan said. Long Yu Qing gnashed her teeth and said, that damned old man, he must have gained a lot of benefits from it, otherwise he would not have let you exchange the entire dragon. Qin Yan thought about it carefully and it is indeed so. This Long Yu Qing is indeed worthy of being the granddaughter of the immortal desolate dragon emperor. Yu Qing, I am in big trouble. I can no longer stay in the imperial race divine palace. Qin Yan said, I already have the heaven leaping shuttle, I have to run for my life. Long Yu Qing said with charming smile, Brother Yun, don't tell me your divine universe golden stone is inside the heaven leaping shuttle? You found it? You know? Qin Yan remembers that he never mentioned this matter to Long Yu Qing. Of course I know. Don't be afraid, you told me some things in your previous life, you are still so good to me in this life, I will definitely help you. Long Yu Qing said with smile. Various King's attitude. Long Yu Qing pulled Qin Yan's hand and said with smile, Brother Yun, the matter you told me in my past life is very important, so I still have some impression of it. Qin Yan looked at Long Yu Qing. Originally he felt very happy in his heart but now he is somewhat worried. Long Yu Qing is just teasing him because she only said she has some impression of it. Long Yu Qing is someone who likes to tease people. The first time Qin Yan met her, he was teased by her. Yu Qing, now is not the time to joke around. Qin Yan said with grave expression, I am truly in big trouble. I am really not joking around. I am serious. Long Yu Qing said. What matter did I tell you in my past life? Is it related to Divine Universe Golden Stone? Qin Yan asked. It is related. You hid something in your past life that can help in using Divine Universe Golden Stone. Long Yu Qing said, but I don't really remember where it is, I need to think about it carefully. How can you not remember? Qin Yan is somewhat anxious, he suspects whether or not Long Yu Qing is teasing him. It has been too long, moreover I don't have a map or a compass to search for it. Long Yu Qing said with slight anger, after so many years, the terrain has changed greatly. Qin Yan walked back and forth a few steps, looked at Long Yu Qing with grave expression and said, Yu Qing, you must remember, it is very important to me. Long Yu Qing said, Brother Yun, how about this, I will go out for a stroll and see if I can remember. Don't you have a compass in your hand? You can find me with that compass. I can't stay in the Emperor Race Divine Palace for a long time. When will you be able to find the things I left behind in my past life? Qin Yan asked. Give me 10 days, I will go find them as soon as possible. Long Yu Qing shook Qin Yan's arm and said, Brother Yun, I am really not teasing you. I will definitely help you find those things and bring them back to you. As soon as possible. Qin Yan nodded. I will set off immediately. Long Yu Qing said with smile, I will first go find Princess Xianxia and greet her. Long Yu Qing immediately left Qin Zhuang. It is unknown where she is going to find Princess Xianxia. Sun Spirit Race and Dark Royal Race's immortal emperors are on their way back. And when they returned, they also spread the news of the Divine Universe Goldstones back to the clan. Therefore, the immortal emperors had yet to return, but the news had already reached them today. Qin Yan also walked out of the Emperor Clan Divine Palace and headed for the Immortal King Ancient City. Peng Han Tao was still in the Immortal King Ancient City, trying to climb the Immortal King rankings. Qin Yan did not fight, he only came to find Peng Han Tao. Peng Han Tao is currently ranked first. His strength is indeed very strong. As long as he doesn't meet a freak like Qin Yan, he can basically win. A few of the immortal kings of the Sun Hunter tribe were also on the list. When Qin Yan found Peng Han Tao, he happened to see Peng Han Tao fighting the Sun Hunter race's immortal king. Peng Han Tao is an inscription dome master, so his mental power is very strong and the Sun Hunters are most afraid of powerful mental attacks. However, the immortal king of the Sun Hunters could still suppress Peng Han Tao. Brother Peng is also in a tough battle against the Sun Hunters. Qin Yan watched the battle on the battle platform. Peng Han Tao was having a hard time being suppressed by the Sun Hunters' sun hunting power. Fortunately, Peng Han Tao's foundation was very strong, so he could always avoid it. When Xia Wufeng saw Qin Yan, he also came to his side. In the previous Immortal King ranking, Xia Wufeng was ranked 3rd and Peng Han Tao was ranked 2nd. Boss Xia, Brother Peng should be able to win, right? Qin Yan said with smile. He still hasn't used inscription do master battle skills. Xia Wufeng said with smile, this guy won't easily use inscription do master battle skills, but when fighting him, you have to be on guard at all times. Just as Xia Wufeng finished speaking, Peng Hantao took advantage of an opening and quickly condensed a group of runes and shot them out. The group of runes are translucent, they burst out with very strong mental power, turned into a net and enveloped the Sun Hunter race youth. The Sun Hunter race youth was suddenly hit by the runes and screamed a few times. It is clear that his soul has suffered a very strong mental attack. Peng Hantao continued to draw even stronger soul attack runes in one go. This time it condensed into an arrow and flew out. After the Sun Hunter race youth's head was hit, he let out a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream. Then his eyes turned white and he laid on the ground, his body slightly twitching. These evil guys are really hard to deal with. Peng Hantao wiped his sweat, his face is filled with exhaustion. After he won 200 points, he happily walked down the battle stage. The Sun Hunter race Immortal King was defeated by an Ancient Era Immortal King. This caused all the Immortal Kings present to burst into cheers. The Immortal Kings of the ancient epoch were indeed very strong. Fortunately, this group of people were rather gentle. Everyone has a very good impression of Ancient Era Immortal Kings because their temperament is very good. Even if they are very strong, they are not arrogant or arrogant. After all, they are very patient, they have been hiding underground for tens of thousands of years. If they couldn't keep their cool, they would not have joined the ranks of ancient era cultivators. After Peng Hantao walked down the battle stage, he saw Xia Wufeng and Qin Yan on the roof of a house far away. Seeing Qin Yan, he very happily ran over. Peng Hantao is still wearing that loose and fluttering black robe. His handsome and scholarly face has a gentle smile on it. He flew to the roof and said with smile, Brother Qin, I haven't seen you for days. I thought you became Immortal Emperor. When are you going to start fighting? I'm not fighting anymore. Qin Yan said with smile, I just came here to see some old friends and then say goodbye to them. Oh? You are leaving? Aren't you staying in the Emperor Race Divine Palace? Peng Hantao said in shock, Brother Qin, where are you going? I also want to go with you. Xia Wufeng is also somewhat amazed and asked, Brother Yun, I thought you would stay in the Emperor Race Divine Palace and peacefully break through to Immortal Emperor. Why are you leaving just like that? Let's talk somewhere else. Qin Yan looked all around. He feels that Dark Royal Race, Sun Spirit Race and others might already know that he has Divine Universe Golden Stone. Under Peng Hantao's lead, the three of them quickly arrived at a hotel and entered a private room. A table of food and wine has already been prepared. Brother Qin, this is not like you. I feel like you are worried about something. Peng Hantao said with smile, the three of us are the top 3 of the Immortal King ranking. Within the Immortal King ancient city, we are invincible. Xia Wufeng asked, Brother Yun, if you face the threat of Immortal Emperor, you can stay in the Immortal King ancient city. Peng Hantao poured wine for Xia Wufeng and Qin Yan and said, Brother Qin, don't be in such a hurry to become Immortal Emperor. Otherwise, you won't be able to charge up the rankings in the Immortal King ancient city. Have you heard of Divine Universe Golden Stone? Qin Yan asked. Xia Wufeng's expression changed, his pair of sharp sword-like eyebrows tightly knitted. Clearly, he is very clear about the danger of Divine Universe Golden Stone. Peng Hantao just raised his wine cup and when he heard the words Divine Universe Golden Stone, he immediately put it down and hastily took out a compass. After he took out the compass, it trembled and the pointer pointed at Qin Yan. The pointer is still flickering with golden light. Holy shit, Brother Qin. Where did you get this thing? Peng Hantao took a few deep breaths and asked in shock. I obtained it by chance. In short, I can't stay in the Emperor Race Divine Palace, nor can I stay here. Qin Yan said, of course, the specifics will depend on the attitude of the Emperor Race Divine Palace and whether or not they can protect me. Xia Wufeng said, Brother Yun, it is indeed very dangerous for you to have this kind of thing. Peng Hantao shook his head and said, Brother Qin, this is a calamity stone. Although I also want it, I still have to say that this thing is very sinister. Without enough formidable power, you don't have the qualifications to possess it. Brother Peng, do you ancient era people Have any method to absorb the energy inside the Divine Universe Golden Stone? Qin Yan asked. No. Peng Hantao shook his head and said, this thing is a legendary existence. Because of the special divine power inside, it can be transmitted with weak spatial fluctuations, so we can also detect the Sun God crystal with our equipment. Suddenly, Peng Hantao took out a communication talisman. Someone has sent him a message. After he received the message, his expression changed. Then he said to Qin Yun, Brother Qin, our Peng family's elder has found the existence of Divine Universe Golden Stone. He said that it is inside the immortal King Ancient City. He wants me to look for it. Xia Wufeng said, Brother Yun, quickly return to the Emperor Race Divine Palace. That place is temporarily safe. I will immediately return to Nether Sect and inform Foster Father. All right. Qin Yun nodded and said, Brother Qin, since the Divine Universe Golden Stone is in your hands, it would be best if you don't casually give it up. With your talent, maybe you can truly become a peerless expert through that thing. Peng Hantao said with mischievous smile, you should quickly return to the Emperor Race Divine Palace. Qin Yan immediately left and returned to the Emperor Race Divine Palace. Just as he returned to Qin Zhuang, he saw that all the elders are in Elder Qin's hall. Even Elder Long has arrived. Qin brat. We have discussed with the clan king. Elder Qin's expression is somewhat awkward. Among the 6 most powerful clan leaders, only 2 of them are willing to defend you against powerful enemies. Elder Shao said, these 2 clan leaders are the Qin clan leader and the Qi clan leader. Elder Shao, Elder Yuan, as well as Elder Long's expression is filled with a trace of shame. Brat Qin, I've tried my best, but our Yuan Imperial Clan's clan king said that unless you can offer the Divine Universe Golden Stone to them. Elder Yuan said with a troubled expression, you definitely won't be willing. Elder Shao said, our Shao Imperial Clan's clan king also has the same opinion. Elder Long patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said, Qin brat, you can rest assured. If you are not willing to hand over the Divine Universe Golden Stone, we will absolutely not fight over it. Our Imperial Clan cannot fight over this kind of matter. Elder Yuan said, Qin brat, I hope you can understand the benefits involved in this matter. Qin Yan nodded, these elders can be considered to be very sincere. Some clan kings are willing to protect him, some are not. The main reason is because other clan kings don't think that protecting him will bring them enough benefits, at the same time they will suffer disastrous losses. After all, this will cause the Emperor Race Divine Palace to face powerful enemies from all over. It is very likely that it will be destroyed. Crossing Heaven Domain, the Imperial Race Divine Palace is very powerful, but it cannot withstand the siege of many powerful factions. I can understand your difficulties. Qin Yan said, Elders, I will lead the Imperial Race Divine Palace by myself. I will still be a member of the Imperial Race. I hope you can take care of my friends in the future. My friends are also very outstanding. Elder Shao nodded and said, of course. Your friends are indeed outstanding, we will focus on nurturing them. You should also be careful outside. Qin brat, I hope you can use the Divine Universe Golden Stone well as soon as possible. Elder Long said. This is for you. Elder Yuan handed over a talisman to Qin Yun and said, this is a space sealing sacred talisman. It can stabilize the space at the critical moment. Qin Yun has a teleportation magic tool. If the space is not stable, he cannot use it. But the space sealing sacred talisman can stabilize the space and allow him to seize the opportunity to escape. Many thanks Elder Yuan. Qin Yun took it. This is the sacred dragon bugle horn. Elder Long handed over a bugle horn to Qin Yun and said with smile, blow the bugle horn with all your strength. It can release the sacred dragon's roar and the aura of the sacred dragon. It can only be used to scare people. Qin Yun laughed, it's very useful. Elder Qi also walked over and handed over a pearl to Qin Yun and said, this is the enduring turtle sacred pearl. If you are besieged and cannot escape, you can hide inside the pearl and control it to roll around. But you can only use it once. Qin Yan took it and promptly thanked him. Elder Shao took out a needle and said with smile, this is the soul-breaking sacred needle. It is a sacred tier talisman tool. It mainly attacks the soul. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. It is very precious. Many thanks Elder Shao. Qin Yan took it and looked at it, then put it away. These elders all roared. They know that they cannot help Qin Yun, but they still gave him some things to defend and escape with. After the other elders left, Elder Qin said, "Qin brat, I don't have anything to give you, but someone wants to see you. He has something to give you." "Who?" Qin Yun asked. "Qin Imperial Race's clan king." Elder Qin said. "All right." Qin Yun is somewhat surprised and quickly said, "Quickly take me to see him." Elder Qin nodded and brought Qin Yun to a large mountain behind Qin Zhuang. The king of the Qin clan was in that mountain. Qin Yun followed Elder Qin to a cave abode in the mountains. He sat there and waited for the clan king to come out. Not long after, a burly old man in a gray robe walked in. The old man looked very sturdy. Under his thick white eyebrows, a pair of sharp eyes were filled with sharpness, revealing a kind of sharpness that could pierce one's heart. However, his angular face was filled with a comforting kindness. "Clan King." Qin Yun and Elder Qin immediately stood up and greeted him. The Qin clan leader waved his hand and said with a smile, "Sit down." Qin Yun also felt that the Qin clan king is very powerful. He is on the same level as the immortal desolate dragon emperor. The devil immortal great emperor and the immortal desolate great emperor might not be a match for the Qin clan king. "Brat Qin, I've heard all about you." The Qin clan king said, "It's a pity that a few clan kings don't agree to let you stay, unless you can hand over the Divine Universe Golden Stone." Qin Yun shook his head and said, "The Divine Universe Golden Stone is very important to me. I want to keep it by my side." That was something he had been protecting in his previous life, and he had already obtained it when he was a divine king. The Qin clan king said with a smile, "This is understandable. After all, it is such a precious thing. Don't worry, we won't steal your things. Our imperial clan won't do such despicable things." "Clan king, do you have something to tell me?" Qin Yun asked. The Qin clan king took out a very large box. After opening it, there are many stone slabs inside. "Brat Qin, take out these stone slabs and carefully look at the contents," the Qin clan king said. Qin Yun took out a stone slab and saw that it is filled with runes. He is immediately shocked. "Sun rune." Qin Yun said in shock, "It's even Saint Tyr's sun rune. This is a complete set of Saint Tyr's sun runes. There are 20 of them." The Qin clan king said, "This is passed down from our Qin imperial clan. The other clans, even the imperial dragon clan, only have a dozen or so." "Many thanks, clan king." Qin Yun is very grateful. This kind of precious sun rune is exactly what he lacks. No need to be polite. You are an extremely outstanding inscription master. It should have been given to you, the Qin clan king said with smile. Our Qin imperial clan hasn't had a good inscription master for many years. Qin Yun placed the box into the Nine Sun Divine Spirit and let Zi Qingqing and the others take it out to let Momo take a look. "Clan king, even if the people from the outer heaven domain came, they would at most be as strong as you, right?" Qin Yun asked. "If it was only an immortal realm space, they would at most be the same as me. However, the equipment in their hands must be very strong." The Qin clan king sighed and said, "Our imperial clan has fallen behind too much." Qin Yun now also understands why the Qin clan king gave him the precious Saint Tyr sun rune. It is to let him refine powerful equipment. "Brat Qin, those people from the outer heaven domain must have tools to detect divine universe golden stones. They must have already passed through space," the Qin imperial clan king warned. "You must be careful." "I know." Qin Yun nodded and said, "There's no time to lose, I'll leave now." "I'll send you out," the Qin clan king said. The Qin clan king rarely comes out, but this time, he wants to personally send Qin Yun off. Many of the elders and young disciples of the Qin manor saw the Qin clan king bring Qin Yun out and are extremely shocked. They all know that Qin Yun is highly valued, but now that the Qin clan king is leading Qin Yun, it is very clear that they are going to do something. Some people immediately suspected that Qin Yun is being bullied outside and the Qin clan king wants to stand up for Qin Yun. Qin Yun followed the Qin clan king out and along the way attracted the attention of many people. Qin Yun saw the black-clothed and masked Princess Xianxia. She seems to know that Qin Yun possesses Divine Universe Golden Stones. Princess Xianxia also knows about the matter of Divine Universe Golden Stones. just as Qin Yun and the Qin clan king walked out of the Imperial Clan Divine Palace's entrance, a shockwave suddenly surged down from the sky, rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rolled above the entrance, the trembling space suddenly split open. Someone broke through the sky and arrived, the people who followed them out are all extremely shocked. Quickly return to the Divine Palace, the Qin clan king suddenly shouted. The surrounding space is shaking. Princess Xianxia also arrived beside Qin Yun and said in low voice, Outer Heaven Domain people are coming. That is a super teleportation formation that can cross Heaven Domain. When Qin Yun heard this, he is extremely shocked. Outer Heaven Domain's powerful forces actually have this kind of teleportation formation that can cross Heaven Domain. He remembered that Lui Shuyan said that when she went to Other Heaven Domain, she always flew and didn't use teleportation method. This can only mean that the Outer Heaven Domain's inscription level is extremely developed. How did they know I was here? Qin Yun said with frown. There are other Outer Heaven Domain people nearby. Princess Xianxia looked around and said, they have been lying in ambush here for a long time. At this moment, other powerful elders flew out one after another. Powerful Immortal Emperor Dragon warriors also immediately rushed over. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Qin Long rushed to the entrance as fast as possible. The Imperial Clan Divine Palace is on a floating island. At this moment, the entire island is shaking. Hoo. Powerful Immortal Emperor Aura rushed over. A large number of powerful Immortal Emperors are approaching. Qin Yun can feel the aura of Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor. And Red Sun Dragon Mother is also nearby. The surrounding space is fluctuating. Obviously someone deliberately made the space unstable. Only by doing this can they prevent Qin Yun from escaping using the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. They came so fast. Qin Yun lightly groaned. Xia Yang also floated over, releasing a wave of berserk energy that caused the space to fluctuate. Qin Clan King's expression is solemn, his eyes shot out a sharp light as he scanned the many immortal emperors in front of him. Brat Qin, we will help you leave safely. Elder Long roared as he spoke, his body turned into golden light and rushed to the sky. He controlled the golden light to explode and a huge golden dragon appeared. Dragon Elder turned into a golden dragon. Dragon Manor's powerful Immortal Emperor Dragon warriors suddenly flew to the sky and turned into huge dragons, roaring and circling in the sky. Powerful dragon power enveloped down and suppressed the other Immortal Emperor's aura in an instant. Qin Clan King suddenly flew to the sky with a huge axe in his hand. He roared loudly and released a wave of vigorous and heavy energy from his body. That energy surged out majestically. The crack in the sky that was originally split open also slowly healed at this moment. Elder Shao, Elder Qin, Elder Qi, and Elder Yuan also flew in all directions at this moment, stabilizing the fluctuating space around them. Qin Yun immediately took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor saw him take out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and immediately shouted, "Don't let him escape. Quickly disturb the space." The group of Immortal Emperors who wanted to besiege Qin Yun also crazily released their formidable Immortal Emperor power to disturb the space. Qin Yun has already entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Let's go. Qin Yun controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and immediately traversed through space. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yun arrived inside the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. Motherfucker, that was so close. Just now, Qin Yun already felt how powerful those Outer Heaven Domain powers are. They can actually directly cross Heaven Domain teleportation. Fortunately, they were blocked. Ling Yun'er said, "Xiao Yun, this sun-sacred land is indeed a good hiding place." Qin Yun chose to come to the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest because he fancied the formidable heavenly thunder here. If someone wanted to tear space here, they would be struck by lightning. Will the Imperial Race Divine Palace be besieged? Qin Yun is somewhat worried. They don't need to become enemies with the Imperial Race. The Dark Royal Race and the Imperial Race have stopped fighting. If the other major powers join hands to attack the Imperial Race, even if they take down the Imperial Race, what benefits will they get? What's more, if they attack the Imperial Race, they will suffer heavy casualties. Ling Yun'er said with smile. Qin Yun suddenly felt his Divine King Heavenly Seal tremble. He immediately took it out and heard Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's voice, "Big brother, are you dead? Idiot, where did you die? At the most critical moment, you didn't appear." Qin Yun shouted. "I am transforming myself, where are you?" Immortal Desolate Sacred Master asked. You want to find me? Qin Yun said. Of course not, wouldn't I be courting death if I went to find you? You are currently being besieged by many powerful immortal emperors. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with smile, I was just casually asking, it's good that you are fine. Three-dimensional space. There are 4 heavenly kings in the Immortal Desolate Sacred Palace. One of them is Qin Yun's previous life's friend, the Imperial Beast Heavenly King. Qin Yun had long wanted to visit his old friend in the Immortal Desolate Sacred Palace. This, big brother, today's weather is very good, I am going to play, goodbye. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master immediately cut off contact with Qin Yun. Qin Yun was startled and cursed in a low voice, this fool is actually afraid of me going over. He's the Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate region, why is he so cowardly? Ling Yuner said with a smile, if this guy wasn't scared, how could he live until now? He has been hiding in the Flood Dragon Desolate domain for many years. This damn big head ghost, now that he has a very powerful body, he is actually so timid. Qin Yun is very unhappy. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master knows that Qin Yun is being hunted by many powerful factions, especially those experts from the Outer Heaven domain. They are very powerful and possess all kinds of powerful inscription tools. That's why he doesn't want Qin Yun to go to the Immortal Desolate Sacred Palace. Qin Yun possessed the Divine Universe Goldstone, so there was no way for him to hide. No matter where he went, he would be sensed. If he did not leave the Imperial Clan Divine Palace and continued to hide inside, then the Imperial Clan Divine Palace would be destroyed sooner or later. If he went to the Immortal Desolate Temple, he would also cause the Immortal Desolate Temple to be besieged. Sister Kiru and the rest are still the best. If I go to the Guanghan Palace, they will definitely not reject me. Qin Yun thought of the beauties in the Guanghan Palace and felt warmth in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't go to the Moon Palace, which would cause the moon to be besieged. Ling Yuner said with a smile, of course, that's why I like those great beauties very much. It's also because you don't know what's good for you. You don't love them well and waste their true feelings. I can only return to my old nest. Qin Yun took out the teleportation jade pendant. Using the coordinates in the jade pendant, he controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and sensed the location he was about to teleport to. Qin Yun's lair is the Divine Inscription Mountain. Ling Yuner laughed, you fed so many resources to Old Mountain before, now it finally shows its importance. The defense of the Divine Mountain should be very strong, right? Qin Yun is making the teleportation jade pendant and the heaven leaping shuttle sense each other. He said with a smile, a golden nest or silver nest is not as good as your own dog's nest. It's still the Divine Inscription Mountain. I call the shots in my territory. Not only is the Divine Mountain's defense powerful, it also has those powerful dragon head cannons. After we return, continue to strengthen the defense and offensive weapons. Ling Yuner said with a smile, in any case, in the Immortal Desolate, the strongest person is only an immortal emperor. If they dare to besiege the Divine Inscription Mountain, it will be enough for them to suffer. Qin Yun nodded and said, fortunately, Big Sister Star God gave me a lot of things from the Divine Desolate. I can use them now. After a while, his teleportation jade pendant transmitted the marked spatial coordinates to the heaven leaping shuttle. Let's go. Qin Yun controlled the heaven leaping shuttle to traverse through space. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in a mountain range. The location of the Divine Inscription Mountain is very close to the Emperor Clan Divine Palace. Qin Yun left the heaven leaping shuttle and immediately entered the space inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror and Lu Jiayan were working on the Demonic Mirror Array Foundation. They don't know what's going on outside. Boss, you have become so strong. Lu Jiayan said in shock when he saw that Qin Yun is already a 9th Heaven Immortal King. Not strong enough. Qin Yun shook his head and sighed. I was besieged by a large group of people and had no choice but to flee back here. Hasn't Black Rat Baizé returned? Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror shook his head and said, not yet. Are we going to start a war? The Demonic Mirror Array Foundation has been transformed into a huge octagonal platform. Spatial power is surging inside. Is the Demonic Mirror Array Foundation not done yet? Qin Yun said with frown. It's being adjusted, it's almost done. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror asked, Boss, who did you provoke outside? Didn't you join the Emperor Clan Divine Palace? Could it be that you had a falling out with the Emperor Clan Divine Palace? At this time, Xiaohua also returned. Xiao Yingying did not follow him. She went with Xiao Yuemei and others to the Guanghan Palace. After Xiaohua returned, he saw Qin Yun and said in shock, "Boss, you are also here? I heard that those guys are heading towards the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. They sensed you there." I indeed went to the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest before. Those guys can actually sense my position very accurately. Qin Yun said with frown. Xiaohua shouted at Mountain God, "Old Mountain, quickly move." Mountain God immediately controlled the divine inscription mountain and began jumping through space. Then where are we going? Mountain God asked. Go to a place where there is no one, just run around randomly. Xiaohua said, Boss is in big trouble. Soon after, Qin Yin told them about the Divine Universe Golden Stone. After Mountain God finished listening, he shouted in shock, Divine Universe Golden Stone, this kind of thing really exists. I always thought it was just a legend. Now it's in my hands, I can't take it out because it will run around randomly. Qin Yin said. If we run around randomly like this, they won't be able to catch us for now. But this is not a long-term plan. Those guys from Outer Heaven Domain will arrive one after another. At that time, they will surround us everywhere. Xiaohua said. Qin Yin sat on the lawn and said, Those bastards from Outer Heaven Domain have mastered a very high-level inscription technique. They can cross Heaven Domain to teleport here. It won't be long before they can create something that can quickly teleport and directly come find me. He now also understands why the Divine Universe Golden Stone was sealed inside that mountain. The Divine Universe Golden Stone was placed inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Originally, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle could block a bit of space fluctuation. Moreover, there are many barriers inside the mountain, so only the heavenly domains near the Nine-Sun Heavenly Domain can sense it. After Qin Yun brought out the Divine Universe Gold Stone, the spatial fluctuation spread even further. This way, more heavenly domains can sense the Divine Universe Gold Stone. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor said, Boss, the Devil Mirror's formation foundation will be ready in 2 days. After you are done, think of a way to sell the Devil Mirror. Lower the price a bit and let everyone in Immortal Desolate have the Devil Mirror as soon as possible. Qin Yun said, You should be clearer than me on how to operate it. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor nodded and said, I know. I will use the Devil Mirror to collect large amount of resources and obtain even more information. We will use the Devil Mirror to confuse those guys. Qin Yin said with smile, so long as it is done, we will be able to control the information transmitted from Immortal Desolate. With the Devil Mirror, Qin Yin can contact his friends from far away at any time. He can ask them to help him or do other things. Mountain God said, Boss, the Sun God Crystal dropped down. Previously, when the solar storm came, Sun God Crystals fell. I think we should go collect Sun God Crystals next. That's a very good resource. Can you sense the location of the Sun God Crystal? Qin Yin asked. Of course I can. Mountain God said with smile, I am running around everywhere now, I can sense the location of the Sun God Crystal. Xiaohua said, I heard from the elders of the imperial race that there are not many Sun God Crystals. Indeed not many, also not as big as the Sun God Stone. But there are still a lot of them, as long as you have the mind to look for them, you can find them. Mountain God said. Qin Yin took out the floating cloud pagoda and said, I will go rest. If there is any situation, immediately contact me. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor and others nodded. Qin Yin entered the floating cloud pagoda, took out the golden devil horn and contacted Evil God. Evil God, how are you doing in Divine Desolate? Qin Yin asked. Not bad, I found a new boss. That guy is from an imperial race, he has the same surname as you. Evil God chuckled and said, Little ancestor, how is your situation in Immortal Desolate? I heard about your matter in the Immortal Desolate Imperial Race Divine Palace, you can deal with those stinky bugs, truly awesome. A3, don't mention it. Qin Yin said with smile. What's wrong? Logically speaking, you should be valued by the Imperial race, right? I heard that you are also a member of Qin Imperial race. Evil God said. I just left the Imperial Race Divine Palace, I don't know when I will be able to return. Xianxia sighed. Let me guess, you caused trouble in the Imperial Race Divine Palace? Did you kill the other young masters of the Imperial Race Divine Palace and had no choice but to run away? I knew you would cause trouble everywhere. Evil God said with mischievous smile. The situation is much more serious than that. Xianxia said. What? Could it be that you killed a lot of Imperial Race people? Evil God said in shock. No, I obtained the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Many great powers of Outer Heaven Domain and Immortal Desolate want to capture me. Xianxia said. Evil God stared blankly for a long time and then cried out in fear, wow, it is indeed very serious. Goodbye. This guy is even more cowardly than that damned big-headed ghost Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Xianxia stored away the large golden devil horn. He also wants to understand the situation of Divine Desolate. He looked at the Star God altar, he can only contact Star God. Xianxia shouted beside the Star God altar for a whole day before Star God responded. Big Sister Star God, I urgently need to contact Space God, do you have any way to let me talk to him? Xianxia only heard Star God's voice, he did not see her figure appear. Hee, I just happened to be at Space God's place. I will go find him now, wait for me. Star God said with charming smile. Very good. Xianxia very happily said. Space God has a lot of prestige, he invited many gods to discuss some matters. Star God said. Star God very quickly found Space God. Xianxia looked at the altar and heard Space God's voice. Brother, I got the Divine Universe Golden Stone. It's in a box, can I open it? Xianxia immediately shouted. Star God said in shock, Xiaoyun, is this true? How did you get the Divine Universe Golden Stone? Although Space God's voice is old, it is vigorous and powerful. He said in deep voice, you actually still have that thing, I made you throw it away back then. Brother, the Divine Universe Golden Stone is a good thing, how can I be willing to throw it away? Xianxia said with smile, quickly tell me, if I open that box, will the Divine Universe Golden Stone run around? What should I do so that the stone won't run around? Space God said, as long as it is within the 3 layers of space, the Divine Universe Golden Stone will not be able to pierce through space but it can release very strong spatial fluctuations. It is clearly within the 3 layers of space but it can still release very strong spatial fluctuations? Xianxia said in shock. Divine Universe Power Xianxia is not willing to throw away the Divine Universe Golden Stone. This is something that many powerful heavenly domain experts are fighting over. Although it will bring him a lot of trouble, as long as he can protect this kind of precious thing, he will never give it up. Brother, I want the Divine Universe Golden Stone, I won't throw it away. Xianxia said. He feels that he will be able to use it smoothly in this life. Space God sighed and said, back then in Divine Desolate, you used many methods but still couldn't obtain the energy inside. You are now just a small immortal, it is even more impossible for you to obtain the energy inside the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Xianxia curled his lips and said, don't be so absolute. I have made progress. What progress can you make? When you were in Divine Desolate, because of this stone, you caused a lot of trouble. Later on, you threw the Divine Universe Golden Stone into Immortal Desolate but you still couldn't escape calamity. A calamity stone is a calamity stone. Space God said. However, those outer heavenly domain experts don't think so. They will definitely rush over. Xianxia said. Other heavenly domain experts are so powerful, they can obviously protect it but you can't. The God of Space advised, create a triple space. After seeing the Divine Universe Golden Stone, throw it away and let that Divine Universe Golden Stone be. No way. Xianxia said very stubbornly. A3, your 2 past lives both died because of that stone. Don't tell me you want to repeat the same mistake in this life? I know your ability is not small but you can't always court death like this. Space God said. Xianxia also knows that Space God is doing this for his own good but he is unwilling to give up on the Divine Universe Golden Stone. His 2 past lives suffered greatly because of this Divine Universe Golden Stone. He cannot give up just like this, otherwise it would be too much of a loss. Brother, thank you for your concern. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to use the Divine Universe Golden Stone smoothly. Xianxia said with smile, goodbye. Xianxia cut off the connection. He wants to quickly open the box and see what the Divine Universe Golden Stone looks like. Setting up 3-layer space is very simple. Xianxia said with smile, inside the Divine Inscription Mountain, there is only 1-layer space. You can release the Heaven Leaping Shuttle inside the Divine Inscription Mountain and enter the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Xianxia said with a smile, releasing the Floating Cloud Pagoda from the Heaven Leaping Shuttle should be considered a 3-layered space, right? Well, the interior of the Floating Cloud Pagoda is also an independent space. Xianxia said. The outside of the Floating Cloud Pagoda became bigger and smaller, but the space inside remained the same. Xianxia walked out of the Floating Cloud Pagoda and released the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Then, he entered the huge warehouse of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He took out the Floating Cloud Pagoda from the warehouse. Teleport to the 8th chamber. Xianxia immediately went to the 8th chamber and took out the box. Then he returned to the warehouse and entered the Floating Cloud Pagoda. Xianxia arrived at the 3rd floor of the Floating Cloud Pagoda. He sat in the middle and said nervously, Yuner, is this really the triple space? I'm worried that the stone will run away. Don't you have a sky-sealing saint talisman in your hand? Xianxia smiled and said, if there is an accident, you can immediately use the sky-sealing saint talisman. The space-sealing saint talisman was given to him by Elder Yuan. It could stabilize the surrounding space at a critical moment. Xianxia immediately took out the space-sealing saint talisman. It was originally given to him by Elder Yuan to help him escape, but now he has to use it to trap the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Of course, if the Divine Universe Golden Stone could not run away in the triple space, then Xianxia would not need to waste the precious space-sealing saint talisman. He held the space-sealing saint talisman in his hand and reached out to Xianxia to open the box. I can't open it. Xianxia said in amazement. Xiaoyun, quickly use the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Xianxia is also very curious about the Divine Universe Golden Stone. She said with smile, maybe you refined this box in front of the Divine King. Xianxia took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and placed it on the box. Then, he transmitted an intense thought to open the lid. Click, the lid of the box suddenly loosened. Success. Xianxia said with happy smile. Then he took a deep breath and asked, Yuner, you are the Tao Spirit of Nether's Sun, don't you understand the Divine Universe Golden Stone? I don't know much, I only know that it is a very awesome thing. Xianxia said, generally speaking, a very large sun will not give birth to Divine Universe Golden Stone, instead it will directly become a Nether Sunday. Nether Sun and Divine Universe Golden Stone both have their own benefits. In the boundless star sea, most of the Divine Universe Golden Stone will be devoured by the Nether Sun, right? Xianxia said in pleasant surprise, Yuner, do you think my Nether Sun can devour the Divine Universe Golden Stone? Xianxia said with smile, if it can really succeed, then there is no need for the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. The box is on the ground, Xianxia cannot pick it up. Previously, he used a lot of mental power to store the box into the 9-sun Divine Spirit. After it was placed into a pearl inside the 9-sun Divine Spirit, it produced a burst of spatial fluctuation. Xianxia rubbed his hands and looked at the space-sealing saint talisman in his hand to ensure that it can be activated at any time. Let's begin. Xianxia said. Xianxia opened the lid of the box. Hua, a very loud sound of surging waves arrived, accompanied by extremely intense golden light. In that instant, Xianxia felt as if he was blinded by the light, his eyes felt piercing pain. What caused him to be most apprehensive is that his body felt an incomparably intense burning pain. The Divine Universe Golden Stone is releasing very hot energy. Xianxia is incomparably afraid because he feels as if his bones are being roasted. The Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy indeed has very strong penetrating power. It can directly penetrate through his powerful skin and flesh and directly burn his bones. Xianxia has no choice but to release body-protecting dragon handle barrier and take out Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet to cover his body. Just as he released Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet, he sensed that the runes on the goblet are being damaged. Not good, the runes are about to be damaged. Xianxia hastily stored the goblet. His eyes are still in pain, he doesn't dare to open them. Even if he closed his eyes, a very intense light penetrated through his eyelids, causing him to feel incomparably dazzling. Qin Yun finally experienced the formidable power of the Divine Universe Golden Stone. This won't do, I must release even stronger power to protect my body. Qin Yun let out a loud roar, his body expanded a bit, a large amount of golden nether sun totem appeared on his skin. His nether moon and nether sun fused together and released the power of sun and moon shine together. Apart from this, his divine tree totem released very strong power, condensed many tree vines and wrapped around Qin Yun. And many tree bark also appeared on the surface of Qin Yun's skin. This is the first time Qin Yun is using all his strength to protect his body. His defense is indeed very strong. After using all his strength to protect his body, the burning pain inside and outside of his body gradually disappeared. Qin Yun let out a long sigh and exclaimed in admiration, "This is truly terrible. This thing is indeed very awesome, worthy of being a calamity stone. The energy inside is truly dreadful." "Xiao Yun, don't let the nether sun come out," Ling Yuner said, "the Divine Universe Golden Stone will destroy the nether sun. Your current nether sun is not enough to devour this Divine Universe Golden Stone. Relax. I don't even dare to think about this kind of thing, it will absolutely destroy me." Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, "Yuner, the nether sun is controlled by you, you must watch it carefully." "I know," Ling Yuner said with smile. Qin Yun's eyes gradually became clear, he can finally see the Divine Universe Golden Stone. It is a dazzling crystal stone. So big. Ling Yuner shouted in alarm, "Divine Universe Golden Stone is only the size of a grain of rice." Qin Yun is extremely shocked, he opened his mouth and looked at the dazzling Divine Universe Golden Stone floating in front of him. It is actually the size of a fist. How was such a huge Divine Universe Golden Stone born? This thing is indeed a calamity stone, no wonder my 2 past lives were not willing to give it up. Qin Yun exclaimed in admiration again and again. Just like the 9 sons of the 9 desolate, they can only give birth to Divine Universe Golden Stone the size of a grain of rice. And this kind of Divine Universe Golden Stone, how was it formed? Ling Yuner feels that this is inconceivable. Divine Universe Golden Stone has 9 sides. After Qin Yun saw it clearly, he is very astonished. It seems like it has been polished by someone. The Divine Universe Golden Stone is the size of a fist, the 9 sides have been polished very smoothly. Although it is releasing intense golden light, Qin Yun can clearly see that there are runes carved on the surface of the stone. What kind of runes are those? Qin Yun wanted to take a closer look but discovered that his eyes are becoming more and more painful. "Can't you see it clearly?" Ling Yuner asked. "I can't see it clearly for the time being, those runes are rather complicated." Qin Yun can only pick up the box, approach the Divine Universe Golden Stone and close it. After closing it, Qin Yun immediately lied down on the ground and gasped for breath. In order to look at this Divine Universe Golden Stone, he is half dead from exhaustion. There are runes sealing the energy of the Divine Universe Golden Stone, otherwise it would be even more berserk. Who was the one who sealed it? To be able to seal such a large piece of Divine Universe Golden Stone, isn't it too awesome? Ling Yuner is extremely shocked. This thing is truly an eyesore. Qin Yun took out some healing liquid and looked at his eyes clearly. "Fortunately you have a pair of sacred eyes, otherwise your eyes would have exploded long ago," Ling Yuner said with smile. "That's right. As expected of something that many powerful powers are fighting over, truly awesome." Qin Yun chuckled and said, "This thing is mine, no one can take it away from me." At this moment, Qin Yun suddenly felt a tremor, he walked out of the floating cloud pagoda, put it away and then left the heaven-leaping shuttle. And outside, the tremor is unceasing. "Old Xiao, what's going on outside?" Qin Yun asked. "We are being besieged," Xiao Hua shouted. Qin Yun raised his head and looked outside from inside the space. He saw a huge black whirlpool in the sky. That black whirlpool is directly facing the Divine Inscription Mountain. "Old mountain, can't we run?" Qin Yun asked anxiously. "I don't know. That thing is facing the Divine Inscription Mountain, it is very difficult to move. That is a very formidable energy, it can seal the entire mountain and space, I can't move," Mountain God said in shock. Qin Yun immediately entered the heaven-leaping shuttle and rode it out. The heaven-leaping shuttle has Evil Sun's energy inside, now it has absorbed a large amount of energy to penetrate through space. The black whirlpool in the sky also suddenly stopped rotating. The divine inscription mountain has finally been released, it immediately teleported away. Very formidable spatial energy, could it be that those guys from outer heaven domain sensed it? Xianxia said in amazement. Space God said that the divine universe golden stone in the third layer space can release very strong spatial fluctuation. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia said, it seems like I underestimated the strength of those guys from outer heaven domain. Ling Yin'er nodded and said, those guys are very advanced in the aspect of space. After sensing the spatial fluctuation of the divine universe golden stone, they immediately determined your position and then instantly tore through space and arrived. People. From outer heaven domain Xianxia arrived at Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest and felt a lot more at ease. My past life hid divine universe golden stone in this kind of place, it is indeed very safe. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Xiaoyun, those guys from outer heaven domain have very high level of inscription, you must be careful. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia took out a magic mirror and said, wait until the magic mirror is complete, I will immediately contact old Xiao and the others and tell them to be on guard. Even after a while, Xianxia's eyes are still in pain. Even when he closed his eyes, tears flowed out of his eyes. He is resting inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. While Xianxia was resting, the golden devil horn shook and he hastily took it out. Evil God, what's the matter? Xianxia asked. How big is your divine universe golden stone? Evil God's voice is filled with incomparable astonishment. Aren't you afraid of death? Goodbye. Xianxia doesn't want to talk nonsense with Evil God. Wait. Evil God hastily shouted, little ancestor, I was wrong. Xianxia said with smile, what, divine desolate also knows? Evil God said, everyone knows. Especially just now, it alarmed many powerful gods of divine desolate. Space God invited many gods to gather together, Evil God must have also gone. My divine universe golden stone is as big as a watermelon. Xianxia said with mischievous smile, have you seen a watermelon? What? As big as a watermelon? Little ancestor, I wish you peace, goodbye. Evil God screamed a few times in fright and then said goodbye to Xianxia. Xianxia laughed a few times and then stored away the golden devil horn. He deliberately lied to Evil God. Of course, even if he lied, Evil God would still say goodbye to him. His divine king heavenly seal suddenly vibrated, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is contacting him. Uncle, how big is your divine universe golden stone? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master very straightforwardly said goodbye to Xianxia before, but now he is so scared that he contacted Xianxia. He only wants to know how big the divine universe golden stone is. I am in Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. This place is filled with dense fog, I can't see the situation in Immortal Desolate. Xianxia said with smile. How is it? Anyway, I saw a few big holes. I think it won't be long before the sky is filled with holes. The Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate said with a wry smile, Uncle Qin, it's very difficult for me to be the Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate. I won't do it anymore, okay? As you wish. Xianxia said with smile. The Sacred Lord of the Immortal Desolate region said that there were many holes in the sky. It was obvious that a powerful cultivation civilization from the outer heaven domain had crossed the heaven domain to come here. Just like the black vortex he had seen before, there was a powerful energy that opened a spatial door and teleported over. Sir, can you tell me how big your divine universe golden stone is? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master asked. Not very big, just a bit smaller than your dead head. Xianxia said. What? The Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate was startled and shouted, Sir, I wish you eternal life. Goodbye. Xianxia knew that a coward like the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master would be terrified. He looked at the black box inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit and said with a smile, I think that box is also very powerful. It can actually trap such a large divine universe golden stone. That's right. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiaoyun, don't be afraid of those guys. You are now a ninth heaven immortal king and will soon become an immortal emperor. You are not weak in the Immortal Desolate, you don't need to be afraid of those bastards. Ling Yuner is also worried that Qin Yun would not be able to bear the pressure and abandon the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Great Beauty Yuner, don't worry. I will never abandon the Divine Universe Golden Stone. I have suffered a lot for this thing in my 3 lives. Qin Yun said with smile, I won't give up until I eat the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Wait for 10 days, then go find Yu Qing. Ling Yuner said with charming smile, I hope this dragon lady won't trick you. Qin Yun's previous life entrusted Long Yu Qing with some matters, they must be very important. Because when he hid the heaven leaping shuttle, Long Yu Qing was still inside the heavenly dragon god statue. It could be said that she was always together with Qin Yun. If Qin Yun had anything to say, he would definitely tell her. After resting for half a day, Qin Yun recovered. He walked out of the heaven leaping shuttle and stored it. Then he carefully rushed through the forest. Boom boom boom, waves of thunder continuously came from the forest. When I came in with Sister Shu Yin, it was very quiet inside. After running for a while, Qin Yun can still hear continuous thunder. There must be some outer heaven domain bastards who recklessly flew inside the thunder mist or directly set up the teleportation point above the thunder mist. Ling Yuner said with smile, in this case, they are dead for sure. Qin Yun ran around the thunder mist heavenly forest to set up teleportation points. His teleportation points are all inside the tree holes of some giant trees. His teleportation jade pendant can teleport inside the special space environment of the ancient garden, let alone inside the thunder mist heavenly forest. The space inside the thunder mist heavenly forest is the same as the space inside the 10,000 Snake Mountain range. They are both very sturdy and it is very difficult to seal or ripple them. Therefore, Qin Yun ran around randomly and set up many teleportation points. If he is being chased, he can teleport everywhere through those teleportation points and it will be very difficult to catch him. While running, Qin Yun suddenly sensed something falling down and hastily dodged. Bang, a relatively large body suddenly fell down. It turned out to be a person with dark green skin. This guy. What kind of monster is he? Qin Yun sensed that the person is no longer breathing, so he walked over to take a look. The person is very tall, more than 2 meters tall. His skin is green, he has no hair and there is a very evil thing in the middle of his head. This is someone from the outer heaven domain? Qin Yun said in shock, do people from the outer heaven domain look different from us? Those guys are sure that you are in the thunder mist heavenly forest. Ling Yuner said with smile, they set the teleportation point inside the thunder mist, they were killed when they teleported here. Why is this guy so poor? He doesn't have anything. Qin Yun wanted to plunder something but he didn't find anything good. Boom, just as he was plundering, a very violent energy suddenly shot down. Qin Yun hastily dodged, there was also a bottomless pit where he was just now. What is this thing? While Qin Yun is running, he saw a person who is completely burnt black chasing him. Outer heaven domain guy. This bastard was struck by lightning just now but he didn't die. Ling Yuner said in shock. Qin Yun pinched the teleportation jade pendant and directly teleported. In the blink of an eye, he is far away from that place. This thunder mist heavenly forest will definitely gather all kinds of people from the outer heaven domain. Qin Yun also opened his eyes, he finally saw some special people from the outer heaven domain. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, quickly go to the depths of the 10,000 Snake Mountain range. Take a stroll inside and then teleport out. Qin Yun took out the heaven leaping shuttle and directly pierced through space to the depths of the 10,000 Snake Mountain range. The 10,000 Snake Mountain range belongs to the Sun Sacred Land, it is also a very unique space. Qin Yun is scurrying around in the sky above the 10,000 Snake Mountain range, setting up all kinds of teleportation points. Because there are too many people chasing after him, he opened up a bigger area. Only by doing this will he be able to hide more flexibly. Qin Yun really didn't expect that after the Divine Universe Golden Stone entered the third space, the spatial ripples would spread so fast and the range would be so wide. Even now, the aftermath of the ripples have not dissipated. This allowed many outer heaven domain powers to accurately locate him and chase after him. 2 days passed, Qin Yun is scurrying around in the 10,000 Snake Mountain range. At this time, his magic mirror suddenly shook. It's finally done. Qin Yun took out the square magic mirror and fiddled with it with a smile. Boss, you are too fierce. The commotion you caused is truly big. I will show you the situation of the immortal desolate. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with smile. Soon after, Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror sent many images to Qin Yun. Qin Yun browsed through the magic mirror and saw that there are many large and small black whirlpools in the sky of the immortal desolate. They are all caused by the opening of the spatial teleportation channel. They are all people from the outer heaven domain. Did they find the divine inscription mountain? Qin Yun said. No. They appeared at the same place where we were before. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said, these guys are very strong, but our immortal desolate's immortal emperors are also not weak. There is no need to be afraid of them. Qin Yun said, quickly inform the Guanhan Palace, Imperial Clan, Nether Sect, Holy Sun Ancient City and other friendly powers about the Devil Mirror and let them use it. Oh, that's right, don't let them know that I made the Devil Mirror. You must do it as a disciple of Nether Sect. If they knew that the Devil Mirror is a toy of his inscription gate, it would cause many people to be vigilant. All right. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with smile, this time, the Devil Mirror's Formation Foundation will not be destroyed. The Devil Mirror's Formation Foundation is inside the Divine Inscription Mountain and the Divine Inscription Mountain can teleport everywhere. Destroying it is indeed very difficult. Those who used to own the Devil Mirror can still use it now. Because the runes in the core of the Devil Mirror's Formation Foundation are still connected to the previous Devil Mirror. As a result, the news of the Devil Mirror being restored very quickly spread throughout the Immortal Desolate. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror also issued a statement saying that the reason why the Devil Mirror could not be used before was because the core formation foundation was destroyed by Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Great Emperor. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror can also be considered a member of Nether Sect. With the protection of Netherworld Great Emperor, he is not afraid of those two Immortal Desolate Great Emperors. Because the Devil Mirror has been restored, all kinds of news spread very quickly. Many people know about all kinds of astonishing things that happened during this period of time. Especially about Divine Universe Golden Stone and Qin Yun. And these things are all spread by Qin Yun. Qin Yun contacted many old friends through the Devil Mirror. Outer Heaven Domain idiots, you want to steal my Divine Universe Golden Stone? Dream on. See how I will kill you. Qin Yun is now inside the 10,000 Snake Mountain range. He is sitting inside the bottle gourd like heaven leaping shuttle and flying everywhere. After half a day of searching, Qin Yun finally contacted Long Yuqing. Long Yuqing found out that the Devil Mirror is such a good thing, she immediately went to use it. Her Devil Mirror's nickname is World's Most Beautiful Dragon Girl. World's Most Beautiful Dragon Girl, where are you? Qin Yun contacted Long Yuqing through the Devil Mirror. Brother Yun, I am helping you find something. Are you all right now? Long Yuqing said. I'm fine. Do you roughly know what you are looking for? Qin Yun asked. A very big pearl, as big as a person's head. They are as big as a human head. Long Yuqing said, there are a total of 6 of them. You seem to have told me that they contain heavenly runes. Qin Yun is immediately wild with joy. He is certain that they are dragon heavenly runes. Bustling heavenly forest, Qin Yun is very excited as he said, Yuqing, quickly find those pearls, they will be very useful to me. Long Yuqing said with smile, I am on my way. Rest assured, I will handle this matter very smoothly. Qin Yun cannot run around right now, otherwise he would have gone to find Long Yuqing. If he went to find Long Yuqing, Outer Heaven Domain people would catch up to him and they would not be able to find those heavenly runes. Although Qin Yun is just speculating, he feels that those pearls have dragon heavenly runes sealed inside them, he is not far from the truth. Yuqing, thank you very much. Qin Yun said with smile. Big brother Yun, why are you being so polite? After I give you those pearls, I will go find my mother. Long Yuqing said. Your mother is in Immortal Desolate Holy Palace, the boss of Immortal Desolate Holy Palace is my friend, I will ask him to take care of you. Qin Yun said. Alright. Goodbye, be careful. Long Yuqing's mischievous voice arrived. Qin Yun is still somewhat worried about Long Yuqing, after all she is a very naughty and mischievous dragon girl, she is even more naughty than Xiao Yuemei. After all, she has been sealed inside the heavenly dragon god statue for a very long time. Now that she has obtained the statue, she is a heavenly dragon god, her strength has greatly increased, she will surely behave atrociously everywhere. After Qin Yun and Lan Youqing's communication was cut off, his devil mirror vibrated again. Boss, I am He Shu. Me and Baizhe found 2 dragons, they both have dragon heavenly runes. He Shu said with smile. Boss, how big is your divine universe golden stone? Little black donkey's voice came from behind He Shu. Very big. Qin Yin said with smile, it has been hard on you, can you bring those 2 dragons back to Divine Inscription Mountain to wait for me? No problem. They are all willing to return with us, they are very easy to talk to. Baizhe said. Isn't it because they have taken a fancy to divine dragon meat? I gave them a lot to eat, little black donkey said. Qin Yin had previously taken out a very large divine dragon and placed it inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. Before the black donkey and company set off, they took quite a few with them. Great God Xian Wu, I will have to trouble you to make a trip to Nether Sect and find Big Brother Azure Dragon. Tell him to wait for me in Divine Inscription Mountain for now. Qin Yin said with smile. Alright, but, you have to give me something good to eat. The black donkey said. No problem. Qin Yin said, I have many darkness dragon corpses, I will roast some for you to eat later. Alright, I'll go look for Brother Green Dragon right now. The black donkey chuckled. I'm leaving. Qin Yin doesn't know if the 6 dragon heavenly runes Lan Youqing brought back will be the same as those heavenly rune beasts. If so, he will have to continue gathering other dragon heavenly runes. Now it's time to test my luck. Qin Yin said with smile. 2 good news came one after another, making him very excited. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, if they don't overlap, how are you going to take them out? Qin Yun was taken aback. This was indeed a difficult problem, he spent a great deal of effort to take out Yi Yashua's mysterious fusion heavenly rune but he could only record it in Gemini Treasure Mirror. Even now, he has no way to take out Yi Yashua's mysterious fusion heavenly rune. The mysterious fusion heavenly rune can only be stored in Gemini Treasure Mirror for now. Heavenly runes are 3-dimensional, it is very difficult to take them out. Qin Yin said with frown. Let's take one step at a time, first we will collect all 9 dragon heavenly runes, then we will think about how to take them out. Ling Yin'er said with smile. Qin Yin nodded, I will quickly absorb the energy inside the Divine Universe golden stones to cultivate. Only like this can I become stronger. Outer Heaven Domain people's strength and equipment must be very strong. If you are at the same level, you will not be their match, let alone those immortal emperors. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yin browsed through all kinds of information on the Devil Mirror and learned about the strength of many Outer Heaven Domain people. There are many images of Outer Heaven Domain people, they have all kinds of strange shapes and sizes, there are also many that look exactly like humans. Although Outer Heaven Domain people are very strong, they didn't cause any trouble in Immortal Desolate. After all, they came to Immortal Desolate to look for Divine Universe golden stones. They want to avoid unnecessary trouble. Immortal Desolate's overall strength is also very strong. If Imperial clans, Holy Sun Ancient City and other major powers go all out, these Outer Heaven Domain people will suffer a lot. A great number of Outer Heaven Domain people are just the vanguard. If they still can't get Divine Universe golden stones, even more Outer Heaven Domain people will come. Some Outer Heaven Domain people have never heard of 9 Sun Heavenly Domain before, they are filled with curiosity after coming to Immortal Desolate. Later they found out that Sun God crystals and Divine Mountains are very useful to them. As a result, the competition for resources in Immortal Desolate has become even more intense. Qin Yin looked at the Devil Mirror and said, many of these Outer Heaven Domain people will die in Immortal Desolate. There aren't many Sun God crystals in the first place, and it's something fought over by powerful immortal emperors. Aren't Outer Heavens people courting death by interfering? In order to compete with the Outer Heavens for resources, the local forces of the Immortal Desolate formed an alliance. For example, the Arch clans took the lead. Many forces of various sizes had joined in, such as the Nether Sect, the Moon Palace, the Holy Sun Ancient City. The various races of the Ancient Era, the Dragon Race, the Inscription World, the 4 great Inscription aristocratic families, as well as many sects and aristocratic families in the Immortal Desolate. On the other side was the Darkness Royal Race and the Sun Soul Race. There was also the demonic immortal Heavenly Gate, Xian Family, Totem Pavilion, Xiaoyang Race, and other evil factions. The two powerful forces in the Immortal Desolate also made the people of the Outer Heaven feel great pressure. There were too many forces in the Outer Heaven domain, so they couldn't unite together. Therefore, they had to be careful when facing the two forces from the Immortal Desolate. Qin Yan roamed the 10,000 Snake Mountain range in the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Those from the Outer Heavens had locked onto the location of the Divine Universe Golden Stone. It was in the Myriad Snake Mountain range. While wandering around, Qin Yan browsed through the magic mirror and obtained an astonishing piece of information. 6 altars of the sun appeared in Tianzhou at the same time, 6 sun altars gathered in one area. It is unknown what they are doing. These sun altars are actually moving. They are gathering in Tianzhou. Could it be that they want to teleport some powerful fellows down? Qin Yan is somewhat worried. The sun altars belong to the 9 sun sects. Evil God previously told Qin Yan that the news of him possessing the Divine Universe Golden Stone has already reached the Divine Desolate. All the great factions in the Divine Desolate must also want the Divine Universe Golden Stone. The 9 sun sects should have joined the Divine Desolate's Emperor clans. Why are they here to join in the fun? Are they looking to tear it down? Qin Yan suddenly felt an itch in his hands. If those sun altars were targeting him, then he would have to formulate a plan to tear down the altars. The 10,000 Snake Mountain range is filled with death aura. There are all kinds of desolate mountains everywhere. With a glance, it seems like a desolate and uninhabited place. However, there are all kinds of big and small flying magic tools of all shapes and sizes flying here. From time to time, flying ships can be seen. Through the information gathered by the magic mirror, Qin Yan found out that some people from the Outer Heaven domain died in the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. It can be seen that the people from the Outer Heaven domain are unable to guard against the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest's heavenly lightning. It is not convenient for Qin Yan to contact Star God or Evil God. With more and more people chasing after him, he doesn't dare to relax. Aren't the people from the Outer Heaven domain having too many tools? Qin Yan cursed in his heart. Because the flying magic tools of the people from the Outer Heaven domain are closely chasing after him and can accurately sense his location. This is mainly to track the fluctuations released by the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Qin Yan wandered around the 10,000 Snake Mountain range for more than half a day and successfully attracted many people from the Outer Heaven domain. Then he controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and directly teleported to the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. Want to capture me? It's not that easy. Qin Yan mischievously laughed in his heart. The trees inside the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest are very large and very sturdy. They are protected by the thunder fog in the sky. The gap between the trees is not very big. It is very difficult for those large flying magic tools to fly inside the forest. This way, it will be very difficult for them to chase after Qin Yan. And Qin Yan has the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He can teleport inside the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. This Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest is simply a holy land. Qin Yan laughed in his heart. Just now, he saw a large ship flying in the sky was smashed to pieces by the heavenly lightning. Reckless guy, do you really think that just because the Immortal Desolate is very backward, you can do whatever you want? Qin Yan looked at the falling pieces and found it somewhat funny. In the eyes of the people from the Outer Heaven domain, the 9 sun heavenly domain is very backward. They all think that their flying magic tools are very powerful, so they dare to fly in the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. However, those who dared to do so would most likely die. In just 2 short days, the magic mirror has many news about the people from the Outer Heaven domain dying in the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. And the people from the Immortal Desolate are also heading to the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. They are not going to find Qin Yan, they are going to pick up trash. The people from the Outer Heaven domain crossed the Heaven domain to come here. Their flying magic tools have been destroyed, the fragments have some value. Of course, there are also some people who came to find the corpses of the people from the Outer Heaven domain too. Study the energy inside their bodies. There are also some more powerful people who form teams to enter the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest to hunt the people from the Outer Heaven domain. As a result, the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest, which has been silent for many years, suddenly became very lively. More and more people from the outer heaven domain came, many of them are very strong. However, in these 2 to 3 days, Xianxia still hasn't been caught. Instead, many people from the outer heaven domain died. The people of the Immortal Desolate also gradually understood that it is very difficult to catch Xianxia. A person who has a great calamity stone is not easy to deal with. Brother Yun, I found the 6 pearls. How do we meet? Long Yuqing contacted Xianxia through the magic mirror and asked. Go to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Xianxia told Long Yuqing to contact Xiaohua, then he also notified Xiaohua and asked him to meet Long Yuqing. Xianxia is somewhat surprised that Long Yuqing found those heavenly runes so quickly. He also wants to return to the Divine Inscription Mountain, but if he does, it is very likely that the Divine Inscription Mountain will be besieged. He took out the magic mirror and contacted Xiakiru. Sister Kiru, where is your little flower? Base teleportation. Xianxia sent a message to Xiakiru but did not receive any response. What is Sister Kiru busy with? Xianxia waited for a while and can only contact Yu. Yu's strength is also very formidable. Furthermore, she has the sun-suppressing divine arrow. If she can escort the heavenly rune, Xianxia will feel more at ease. Sister Yu, did anything happen on the moon? Xianxia used the magic mirror to contact Yu. He is also worried that the outer heaven domain people would attack the moon. No, are you worried that those from outer heaven domains will come to cause trouble? Yu's beautiful face appeared on Xianxia's magic mirror. She said with a smile, we will kill as many as they come. Xianxia felt a lot more at ease and said with a smile, Sister Yu, I can't contact Sister Kiru. Are you free now? Can you do something for me? Speak. Yu's straightforward voice transmitted through the magic mirror. Go find Sister Kiru first. If you can find her, we'll contact each other again. If you can't find it, then help me go to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Xianxia said. All right. Yu immediately agreed. Xianxia is currently patiently waiting for Yu's news. At the same time, he is also paying attention to the news on the magic mirror to understand the movements of those outer heaven domain people. Many people from the outer heaven domain rushed to the Immortal Desolate after confirming the direction of Xianxia's location. Those outer heaven cultivators all arrived one after another, so in the past few days, there would be many spatial passages appearing in the sky from time to time. There were also people who chatted with outer heaven cultivators. They learned that outer heaven cultivators needed to consume large amounts of resources to teleport across heaven domains. Therefore, the people from outer heavens who were sent to the Immortal Desolate all brought a lot of powerful equipment and were extremely proficient in all aspects. It was also said that those super powerful outer heavens would open larger spatial passages to transport more people over. Because in the past few days, so many people have chased after Xianxia without success. Therefore, the upper echelons of the outer heaven domains believe that in order to capture Xianxia, they need to send more people and it will take a long time. The strength of the outer heavens was mainly reflected in their equipment. In terms of strength, they were on par with the Immortal Desolate. The powerful dragon warriors of the Immortal Desolate and the immortal emperors who cultivated the Saint Soul divine body made the people of outer heaven rather fearful. There were also ancient era experts. These ancient era experts had lived for many years and often absorbed the energy within the sun god crystal, so they were stronger in all aspects. According to the demon mirror, there was once a powerful being from the ancient era who beat up a few outer heavens by himself. Ancient era's people absorbed divine power to cultivate. Their energy and body contained divine power, that's why they became so powerful. Xianxia is secretly shocked after reading the news. Of course, there were also many people who were skeptical. According to the news, the person who was beaten up was from the turtle scale heavenly region. Those people had tortoise-like heads, and their bodies were covered with many tortoiseshell-like scales. Their body's defense was extremely strong. The fact that the ancient era's people could beat up the people of the outer heaven domains with such strong defense caused other outer heaven domains people to raise doubts. Some people from the ancient era are not convinced, so they released some images on the demon mirror. Very soon, the demon mirror crazily spread the story of how the turtle-scale heavenly domain people were beaten up. The defense of these turtle-scale heavenly domain people is really strong. Xianxia looked at the image of the battle and exclaimed again and again. Because many of the weapons used by the ancient era experts were broken, yet they were still unable to break through the defense of the turtle scale heavenly domain people. Of course, the strength of the ancient era experts is even more amazing. Because in the end, the turtle scale heavenly domain people were heavily injured by the ancient era experts with bare hands. Ling Yun'er said with smile, those turtle scale heavenly domain people must have fought over the sun crystals with the ancient era experts, that's why they had a conflict. Every time the ancient era people sleep, they sleep for an entire era. Although these guys are very patient, once they get angry, they are not easy to deal with. Qin Yin shook his head and said with smile, after all, I slept for so long, now that I have woken up, I naturally have to find some fun. The ancient era people are also displaying their formidable power. This way, the next time other outer heaven domain people want to fight them, they will have to be prepared to be beaten up. The turtle scale heavenly domain people have lost a lot of face. More than half of the people and beasts in the immortal desolate have seen how they were beaten up. Because of the appearance of the demon mirror, many interesting news can be seen frequently. Qin Yin can directly watch the battles of the Immortal King ranking inside the Immortal King ancient city through the demon mirror. Many immortal kings are very concerned about the battles of the Immortal King ranking, and the formidable immortal kings fighting on the stage have become very famous. For example, Brother Tyrannical Heaven has many admirers. Xia Wufeng, a formidable one-armed sword immortal, also made many sword immortals admire him. Qin Yin is now watching the battle between Peng Hantao and the Sun Spirit Race's Immortal King. Peng Hantao is also very skilled in dealing with Sun Spirit Race's Immortal King. After all, his mental power is very strong. Coupled with his inscription dosher technique, he can very easily beat up the Sun Spirit Race's Immortal King. Immortal Desolate people only know that the Demon Mirror was created by the Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. And using the Demon Mirror requires a large amount of Immortal Jade Beads. Immortal Jade Beads are becoming more and more common in the Immortal Desolate. Anyone with a bit of strength will not lack Immortal Jade Beads. Qin Yin wants Immortal Jade Beads to collect energy and store it inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. Xiaoyun, Sister Kiru is in seclusion. Yu sent a message. To Qin Yin, I will go to the Divine Inscription Mountain, how do I go there? Qin Yin originally planned to ask Yu for help, but after thinking about it, he is somewhat worried and said, forget it, I will think of another way. Hey, are you looking down on me? Yu groaned, do you think I am not as powerful as Sister Kiru? So you don't want me to help? Qin Yin said with smile, Sister Yu, it's not like that. Don't misunderstand. I am currently running back and forth between Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest and 10,000 Snake Mountain Range. Sister Kiru came here before, she is very familiar with this place. Shuyan also came here before, so I plan to ask Sister Shuyan to help me. Xiaoyun, I will definitely help you. Your sister Shuyan is together with Yuelan and Yueme. The three of them are currently cultivating. Yu said, I am the most free. Isn't it Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest and 10,000 Snake Mountain Range? I am very familiar with it, Sister Kiru might not necessarily be as familiar as me. Ah? Really? Qin Yin is somewhat surprised. Of course it's true. You brought me there in your past life. Yu said. Alright, I will send old Zhao's magic mirror signal to you and let him contact you. Qin Yin said. After Yu and Xiao Hua contacted each other, she found out where the Divine Inscription Mountain is. She immediately left the Guanghan Palace and headed towards the Divine Inscription Mountain. Qin Yin ran back and forth between Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest and 10,000 Snake Mountain Range, playing hide and seek with a large group of Outer Heaven Domain people. Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor also did their best to slander Qin Yin on the magic mirror. However, those messages were quickly deleted and could not even be sent out. Things related to Qin Yin will not appear on the magic mirror. For example, his relationship with the women of the Guanghan Palace or negative news about him, they will all be filtered out. On the other hand, all kinds of scandals about Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor are spread everywhere on the magic mirror. After all, they are famous people, their fame has spread throughout the Immortal Desolate for tens of thousands of years. Many people grew up listening to the legends of these two great emperors. Therefore, many people in the Immortal Desolate are very concerned about the matters of these two great emperors. What made Qinyan laugh is that the person who exposed all kinds of scandals about these two great emperors is none other than the Netherworld Great Emperor. Netherworld Great Emperor led the entire Nether sect to fabricate all kinds of stories about these two great emperors. This angered the two great emperors so much that they personally went to the Nether sect. The process of them going to the Nether sect to cause trouble has also been posted on the Magic Mirror. Foster father really knows how to play. He and those two great emperors have a very deep grudge, it has been for many years. Qinyan sighed and said. Yu very quickly arrived at the Divine Inscription Mountain. She used a teleportation talisman to arrive nearby. Long Yuqing arrived shortly after. What caused Qinyan to be surprised is that Long Yuqing recognizes Yu and Yu also recognizes Long Yuqing. Even though Long Yuqing did not take off her mask, Yu can still recognize her. It seems like their relationship is very good. Xiaohua contacted Qinyan through the magic mirror and said with smile, Boss, you want people to deliver those 6 pearls to you, right? And, the sooner the better. Qinyan said, let Sister Yu deliver them as soon as possible. Actually, there is no need to go through so much trouble. I can directly deliver them to you through the magic mirror. Xiaohua mischievously laughed and said, Boss, don't forget, this magic mirror's formation foundation is very powerful now. It uses many space gods' formidable spatial runes and totems. Really? Qinyan is somewhat surprised. Because when he set up the magic mirror's formation foundation, he did not expect it to have this kind of ability. Of course it's true. The Divine Inscription Mountain originally has very strong spatial energy, there is no problem at all. Xiaohua said, the person who uses the magic mirror can use the magic mirror to teleport the immortal jade pearl to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Naturally, we can also use the formation foundation to teleport things to you. After Yu heard this, she said, those 6 pearls are very important. Using this method is very risky. What if the teleportation fails? That's true. Then I'll have to trouble Palace Master Yu to personally make a trip. Xiaohua said. Yuqing, are you going? Yu asked. Me? I'm not going. I want to go to the Guanghan Palace for a stroll. Who should I contact when the time comes? Long Yuqing also knows that it is very difficult to enter and exit the moon's barrier. I'll let Bingxing guide you. Yu said. She has already obtained the 6 pearls. Alright, then I'll go myself. Long Yuqing took the teleportation talisman from Yu. It will allow her to quickly teleport outside the moon's barrier. Yu and Long Yuqing immediately set off. And inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, Qinyan is also very much looking forward to Yu's arrival. While waiting, he let Xiaohua give it a try. Sure enough, a sacred mysterious silver crystal fruit was teleported through the magic mirror. Very good. Qinyan said with a smile, I wonder if it can teleport people over. It's a bit difficult but in theory, it's possible. Xiaohua said with a smile, if there's a chance, let's give it a try. We have to find a guy with rough skin and thick flesh because falling into the tyrannical spatial turbulence is very torturous. 9 Dragons Heavenly Pattern. Within 2 days, Yu arrived at the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. Through the magic mirror, Qinyan is able to determine Yu's location. He immediately controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest and appeared beside Yu. Then, he teleported Yu to the main control room. Yu is wearing black battle attire, her white hair is tied into a high ponytail. She and Xianxia are twin sisters, they have the same beautiful appearance. However, Yu appears even more domineering and callous. Her entire body is emitting a very strong feeling. Sister Yu, you came so fast. Qinyan said with a smile. I'm very familiar with this place, so of course I'll be able to get here quickly. Yu looked around and faintly smiled, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is still the same. You used this thing to bring me to the Nethermoon Desolate Domain. Qinyan is somewhat astonished, he said with a smile, is that so? So there's such a thing. Yu said, if I remember correctly, it should be. I can only blame myself for not being able to obtain the real Nethermoon. Although I have cultivated a saint body, it is not a powerful Nethermoon saint body. Her voice was filled with regret and guilt as she sighed, I've let down the opportunity that you've meticulously planned for me. If I had worked harder, I might have been even stronger now. Sister Yu, my previous life left me a letter, telling me to refine a real nether moon for you. Qinyan said with smile, I think it's about time to help you refine. You also know that I have a lot of things to do, so this matter has been dragged on for a long time. Yu looked at Qinyan, her beautiful eyes are filled with deep affection. She smiled gently and said, in your previous life, you should have known that I was an idiot. You should have known that I couldn't obtain the nether moon in the nether moon desolate domain. That's why I left you a message in this life, asking you to refine a nether moon for me. Not necessarily, maybe they are just preparing for a contingency. Qinyan said with a smile. Yu bit her lower lip and shook her head with a smile. Her eyes flickered with affection. She suddenly leaned over and kissed Qinyan's lips. She said with a smile, Xiaoyun, you go do your thing first. My nether moon can come later. Qinyan is sitting on a chair, Yu's beautiful face is right in front of him. Seeing that Yu is about to take the initiative to kiss him, he quickly hugged her. Yu's body also fell into Qinyan's bosom. Qinyan embraced her and said with a smile, Sister Yu, you and Sister Yang are twin sisters. Although your personalities are different, I feel that you two have something in common. Of course. After all, we are sisters. Yu leaned into Qinyan's embrace and faintly sighed, however, Yuji seems to have a better relationship with you. I am somewhat jealous of her. She reincarnated and was still so close to you, but I couldn't understand you, and even misunderstood you. Qinyan gently caressed her face and looked at her beautiful face. He said with a smile, I feel that since we can still be together, it means that we are still fated. Oh, that's right, Yuqing gave you something. Yu left Qinyan's embrace and took out a large box. Qinyan opened the box and saw 6 black pearls inside. Xiaoyun, how did you meet Yuqing again? I asked her but she didn't say. Yu said. Qinyan told Yu about Long Yuqing. After Yu finished listening, she exclaimed in admiration again and again. She never expected that Qinyan's past life would help them so much. Qinyan picked up a large pearl and carefully looked inside. What's inside? Yuqing didn't tell me either. She only said that it's very important and she can't say. Yu asked curiously. Dragon Heavenly Rune. Qinyan said with a frown, it's been so long but these heavenly runes are still very active. They are indeed powerful heavenly runes. Ah. Yu is somewhat astonished. She looked at the pearls inside the box and asked, are these all different dragon heavenly runes? Qinyan nodded, yes. He took out the Gemini treasure mirror and began recording the heavenly runes inside the pearls. When Gemini treasure mirror records heavenly runes, it consumes a lot of energy. Of course, with Qinyan's current strength, he can directly use blood spirit power to record the heavenly runes. After recording the 6 heavenly runes, he is very certain that they are 6 different dragon heavenly runes. Suddenly, the heaven leaping shuttle shook. What's going on? Yu promptly asked. Someone is attacking the heaven leaping shuttle. Qinyan said with a frown. I'll go out and tear them apart. Yu took out a long saber, snorted, and said, Xiaoyun, let me out. I want to let them know what pain and death are. This is the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest, it's not convenient to fight. Qinyan shook his head and smiled. Then, he controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and left through space. This time, he ran rather far away and entered the depths of the 10,000 Snake Mountain range. This will allow him to calm down for a period of time. Xiaoyun, running around like this isn't a good idea. How can you calm down? Yu put away the saber in her hand and lightly frowned. She walked over and hugged Qinyan from behind. She said softly, come to the Guanghan Palace. The moon's barrier is very strong and we also have many powerful immortal emperors. Qinyan turned around and kissed Yu's forehead. He said with a smile, no. The Guanghan Palace was destroyed once and so many people died. I can't let the Guanghan Palace be destroyed again. We are not afraid. Yu grabbed Qinyan's hands and looked at him affectionately. She said softly, Xiaoyun, we are all very worried about you. Seeing you running around like this, I feel very sorry for you. After she finished speaking, she leaned on Qinyan and hugged him tightly. It's fine. Qinyan smiled and kissed her cheek. He said, look at me now, I'm playing hide and seek with those guys. They can't beat me. After they get tired of playing, they will naturally give up. But, there will be more and more powerful guys coming from the outer heaven domain. There will be more and more people coming. Yu said, come to the Guanhan Palace. If someone attacks the Guanhan Palace, we'll kill those guys and make an example of them. We have enough strength now, we don't need to be afraid of them. Qin shook his head, Sister Yu, the moon is very important to you. Yu is somewhat angry. She bit her lips and tenderly snorted. Then, she hit Qin, bastard, why don't you appreciate my kindness? At this time, Baizhe contacted Qin. Qin took out the magic mirror and heard Baizhe's voice. Boss, we have returned to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Baizhe said. Alright, where's the little black donkey? Did he find Big Brother Azure Dragon? Qin asked. He's coming soon. Baizhe said with smile, should we go find you? N. Qin nodded and said, I will meet you in the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. Boss, old Xiao just told me that we can teleport to your place through the magic mirror. Baizhe chuckled and said, we want to give it a try. Aren't you guys afraid of a problem? Qin said with smile. What's there to be afraid of? We all have rough skin and thick flesh. Even if something goes wrong, we won't die immediately. Baizhe laughed loudly and said, when great god Xianwu comes, we will teleport to your place together. Alright. Qin also agreed. More than 2 hours later, Little Black Donkey and Azure Dragon arrived at the Divine Inscription Mountain. Xiao Hua and Mountain God immediately transferred a lot of energy to the magic mirror. Through the magic mirror, he determined Qin's position and teleported Black Mouse, Baizhe, and others over. Qin also controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to release spatial power to receive it. In the blink of an eye, several figures appeared inside the main control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. A tall and sturdy Azure Dragon and 2 other Heavenly Rune Dragons. These 2 Heavenly Rune Dragons are the same size as Azure Dragon, tall and sturdy. Their bodies are filled with formidable dragon power. Although Little Black Donkey, Black Mouse, and Baizhe are very formidable inscription beasts, they are still lacking compared to the 3 Heavenly Rune Dragons. Qin is very familiar with Azure Dragon because Azure Dragon used to be together with his father Qin Long. They are both people of Nether sect. The 2 Heavenly Rune Dragons are also very easy to talk to, they naturally know Qin. As soon as Qin saw them, he took out a lot of food to eat. Boss, they are all inscription beasts, if Lord Priest can help them evolve their runes, they will be very happy. Baizhe said. No problem. Qin is very clear that if he wants to obtain Dragon Heavenly Rune, he can only use food to exchange for it. Qin released Mo's strength has increased by a lot because she can eat a lot of good things. Moreover, the more runes she collects, the stronger her strength will become. After seeing Mo, Azure Dragon and the 2 Heavenly Rune Dragons felt deep veneration. They immediately saluted the little fairy and called her Lord Priest. Little Black Donkey, Black Mouse, and Baizhe are also very respectful towards Mo. Qin feels that he can let these 2 formidable Heavenly Rune Dragons stay on Divine Inscription Mountain. With Mo here, they will definitely be willing to stay. Mo began helping the 3 dragons transform. Transformation is very useful. After Black Mouse and Baizhe were transformed by Mo, their strength increased by a lot. Mo's transformation is very fast. This caused those formidable inscription beasts to exclaim in admiration again and again. Those 3 dragons also released their Dragon Heavenly Runes. Their Dragon Heavenly Runes are 1. Qin took out the Gemini treasure mirror and recorded the 3 Dragon Heavenly Runes. After recording, he is very happy in his heart because these 3 Dragon Heavenly Runes are not the same as the previous 6. In other words, he has collected 9 completely different Dragon Heavenly Runes. Boss, this is our first time coming to the 10,000 Snake Mountain range. We will take a stroll around here and then leave. If you need help, we can also help. Black Mouse said with smile. Alright. Qin nodded his head. He also hinted Black Mouse and Baizhe to make the 2 Heavenly Rune Dragons stay on Divine Inscription Mountain as much as possible. After the group of inscription beasts left, Yu said with smile, "Xiao Yun, I didn't expect that the power you established would be so strong. If those inscription beasts become ruthless, even us formidable immortal emperors would be somewhat afraid. I only want to develop in secret. Wait until I have enough strength, whoever dares to provoke us will be instantly killed." Qin Yin said with smile, "Sister Yu, can you help me call big sister Kong over?" Fei Qing? No problem. I will go now. Yu doesn't know what Qin Yin wants to do, but she knows that Kong Fei Qing has mastered heavenly runes. Qin Yin used the heaven leaping shuttle to teleport out of Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest and let Yu go out. This way, she can use the teleportation talisman to go to Moon. Great Tomb of Holy Land Chapter 1784. Great Tomb of Holy Land. Qin Yin controlled the heaven leaping shuttle to return to the depths of 10,000 Snake Mountain Range. It is very dangerous in the depths of 10,000 Snake Mountain Range because there are many natural strongholds here. For example, there would be a sudden burst of strange lightning, or an inexplicable surge of violent flames. Fortunately, the heaven leaping shuttle's defense is very strong. Moreover, it has a self-defense ability. If it senses a very strong power, the heaven leaping shuttle will suddenly shake. After sensing the vibration, Qin Yin will immediately control the heaven leaping shuttle to travel through space and get away from the danger. If not for this heaven leaping shuttle, I really don't know how to hide. Qin Yin now knows the importance of the heaven leaping shuttle. He took out the box and looked at the 6 pitch black heavenly rune beads. These heavenly rune were collected in my past life? How did I get my hands on these beads in my previous life? Qin Yin picked one up and studied it carefully. The dragon heavenly rune inside the heavenly rune is complete and can be used directly. And the dragon heavenly rune inside the Gemini treasure mirror needs an inscription master to create it. Qin Yin still doesn't know how to create a complete heavenly rune. He is now carefully studying the heavenly rune beads. These heavenly rune beads are different from the ones he is familiar with, they are bigger and more stable. The material of the heavenly rune beads is not from Immortal Desolate. Could it be that these dragon heavenly rune were collected in Divine Desolate? Xiao Yun, although you threw the Divine Universe Golden Stone into Immortal Desolate in your past life, you did not abandon it, you only hid it in Immortal Desolate. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yin nodded and said with sigh, I spent a lot of time on the Divine Universe Golden Stone in my past life, I must succeed in this life. Now he is waiting for Kong Fei Qing because she has the Gemini Heavenly Rune and can even create Gemini Heavenly Rune. Qin Yin wants to use the Gemini Heavenly Rune's special characteristic to duplicate the Dragon Heavenly Rune inside the Gemini treasure mirror. In other words, turn the Gemini Heavenly Rune into Dragon Heavenly Rune. According to his understanding of the inscriptions, this method was feasible. However, he still needed to study it more before he could implement it. In the last 2 days, Qin Yin has been earnestly looking at the 9 Dragon Heavenly Runes recorded by the Gemini treasure mirror. Momo is also watching from the side. Momo helped Qin Yin a lot and told him about the characteristics of Dragon Heavenly Rune. Momo is also diligently studying heavenly runes. She also wants to help Qin Yin condense heavenly runes. 2 days later, Yu contacted Qin Yin. Xiao Yun, we are outside the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest, come and pick us up. Yu said. Yu has been gone for 2 days, it is still quite long. Qin Yin thought that she would be able to bring Kong Fei Qing back in 1 day. Qin Yin immediately controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and flew out of the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. To his surprise, Kong Fei Qing and Gong Fian came together. Through the heaven leaping shuttle, Qin Yin released a spatial force and teleported them to the main control room. Little brother Xiao Yun, long time no see, I was worried to death. Kong Fei Qing's charming eyes flickered with smiling expression. Yun. Gong Fian lightly smiled, her sweet face is somewhat charming. Kong Fei Qing and Gong Fian are wearing beautiful red skirt, their hair is tied up in front of their chest, they look like a pair of sisters. Although they are mother and daughter, there is a big difference between them. Kong Fei Qing is more open, she is charming, she is like a big sister, she is very concerned about this little brother Qin Yun. And Gong Fian is rather bashful. She was originally a pampered woman, but after being educated by Qin Yun, her temperament changed greatly. Now she is a gentle and virtuous woman. Her smile is sweet and fresh, filled with youthful vigor. Big sister Kong, Yen Yen. Qin Yan said with smile, I also haven't seen you for a long time. I came to find you because I have some business, you won't blame me, right? Blame you for what? If it were not for you, we mother and daughter might not even be able to come to the immortal desolate. Kong Feiqing walked over with charming smile and touched Qin Yan's face. She said with heartache, Xiao Yun, you are fat. You must have been under a lot of pressure during this period of time, right? Qin Yan looked at himself in the mirror a few times before, but he did not notice that he is fat. He said with smile, the pressure is not that big, it is actually very fun. Yu said with smile from the side, Feiqing, look at you, you touched Xiao Yun until he is embarrassed. I used to touch him a lot. Kong Feiqing squinted her charming eyes, she grabbed Qin Yan's hand and touched it again and again. She said with gentle smile, Xiao Yun, why did you come to find me? It must be an urgent matter. Qin Yan said with firm expression, Big Sister Kong, how is your usage of Gemini Heavenly Rune? Kong Feiqing looked at Gong Fian and said, it is very good, both me and Yan Yan have Gemini Heavenly Rune. Can you make it like before? Didn't you give me 2 before? Qin Yan said. At that time, Ling Yuner helped him communicate with the Gemini Heavenly Rune. Not bad. The most awesome thing about Gemini Heavenly Rune is that it can replicate itself. Gong Fian walked over to Qin Yan's side and said with smile, Yun, our cultivation was so low before but we could still produce new Gemini Heavenly Rune, let alone now. Qin Yan indeed obtained 2 Gemini Heavenly Runes, one was used to refine Gemini Treasure Mirror and the other was used to refine Xiao Yuma Small Mirror. I need 3. They are very important to me, thank you for your hard work. Qin Yan said. It's not hard work, we will make them very quickly. Kong Feiqing said with smile. Then she caressed Qin Yan's face and said, Xiao Yun, you seem to have become a lot more adorable. Qin Yan is startled, then said with smile, this is the first time someone said I am adorable. Mom, don't tease Yun, we should quickly go and condense Gemini Heavenly Rune. Gong Fian chuckled and urged, Yun is in such a situation, he urgently needs Gemini Heavenly Rune, it must be very important. Kong Feiqing said with smile, it is very rare to see Xiao Yun, oh that's right, how much have you 2 comprehended Gemini Heavenly Rune? Qin Yan is also very curious, he feels that he will have to ask Yashua later. She is also someone who has Heavenly Rune. This. We are not inscription masters, it is very hard to explain. Kong Feiqing looked at Gong Fian and said, in short, after me and Yan Yan have Gemini Heavenly Rune, we felt that it is complete. Yu said, Gemini Heavenly Rune, only with 2 can it be considered complete. Kong Feiqing nodded and said, indeed. But I originally only had 1, under the condition of only having 1, I can create a new one and complete Gemini Heavenly Rune. Then can you 2 have 2 Gemini Heavenly Runes inside your bodies at the same time? Qin Yan asked again, this should be the most complete form. Kong Feiqing shook her head, although Gemini Heavenly Rune is called Gemini, it cannot exist together at the same time. In short, me and Yan Yan tried it before, 2 Gemini Heavenly Runes inside our immortal King Life Crystals rejected each other. Oh? Then when you mother and daughter were together, did you ever reject each other? Qin Yan asked. Not at all. Gong Fian said with smile, when we cultivate together with Mom, it is actually a lot faster. They have Gemini Heavenly Rune, they have a very mystical method to cultivate, it is to use Gemini Heavenly Rune to split energy and then fuse them together. Qin Yan cultivated together with them before, so he advanced by leaps and bounds. Alright, I will send you 2 to the secret room. Qin Yan yelled, send them to the 8th secret room. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian were immediately sent to the 8th secret room. Yu very curiously asked, Xiao Yun, what exactly are you doing? Those pearls have Dragon Heavenly Runes inside and now you need their Gemini Heavenly Runes. I want to make a 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Qin Yan said. 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Yu is extremely shocked. After the Devil Mirror recovered, many things related to the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation spread. Even now, many people don't know that Dragon Manor no longer has the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. However, Dragon Manor has great deterrence because people think that they have the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Yu said in shock, many Outer Heaven Domains people are very afraid of the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. It is said that when dragon race roamed outer heaven domain, they used this great formation to intimidate many formidable outer heaven domains people. Dragon race and imperial race divine palaces imperial dragon race, because of some reason, their 9-dragon heavenly origin formation no longer exists. Qin said with sigh, it is just that outside world doesn't know about it. Through the devil mirror, he heard from some outer heaven domains people that when dragon race was in outer heaven domain, they used the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation as an offensive great formation and destroyed many formidable factions. Yu also realized how big of a matter Qin is currently doing. I will do my best to help you. Yu hugged Qin waist and said with a smile, during this period of time, let me stay by your side. I want to get to know you again. Elder sister, Bing Xing, Yu Qin and the others have all been with you for a long time. You must give me a chance to get to know you again. Qin kissed her forehead and caressed her snow-white braid. He said with a smile, Palace Master Yu, if you stay by my side, I will make you do hard labor. You are a high and mighty beautiful Palace Master, are you willing to listen to my orders? Yu pinched Qin's face and said with a charming smile, you heartless fellow, in your previous life, you ordered me to do hard labor. I'm already used to it. Just as Qin and Yu are flirting, his devil mirror suddenly vibrated. It is the little black donkey contacting him. Sect Master, we have a major discovery in the 10,000 Snake Mountain range. The Dark Royal race and a group of Outer Heaven Domain fellows have discovered a very large tomb here. The little black donkey said, Sect Master, quickly come and instruct us on how to deal with those fellows. There are definitely good things in that large tomb. How can you be sure that there are good things inside? Qin asked. The Sun Sacred Land is a graveyard. This is what Qin Long told Qin. Therefore, most of the tombs in the Sun Sacred Land are sealed with some very powerful fellows. They are all very difficult to kill with their bodies. Those 3 big brothers Long said it. They said that there is a dragon totem in that tomb, little black donkey said, Sect Master, quickly come over. The emotionless immortal Qin doesn't plan to go because Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian are in the middle of crafting the new Gemini heavenly rune. He is afraid that if they encounter an accident, it will be greatly affected. Although he did not know when they would be done, they said that they would be able to produce it very quickly. Qin felt that he would not have to wait too long. Yu can see that Qin is very apprehensive. She gently caressed Qin's face and said with a smile, just send me over. Let me command. Yu is a woman who can fight very well. She belongs to the battle maniac type and is very warlike. Now that she has encountered this kind of situation, she does not want to let it go. Alright, be careful. Qin also agreed. My strength is not weak. Azure Dragon and the other inscription beasts are also strong enough. If there is any accident, we can escape. Yu said. Qin immediately confirmed the location of the little black donkey and the others, then controlled the Skyleap shuttle to teleport over. From the Heaven Leaping shuttle's main control room, Qin and Yu can see the situation outside. And right ahead, there is a pitch-black city. At first glance, one could feel a gloomy feeling. The entire city was filled with dancing qi. It is indeed a very big tomb. Qin said in amazement, it has been built to the size of a city. Who built this kind of tomb? Yu is also very curious. Qin is also very puzzled. He shook his head and said, did this tomb suddenly appear? I didn't notice it before. The 10,000 Snake Mountain range is huge. It's normal that you didn't notice. Yu took out a long saber and said, teleport me out. Qin also saw the black donkey and the others. They were at the top of a mountain, looking at the black city that was surrounded by many tall mountains. I will take you there. Qin said. After he controlled the Heaven Leaping shuttle to approach, he teleported out with Yu and arrived at the top of the mountain. Qin said, this is Palace Master Yu. Just listen to her commands. The black donkey whispered, Boss, are you worried that the Divine Universe Goldstone will be sensed? Is that why you're not coming with us? Qin did indeed have such worries. If he followed the team and was sensed by many powerful Outer Heaven Domain forces, it would indeed be very troublesome. Rest assured and follow Palace Master Nethermoon. Qin Yan said with a smile, you must remember, if you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Got it. He Shu said with a smile, boss, we'll go take a look. You can take a stroll nearby. Qin Yan nodded before returning to the heaven-leaping shuttle. He controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to the other side of the Black City, far away from Yu Yu and the rest. Is this really a tomb? Why does it look like a city? Qin Yan was somewhat puzzled. He had never seen such a huge mausoleum that was built like a city. Not long after, Yu Yu sent a message, Xiao Yun, not only the Darkness Royal race is here, Sun Spirit race and Sun Hunter race are also here. There are also many Outer Heaven Domain people outside the city gates. Is that really a tomb? Qin Yan asked. Yes. The city gate is a tombstone. On it is written Grave of Heartless Immortal Venerable. Yu Yu said. Heartless Immortal? Who was this? Have you heard of it? Qin Yan is somewhat astonished. Immortal Venerable is a very rare title. Sufficiently powerful immortal emperors, after dominating an area for many years, would be called Great Emperors. For example, Immortal Desolate Great Emperor, Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Netherworld Great Emperor. And now, there are many new powerful immortal emperors whose strength is comparable to those three great emperors. They did not obtain the title of Great Emperor because they did not dominate an area for a long time. Immortal Venerable and Great Emperor are the same, both are titles. However, Immortal Venerable is above Great Emperor. To be conferred the title of Immortal Venerable, not only their strength has reached the peak of immortals, their actions are also worthy of respect and worship. In other words, the title of Immortal Venerable is conferred by later generations. His character is recognized by everyone. It can be said that people who are conferred the title of Immortal Venerable are people who once influenced the entire Immortal Desolate and were revered by many people in the Immortal Desolate. This kind of person can smoothly enter the Sacred Desolate. Just because they are revered by all the immortals, they can obtain the weak saint power of all the immortals and become an eternal saint. They can blast open the gate of the Sacred Desolate and enter the Sacred Desolate. I've never heard of it, but to be called an Immortal Venerable, he must be very amazing. Yu Yu said. Heartless Immortal Venerable? This person claims to be heartless, and how can a heartless person become an Immortal Venerable? Qin Yan is also extremely curious. Yu Yu said, Xiao Yun, did you notice that the people from the Outer Heaven Domain did not continue to chase you? Instead, they are rushing towards that tomb. Qin Yan indeed noticed. It can be seen that the attractiveness of the tomb is about the same as his Divine Universe Golden Stone. Those guys might know something. Yu Yu said, I'll go and find out. Qin Yan looked at Heartless Immortal Venerable's huge tomb from a distance. He also saw Yu Yu leading the little black donkey and others towards the entrance of the tomb. Just as they were about to approach, a burst of intense golden light suddenly appeared in the sky above the tomb. Roar, an ear-piercing and unpleasant dragon roar resounded, the earth trembled, wind and clouds surged in all directions, tyrannical dragon power surged. Qin Yan shouted in alarm, Sister Yu Yu, quickly retreat. It's a guy from the Sun Spirit race, it's a very strong dragon transformation saint insect. Didn't you and Shu Yan kill a divine sun dragon empress before? Isn't that the strongest? Yu Yu is also very astonished because she can sense how terrifying that dragon power is. That one before was only the divine sun dragon empress, this one should be the divine sun dragon emperor. Of course, they are all transformed from those bugs, they should be called soul poison insect emperors. Qin Yan said, these guys are still very strong, don't get close. The Azure Dragon and the other two Heavenly Rune Dragons also sensed how terrifying the soul poison insect emperor is, so they stopped one after another. Yu Yu also had no choice but to quickly retreat to avoid being affected. From the distance, Qin Yan can see a huge beast flapping its wings suddenly descend from the golden cloud in the sky. That huge beast has a bug-like body, it is segmented and looks somewhat disgusting. Its wings are like moth wings and its head looks a bit like a dragon, but it is very ugly. The only part of its body that looks more like a dragon is that it has 4 very large dragon claws. However, it does not match its body at all. The soul poison insect emperor suddenly appeared, a large number of Sun Spirit race experts also followed. This tomb has already been occupied by my Sun Spirit race. As for the rest of you, quickly leave. Otherwise, if you steal this tomb, you will be viewed as a great enemy by my sun spirit race. The old man from the sun spirit race shouted, I'll give you an hour to leave this place. After an hour, if there are still people nearby, we will kill them. The sun spirit race is extremely powerful. As soon as they appeared, they announced that this tomb was theirs. Xianxia is somewhat puzzled. Because this tomb is so important to the sun spirit race, it must be hiding something. Impudent. Sun spirit race, who do you think you are? Someone shouted angrily. When Xianxia heard this voice, he is even more surprised. It is actually the immortal desolate dragon emperor. The immortal desolate dragon emperor is here. Heartless immortal venerable's tomb has finally appeared. What does this mean? An illusory voice sounded. When Xianxia heard that voice, he cursed in his heart. It is actually the immortal desolate sacred master. The immortal desolate sacred master faintly smiled. I am the immortal desolate sacred master, but this place is the sun sacred land. It has nothing to do with me. I just came here to take a look. Coward. Xianxia cursed in his heart. Heartless immortal venerable once repelled the powerful enemies of the outer heaven domain and protected the immortal desolate from being invaded by the evil powers of the outer heaven domain. We shouldn't disturb him. The voice of the person who spoke is old and indistinct, as if it came from all directions. When Xianxia heard this person's voice, he is alarmed. It is actually that swindler Tiandaozi. The appearance of Tiandaozi also caused many people to be on guard, because this is a very mysterious expert. Boom boom boom, a rumbling sound echoed out, only to see a huge mountain suddenly flying over, rampaging along the way and smashing many mountains. It is the heavenly Tao altar that is like a huge mountain, Xianxia said with a frown. What is this guy doing here? I wonder if De Zhuang is nearby. Devil immortal great emperor said with a sneer, heartless immortal venerable is someone from the previous era, he has nothing to do with this era. That's not true, if not for him protecting the previous era. You might not have been born in this era. Tiandaozi indifferently said, heartless immortal venerable is a heavenly Tao expert, I hope everyone will not disturb him. Bullshit. Heartless immortal venerable once obtained the help of the sun, he obtained a peerless divine weapon that descended from the sun and successfully repelled many outer heaven domain powers. And our sun spirit race represents the sun, we are here to take back that peerless divine weapon, the old man from the sun spirit race shouted. Xianxia is secretly astonished. He thought that the people buried in the sun sacred land were all evil people. He never expected that there would be heroes like heartless immortal venerable. The sun spirit race is extremely powerful. Especially their soul-poisoned sacred insects. If one was hit by their tricks, they would be tortured to the point of mental collapse. If you want to oppose our sun spirit race, then bring it on, the old man from the sun spirit race sneered and rushed down from the sky. Tiandaozi lightly sighed, fine, since heartless immortal venerable's tomb has appeared, it means that the fate of this tomb has come to an end. Swindler. Xianxia cursed in his heart. In other words, now only the dragon race has to fight against the sun spirit race. However, the dragon race is not the sun spirit race's opponent and the dragon race didn't send many dragons. Heartless immortal venerable killed many experts of my heaven horn heavenly domain. Today, I want to dig up his tomb to take revenge. I ask you to not stop us. The person who spoke is a middle-aged man. As soon as his voice appeared, a large group of people flew over from the sky with a hoo-hoo-hoo sound. Xianxia carefully looked at this group of people, each and every one of them are very big, more than 3 meters tall. They all have a half-meter long red horn on their head. These are the heavenly horn people from the heaven horn heavenly domain. After the heavenly horn people appeared, they released a formidable aura. Suddenly wind and waves rose up and the earth crazily shook. The people in the vicinity had no choice but to continue retreating. Heavenly rune heavenly punishment. After the heaven horn people landed, they arrived at the door of the tomb in the blink of an eye. And the sun spirit race people also appeared, 2 powerful forces were facing each other in front of the door. Immortal desolate dragon emperor didn't appear because they didn't have enough people on their side. The heaven horn people looked at the short sun spirit race people and sneered, Xianxia is nearby, aren't you going to catch him? He is the #1 enemy of your sun spirit race, you still have the mind to dawdle with us here. We will deal with Xianxia sooner or later, we don't need you to remind us. The sun spirit race old man looked at Xianxia's direction and snorted. Qin is nearby and more than half of the people from the outer heaven are rushing over to Qin. Some of them are still near Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb. Many of them must have heard of Heartless Immortal Venerable. This expert from the previous era left such a deep impression on them, it can be seen how powerful he is. These bastards. Qin saw that people from the outer heaven are chasing him, he can only leave immediately. Of course, he didn't go far from Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb. He controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to wander nearby and then watched what happened near Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb through the magic mirror. On the magic mirror, many things about Heartless Immortal Venerable appeared, they were all provided by those people from the outer heaven. Heartless Immortal Venerable once led his Heartless Immortal sect to repel hundreds of outer heaven forces that wanted to occupy Immortal Desolate. Many outer heaven forces sent very powerful immortal emperors over, but they were all killed by Heartless Immortal Venerable. Moreover, Heartless Immortal Venerable used the heads of those powerful immortal emperors to set up a great formation. A large number of bodies of outer heaven cultivators were piled up into a mountain. The magic mirror also said that because of the abnormality of the sun, many sun god crystals fell in Immortal Desolate and attracted many people from the outer heaven to fight for them. Sun god crystals are very rare in other heavens, so when they detected a large number of them in Immortal Desolate, they immediately rushed over. In the end, they were all killed by Heartless Immortal Venerable. Immortal Desolate used to be very united, fighting against outer heaven cultivators. No wonder they were conferred the title of Immortal Venerable. Qin sighed. Shocking news suddenly appeared on the magic mirror. The Sun Soul tribe and the Heaven Horn tribe started fighting. The Sun Spirit race had a good relationship with many outer heavens, and the Heaven Horn tribe also had a few outer heavens allies. At this time, both sides were fighting beside the tomb of the emotionless immortal. Sister Yu, you don't need to go there for now. Qin said with smile, those guys are fighting. I won't leave for now. The Dark Royal family is still nearby. These guys didn't make a move. If those two groups of people were to fight until both sides are injured, we would be able to take advantage of them. Yu said. The Dark Royal race guys are not weak, can you deal with them? Qin asked. Isn't there still the dragon race? They are watching from the sidelines. They won't let the Dark Royal race succeed. Yu said with a smile, the dragon race and the Guanhan Palace are allies of the Emperor race. I can join hands with them at that time. Then be careful. Qin warned. Got it. Yu nodded. Yu is the Guanhan Palace's palace master. Guanhan Palace's reconstruction, her contributions cannot go unnoticed. In the early days of reconstruction, she used her formidable power to intimidate many immortal emperors. Many outer heavens domain people are chasing Qin. Qin can only temporarily leave the 10,000 Snake Mountain range and head towards the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. The people chasing Qin all loudly cursed because they know that Qin has returned to the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. This way, everyone knows that it will be very difficult to catch Qin unless they can restrict him from traveling through space. Or they can keep up with Qin and destroy the heaven-leaping shuttle. Qin is observing the battle situation from time to time inside the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. What surprised him is that the Sun Spirit race and their outer heavens domain allies have suffered many casualties. The Heaven Horn tribe are indeed very powerful. Their large horns are very berserk. When they fight, they directly rush over and use the powerful large horns on their heads to attack. Their large horns can absorb all kinds of berserk power or release a kind of power to send them flying. Their large horns could also release a very strong power, condensing an extremely strong penetrating power, penetrating through all kinds of defensive magic treasures. There are about 100 Heaven Horn people, each of them is a very powerful immortal emperor. Their bodies are like lightning, flying back and forth, using the large horns on their heads to attack people. Those who are hit by the large horns are either dead or injured. Through the magic mirror, Qin can see that one of the outer heavens domain people was pierced through by the flying Heaven Horn people. If one's body isn't strong enough, one hit by the Heaven Horn people's large horns would instantly shatter their body. The huge soul venom insect emperor's body is also pierced through by the Heaven Horn people. The Heaven Horn people aren't afraid of the Sun Spirit race's attack at all. Furthermore, the Heaven Horn people's allies are also very powerful. They have caused the Sun Spirit race's side to suffer heavy casualties. In just a few hours, the Sun Spirit race has been defeated and the Soul Venom Insect Emperor has also been beaten to the ground by the Heaven Horn people. Next, many people can see through the magic mirror that the Heaven Horn people's terrifying horns have pierced into the Soul Venom Insect Emperor's body and devoured its energy. In just a short period of time, the Soul Venom Insect Emperor's huge body began to shrink. The energy inside its body was crazily devoured. The Sun Spirit race people have kicked an iron plate. Qin Yin sighed in his heart, the Outer Heavens people are truly powerful. They cultivate all kinds of abilities. Xiao Yun, the sudden appearance of Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb is not a coincidence. Ling Yin'er said, what do you think this has to do with? What does it have to do with? Qin Yin said with frown, this should have suddenly appeared, what is there to be a coincidence or not? This tomb has been underground all this time. But it suddenly appeared during this period of time. Ling Yin'er said, think about it, what does it have to do with? Qin Yin frowned and thought about it, then said in surprise, could it be that Heartless Immortal Venerable is not dead? He suddenly appeared to deal with the Outer Heavens people? Yes, in this era, it should be at this time that a large number of Outer Heavens people come over. Ling Yin'er said, because a large number of Outer Heavens people came to capture you, they are moving around in the 10,000 Snake Mountain range. Heartless Immortal Venerable is very familiar with Outer Heavens people, maybe he has been awakened. In that case, maybe Heartless Immortal Venerable is also learning the secret cultivation methods of ancient era people. Qin Yin thought of this point and felt extremely astonished. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, maybe you will be able to see Heartless Immortal Venerable's elegant demeanor. Qin Yin told you about this speculation and told them not to attack the city-like tomb as much as possible to avoid being targeted by the awakened Heartless Immortal Venerable. 2 days passed by, battles continued unceasingly inside Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb. Not only the Heaven Horn people want to monopolize the tomb, there are also many Outer Heavens people who want to monopolize the tomb. Heartless Immortal Venerable once killed all the famous immortal emperors of the nearby hundreds of heaven domains. Those heaven domains people all wanted to monopolize Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb. They wanted to see if Heartless Immortal Venerable's powerful secret was hidden inside the tomb. Qin Yin arrived at the 8th secret room inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian condensed 3 Gemini heavenly runes and sealed them inside the Soul Sealing Pearl. You have worked hard, big sister Kong, Yen Yen. Qin Yin said with smile, thank you. No need to be polite, let big sister touch it. Kong Feiqing smiled charmingly. She is extremely flirtatious and flirtatious, she extended her hands to touch Qin Yin's face. Mother. Gong Fian's face became red as she said in soft voice, don't touch a Yun, you are too outrageous. So what? I just like touching this adorable little brother. Kong Feiqing said with smile. Her beautiful eyes flickered with coquettish intent, she looked at Qin Yin and smiled charmingly. After Kong Feiqing is satisfied, she said with smile, Xiao Yun, I want to rest with Yen Yen. Wait for me to rest, you must let me touch your face again. Alright, no problem. Qin Yin said with smile. Mother, you are really something. Gong Fian lightly rebuked, then said to Qin Yin with smile, Yun, don't mind her. My mother is like this, she always thinks that she is very young. Wretched girl, are you saying that I am an old cow eating cradle grass? Kong Feiqing scolded with smile and then pinched Gong Fian's face. Qin Yin left the 8th secret room and let them rest inside. Then he promptly returned to the main control room. Inside the main control room, he can understand the situation outside very well. Qin Yin took out the Gemini treasure mirror and made a dragon heavenly rune appear on the mirror. Then he took out the heavenly rune pearl with the Gemini heavenly rune sealed inside. Follow my intuition. Qin Yin poured his formidable blood spirit power into the Gemini treasure mirror. He activated the Gemini treasure mirror and stimulated the dragon heavenly rune inside, then shined it on the Gemini heavenly rune inside the heavenly rune pearl. Ah! Qin Yin suddenly groaned in low voice because he is feeling some pain, this pain is coming from his soul. Why is it so painful? Qin Yin is very doubtful. I don't know. Although you consumed a lot, it didn't affect your soul. Ling Yin'er also didn't know the reason. Qin Yin can only endure the pain and continue. He can also sense that after the Gemini heavenly rune inside the heavenly rune was shined on by the Gemini treasure mirror, the inside of the Gemini Heavenly Rune has changed. The Gemini Heavenly Rune is transforming into Dragon Heavenly Rune bit by bit. Success! Xianxia is very happy in his heart. Although he is consuming a lot of blood spirit power, he feels that it is not a problem. The only problem is that his soul is suffering from an indescribable pain. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly shook the entire Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest. The Thunder Fog inside the Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest was originally very calm, but now it is frantically surging. Xiaoyun, quickly run! You are provoking heavenly punishment. Ling Yun'er suddenly yelled. What? Xianxia suddenly realized why his soul is in so much pain. It is a kind of heavenly punishment. He immediately controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and flew towards the 10,000 Snake Mountain Range. After arriving at the 10,000 Snake Mountain Range, a large amount of berserk thunder and lightning dropped down from the sky. There are many people inside the 10,000 Snake Mountain Range. They all saw a bottle gourd-like thing being bombarded by a large amount of violent thunder and lightning. Xianxia refined the Dragon Heavenly Rune and provoked heavenly punishment. Altar Refuge, Chapter 1787. Heavenly punishments. Thunder and lightning are very berserk. Spectators saw Xianxia's heaven-leaping shuttle being bombarded by such dreadful thunder and lightning. They all thought that a formidable expert has appeared. Outer Heaven Domain Super Expert has arrived? This kind of thunder and lightning is too dreadful. Someone cried out in alarm. Xianxia is done for this time. His heaven-leaping shuttle is truly awesome. It can actually last for so long. If it was something else, it would have already been blasted to pieces. A middle-aged man looked towards the direction of the great tomb and said again, could it be related to Heartless Immortal Venerable? Don't talk nonsense, there is no relation. It must be a super expert who came over and discovered Xianxia in passing, that's why he took action. A3. I wonder who is so formidable. This guy wants to obtain Xianxia's Divine Universe Golden Stone. Very quickly, the scene of the heaven-leaping shuttle being bombarded by the formidable heavenly thunder spread on the Devil Mirror. After Yu saw it, she immediately contacted Xianxia through the Devil Mirror. Many of Xianxia's friends are also continuously contacting him. Xianxia also replied saying that he is fine for the time being and don't worry. He is currently refining Dragon Heavenly Rune. It is also a very crucial moment. He doesn't have time to say anything. Moreover, he still needs to control the heaven-leaping shuttle to release power to resist the berserk heavenly thunder. Xiaoyun, this won't do. The heaven-leaping shuttle will be destroyed. Ling Yun'er said. Xianxia can also feel the pressure from the heaven-leaping shuttle. He promptly sent over Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing from the 8th secret room and let them enter the 9 Sun Divine Soul together with Shui Tianzi and the others. It seems like refining Dragon Heavenly Rune is violating Heavenly Tao law. Xianxia is very puzzled and said in his heart, Big Sister Kong and the others refined so many Gemini Heavenly Rune but nothing happened to them. Their Gemini Heavenly Rune can give birth to new Gemini Heavenly Rune. This is an innate ability and you transform Gemini Heavenly Rune into Dragon Heavenly Rune. This is not a natural matter, it is a result of human intervention. Ling Yun'er said. Alright. Xianxia firmly held the Gemini treasure mirror and unceasingly poured formidable blood spirit power into it. Although he expended a lot of blood soul power, it was nothing to Xianxia. His blood soul power was extremely rich. It was because of the heavenly punishment that his soul felt numb. Furthermore, the heaven-leaping shuttle had been struck by the heavenly lightning. If this continued, the heaven-leaping shuttle would be destroyed. We must not let the sky-leaping shuttle be destroyed. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, if the heaven-leaping shuttle is destroyed, it will be very troublesome for me to face the pursuit of the Outer Heaven Domain people in the future. He immediately steered the heaven-leaping shuttle to a certain location. Meanwhile, a large number of violent heavenly lightning continued to appear in the sky. The people nearby were alarmed when they saw this, because that kind of powerful heavenly lightning power did not seem to be something that could be released by a creature from the immortal level space. Many people rushed over to where the heaven-leaping shuttle was. When they sensed the remnant energy, they cried out in alarm. A very powerful saint force. That's saint-level lightning. Don't tell me that Sacred Desolate's expert can directly kill Xianxia through space? This is too awesome, I want to quickly send it to the magic mirror. Many people, beasts, and all kinds of creatures in the immortal desolate are paying attention to the heartless immortal venerable's tomb and the matter of Qin Yun's heaven-leaping shuttle being bombarded through the magic mirror. Now, everyone knows that the lightning that attacked Qin Yun's heaven-leaping shuttle contains extremely strong saint power. It does not belong to the immortal desolate. A sacred desolate expert attacked, but no one saw that expert. This is the speculation of many people. However, they don't know that the danger Qin Yun is facing is much more dreadful than that of a sacred desolate expert. It is the mysterious power of heavenly punishment. Qin Yun controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and quickly flew towards a huge mountain. That huge mountain can move. It is the heavenly Dao altar where Tian Daozi lives. After Qin Yun approached the heavenly Dao altar, he aimed at the entrance of the altar. It is a relatively large hole. So, the heaven-leaping shuttle passed through in a short while and smoothly entered the heavenly Dao altar. And the violent lightning in the sky is now crazily bombarding the heavenly Dao altar. From the outside, the heavenly Dao altar looks like a towering mountain. Although there are many huge mountains in the 10,000 Snake Mountain range, the heavenly Dao altar looks completely out of place. It is clear that it is not a mountain here. That swindler Tian Daozi brought the heavenly Dao altar here. He really helped me a bit. Ha ha ha. After Qin Yun sensed the threat the heaven-leaping shuttle is facing, he very happily laughed and said, "The passage to the heavenly Dao altar has been blocked." Only Shiman Dazhuang's shocked voice can be heard. "Master, this is old uncle's heaven-leaping shuttle. Wasn't he struck by lightning before? This bastard." Even the normally calm and composed Tian Daozi who talks like a swindler cannot help but angrily curse in low voice. The lightning that attacked him is heavenly punishment. This guy provoked heavenly punishment again. Then will there be any problem with our heavenly Dao altar? Master, we should quickly leave. Shiman Dazhuang very anxiously said. There won't be any problem. Tian Daozi stroked his beard and groaned. I don't know what kind of heinous crime this guy committed to provoke such a powerful heavenly punishment. Shiman Dazhuang yelled, "Old uncle, I am Dazhuang. Are you all right? You're not dead, are you?" Qin Yun is currently refining Dragon Heavenly Rune. After hearing Shiman Dazhuang's voice, he endured the pain in his soul and unhappily said, "Dazhuang, how can I die? I am refining something and attracted heavenly punishment. I will hide here for a bit and then leave." Shiman Dazhuang said with smile, "Old uncle, you have divine universe golden stone, so many people are chasing you. Why don't you just stay here? Heavenly Dao altar is very powerful." He did not even finish speaking when Tian Daozi rushed over like an arrow, covered his mouth and cursed in low voice, "Dazhuang, aren't you causing trouble for master? We cannot let him stay here for long, otherwise the heavenly Dao altar will be destroyed." "Master, don't worry. Old uncle won't destroy this heavenly Dao altar. I guarantee that old uncle will give me face." Shiman Dazhuang said with smile. "I mean, it will be destroyed by other guys." Tian Daozi groaned and said, "Dazhuang, how can you be so stupid? This guy is a star of calamity. Letting him stay here is just drawing fire to yourself." Qin Yun heard Tian Daozi's words and laughed loudly. "Senior Tian Daozi, you are truly a good person. I will stay here for a few more years. Am I disturbing you? You have already disturbed me. If you can escape this time, you should quickly leave." Tian Daozi groaned and said, "Senior Tian Daozi, Dazhuang asked me to stay. How can I have the nerve to leave?" Qin Yun said with smile. From now on, he has successfully refined a Dragon Heavenly Rune. The Dragon Heavenly Rune projected by the Gemini treasure mirror shone on the Gemini Heavenly Rune and turned it into a Dragon Heavenly Rune. The pain in Qin Yun's head also lessened by a lot. He stored the Dragon Heavenly Rune and walked out of the heaven-leaping shuttle. After storing the shuttle, he said with smile, "Senior Tian Daozi. Long time no see. I don't want to see you again." Tian Daozi groaned and said, "Young Master Qin, you have brought us a lot of trouble. I ask you to quickly leave." "Tian Daozi, can I stay here for a few days? I am in the middle of a very important matter. After I finish, I will be invincible under heaven." Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, "At that time, I won't take refuge here. I am worried that if you stay here for a few days, the heavenly Dao altar will be destroyed. Young Master Qin, my strength is limited, please don't harm me." Tian Daozi very anxiously said. Qin Yan said, I won't, I will only stay for a few days. Tian Daozi cannot drive Qin Yan away because he knows that it will be very difficult to do so. He cursed a few times in his heart and said again, then tell me, how many days do you want to stay? 100 days. Qin Yan said. He wants to create the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation here. This is called a few days? Tian Daozi somewhat angrily said, young Master Qin, don't tease me. 9 days? Is that okay? Qin Yan curled his lips. Alright, after 9 days, you must leave. Tian Daozi finished speaking, thought for a bit and added, if the heavenly Dao altar is besieged, you must quickly leave. Alright. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Many people saw Qin Yan's heaven-leaping shuttle enter the heavenly Dao altar. Immortal Desolate and Outer Heaven domains people know very little about the heavenly Dao altar. Especially Outer Heaven domains people, they don't care too much about it. After learning that Qin Yan is inside the heavenly Dao altar, they immediately attacked. Qin Yan has been inside the heaven-leaping shuttle all along, he has finally stopped running around. Now he is inside a huge strange mountain. This news circulated on the Devil Mirror for a while and then was deleted. However, all Outer Heaven domains people know about this matter. Many formidable Outer Heaven domains immortals immediately rushed towards the heavenly Dao altar. In just a short period of 1 hour, the heavenly Dao altar is surrounded by all kinds of strange-looking Outer Heaven domains people, as well as all kinds of large and small odd-shaped flying immortal tools. The spectators in the distance also transmitted the scene here to the Magic Mirror platform, allowing many people to see the situation here. Inside the heavenly Law altar, through the Devil Mirror, Qin Yan can see many huge pillars surrounding the heavenly Law altar. These are all formidable formation pillars, they formed a barrier to trap Qin Yan. Young Master Qin, we are finished. Tian Daozi is very worried, he knocked on the door of a stone room, Qin Yan is inside. Senior Tian Daozi, don't worry, nothing will happen. Qin Yan said. Boom boom, the heavenly Dao altar is suddenly being attacked. Outer Heaven domains people came from all direction, some released frantic energy, some released all kinds of weapons and immortal talisman tools, some released energy balls from their flying immortal tools. Finished, finished, finished. Tian Daozi let out a long sigh. Qin Yan has rested enough, he immediately began refining the 2nd dragon heavenly rune. He took out the Gemini treasure mirror and shined it on a Gemini heavenly rune bead. The attacks outside are becoming more and more frantic, but Qin Yan is very calm. Senior, this heavenly Dao altar is not afraid of heavenly punishment lightning, why are you afraid of those guys? Qin Yan said with smile. Of course heavenly Dao altar is not afraid of heavenly punishment power, but those guys' attacks can destroy it. Tian Daozi bitterly sighed outside the door. Inside the tomb Tian Daozi was originally very worried, but after hearing Qin Yan's words, he relaxed a lot. But he still feels that this is inconceivable. He is very curious about what Qin Yan is doing to attract such formidable heavenly punishment. Uncle, how did you attract that damned heavenly punishment? Can you teach me? Shiman Dazhuang is also outside the door, he excitedly shouted. Tian Daozi immediately glared at him and shouted in low voice, Dazhuang, don't bring about your own destruction. You are not as tenacious as him, what if you die? Shiman Dazhuang curled his lips and said, who said that? My life is very tenacious. I won't die, I will also learn how to attract heavenly punishment. You brat, why are you so disobedient? Tian Daozi is very worried. He is very worried that Shiman Dazhuang will learn heavenly punishment from Qin Yan. Tian Daozi doesn't know how Qin Yan attracted heavenly punishment, but he knows that it is very formidable. If he can't block it in time, he will very easily be killed. Dazhuang, this is not easy to learn, it is also very dangerous. If Senior Tian Daozi did not move the heavenly Dao altar here, I wouldn't even know how to hide. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, many thanks to Senior Tian Daozi for saving me. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have come to this damned place. Tian Daozi mumbled a few words and then yelled, is the heavenly punishment coming soon? The heavenly Dao altar can't hold on for much longer. Qin Yan said, it is coming soon, just wait patiently. Tian Daozi immediately pulled Shiman Dazhuang away. He is worried that Shiman Dazhuang will learn heavenly punishment from Qin Yan. Outside the heavenly law altar, there were many outer heavens attacking the heavenly law altar crazily. The heavenly Tao altar is like a huge mountain, it is very easy to hit from a distance. And the heavenly Tao altar is not as weak as Tian Daozi said, it still has some defensive power. Even after being attacked for a while, it is still completely fine. Qin Yan suddenly felt his soul aching. A very frantic energy wave suddenly appeared above the heavenly Tao altar. Rumble, an earth-shattering clap of thunder suddenly exploded, and a large amount of lightning poured down like a waterfall around the heavenly law altar, covering a large area with rustling sounds. The area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters around the altar of heaven was covered in lightning. The heavenly punishment that appeared this time was even more powerful. The main reason was that the heavenly punishment didn't punish Qin Yun. Not only did Qin Yun not repent, but he also continued to violate the laws of nature to refine an extremely rare dragon heavenly rune. Therefore, the heavenly punishment became even more violent than before. The large number of outer heavens near the heavenly Tao altar didn't expect such violent heavenly lightning to suddenly appear when they were attacking the heavenly Tao altar. In an instant, a large number of people from the outer heavens were struck by lightning. All kinds of tragic screams burst out at the same time. The surroundings of the heavenly law altar were like hell, with all kinds of screams coming out. What was terrifying was that a large number of outer heavens were either killed or seriously injured. The weaker outer heavens exploded as soon as they were struck by the lightning. Those with a bit of strength could only leave behind a relatively intact corpse. In the end, they would still be killed by the powerful heavenly lightning. Only a small number of people reacted and immediately blocked the heavenly lightning and then quickly fled the area covered by the lightning. So many powerful people from the outer heavens besieged the heavenly law altar. Just as they were about to break the heavenly law altar, lightning suddenly appeared and slaughtered the people from the outer heavens, causing countless casualties. A large amount of trash fell on the ground near the heavenly law altar. They are all flying immortal tools, weapons, and all kinds of corpses. Tian Daozi looked through the magic mirror and shook his head. You reap what you sow, this is the result of opposing the heavenly Tao. Qin Yan released the nether spirit sacred blade and circled around outside a few times, collecting all the remnant souls of the dead. These are very good sacrificial offerings. Now the entire immortal desolate is in an uproar. The strength of outer heavens is very strong, many experts in the immortal desolate can see it with their own eyes. But in a split second, a large number of them were killed by the lightning. The most shocking thing is that the lightning also chased after Qin Yun before. The sudden appearance of the lightning caused people to feel very bewildered. Could it be from the thunder fog heavenly forest? Most likely. Only thunder fog heavenly forest's lightning can be so dreadful. That guy Qin Yun, how did he attract thunder fog heavenly forest's lightning? I don't know. In short, it's better to stay away from that guy Qin Yun. It's too strange, outer heavens have suffered heavy casualties this time. Everyone is discussing one after another. Although many outer heavens have died, they can still send reinforcements. Because the divine universe golden stone is very precious, the heavenly law altar is not far from Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb. No one dares to approach the heavenly law altar because it is being bombarded by a large amount of lightning. Everyone's attention shifted to Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb. All kinds of fierce battles broke out outside the entrance of the tomb. The main reason is that many factions want to seize Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb and obtain the things inside. Yu Yu and the others did not participate in the battle, they are just watching from the side. Now, Heaven Horn Heavenly Domains people have the upper hand. They and a few powerful allies have completely repelled the factions that challenged them. Heavenly Horn people, aren't you going to capture Qin Yun? That guy is inside that mountain, the divine universe golden stone he controls is better than Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb. Immortal. Desolate Sacred Master's illusory voice came from the distance. We are not stupid. If Qin Yun was so easy to capture, we would have already captured him, there is no need to wait until now. An old Heavenly Horn person said with sneer, whoever wants to capture him can capture him, but we are not going to capture Qin Yun for now. Earlier, because a group of people wanted to capture Qin Yun, they were killed by powerful heavenly thunder. The Heavenly Horn people have already gathered in front of Heartless Immortal Venerable's entrance. The entrance is a giant stele. If they want to enter the city-like tomb, they must move the giant stele away. This is not a problem for the formidable heavenly horn people. They gathered together and through the powerful heavenly horn above their head, they condensed a blood-red power. The heavenly horn above their head is originally red, now it is releasing blood-red energy, causing the large horn to flicker with red light. This kind of energy is completely bombarding the giant steel. The giant steel looks very sturdy, but now it is being pushed back by the red light beam shockwave. "Hit it," the leader of the heavenly horn people shouted. All the red light beams suddenly concentrated on the top of the giant steel. As a result, the giant steel was also blasted down by the power. The giant steel fell down and a wave of energy rushed out. The people outside all shivered at the sight. Yu took out the devil mirror and sent a message to Qin Yun. She asked, "Xiao Yun, the tomb has opened. Do you have any suggestions?" "Don't go in," Qin Yun said, "you guys just watch from the side. If anything falls out, pick it up." "Alright." Yu originally wanted to command this small team, but she did not expect that so many powerful people would suddenly appear. She can only watch from the side. Those few outer heaven domain powers added up to several hundred people. Now they are all filled with confidence, they are holding weapons and flying through the door. The energy inside is so dense, they are not afraid at all. The leader of the heavenly horn people continuously shot out red light beams from his head to open the way inside. Other people can only watch from the outside, they don't dare to go in. After all, this place was attacked by the heavenly horn people, only they can go in. Dragon race and other immortal desolate native powers are watching from the outside. Not long after, the great tomb suddenly shook. Ah! Waves of miserable screams came from inside, a large number of people suddenly ran out. The first to run out are the heavenly horn people. There are more than 100 heavenly horn people, but now less than 100 came out. A few of them had their horns chopped off. As for the other outer heaven domain powers, only half of them managed to come out. Most of them are seriously injured. Their injuries are very strange. Their bodies are all distorted. For example, many people's faces are directly distorted and deformed. In addition, many parts of the body would also distort and become different from their original state. This power can turn a powerful body into soft mud and randomly twist and turn. The strength of the outer heaven domain people is extremely formidable. They must have many formidable defensive methods on their bodies. However, they are still seriously injured. This means that there is an extremely dreadful thing inside the great tomb. After all, this is a motionless immortal venerable's tomb, it is normal for there to be powerful things guarding it. As a result, no one dares to go in. There is something inside a motionless immortal venerable's tomb, but no one dares to go in. The door opened and dancing energy rushed out with a whistling sound. Everyone stood at the door and looked. They can only see the thick black fog inside, they can't see the top. The entire great tomb is shrouded in black fog. There is a very powerful barrier covering the sky above the great tomb. No one can go down from above, they can only go in through the door. Of course, even if someone wants to go in, the heavenly horn people won't let them. The people of Heaven Horn felt that the great tomb belonged to them. As long as they are here, no one can go in. If they can't go in, they also won't allow others to go in. This is to prevent some powerful people from obtaining good things inside. In front of the door of a motionless immortal venerable's tomb, the heavenly horn people and the other outer heaven domain alliance have joined forces to guard the door. Dragon race, emperor race, dark royal race, nether sect, devil immortal, beyond heaven domain and Xian family people are watching from outside. Soon, several inscription aristocratic families also arrived. The most worrisome thing was that the Sun Hunters had actually come as well. While the entrance of the great tomb is very quiet, the violent thunder above the heavenly Tao altar suddenly dissipated. Qin Yun successfully refined another dragon heavenly rune. Although the violent thunder above the heavenly Tao altar has dissipated, no one immediately went over. Everyone is worried that the terrifying violent thunder will suddenly appear. Everyone here has seen this kind of violent thunder with their own eyes. Even now, they can still feel the remnant violent thunder aura in the air. It is filled with strong saint power. Qin Yun is hiding inside the heavenly Tao altar. Many people here want to capture him and skin him alive, but they don't dare to go over. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with smile, "Since no one can enter the great tomb, let's go capture Qin Yun." 9 dragons assemble. Qin Yun was not easy to capture. If he was easy to capture, it would not be their turn. Everyone knew that in the past few days, although many people from the outer heaven realms could see the sky-leaping shuttle, they could only see it from afar before it disappeared. They had tools that could sense the fluctuations coming from the divine universe Goldstone, so they knew where Qin Yun was. And Qin Yun can use the heaven-leaping shuttle to jump through space. Moreover, he can jump back and forth between Thunder Fog Heavenly Forest and 10,000 Snake Mountain Range. Actually, there are many immortal desolate people who are very dissatisfied with the Outer Heaven Domain people. So they ridiculed the Outer Heaven Domain people for coming all the way here just to play hide and seek with Qin Yun. Of course, there are also people who say that the people of the Outer Heavens are like monkeys, being toyed with by Qin Yun. Seeing that the Heavenly Law altar was so quiet, some people from the Outer Heavens were tempted and wanted to go and take a look. They can all see that the Heavenly Law altar has very strong defensive power. There is only one hole. If they go over and seal the hole, then release a very strong spatial barrier, they can trap Qin Yun. Even the people of the Heaven Horn tribe were paying attention to the Heaven altar. Immortal Sovereign Heartless tomb was guarded by something very powerful. They had just experienced it. Without absolute power, they wouldn't dare to enter again. Although there were many people watching the Heavenly Altar and Heartless Immortal Venerable's tomb, at this moment, it suddenly became incomparably quiet. Qin Yun is resting in a stone room inside the Heavenly Tao altar. He has successfully refined 2 dragon heavenly runes and is now missing 1 more to complete the 9 dragon heavenly runes. The gathering of the 9 dragons heavenly pattern meant that the 9 dragons heaven origin formation was not far away. While refining the dragon heavenly rune, Qin Yun's soul suffered a great deal of torment. Now he is resting and relaxing. 1 more, soon. Qin Yun looked at the heavenly rune bead and chuckled. I will soon have the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation, haha. Qin Yun had never personally experienced how powerful the 9 dragons heavenly origin array was. He had only heard of it from various legends. Whether it was the Dragon Clan or the Imperial clans, they all needed this kind of formation very much. Even the Darkness royalty envied the Emperor clans for having the 9 dragons heaven formation. The reason why the Dragon Clan had such a strong deterrent power in the Outer Heaven domain was because of their 9 dragons heaven origin formation. While resting, Qin Yun took out the Devil Mirror to read the news. He had just learned about the Great Tomb. There is indeed a very powerful thing inside. Qin Yun said in shock, luckily Sister Yu and the others did not go in, otherwise it would have been very dangerous. Xiao Yun, this heavenly law altar should not stay for long. Ling Yun'er said. I also feel that even though we are safe now, this is after all related to Heavenly Tao. If we provoke Heavenly Tao Z, he might even sacrifice me. Qin Yun said with smile. This mysterious Heavenly Tao altar truly caused Qin Yun to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Inside this place, he has an indescribable feeling of fear. Young noble Qin, when are you leaving the Heavenly Law altar? Tian Daozi shouted from outside the stone room. Didn't you allow me to stay here for 9 days? Qin Yun replied. But now Heavenly Tao altar is being watched by many powerful people. You promised me that if Heavenly Tao altar is besieged, you will immediately leave. Tian Daozi is also worried that Qin Yun is causing trouble here. Heavenly Tao altar is not besieged. Even if they besieged it, it won't last long. Qin Yun said. Tian Daozi shook his head and said, no, now they are discussing whether or not they should attack Heavenly Tao altar. Young noble Qin, you should quickly leave, staying here will be very disadvantageous for you. Shiman Dazhuang lightly groaned and said, Master, what's wrong with letting this old uncle stay for a few days? I want to learn from him how to attract heavenly punishment. Dazhuang, I told you not to think about that, it is very dangerous. Tian Daozi very angrily said, you are my disciple, you are a disciple of Heavenly Tao. If you attract heavenly punishment, it will trigger the wrath of Heavenly Tao and the heavenly punishment will be even stronger. Qin Yun rested for a while and then continued refining Dragon Heavenly Rune. Only 1 more left, so long as he finishes refining this last one, he can start researching how to set up the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Not long after Qin Yun started, the Heavenly Tao altar suddenly started shaking. The spectators from the Heavenly Tao altar let out a burst of cry of alarm. Because a heaven horn person suddenly rushed towards the Heavenly Tao altar and used his half-a-meter long horn to ram against the wall of the Heavenly Tao altar. A loud bang resounded, the heavenly Tao altar shook and many stones flew out. After the heaven horn person rammed against the heavenly Tao altar, he failed and immediately retreated. He is worried that the heavenly Tao altar will counterattack. Next round, an old heaven horn person suddenly shouted. This time there are 3 heaven horn people. After they rushed out, they rammed their heads against the wall of the heavenly Tao altar. They used very fast speed and in the blink of an eye flew several 10,000 meters away. The 3 people of the heaven horn created a hole in the mountain wall after hitting it. After they rammed against the wall, they immediately retreated. The heaven horn people are finally attacking the heavenly Tao altar. They know that Xianxia is very difficult to capture, but since he is hiding inside the heavenly Tao altar, he must have run into some trouble. Therefore, they feel that this is a good opportunity to capture Xianxia. There is an entrance to the heavenly Tao altar, but they don't want to go in directly because there are likely to be ambushes there. So they want to drill through the entrance and go inside. Xianxia also knows that the heavenly Tao altar is under attack again. He immediately said to Tian Daozi, Senior Tian Daozi, don't worry, heavenly punishment will arrive very soon. What? You can attract heavenly punishment? What the hell are you doing? Tian Daozi yelled in shock. Senior Tian Daozi. Don't tell me you don't know what I am doing? You are Tian Daozi, how could you not know what I am doing to provoke heavenly punishment? Xianxia said with smile. How the hell do I know? In short, you are always going against the heavens. Little brother, you should give up. You must follow the heavens, don't always think of going against the heavens. Tian Daozi shook his head and said. Senior Tian Daozi, I am refining heavenly runes. What kind of behavior is this? Xianxia said with smile. Refining heavenly runes? Tian Daozi cried out in alarm, you are refining heavenly runes? Heavenly runes are runes of the heavens, they are born from the heavenly Tao. All the heavenly runes in the heaven and earth are naturally born from the heavenly Tao. You can refine heavenly runes, this is disgraceful and heresy. How is it disgraceful and heresy? I have already refined 2. Xianxia said with smile. This is something done by the heavens, humans can't do it. If humans do it, don't they consider themselves to be the heavens? You are a human, you are not the heavens. You consider yourself to be the heavens, no wonder you are being punished by the heavens. Tian Daozi shook his head and said. Xianxia truly doesn't know what kind of ghost this Tian Daozi is, he is always babbling on and on like a swindler. But why am I not dead? Xianxia said with mischievous smile, I have been punished by the heavens many times but I am not dead. Ha ha ha. The heavens can do nothing to me. Little brother, the heavens are merciful, that is why they did not exterminate you. You should thank the heavens. Tian Daozi said. I don't believe that the heavens are merciful, just now the heavenly punishment released violent thunder and killed many people, how is this merciful? Xianxia said with smile, Senior Tian Daozi, just admit it, the heavens can't kill me. Enemy of heavenly Tao, enemy of heavenly Tao. Tian Daozi repeatedly shook his head, then left with his hands behind his back. Sure enough, violent thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The heavenly punishment arrived again, this time it is much stronger than the previous 2 times. Even though Xianxia is inside the heavenly Tao altar, he can still sense the dreadful heavenly might. Each time it is stronger than the last? Xianxia said with frown, that means the next time I refine a heavenly rune, the might of the heavenly punishment will be even stronger. If I don't have the heavenly Tao altar, I won't be able to block it. It should be so. Next time you refine a heavenly rune, it would be best if you hide inside the heavenly Tao altar. Ling Yin'er chuckled and said, this Tian Daozi can't do anything to you. Xianxia said, maybe the heavenly Tao altar is specially used to refine this kind of heaven-defying thing. Otherwise, I really can't think of any use for the heavenly Tao altar. Ling Yin'er said with smile, maybe it was created for you. The people outside also cursed Xianxia for being evil. Especially the people from the outer heaven domain, they now know that there is a very powerful force looking after Xianxia. The devil mirror also spread the news that the violent heavenly thunder is heavenly punishment. Xianxia did something that angered the heavenly Tao, so he suffered the heavenly punishment. Everyone is very shocked. What exactly did Xianxia do to provoke the wrath of the heavens? Yu Yu is somewhat worried. She knows that Qin Yun is refining a heavenly rune. Moreover, the method of using it is very simple, it is simply intolerable by the heavens. If he used normal inscription methods to carve a heavenly rune, it would not be a big deal. Some formidable heavenly inscription masters could do it, but it would take a very long time, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. However, Qin Yun directly used the Gemini treasure mirror and Gemini heavenly rune to carve it. It only caused soul pain and the time it took was very short. Not long after, Qin Yun finally finished the last dragon heavenly rune. It's all done. Qin Yun laughed loudly. The Heaven Horn people don't dare to continue attacking the heavenly Tao altar because they don't know when the heavenly punishment will come again. Qin Yun rested for a while, then walked out of the stone room and arrived at the spacious passage. He took out the heaven leaping shuttle and teleported to the main control room. Senior Tian Daozi, I will be leaving now. Sorry for disturbing you. I will come visit you again when I have time. Goodbye. Qin Yun said with smile. I won't see you. Tian Daozi groaned in low voice. Qin Yun controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and flew out. The heaven leaping shuttle has appeared, everyone staring at the heavenly Tao altar burst into cry. Qin Yun took out the devil mirror and contacted Yu, Sister Yu, go to the entrance of the great tomb by yourself. My heaven leaping shuttle will fly over and pick you up. We will enter the great tomb together. All right. Yu is pleasantly surprised and immediately agreed. Then she informed the little black donkey and others and rushed towards the entrance. At the same time, Qin Yun controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and arrived at the entrance of the great tomb in a blink of an eye. He brought Yu to the main control room. Stop him, the old heaven horn person shouted. Qin Yun's heaven leaping shuttle entered the entrance and disappeared into the dense eerie black fog. Everyone burst into an uproar. Qin Yun came out from the heavenly Tao altar and directly entered a motionless immortal venerable's great tomb. If Qin Yun obtained the good things inside, wouldn't he be invincible? Tomb City White Light. Qin Yun knows that there are very powerful things inside the tomb, but he is not afraid because the heaven leaping shuttle's defense is very strong. It can withstand the attacks of those mysterious and powerful things. After entering the tomb, Qin Yun suddenly sensed that the heaven leaping shuttle has an unusual reaction. It is slightly trembling and emitting a burst of weak buzzing sound. Xiao Yun, what's wrong? Is there danger approaching? Yu is holding a sharp saber, she is already prepared to attack. She said solemnly, let me out, I want to see how strong those things are. There's no danger approaching for the time being. This is a kind of warning from the heaven leaping shuttle. We have entered a very powerful spatial barrier. The heaven leaping shuttle can't jump through space here. Qin Yun said. There's a powerful spatial barrier here, could it be that it wants to seal something? Yu said in shock, is it to seal a motionless immortal venerable? Or is it something else? Qin Yun shook his head, I don't know. In short, we haven't encountered those dangerous things yet. Previously, he saw it on the magic mirror. After the outer heaven domain people entered the tomb, they were attacked by some monsters and their bodies became distorted in a strange and scary manner. The monsters in the great tomb possessed a very powerful and strange power. As for what the monsters inside the tomb are like, those powerful outer heaven domain people did not see it clearly. They only know that after entering the pitch-black tomb, they suffered heavy casualties. The heaven leaping shuttle's outer appearance is a jade-white gourd. It is a few meters long and can be considered quite big. Under Qin Yun's control, it released waves of white light that illuminated this incomparably dark place. Qin Yun and Yu can see the situation outside from the control room inside the heaven leaping shuttle. Although the heaven leaping shuttle can't jump through space, it can fly and release intense white light that illuminated all directions. There are many corpses on the ground, those corpses are all kinds of outer heaven domain people. They are all the people who were killed after entering here. The corpses are dry, as if something has sucked out all the energy in their bodies, causing them to shrivel up and turn black. The most frightening thing is that the corpses are all twisted into a ball. Generally speaking, even if one's body is extremely powerful, being twisted into a ball like this would cause their bones and flesh to shatter. However, the corpses of the outer heavens were not like this. The corpses were like soft mud, twisted into the shape of fried dough twists or rolled into a ball, but their flesh and bones were not broken. What kind of strange power is this? Yu Yu's scalp turned numb and she said in shock, those guys from the outer heaven domain are all very strong. To think that there are so many casualties all of a sudden. Qin said with a frown, I heard that the things sealed by the sun's sacred land are very difficult to kill. Could it be that what is sealed here is not heartless immortal venerable, but something else? It's possible. Yu Yu's expression is solemn as she nodded, if we let that mysterious monster escape and we can't kill it, many living beings in the immortal desolate will definitely be killed. Qin controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to fly quickly. He wanted to find the monster but he did not find it. This was indeed a city, and the heaven-leaping shuttle was currently hovering on one of the streets. There were many buildings and shops on both sides of the street, but they were very empty. What caused Qin to be astonished is that the buildings inside are extremely well preserved, there is no sign of damage. Although the city is filled with all kinds of eerie black fog, the inside of the city is very clean and tidy. The buildings are very new, as if it was built not long ago. Strange, this is not a tomb at all. After Yu Yu saw the situation outside, she took out her magic mirror and recorded everything she saw. Originally, she wanted to send it out but discovered that she can't contact the outside world. There is a very strong spatial barrier here, it's impossible to communicate with the space outside. Qin said. But, the people from the outer heaven domain came in before, can they go out? Yu Yu doubtfully said, could it be that the things sealed in this tomb can't go out? Previously, there were indeed many people from the outer heaven domain who came in but they immediately went out. Qin said, the barrier should be targeted, it doesn't allow certain things to go out. Yu Yu sat down and asked, Xiaoyun, what are you going to do next? How are the preparations for your 9-dragon heavenly origin formation? 9 different dragon heavenly runes are needed to set up the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, I have already gathered them all. Next, I need to research how to set up the formation. Qin said with smile. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation is so complicated, how did you manage to create it? It's not like you've seen it before and you don't have any memories of your past life. Yu Yu sighed lightly. It's not that I haven't seen the 9 dragons heaven origin formation, it's just that I haven't seen the real one. Qin smiled. Back when he was in the Spirit Desolate, he encountered the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation underneath the Dragon King Manor. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation was made from 9 types of dragon totems, so it could only be considered a minor 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Although it wasn't the real 9 dragons heavenly origin formation, Qin felt that it was definitely an imitation. Furthermore, he knows Li Longxian from the inscription world. Li Longxian had once asked him to repair a dragon totem that could transform into a dragon. It was carved on a stone slab. Qin suspected that it might be the damaged 9-dragon heavenly origin array. He saw the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation in the Dragon King Manor. The dragon totem was carved on the stone tablet. Therefore, he believes that the real 9 dragons heavenly origin formation should also be formed by 9 stone tablets. Not only does it need dragon heavenly runes, it also needs a dragon totem. Back then, Momo recorded the minor 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Later on, Qin often discussed it with Momo, so he has a very deep impression of it. In fact, there are many similar minor 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. They all imitate the layout of the real 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. I believe that you will definitely be able to create the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Yu Yu said with smile. Wait until I'm sure if this place is safe or not, then I'll start. Qin said, those monsters don't seem to be attacking the heaven-leaping shuttle. We've been here for so long and it's still so quiet. There shouldn't be any danger. Yu Yu said. I wonder if a motionless immortal venerable is really here. I feel that he shouldn't be dead. It's not easy for such a powerful existence to die. Qin said. The Punghantao he knows has lived for a few epochs. After the heaven-leaping shuttle flew one round and passed through many streets, it still didn't find anything else. No monsters came to attack the heaven-leaping shuttle. Finally, the heaven-leaping shuttle entered a relatively large palace. The door of the palace is open. Qin's heaven-leaping shuttle entered the spacious palace hall and landed on the ground. I'm going to start. Qin took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Do you need my help? Yu said with smile. And, I want to carve runes. You guys refine the formation steel. Qin smiled and then released Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and the others. Qin took out the small black bottle. It is filled with sacred oil. Yu and the others also know how to use sacred oil to release intense sacred flame. Qin took out many dragon bones. They are all divine dragon bones. He only planned to add a bit of divine dragon bones into the dragon rune steel. The rest are mainly sacred tier materials. After all, he doesn't have a strong enough divine flame. It won't be easy to smelt divine dragon bones unless he has the help of a star god. But in this kind of environment, he doesn't have the conditions to ask a star god for help. Qin feels that sacred tier materials are enough to refine the dragon rune steel. In the future, he will have the opportunity to strengthen it. In any case, those dragon heavenly runes can be taken out. Zi Qingqing and the others are quite proficient in refining formation and tool refining materials. Formation pillars, formation steel, formation flags, and so on, they can refine them according to Qin requirements. This way, Qin can properly organize the runes needed for the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and the coordination between them while they are refining the formation steel. The 9 dragon heavenly origin formation should need a lot of energy source. Should the energy source be internal or external? Qin is considering. The internal energy source is the space left behind in the formation steel to store the energy source. If it is external, the great formation will absorb the energy from the outside. For example, if Qin placed the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation inside the heaven leaping shuttle, he can share the energy source with the heaven leaping shuttle. Isn't it fine as long as there are internal and external interfaces? Ling Yin'er said with smile, if the conditions permit, we can use external energy. If we use it inside the heaven leaping shuttle or floating cloud pagoda, we can use external energy. Qin nodded and said, if we use it outside in some special situation, we can use the internal energy source, but the refining process will be more complicated. But it's convenient. Ling Yin'er said, in any case, we can only make the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation once in a very long time. Let's do it in one go, so that we don't have to do it all over again in the future. Qin also adopted Ling Yin'er's suggestion and began to conceive the overall layout and then draw the blueprint. The heaven leaping shuttle is inside a large hall. The surroundings are very quiet. Qin and the others are very seriously refining the formation steel needed for the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Outside the tomb city, many people are also waiting for the situation inside. They all believe that Qin encountered a powerful monster and will come out very quickly. But after waiting for a long time, they still haven't seen Qin come out, and Qin's friends also tried to contact him through the magic mirror, but none of them could contact him. This made them very worried. The tomb city is very quiet. The Yin energy that floated out of the open gate also slowed down a lot. Night time, the pitch-black tomb city suddenly flashed with white light. The walls of the entire city were originally pitch black. However, at night, they were filled with white light. This is also the situation that appeared after the tombstone that looked like a gate was pushed down. Can we go in? Someone said in surprise. Quickly go in and take a look. The first to go in is the people of Heaven Horn. There weren't many of them, only 2. Both of them were experts wearing thick armor. Not long after they went in, they heard a scream and hurriedly retreated. There is someone inside," shouted a middle-aged man. The thick armor on his body had completely shattered, and his body had also been blasted apart. "Who is it?" an old man of Heaven Horn hurriedly asked. Heavenly Monster. The huge tomb suddenly released white light in the night, illuminating the inside of the tomb city. Inside the city, a very powerful short old man has appeared. Everyone gasped when they saw the 2 heavily injured people of the Heaven Horn tribe. Heaven Horn people are more than 3 meters tall. Their bodies are also very strong, therefore they wear very thick heavy armor. Their defense is also very strong. However, it was smashed by an old man's fist. Not to mention that their extremely strong defense heavy armor was smashed, their bodies were also cracked. These are 2 very powerful immortal emperors. Even powerful immortal emperors from other heaven domains or immortal desolate would not be able to injure these 2 heavily armored Heaven Horn people. Did you see what that old man looks like? What is the attribute of the power he used? The old Heaven Horn person asked. The other Heaven Horn people are healing the two injured people. I didn't see clearly, I only know that it is a short old man with a head full of white hair. I saw him in the distance, he instantly flew over and punched me, then the old man disappeared, the injured Heaven Horn person said. I also didn't see clearly, the power he used is very strong, it doesn't seem to have any attribute aura, it seems like he used body power to injure us, the injured Heaven Horn person said. Everyone nearby was shocked when they heard this. Just body power alone can injure them, it can be seen how powerful this mysterious old man is. The old Heaven Horn person's expression gradually became serious, he looked at the door and shouted, "Who is inside? Stop hiding, come out quickly. Outer Heaven Domain weaklings, if I go out, what can you do?" An aged voice came from the door, it has a very merciless and cold tone. Just from the voice, one can feel that this person does not have a trace of emotion. The people outside quickly retreated. Everyone was endlessly shocked because they felt that the old man inside seemed to be the legendary Heartless Immortal Sovereign. Heartless Immortal Venerable is not dead, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said in shock. Heartless Immortal Venerable is not only alive, his condition is also very good, what is going on? Heartless Immortal Venerable is not dead, then what is he doing here? You even made some emotionless Immortal Exalted Immortal's tomb. An Emperor clan elder was also extremely shocked. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor looked at an old man and said, "Old Peng, you are from the ancient era. You should know Heartless Immortal Venerable very well, right?" Heartless Immortal Venerable was someone from the last epoch. Those people from the ancient epoch definitely knew Heartless Immortal Venerable. Old Peng was from the ancient epoch's Peng clan. He was Peng Hantao's elder. The old man stroked his long beard and said with a faint smile, "I do know you, but I'm afraid that Heartless Immortal Venerable has already forgotten about me." Red Sun Dragon Mother smiled and said, "Why don't you go over and roar?" Old Peng smiled, walked over and shouted, "Heartless Sect Master, I'm Peng Huxiong of the Peng family, we once joined forces and repelled Outer Heaven Realm people, do you remember?" "I remember. Brother Peng, because of some reasons, I can't leave this city and can't meet you, please forgive me," Venerable Heartless said. Everyone immediately looked at Peng Huxiong with admiration. There was actually someone who knew the Heartless Immortal Venerable, and he even joined forces with the Heartless Immortal Venerable to repel the enemy. The strength of this ancient epic person is once again shocking. Peng Huxiong frowned and said, "Heartless Sect Master, do you need my help?" Heartless Immortal Venerable sighed and said, "No need. You must not come in, there are many powerful heavenly monsters sealed here, they are not something you can deal with." Heavenly monster, these two words caused the hair of these powerful immortal emperors to stand on end. They are not unfamiliar with heavenly monsters but they have rarely heard others mention them. The reason why they know about heavenly monsters is because they have read about them in ancient books. Legend has it that after seeing through the heavenly Tao, they stole the power of heavenly Tao and cultivated into a monster. They control an extremely powerful heavenly Tao power, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor exclaimed, "No wonder Tian Daozi is here." Tian Daozi and the heavenly Tao altar came. It seems like they are also here for the heavenly monsters. The little black donkey is very worried and said in low voice, "Big brother Azure Dragon, heavenly monsters are very powerful and they like to eat inscription beasts. I wonder how boss is doing inside." "Don't be afraid, boss Qin will be fine." Azure Dragon patted the little black donkey's head and said with smile, "He is very powerful." Baizé said, "Luckily we didn't go in, otherwise we would have been eaten by the heavenly monsters." A heavenly rune dragon said, "Heavenly monsters don't like to eat people, they only like to eat inscription beasts. Because the runes we are born with are a kind of heavenly Tao power." The little black donkey said with smile, "You inscription beasts with heavenly runes are the ones that heavenly monsters like the most, you must be careful. I really didn't expect that there would be heavenly monsters sealed here." He Shu exclaimed in admiration, "Is Heartless Immortal Venerable inside to kill heavenly monsters?" At this time, the Devil Mirror is also crazily spreading the matter of heavenly monsters. Qin Yun's friends are all deeply worried. Because after Qin Yun entered the Tomb City, there was no news of him and there are heavenly monsters inside. Everyone has seen the power of heavenly monsters before. A large group of powerful Outer Heaven Domain people entered and more than half of them died. Because Peng Huxiong is too shocked, it took him a long time before he shouted, "Heartless Sect Master, are you alright inside?" How many heavenly monsters are there? Around 1,000. In all these years, I have only killed 100 or so. If I can't kill these guys, I can't go out. Heartless Immortal Venerable said, if you are not afraid of death, you can come in and take a look at those heavenly monsters. Of course, you need to have enough strength to see those heavenly monsters. The group of Outer Heaven Domain people are all scared to the point of shivering, Red Sun Dragon Mother said in shock. Heartless Immortal Venerable truly lives up to his reputation. The heavenly monsters are so powerful, Heartless Immortal Venerable alone fought against them. Not only has he not been killed for many years, he can even kill more than 100 heavenly monsters. This kind of strength is indeed very terrifying. No wonder he was able to repel a large number of Outer Heaven Domain people who attacked the Immortal Desolate back then. Senior, have you ever seen a large gourd fly in? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor asked. He also wants to know Xianxia's current situation. I know something came in, but I didn't pay attention to where it went. That thing is very special, heavenly monsters are not interested in it. Heartless Immortal Venerable replied. The Dark Royal Race's Immortal Emperor shouted, that gourd is a very powerful divine tool. There is a guy hiding inside. He has the Divine Universe Golden Stone. The Sun Hunter Race's Immortal Emperor also said loudly, Senior Heartless, that guy's name is Xianxia. He is a very cunning and despicable guy. You must not let the Divine Universe Golden Stone fall into his hands, otherwise there will be endless troubles in the future. Don't listen to their nonsense. Peng Huxiong said, Xianxia is my youngest son's friend. His character is very good. Peng Huxiong is Peng Hantao's father. After Peng Hantao lost to Xianxia, he also mentioned Xianxia to his father. I don't care about these things. The Divine Universe Golden Stone is a great ominous object. Whoever wants it can come in. After Heartless Immortal Venerable finished speaking, a whistling sound suddenly came from the city. That kind of whistling sound made one's hair stand on end, it was very scary. Just from the sound, one can feel fear, boom boom, tremors spread out, an intense battle broke out in the city. Clearly, Heartless Immortal Venerable and the heavenly monsters are fighting. Peng Huxiong shouted, Sect Master Heartless, do you need help? No need. These heavenly monsters are very strong. Without a strong enough body, it will be difficult to deal with them. Heartless Immortal Venerable shouted. The sound of battle is also getting further and further away. It is unknown if Heartless Immortal Venerable is being chased or if he is chasing the heavenly monsters. Everyone looked at the tomb city that emitted white light in the night and felt that it was mysterious and terrifying. They are all very worried that the heavenly monsters in the city would run out. Xianxia is in the tomb city and Heartless Immortal Venerable is not dead. The people who came here either came for Xianxia or for Heartless Immortal Venerable's funerary items. Heartless Immortal Venerable is not dead and his strength is still very strong. Who would dare to have any ideas about him? Only Xianxia. However, after Xianxia entered, he was not attacked by the heavenly monsters. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, that brat Xianxia should be able to hide inside for a period of time. Peng Huxiong's expression is solemn, he said, we have to prepare for the worst. Imperial Race's Elder Long said with a frown, why do you say that? Red Sun Dragon Mother said, the heavenly monsters might run out. Or perhaps, there are many heavenly monsters sealed in this 10,000 Snake Mountain range but they just haven't appeared yet. This is the Sun's sacred land, it contains a large amount of sun power. And that sun power is used to maintain the operation of all kinds of seals here. If they encounter any unforeseen event and the seal power is not strong enough, the heavenly monsters will run out. The Outer Heaven Domain people left the 10,000 Snake Mountain range one after another. They want to go back and gather their troops. Heartless Immortal Venerable is not dead, they want revenge, furthermore, they will never give up on the Divine Universe Golden Stone. The Outer Heaven Domain people more or less understand the approximate strength of the Immortal Desolate. As long as the Immortal Desolate doesn't have someone like Heartless Immortal Venerable, the Outer Heaven Domain people can occupy a place in the Immortal Desolate and even divide up the Immortal Desolate. Xianxia is inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. While drawing the diagram, he is also thinking about how to combine the 9 dragon heavenly runes with the 9 dragon totem. As long as they are perfectly fused together, he will be able to create the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Qin Yun and you don't know about the heavenly monsters. And their friends are sending messages to their devil mirror but they are unable to receive them. Beautiful heavenly Ji, release some small spiders to investigate the situation outside. Qin Yun suddenly said, I feel that it is too quiet outside, it is somewhat abnormal. Long Tianji is a poison dragon spider but she did not release small poison dragon spiders. Instead, she released small dragons with very strong drilling power. These small dragons are half a meter long and very fast. After they were released, lightning flashed and all of them disappeared without a trace. Not long after, Long Tianji shouted, Master, more than half of my lightning dragons died. What killed them? Qin Yun said in shock, how come so many died? Immortal Venerable's mission. The lightning dragons Long Tianji released are very fast, they ran far away in the blink of an eye. The lightning dragons want to get far away from the heaven leaping shuttle to avoid attracting those formidable things. Not long after, Long Tianji yelled again, my lightning dragons are all dead. Just as she was about to release more, Qin Yun promptly yelled, Tianji, don't release any more. There will only be more deaths. The death of the lightning dragons will also consume Long Tianji's vitality. It doesn't matter, this time I must see those things clearly. Long Tianji said, then closed her eyes and released several hundred lightning dragons again. Qin Yun can only send those lightning dragons outside. After those lightning dragons came out, they immediately flew everywhere. Not long after, Long Tianji frowned, it can be seen that many of her lightning dragons died. I saw those things but my lightning dragons are all dead. After Long Tianji finished speaking, she released a lightning dragon. That lightning dragon's eyes shot out 2 rays of light and an image appeared in the sky above the main control room. It is the scene that Long Tianji's lightning dragons saw. Yu Yu, Shui Tianzi and the others are also looking at the image in the sky. It is very bright outside. White beasts the size of cows can be seen on the street. The heads of these beasts look like huge red flowers full of sharp teeth. They have no eyes or nose, their bodies are white and their heads are big flower-like mouths. These things are very fast, they suddenly appeared and froze the lightning dragons. Then the man-eating flower-like mouth spit and swallowed the lightning dragons. After eating the lightning dragons, the monster's body suddenly became transparent. What is this thing? Qin Yun inhaled a mouthful of air and said in amazement, Outer Heaven Domain people were killed by these things? But they didn't eat the bodies of Outer Heaven Domain people. Could it be that Outer Heaven Domain people's meat is not tasty? Yu Yu said with frown, but there are only so many lightning dragons, what's so good about them? They only absorbed the energy of Outer Heaven Domain people's bodies, they didn't eat their meat. Long Tianji said because she also saw many shriveled corpses of Outer Heaven Domain people. Qin Yun said, maybe these things only like eating beasts. Yu Yu nodded and said, these monsters should be able to tell what is delicious and what is not. If they can turn invisible, then they must have discovered us. They didn't attack the heaven leaping shuttle because it can't be eaten? Qin Yun said, if that's the case, I can release a puppet to take a look. He also had some puppets in his hands, all of them refined from immortal iron or holy iron. They didn't have the aura of flesh and blood, and were a type of puppets that did odd jobs. The Iron Man-like puppets are also controlled by Long Tianji. Because she released many small lightning dragons earlier, she is very familiar with the terrain of the Tomb City. The connection between her and the puppets was made through spiritual waves. In the Tomb City, it was impossible to use spatial sensing from afar. No attack. Long Tianji charmingly smiled and said, Master, your puppets are more useful than the small lightning dragon. That's because we're in Tomb City. In other places, puppets are not as good as small lightning dragons. Qin Yun said with smile, properly investigate this city, tell me if you find anything. Long Tianji nodded her head, then earnestly went to explore the Tomb City. Qin Yun continued drawing his blueprint. Less than half a day later, Long Tianji suddenly yelled, one of the puppets was destroyed. It was destroyed by a short and small old man. Qin Yun said in amazement, a short and small old man? A human? Long Tianji nodded and said, a human. A very powerful human. Humans who can wander around here must be very powerful. The short and small old man Long Tianji discovered is precisely that heartless immortal venerable. Not long after, Long Tianji said again, I saw that short and small old man, he didn't attack this time. Yu Yu said, talk to him, ask him who he is. Long Tianji nodded her head, then projected the scene of the puppet through a pearl in her hand into the main control room so that Qin Yun and Yu Yu can see it. The old man was indeed very short. He looked like a child about 10 years old. He wore a set of white clothes, had curly white hair, and had a goatee. The old man slowly walked towards the puppet with his hands behind his back. Puppet? I haven't seen this kind of thing for a long time. The old man's voice can also be heard by Qin Yun and others. Although the voice has a trace of lamentation, it gives people a very strange feeling. It is as if this person has no nostalgia for anything. Senior, I am Qin Yun. Why did you attack my puppet just now? Qin Yun asked. His voice can be transmitted to the old man through the puppet. Qin Yun? You are the Qin Yun that Brother Peng mentioned? They said you have Divine Universe Golden Stone. The old man said, I just saw something just now, so I casually attacked it. I thought it was a heavenly monster. Yu Yu is immediately shocked. She looked at Qin Yun with slight fear and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, the monsters that I saw before that can become invisible are heavenly monsters. What the hell is this? Qin Yun asked. Heavenly monsters are very scary. It is said that some people used evil methods to pry into the heavenly Tao and obtained the power of the heavenly Tao to transform into monsters. Yu Yu said. I am Heartless Immortal Venerable, I am here to clean up the heavenly monsters in the Immortal Desolate. I accidentally broke your puppet just now, I am truly sorry. Heartless Immortal Venerable said. Qin Yun and the others looked at each other in shock. They actually saw Heartless Immortal Venerable. This Heartless Immortal Venerable is in charge of cleaning up the heavenly monsters. I have long heard of Senior's great name. If that puppet is broken, then it's broken. It doesn't matter. After Qin Yun recovered from his shock, he quickly said, Senior, you are here to clean up the heavenly monsters? We all thought you were dead. I am no different from dead. Heartless Immortal Venerable said indifferently, I won't disturb you anymore. I will continue chasing after the heavenly monsters. With that, Heartless Immortal Venerable disappeared in an instant. Yu Yu said, heavenly monsters are very difficult to kill. The reason why Heartless Immortal Venerable was sealed here is probably to kill them. After so many years, he still hasn't finished killing the heavenly monsters here. What kind of power do those heavenly monsters possess? Qin Yun suddenly became very interested and said with a smile, if only I could control those heavenly monsters. They would definitely be very powerful. Yu Yu shook her head and said, Xiao Yun, don't even think about that. Heavenly monsters are very dangerous. It's just that I have never faced them before, so I don't know how terrifying they are. Long Tianji said, Master, it seems like there isn't anything good in this tomb city. Should I continue to investigate? Continue to investigate and find the corpses of the heavenly monsters. Qin Yun said, I want to see why these things are so powerful. Heartless Immortal Venerable has been in this tomb city for an era but he still hasn't completed the mission. It can be seen how terrifying those heavenly monsters are. 1 month passed by. During this period of time, the Immortal Desolate has been very calm. Because there is no news about Qin Yun. They only know that he entered the tomb city and still hasn't come out. The Devil Mirror in the Immortal Desolate is spreading the news that more and more people from the Outer Heaven Realm are arriving in the Immortal Desolate. And the Dark Royal race, Emperor race, as well as the experts of the Ancient Era, all went to negotiate with the big shots of the Outer Heaven Realm, requesting them not to act presumptuously in the Immortal Desolate. Especially the Emperor race, they also publicly declared that if there are people from the Outer Heaven Realm killing innocent people in the Immortal Desolate, their Emperor race will intervene. Ancient Era powers, Immortal Desolate Holy Palace, Dragon Race, Nether Sect and many other powers all expressed their support for the Emperor race. Immortal Desolate is very chaotic now, it needs some order. Otherwise, killing will happen everywhere, it will not be good for Immortal Desolate. Inside the tomb city, Qin Yun looked at the 9 3-meter-tall golden stone steels and nodded his head, very good. At the top of the steels, there is a mighty dragon head that can spurt out energy. On both sides of the steels, there are small soaring dragon carvings. Qin Yun took out the 9 heavenly rune beads, released the dragon heavenly rune inside them and placed them inside the dragon heavenly rune. That is also the core of each dragon steel. The dragon totem is connected to the dragon heavenly rune at the center. And inside the dragon steel, there is a very large storage space. It is used to store energy sources. Now there are a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals inside. Xianxia and others have been busy for more than a month. Now they are very tired and entered the Nine Sun Divine Soul to rest. Cultivation and Xianxia have also been refining Gemini Heavenly Rune for the past few days. Xianxia feels that they are very heaven-defying. They can continuously refine Gemini Heavenly Rune without suffering heavenly punishment. In this period of time, they managed to refine 10 Gemini Heavenly Runes for Xianxia. Next is to carve runes. Xianxia took out the floating cloud divine needle and took a few deep breaths. Dragon Transformation 9 Dragon Totem? This is not difficult. He released the needle spirit from the nether moon and sent it into the floating cloud divine needle. Then he began seriously carving the Dragon Transformation 9 Dragon Totem. Xiaoyun, you have a lot of inscription spirits. Yu said with smile, if other inscription masters find out, they will surely be very jealous. I only use 2 types of inscription spirits now. Beast King Inscription Spirit and Totem Inscription Spirit. Xianxia said. I heard that by releasing Inscription Spirit form, the precision will be even higher. Yu said, can you release Beast King and Totem Inscription Spirit form? Xianxia shook his head, I temporarily can't. When he fought against Peng Hantao in the Inscription Do Master competition, he saw the Thunder God Inscription Spirit form. Later on, he also tried to release the inscription spirit form he mastered but to no avail. He suspects that his inscription spirit is not innate, so he can't release its form. This is also the direction he will have to work hard in the future. Because time is not tight, Xianxia's carving is rather slow. After half a day, his heaven-leaping shuttle suddenly trembled. Someone is here. Yu looked up in shock. Something landed on the top of the heaven-leaping shuttle. It can be seen from the main control room. It is a small old man whose face is covered in blood, his body is covered in scars. He is heartless immortal venerable, he is seriously injured. Xianxia immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and teleported heartless immortal venerable to the main control room. Boom, after heartless immortal venerable entered the main control room, he saw a huge palm slamming down. On the palm, there is a flower-like huge mouth, it looks like the head of a heavenly monster. Fortunately, Xianxia stopped carving in time, otherwise he would have been affected. Go. Changes in metal and stone. Heartless immortal venerable's injuries seem to be very serious, but Xianxia and Yu can sense that an extremely formidable power is hidden within that short and withered body. Senior, are you alright? Xianxia saw Heartless immortal venerable slowly sit up and walked over to ask. Heartless immortal venerable looked at Xianxia and sighed lightly. Then, he shook his head and said, I won't die. Yu asked, Senior, what attacked you just now? Is it also a heavenly monster? It's a heavenly monster. Heartless immortal venerable nodded and said, it can be considered the leader of this group of heavenly monsters. It's very powerful and it's even evolved. Xianxia and Yu both remember that they saw a large hand slapping down. The palm was the large mouth of a heavenly monster that looks like a man-eating flower. Are all heavenly monsters the same? Xianxia also wants to understand more about heavenly monsters because he might encounter them in the future. Heartless immortal venerable fought with heavenly monsters for an entire era, so he must have a very good understanding of them. It's not the same. Heavenly monsters cultivate different Tao, so after they transform into heavenly monsters, their forms are also different. Heartless immortal venerable took out a towel to wipe the blood off his body. The wounds on his body are rapidly healing. Heartless immortal venerable has a very strong recovery ability, which means that his body is extremely strong. Yu asked, those heavenly monsters, were they originally humans? Or beasts? Human. They were all transformed from humans. Heartless immortal venerable sighed with melancholy and said, the heavenly monsters here are all transformed from disciples of my heartless immortal sect. Yu and Xianxia are both. Alarmed, the heavenly monsters here are actually disciples of the Heartless Immortal sect. Heartless Immortal Venerable is the sect master of the Heartless Immortal sect, but his disciples have turned into powerful heavenly monsters. Senior, what's going on? Xianxia asked, I heard that heavenly monsters obtained heavenly Tao power and transformed into them, is that right? Yes, they stole heavenly Tao power that doesn't belong to them and were punished. Heartless Immortal Venerable shook his head and said, because of a chance, I obtained the power bestowed by the heavenly Tao. As long as I refined that energy, I could directly enter the divine desolate. However, my heartless immortal sect's great elder joined hands with a group of inner sect disciples to steal the power bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Yu Yu sighed and said, the temptation of the heavenly Tao's power is truly great. Emotionless Supremacy looked at Qin Yun and said, more than half of my emotionless immortal sect's disciples were killed by the heavenly monsters transformed from traitors. This heartless city was built by me to attract those heavenly monsters here. I'm atoning for my sins. I'm going to kill all the heavenly monsters here. Who sealed you here? Asked Qin Yun. 9 Yang Divine Palace. Emotionless Immortal Venerable said, Qin Yun, I heard that you have Divine Universe Goldstone. Qin Yun hurriedly nodded and said, Senior, do you understand Divine Universe Goldstone? Emotionless Immortal Venerable sneered, the power bestowed upon me by the heavenly Tao is a Divine Universe Golden Rock. Qin Yun is startled as he looked at Yu Yu. Yu Yu frowned and said, Senior, what is going on? The Divine Universe Metal Stone was bestowed by the heavenly Tao? Venerable Heartless said, my Divine Universe Golden Stone was given by the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Only I can absorb the energy inside. If anyone else were to absorb it, they would be stealing the power of the heavenly Tao. Qin Yun said with a frown, my Divine Universe Golden Stone shouldn't be from the 9 Yang Divine Palace. It could also be naturally formed, but no matter what, it's a great ominous object. Emotionless Immortal Venerable said, little guy, if I were you, I would definitely give up on the Divine Universe Golden Stone. Otherwise, I don't even know what kind of calamity I would suffer. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, I won't give up. Emotionless Immortal Venerable said indifferently, up to you. Thank you for saving me. I don't know when I will be able to repay this kindness, but I will engrave it in my heart. Senior, are you going out? Qin Yun asked. I want to continue killing heavenly monsters. There are still more than 900 of them. After so many years, I can only kill more than 100. Emotionless Immortal Venerable laughed at himself, I don't know how long I will have to kill them, but there's no other way. This is a great disaster that I caused. Qin Yun said, I thought that Senior was staying here to kill heavenly monsters to complete some mission. I didn't expect it to be for this reason. It can also be considered a special mission for me to make up for my mistakes. Moreover, I am willing to undertake it. Emotionless Immortal Venerable said, little guy, let me out. Yu Yu said, Senior, you should rest a bit more. That guy is so powerful, you shouldn't be able to defeat him. Emotionless Immortal Venerable shook his head and said, even if I can't beat him, I still have to fight. This is my destiny. Qin Yun saw how stubborn Emotionless Immortal Venerable is and can only send him out. After Emotionless Immortal Venerable went out, he disappeared without a trace. Qin Yun looked at the Dragon Rune Heavenly Steel and said, heavenly monsters were formed because humans absorbed Divine Universe Golden Stones? Is it really that evil? He is somewhat worried that there is a problem with his Divine Universe Golden Stones. Don't worry about it, the Divine Universe Golden Stones are definitely yours. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen into your hands all these years. Yu Yu said with a smile and touched Qin Yun's cheek, continue carving. N. Qin Yun nodded and continued carving the Dragon Transformation Totem. What he is carving now is the Fire Dragon Totem, which also corresponds to the Fire Dragon Heavenly Steel. The 9 Dragon Heavenly Rune and 9 Dragon Totem that Qin Yun has mastered correspond to each other. They are respectively Fire Dragon, Water Dragon, Heavenly Dragon, Star Dragon, Moon Dragon, Sun Dragon, Azure Dragon, Purple Dragon and White Dragon. There are many kinds of dragons. As for why there are 9 kinds of dragons, Qin Yun doesn't know. In short, the Dragon Heavenly Rune and Dragon Totem he obtained belong to these 9 kinds of dragons. The 2 heavenly rune dragons that Black Rat Baizé found are the Fire Dragon and the Water Dragon. Qin Yun doesn't know their attributes. He only found out after studying their Dragon Heavenly Rune. Even Momo finds it very interesting that Fire Dragon and Water Dragon can be together. They are supposed to restrain each other. And Qin Yun also discovered that Azure Dragon, Fire Dragon and Water Dragon have a very good relationship. Although they met not long ago, they are able to get along well. Xiaoyun, your father has the fire dragon god's divine position. It seems like he quickly built a good relationship with Azure Dragon. The relationship between these dragons is very good, so they can get together? Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yin feels that it is very likely. Carving the dragon transformation dragon totem is not very difficult for Qin Yin, it only takes time. This time carving the dragon totem is different from the past. Because he wants the dragon totem to link with the dragon heavenly rune in the center, Qin Yin has to put in even more effort. After carving, he still has to use the Gemini treasure mirror to release the power of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune and let the fire dragon heavenly rune and the fire dragon totem completely fuse together. The fire dragon heavenly steel is finally done. Qin Yin revealed a smile on his face, but he is also somewhat tired. Yu came over and wiped the sweat off his face. Her lily-white hand gently caressed his chest and channeled a formidable immortal emperor power to help Qin Yin recover. It took Qin Yin 3 days to finish carving the fire dragon heavenly steel. He calculated that according to this speed, it will take a month to finish all the heavenly steels. As for whether or not he can make the entire 9 dragons heavenly origin formation operate, he is still not sure. In order to proceed more smoothly, Qin Yin rested very well. Fortunately, Yu also channeled her immortal emperor power to replenish his energy. Most importantly, Yu has the nether moon immortal martial spirit. The mental power she channeled can help Qin Yin's nether moon recover. Carving runes requires a large amount of blood spirit power. The pressure on nether moon is very great. If not for Yu's help, Qin Yin might need to rest for 2 to 3 days to recover to his peak. And now, he only needs to rest for less than half a day before he can immediately start. Time flew by and a month passed by very quickly. In Qin Yin's main control room, there are 9 3-meter-tall dragon rune heavenly steels. These dragon rune heavenly steels were originally light golden color, but after carving the dragon totem, they each have their own color. In fact, it is the energy that appeared inside the dragon rune heavenly steel that enveloped the entire heavenly steel. Qin Yin and Yu are standing in the middle of the 9 heavenly steels. They looked at the dragon heads on the heavenly steel and felt as if they are being looked down upon by an ancient dragon. Each of the 9 heavenly steels has a formidable dragon might. If they close their eyes, they can feel the dragon might. It is as if there are 9 powerful dragons with soaring might all around them. Is it a success? This is the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation? Yu is somewhat excited. This is a legendary super great formation. It is said to be born from the heavenly Tao and humans are unable to set it up. I really don't know how to use this 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Qin Yin said with a smile, I have to ask some knowledgeable people. Who should I ask? Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor? Or Red Sun Dragon Mother? Yu said. Don't ask them for now. Because my 9 dragons heavenly origin formation is not complete yet. Qin Yin thought for a moment and said, I wonder if Yu Qing is nearby. Among the people Qin Yin knows, the ones who understand the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation the most are definitely the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor and Red Sun Dragon Mother. They were both outside the Tomb City earlier. Don't worry about it. Let's try and see if we can absorb the energy of the Divine Universe Golden Stone through the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Yu said. Do we need 3 layers of space to release the Divine Universe Golden Stone? Qin Yin looked around and said, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and Floating Cloud Pagoda are only 2 layers of space. Xiaoyun, this Tomb City should be considered a space. Moreover, the Sun Holy Land can be considered as 1 layer. This is already 4 layers of space. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yin is somewhat uncertain. However, he knows that the space inside the Tomb City is isolated from the outside world. Alright, let's give it a try. After Qin Yin took out the Floating Cloud Pagoda, he teleported to the warehouse and handed over the control of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to Yu. He let her control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to prevent it from being attacked by the heavenly monsters. Qin Yin entered the 3rd floor of the Floating Cloud Pagoda and released the 9 dragons heavenly steel. He placed it in a circle around the spacious space of the 3rd floor, allowing every heavenly steel to sense each other. He first controlled the 9 dragons heavenly steel to link together and released energy at the same time. I don't seem to feel anything. Yin said with a frown, I should have activated the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation by now, right? Release the divine universe golden stone and you'll know. Yin said, I feel that it's more or less complete. Yin took out the box containing the divine universe golden stone. The box is on the ground and Yin is unable to move it. After Yin finished his defensive preparations, he opened the lid and the fist-sized divine universe golden stone floated up. What made him pleasantly surprised is that this time the divine universe golden stone did not release an intense and dazzling light, so Yin did not feel any burning pain. The 9 faces of the divine universe golden stone are now releasing different colored energy. The 9 energies are like shining chains, connecting to the dragon heavenly rune in the center of each heavenly steel. The great array was finally completed. Yin stared at the divine universe golden rock and felt some fear. Because the energy released by the divine universe golden rock is very strong, that kind of power seems to be able to destroy heaven and earth. And this was only the weak aura released by the divine universe goldstone. From this, one could see just how strong the energy contained within it was. How do I absorb the divine universe goldstone's energy? Yin looked at the divine universe goldstone that is releasing the 9-colored light belt and wanted to reach out to touch it. However, when he stretched out his hand, he was repelled by a force. I can't touch it? Yin could only pick up the box and cover the divine universe gold rock. After the floating divine universe golden rock was covered by the box, it slowly descended. It wasn't as heavy as before. After the divine universe goldstone was covered, the 9 dragons heavenly steel also returned to its original appearance. Xiaoyun, this box should be specially made to be able to cover the divine universe golden stone. Yin said, I feel that the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation has already succeeded. Really? Yin said doubtfully, then why can't I absorb those energies? You haven't used your cultivation method to absorb it yet, have you? Try again. Yin laughed. That's right, I was too nervous just now, so I didn't try. Yin smiled and opened the box again. When the box was opened, the divine universe metallic ores floated in the air. Just like before, the 9 dragons heavenly steel turned into 9 different colors. Yin sat cross-legged inside the 9 dragon heavenly origin array and closed his eyes. He secretly circulated the 9 extinction heart sutra and attempted to absorb energy to cultivate. Suddenly, he felt his wrist, which was wearing the 9 sun divine soul, violently vibrate. He opened his eyes and saw the 9 sun divine spirit appear on his wrist. 9 different colored lights entered the 9 sun divine spirit's different pearls. Could the 9 yang divine soul be the key to absorbing the divine universe goldstone's energy? Yin said in astonishment. Sister Kiru said that this thing is related to your life as the king of gods. You already had it back then. Yin said, that's possible. The divine universe golden stone was given to you by the 9 yang divine palace. You can only absorb it through the 9 yang divine spirit. Yin said with a frown, is that really so? Why didn't the god of space tell me about this? Yin said with a smile, he shouldn't know either. Yin looked at his arm. Under his skin, there seemed to be 9 dragons squirming. 9 different colors of light could be seen flickering under his skin. The divine universe goldstone's energy was released through the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation and then entered his body through the 9 yang divine spirit. Xiaoyun, this divine universe golden stone of yours has 9 sides and they have all been meticulously polished. There are even runes inside, so it must have been specially refined. Yin said, this divine universe golden stone belongs to you. After Yin circulated the 9 extinction heart sutra, he could feel a very berserk energy entering his body. What made him feel at ease is that the divine universe golden stone's energy did not cause any damage to his body. The 9 extinction heart sutra cultivated the absolute yang power, and together with the heaven's might Tao technique, one could cultivate the 9 extinction divine body. As for the one thought imperial heaven art, it cultivated mental strength. I wonder if I can open the 6th pearl after breaking through. Yin said, the last few pearls of the 9 sun divine spirit are getting more and more difficult to open. Yin said, Xiaoyun, I feel that the last few pearls of the 9 sun divine spirit have never been opened. For example, the little black donkey and the pill transformation heavenly furnace, they are not things that a mortal desolate can have. Could it be that they were placed inside during the divine desolate? Qin Yan said with frown. Indeed, the first pearl has runes, the second pearl has pill refining, the third pearl has Sister Yao Feng and 9 extinction spirit sealing needle. The disparity between these things is bigger and bigger. And the little black donkey and the 5th pearl pill transformation heavenly furnace are even more awesome. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan carefully thought about it and also felt that the last few pearls would be very difficult to open. Yun'er, tell me, can I let Sister Steamed Bun and others come out and cultivate together? Qin Yan said, I feel that I can cultivate together with them. It might be a bit dangerous. You should first discuss with them and see if they are willing to give it a try or not. It would be bad if they are injured. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan wants to find Yu because she is very strong. Even if they encounter other situations, she can deal with them. Long Tianji and Yu are inside the control room. There are also Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Qin Yan discussed with them and finally decided to let Zi Qingqing out first. After cultivating together, the energy will increase by a lot. Moreover, the women cultivating with Qin Yun will also benefit. Zi Qingqing was released by Qin Yun. She is wearing a light purple dress, she has a faint elegant and noble aura. She saw the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and the divine universe golden stone and became very curious. Her beautiful eyes are filled with purple light. The divine universe golden stone blossomed with 9 colored light. The 9 mighty heavenly steels all around also have a majestic aura, causing Zi Qingqing to be extremely curious. Just as she is lost in thought while looking at the divine universe golden stone, Qin Yan reached out his hand and rubbed her soft and tender jade face. Sister Steamed Bun, there might be danger later. You must react quickly. If anything goes wrong, immediately stop cultivating with me. Qin Yan lovingly rubbed her face and said with smile. I know. Face rubbing crazy devil. Zi Qingqing snorted lightly and then pushed away Qin Yan's hand. Otherwise, who knows how long he would have to rub for. After Zi Qingqing sat down, her jade-like palms tightly pressed against Qin Yan's big palms and lightly shouted, let's begin. Qin Yan took a deep breath, his expression solemn. He slowly circulated the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and absorbed a small amount of Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy. And Zi Qingqing also began to circulate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Qin Yan does not know the specific mnemonic chant of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra because it is not allowed for men to know. Not long after, Qin Yan felt the power of the Divine Universe Golden Stone enter his body and slowly flow into Zi Qingqing's body. That power entered Zi Qingqing's body and after circulating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, it became even stronger and then flowed back into Qin Yan's body. And Zi Qingqing herself frowned and said, that power is very strong. I feel that if I continue cultivating like this, my body will become even stronger. What surprised Qin Yan is that the divine universe power that flowed back into Zi Qingqing's body became extremely strong. Originally, the divine universe power was considered gentle but because it was abnormally strong, it became very berserk. It expanded the meridians in Qin Yan's body and almost tore them apart. Fortunately, Qin Yan's body was strong enough to withstand it. Great, no problem. Qin Yan said with a smile, Sister Steamed Bun, do you think we can let them come out and give it a try? Zi Qingqing nodded and said with a chuckle, sure. You can almost attack the immortal Emperor realm. I really didn't expect that we were so weak back then in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and now we have become so strong. Thinking back to what happened back then, Qin Yan also chuckled and said, Sister Steamed Bun, it's been so many years and after so many things, we can still be together. It's really not easy. Zi Qingqing smiled sweetly and nodded. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a kind of gentle affection. After Qin Yan stopped cultivating, he gently held her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Zi Qingqing struggled slightly but in the end, she began to lean into Qin Yan's embrace. Let me hug you. Qin Yan said with a smile and then rubbed her face. Zi Qingqing chuckled and said, you can hug Water Fairy, she wants nothing more than for you to hug her forever. I also want to hug you. Qin Yan said with a smile and then kissed Zi Qingqing's face. Humph. Zi Qingqing raised her head and looked at Qin Yan, her purple eyes flickered with tenderness. Qin Yan can't help but lower his head and kiss her red lips. Both of them very sweetly embraced each other. After a while, Xianxia's jade face turned slightly red and said with a chuckle, "Don't tell Water Fairy about this." "Why?" Qingyun gently caressed her face. "If she knew, she would joke about this matter all day long." Xianxia tenderly groaned and said, "She often told you Xiaoling before that it was very shameful." Qingyun is somewhat startled. Shui Tianzi and Yu Xiaoling were so affectionate inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. "There is also Yu Alan, your wife is much worse than you." Xianxia chuckled and said. "This Yu Alan, I have to teach her a lesson," Qingyun said with smile. He kissed Xianxia's face and then released Shui Tianzi, Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. As soon as Shui Tianzi came out, her beautiful jade-like nose slightly moved, her charming face is filled with charming smile. This coquettish seductress lightly laughed like silver bells and said, "I smell a kind of affectionate scent." "You are not a fox, don't randomly sniff." Xianxia groaned and said. "Little brother Xiaoyun, are you and sister Steamed Bun talking about love outside?" Shui Tianzi's charming and fragrant body leaned on Qingyun's body, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. Qingyun pinched her innately charming face and said with smile, "Sister Tianzi, let's cultivate together. I want to become a formidable immortal emperor, I will rely on you." Kong Feiqing said with smile, "Xiaoyun, big sister can help you become immortal emperor, I am very happy. Let's quickly begin." She is already holding Gong Fian's lily-white hand. Gong Fian's beautiful eyes are filled with excitement as she looked at the Divine Universe Golden Stone. She said with smile, "This is the legendary Divine Universe Golden Stone, it is so big. I will begin." Qingyun took out the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill he won on Immortal King ranking and ate it. The Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill is also very useful, it can coordinate with the Divine Universe Golden Stone's energy and make it even stronger. Moreover, it won't make the Divine Universe power that berserk. Qingyun's body rushed out with true nine-colored light rays. He only sensed the Divine Universe power violently rushing into his body, cleansing his entire body for a while and then pouring into the nether sun. After the nether sun absorbed this kind of energy, it frantically revolved. And the divine tree totem wrapped around the nether sun flickered with golden light. Little heavenly lion, little divine hammer and little dragon that are revolving around the nether sun also gradually changed, the details on their surface became even more abundant. Especially that little divine hammer, it looks just like the real Nine Sun Divine Hammer. Originally there was only nether sun totem on the surface of the little dragon, but now a dragon totem has appeared, moreover it is a 9-dragon totem. End of chapter 1794. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.